Here, this is your badge. As long as you have this, you can purchase array combinations from any store and treat any Array Masters Association as though it's your second home. Senior Huang handed Yuan a green badge. Ding! You have acquired the title Level 1 Array Master. You have acquired the title Level 2 Array Master. There's an array inside this badge. Yuan could immediately tell upon touching it. That's right. Without the array, the badge is just a useless piece of metal, and it makes it harder to be replicated by others who want to profit from it. Senior Huang nodded. The beautiful woman added, being an array master is more prestigious than one might think since it's not an easy profession. Some might argue that it's even more difficult than being an alchemist, so there are many people who pretend to be an array master to receive benefits that they don't deserve. Therefore, you need to make sure that you don't lose that badge. If you happen to lose that badge, you will need to partake in another assessment because we have no proof that you're an array master. Yuan nodded, I will keep the badge safe. Before you leave, Yuan. Senior Huang suddenly said, do you have any intentions of joining the Array Masters Association? There are many benefits in joining us, such as free array combinations and being taught by the best of the best array masters from around the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes. Did you think the Array Masters Association only existed in this world? The Array Masters Association is one of the biggest factions in the 9 heavens, and we can be found in every single realm. I will keep that in mind. As for joining the Array Masters Association, give me some time to think about it. Very well. If you ever decide to join us, just give us a visit, or any Array Masters Association for that matter. Elder Huang nodded. Goodbye. Thank you for everything today. Yuan bowed to them before leaving the room with Xiao Hua. Once they left, Senior Huang turned to look at Master Zheng and said, you've been awfully quiet since the end of the second test, and the way you acted today is not acceptable for someone of your stature. If that talented young man holds a grudge against the Array Masters Association, it will be your fault, and that is what I will be telling the higher-ups if they ask. However, Master Zheng remained silent. Master Zheng. Are you okay? You're sweating awfully a lot. It was at this moment Senior Huang and the other judge noticed that he was covered in sweat. The chair he sat on was also starting to creak as his body began trembling. Master Zheng. What is happening to you? Do you need medical assistance? They stared at him with frowns on their faces. And no. I am fine. He suddenly muttered in a low voice. What happened to you? Senior Huang asked again. Master Zheng closed his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths before speaking, someone was threatening me. No, multiple people threatened my life just now. Huh? What are you talking about? You couldn't sense it probably because it was directly at me, but I felt intense killing intent directed at me, and from multiple people as well. If I dared to move, I would have probably been killed on the spot. Senior Huang and the beautiful woman exchanged puzzled glances with each other. They couldn't understand why someone would want to kill him. The beautiful woman decided to ask, why would anybody want to kill you? And we were alone in this room except for Yuan. If he was threatening you with killing intent, we would have definitely noticed it. It wasn't him. Master Zheng quickly shook his head. It was that person standing behind him, that little devil. You mean that little girl? Master Zheng. I think you're just exhausted. Go home and get some rest. We'll handle the assessment. The beautiful woman shook her head. You don't understand. I can't leave. They are still inside the building. I cannot leave until they leave. Master Zheng shouted. Senior Huang was stumped by his reaction. They have never seen him this afraid before. Furthermore, he was a spirit lord. Even if the little girl was staring at him with killing intent, it shouldn't affect him. Do whatever you want, but we still have many people waiting to be assessed. Senior Huang said, and he called in the next examinee a moment later. Meanwhile, As they walked back downstairs, Xiaohua said, "Brother Yuan, that man in the room showed a hint of killing intent towards you." Eh? Really? I didn't notice it, probably because I was so focused on the tests. Don't worry, Xiaohua made sure that he couldn't do anything funny. Is that why you refused to leave the room? Thank you, Xiaohua. She nodded with a satisfied face. Back on the first floor, Yuan returned to the man that he first spoke to when he came to this place. I am now an official array master. Where can I buy array combinations? Ha! The man stared at him with widened eyes. Yuan retrieved the green badge and showed it to the man. Level 2 array master. I thought you said you weren't one. The man exclaimed. He has never seen someone skip level 1 and become a level 2 array master right after the Array Masters Association, so he thought that Yuan was already an array master, and he just finished his promotion examination. Yuan merely shrugged his shoulders. After a moment of silence, the man pointed to the ceiling and said, "You can buy array combinations on the third floor." Thank you. Yuan and the others began making their way back up the staircase. A few minutes later, they arrived on the third floor. Welcome to the Array Masters Association. Are you an array master? A middle-aged woman greeted them. Yes, I am. Here's my badge. Yuan showed her the Array Master's badge. Thank you very much, Senior Array Master. If you're looking for a specific array combination or anything specific, just let me know. Yuan then said, then I would like an array combination for sealed spatial rings and storage pouches. Just for confirmation, arrays that remove sealed spatial rings and storage pouches, is that correct? She asked. Yes, that's right. I understand. Please follow me. Yuan and the others followed this woman to a counter. She picked out a couple of manuals from under the desk and laid them out before him. Are all of these? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as he didn't expect there to be so many array combinations for the same purpose. All of these array combinations are for unsealing spatial rings and storage pouches, but they all have different strengths. One can have a higher chance of success while another one can be easier to use. It all depends on the array combination. Which of these have the highest success rate? Yuan asked. That would be this one, the absolute unsealing array, but it's a level 3 array combination. Since Yuan is only a level 2 array master, he would not be able to use the level 3 array combination, so it wouldn't make sense for him to buy it. Okay, I will take that. And do you also have manuals for level 2 and level 3 array symbols? Of course. Give me a moment. The woman reached under the desk for 2 more manuals. 7,000 intermediate array symbols and 5,000 advanced array symbols. Yuan read the titles, which surprised him a little, as he'd expected the number of array symbols to go up the more difficult they got. How much for these 3 manuals? Yuan asked the woman a moment later. That would be 15 million gold, but since you're a level 2 array master, you have a 25% discount when buying from the Array Masters Association. The new total will be 11,250,000 gold coins. 11 million gold coins even with a discount. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think array combinations were this expensive. Brother Yuan, here. Xiaohua suddenly handed him a storage pouch. What is this? He asked. It's the money that we've saved from the auction house. There should be more than enough money to buy the manuals, she said. Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. I almost forgot about this money. Are you sure, Xiaohua? The money is still technically yours. She nodded, anything that helps Brother Yuan is worth it. Thank you, Xiaohua. Yuan proceeded to pay for the 3 manuals using the money they'd earned from selling Xiaohua's heaven-grade treasure at some auction house. Here is your purchase. Thank you for doing business with us, Senior Array Master. The woman offered the manuals to him with her head lowered. After accepting the manuals, Yuan left the Array Masters Association and went to rent out a new hotel room in the city. I am going to spend a few days studying these manuals. You guys can do whatever until then. Yuan said to the others. Okay. I am also going to study the techniques I just got. Chu Liuxiang said. I'm going to cultivate. If you need me, don't hesitate to call for me. Min Li said before entering one of the 4 rooms in that hotel room. Chu Liuxiang also went into her own room. Yuan remained in the living room, and he placed the 3 manuals on the table before him. I should probably start with the level 2 array symbols. Thus, Yuan began flipping through the manual, spending the rest of today and tomorrow memorizing all 7,000 level 2 array symbols. 2 days later, Yuan placed the level 2 array symbols to the side and began studying level 3 array symbols. Even though there were less array symbols in total compared to the other 2, it took Yuan almost 4 days to completely memorize all 5,000 level 3 array symbols. Of course, 4 days may seem like a lot of time, but for ordinary array masters, it would take them years if not decades to achieve the same results. After memorizing all array symbols up to level 3, Yuan moved on to the absolute unsealing array. A couple of minutes later, he understood everything. Before I use this array on the Gu family's spatial rings, I want to experiment it on other spatial rings just in case I mess up. Do any of you have any unused spatial rings or storage pouches? Yuan asked them. I have a couple, young master. Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him with a dozen storage pouches and 6 spatial rings. They should all have my seal on it. They are also empty, so you don't have to worry about destroying them, she said. Thank you, but why do you have so many of these? People normally only carry 1 or 2, right? I have a lot of treasures to store because of my business. That's all. I see. Yuan began inspecting the spatial rings and storage pouches the next moment. Half a minute later, Yuan began creating level 3 array symbols in the air. He created exactly 50 level 3 array symbols, which he combined into a complete array, before sending it directly inside Feng Yuxiang's spatial ring. Yuan inspected the spatial ring again afterward, and sure enough, Feng Yuxiang's aura that was present just moments ago was no longer there, almost as though it had vanished. I think I succeeded. Can you take a look at it for me? Yuan handed the spatial ring back to Feng Yuxiang. She nodded with a smile, yes, good job, young master. You have erased my seal perfectly. Great. Then can you reseal it again so that I can continue practicing until I am confident? I want to be absolutely certain that I can open them perfectly. Most certainly, young master. Feng Yuxiang said as she sealed the spatial ring with her spiritual energy. After spending an entire day unsealing Feng Yuxiang's spatial rings and storage pouches, Yuan was finally confident enough to work on the Gu family's spatial rings. You can do it, young master. Feng Yuxiang cheered him from the side. Yuan nodded and retrieved Gu Tao's spatial ring. He has decided to unseal this one first, leaving Patriarch Gu's spatial rings for last. Gu Tao was only a spirit warrior, so his seal isn't particularly strong. In just a couple of minutes, Yuan had managed to unseal Gu Tao's spatial ring. Wow, there's a bunch of spirit stones and monster cores inside this spatial ring. Yuan was immediately impressed by Gu Tao's rich spatial ring. There's about 1,000 spirit stones in here that are worth 10 million gold, a couple dozen spirit warrior monster cores, an earth-grade treasure, and some pills. Besides the spirit stones, pretty much everything inside Gu Tao's spatial ring was worthless to him, who was already a spirit lord. 10 million gold. This is more than I'd anticipated, so I am satisfied with the results. As for the other stuff, I don't think they will sell for much, so I will just save it for now. Maybe I can even give it to Wang Ming and the others. Let's move on to Patriarch Gu's spatial ring now. Patriarch Gu had 2 spatial rings and 1 storage pouch. Seeing how he acted when I took this from him, this spatial ring should have a fortune inside. Yuan mumbled to himself before placing the spatial ring to the side, saving the best for last. This is definitely going to be a lot harder than unsealing Gu Tao's spatial ring since he was a spirit grandmaster. However, Feng Feng is also a spirit grandmaster, and she's stronger than him, so I shouldn't have any problems with it. While Yuan focused on unsealing the spatial rings, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua watched from the side. No matter what he does, the young master is always talented at it. This makes me want to find something that he's not good at. Do you have any idea what he might be bad at, Xiao Hua? Feng Yuxiang asked her. Xiao Hua silently shook her head. Then let me think. He's good with weapons and instruments. He became a level 2 array master after a week of studying. He can learn techniques as natural as breathing. His cultivation talents, let's not even mention it. I cannot think of anything, actually. What about alchemy? I have never seen the young master do alchemy before. What about you? No. Even though it's not really good to walk multiple paths at the same time, I kind of want to see how the young master will perform in the field of alchemy. In terms of reputation, I'd say they're even more important and useful than arrays. Got it. Yuan suddenly released a shout of excitement. Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua turned to look at Yuan, who was already looking inside the spatial ring. Wow! As expected of the patriarch of a legacy family. His personal spatial ring has a ton of treasures. There are around 5,000 spirit stones, a heaven-grade treasure, many spirit master monster cores, pills, and some other stuff. Feng Feng, what kind of treasures are these? Yuan retrieved a couple of objects and showed it to her. This one over here is a life-saving treasure. This one as well. As for this one, it's a flying treasure. Feng Yuxiang explained as she pointed at each of the treasures. I see. How much could I earn if I sell all of these treasures? Oh, except the flying treasure. I am going to keep that. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Well, not including the spirit stones, you can sell these treasures at a minimum of 50 million gold, but if we take it to an auction house, we can potentially double that amount. Yuan's eyes immediately flickered with excitement. Great! Then we'll sell these. Feng Yuxiang then said, if you'd like, I would be more than happy to help you sell the treasures in an auction house. Not only can I tell the value of these treasures but I also know how to deal with auction houses. Yuan nodded without hesitation and handed her the spatial ring. I will leave the treasures to you then. I will immediately go and sell these now. Wait a second, Feng Feng. Before you go, let me unseal the rest of this stuff. Yuan quickly stopped her. I understand. Please take your time. Yuan immediately began working on the storage pouch, unsealing it a couple of minutes later. Heavens, there's nothing but spirit stones in here. 1,000, 2,000. There's a total of 10,000 spirit stones in here. That's worth 100 million gold. I am rich. Ahahaha. Yuan started laughing out loud after realizing that he was suddenly rich. Of course, that amount of gold really isn't much, especially if they consider how much his own treasures were worth, but Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang remained silent so that Yuan could enjoy the moment. After he calmed down, Yuan turned to look at Patriarch Gu's last spatial ring. Nah, let's take a look at what I obtained from the blood sect first since I don't have to unseal those. Thus, Yuan began looking through the spatial rings and storage pouches he'd obtained from looting the blood sect. There were around 120 spatial rings and storage pouches combined, and it took Yuan almost 2 hours sorting through everything. He took the spirit stones for himself and handed the treasures worth over 100,000 gold to Feng Yuxiang to sell in an auction later. As for the treasures worth less than 100,000 golds and the useful ones, he decided to keep them so that he could give them to the members of his faction later. What should we do with these techniques? Should we also sell them? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang. If it's not a taboo technique, then it should be safe. She nodded. Taboo techniques? What is that? And how can I tell if a technique is taboo or not? Yuan asked. Can I see the techniques? Feng Yuxiang then asked. Here you go. Yuan handed all of the blood sex techniques to her. Feng Yuxiang looked at each of them and separated them into two different piles. The techniques on the right are normal techniques while the ones on the left are taboo techniques. You can tell the difference based on their aura. Taboo techniques all have a sinister aura. Feng Yuxiang said. All techniques considered taboo by the heavens will automatically have this sinister aura, so even if you copy it on a new piece of paper, it would still have a sinister aura. As for how the heavens decide which technique is taboo, I have no idea. I see. So we cannot sell the taboo techniques, right? Well, that is not entirely correct. There is nothing stopping you from selling taboo techniques, but most places will refuse to buy them, so you can only sell them in the black market, but that is not recommended, and you could offend the heavens by selling them. If we can't sell them, what can we do with them? Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment and said, the most logical thing is to destroy them so that they don't spread around, as it could cause chaos if someone evil acquires them. All taboo techniques have a high chance of making those that cultivate them crazy, after all. Okay, I will destroy them. And without hesitation, Yuan ripped the techniques into many pieces. Ding! You have earned the title, Taboo Technique Destroyer. You can sell those techniques, Feng Feng. I would keep them since they're useful, especially the bloody sword strike, but I don't want my friends to use a technique that has taken away so many innocent lives. Don't worry, young master. Most of these techniques are pretty trash. Even an earth rank technique is nothing for you, who can acquire heaven rank techniques as easy as candy. After handing Feng Yuxiang everything from the blood sect, Yuan continued to examine Lord Blood's spatial ring. 1,000 spirit stones and some pills. How can the sect master of the blood sect be so poor? Yuan shook his head after looking inside. He probably hid his treasures away, unlike the Gu family that likes to walk around with their wealth. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. Whatever. Let's open up the last spatial ring and see what's inside. Yuan proceeded to take a moment to clear his mind. Once he was prepared, he started making the array. A few minutes later, Yuan unsealed Patriarch Gu's spatial ring and took a look inside. Whoa! Yuan's eyes immediately began glistening. What is inside, young master? Feng Yuxiang was also interested in Patriarch Gu's spatial ring. Here, let me dump it out. He proceeded to dump out everything inside the spatial ring onto the table before them. Very quickly, a mountain of treasures with a profound aura was created. Not bad. Feng Yuxiang nodded with approval after seeing the treasures. How much would I get from selling these? Yuan quickly asked. It's hard to tell, but you should get a few billion gold coins at the very least. A few billion? Yuan's eyes widened with shock. With this much gold, he should be set for a very long time. Let's sell them all. Yuan then said. Wait a moment, young master. Let me see the treasures closely. Feng Yuxiang picked up a random treasure and inspected it. A few moments later, she placed it down and said, Young master, these treasures contains the Gu family's destiny seal. We won't be able to sell them until we remove it. Huh? Destiny seal? What is that? Is it any different from the seals on spatial rings? Feng Yuxiang nodded her head, they are completely different. Although they function somewhat similarly, destiny seals are much more powerful, and they have a lot more restrictions. Destiny seals can only be created by powerful families in the 9 heavens, and if they put one inside a treasure, that would restrict anyone that is not part of their family bloodline from using it. They are not only impossible to sell even in black markets, but the buyer will most likely report you to the Gu family for a reward. After hearing Feng Yuxiang's explanation, Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, since it's a seal, I should be able to remove it using arrays, right? Yes, you can, but arrays that can remove destiny seals are incredibly rare and expensive. Even if you sell all of the treasures here, you probably won't be able to purchase one. However, that's not even the most difficult part, as it's even more difficult to find a seller. Now let's say you somehow manage to buy one. You will probably need to become a level 4 or 5 array master before you can use the array. Then what should I do with these treasures? Yuan pointed at the mountain of treasures on the table. We can only wait until you are able to break the destiny seal, or we can find someone who knows how to remove them. Feng Yuxiang said. Do you know anyone like that? Feng Yuxiang began pondering. When I escaped from the upper heavens, I had spent a few years in each realm to prepare myself. During my time here, I learned of a guy named Jia Chong, who was rumored to know how to remove destiny seals. Do you know where we can find him? I don't, but I know someone who does. Feng Yuxiang smiled. And she continued, a famous information broker who knows pretty much everything within the spirit heaven. However, he'll charge you a lot of money, so you need to prepare for it. Yuan nodded, okay. Can you help me sell the treasures that we can sell? It would be my pleasure. Feng Yuxiang nodded with an eager smile. After organizing all of the treasures that she was going to sell, Feng Yuxiang prepared to leave to find an auction house. Young master, I don't know when I will be back, but I will do my best to return as swiftly as possible. Wait, Feng. Take Xiaohua with you. Yuan suddenly said to her. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua looked at him with a questioning gaze. Although Feng is a peak spirit grandmaster, we're no longer in the lower heavens where spirit grandmaster is the peak. There are many spirit lords and even spirit kings in this world, and I want to make sure that nothing happens to her when she's out there. After all, she's carrying a lot of treasure, which could attract bandits. Okay. Xiaohua nodded her head despite knowing very well that nobody could harm Feng Yuxiang, who is a divine beast, as she wanted Yuan to be free of worries. You don't have to worry about me. I won't be going anywhere until you return. Yuan said to them. See you later, brother Yuan. Stay safe, young master. I should be saying that to you. Yuan smiled as he watched them leave the hotel. After they left, Yuan retrieved the 10,000 ghost blades technique and started studying it. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua left the city. The young master is very caring, don't you think so too, Xiaohua? Feng Yuxiang said to her as they traveled in the sky. Even if I am a spirit grandmaster, I won't die to any spirit lord or spirit king because I am not an ordinary cultivator, but a divine beast. That is just brother Yuan's nature. Even if you can't die, he still wouldn't like to see you hurt. If only I'd met him sooner in the upper heavens, maybe I wouldn't need to be cursed like this. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Enough talking, Phoenix. Let's hurry up and sell these treasures so that I can return to brother Yuan as soon as possible. Xiaohua said in a nonchalant voice. Yeah. We'll have to take the teleportation device in the next city that we'll arrive in if we continue traveling this direction. Xiaohua didn't say anything else and suddenly increased her flying speed. Feng Yuxiang silently smiled and followed her without losing in speed. In fact, she was still casually following behind Xiaohua. As a phoenix, she is naturally superior when it comes to flying, even if she's in her human form. Many hours later, they arrived at this massive city that was still bustling with people despite it being past midnight. Xiaohua, stop at that city. We've arrived. Feng Yuxiang warned her as they approached this city. They descended shortly after and began walking towards the city entrance. Welcome to the city that never sleeps, Bright Night City. This is one of the busiest and wealthiest cities in the second heaven. Money never stops flowing in this place, and it's where most merchants and cultivators go to find rare or unique treasures. Of course, it is also home to one of the biggest auction house names in the 9 heavens, the House of Riches. Feng Yuxiang introduced the city to Xiaohua, who wasn't really interested. They have an auction at least once a week, so we should be able to sell our stuff quickly. After paying a fee at the entrance and doing a quick background check to make sure they weren't criminals, they were allowed inside the city. Once they were inside, Feng Yuxiang led Xiao Hua to the House of Riches, which was located in one of the wealthiest streets in the city and also had the largest building there. Feng Yuxiang adjusted her clothes before walking into the building with a glamorous air around her that made people turn their heads and shift their gazes the moment she entered their view. One glance at Feng Yuxiang and everybody there could tell that she was someone of importance, someone worth their attention and respect. In less than a minute after entering the building and without needing to say a single word, Feng Yuxiang managed to capture the attention of the guests and workers in the House of Riches with her aura alone. Welcome to the House of Riches, esteemed guests. How can we assist you today? A beautiful woman approached them shortly after. Feng Yuxiang glanced at her and said in a calm and clear voice, "I am here to sell my treasures." "I understand. Please, follow me to the VIP room, where you can arrange an auction with one of our supervisors." Feng Yuxiang nodded and followed this woman to another room on the second floor. "Our supervisor will be with you shortly. Please satisfy yourselves with our spiritual tea and snacks for the time being on that table there." Once the woman left, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua sat on the soft couch and waited for this supervisor to show up. 3 minutes later, a middle-aged woman who emitted a profound aura entered the room. Xiao Hua glanced at this woman, who was clearly a peak spirit lord. "Hello, esteemed guests. I am Gu Xilan, the manager of this House of Riches. I heard from one of my assistants that you would like to sell at our auction house. Rest assured, our House of Riches will not only guarantee you the lowest commission rates, but your treasure will also sell for the highest in our auction house out of all auction houses within this city and nearby cities." "That's good to hear. The more money I get out of the treasures, the more pleased my young master will be." Feng Yuxiang nodded calmly. "Why young master? Someone of her quality is actually serving another person?" Gu Xilan was shocked to learn that Feng Yuxiang wasn't actually in charge and that she was only a servant. However, this information did not make Gu Xilan look down on her. In fact, she became even more fearful as she imagined the kind of person that could tame a woman like Feng Yuxiang. Even though this is their first meeting, Gu Xilan could tell by her aura and demeanor alone that Feng Yuxiang was someone of high status and not someone to be trifled with, not to mention the little girl that was sitting beside her, who appeared to be even more dangerous. "Can you show me what you're trying to sell?" Gu Xilan asked them after a moment of silence. Feng Yuxiang nodded and retrieved a treasure from her storage ring before placing it on the round table before them. "This is..." Gu Xilan's body trembled with shock upon seeing the treasure, and her eyes were wide with disbelief. "This. Is this what I think it is?" Gu Xilan had to swallow her nervousness a couple of times before she could utter any words. The House of Riches has existed for thousands of years, and being one of the most famous auction houses in this world, they have dealt with countless valuable and priceless treasures. Gu Xilan, while having worked at the House of Riches for only 50 years, has seen her fair share of valuable treasures, so there were not many treasures out that could excite her, much less shock her to such an extent. However, seeing Feng Yuxiang's treasure had shocked her so much that she forgot her position as the manager of the auction house. "If you think this is the scale belonging to a flood dragon, then you are correct." Feng Yuxiang smiled. "How in heaven's name did you acquire such a treasure?" "Flood dragons are extremely rare, and they can only be found in the fourth heaven and above. Although I have never personally seen a flood dragon scale before, I have read about them, and according to its flawless surface that has no visible damages, this is a perfect scale. Flood dragons are incredibly scarce and powerful magical beasts that belong to the dragon race, and they border between being a magical beast and a divine beast. Furthermore, most of them are born with a cultivation at Spirit Emperor, so many cultivators fear them. How I acquired it is none of your business. The question here is whether you want to sell this or not." "Of course." Gu Xilan immediately nodded her head. Even an idiot would not refuse to sell such a priceless treasure at their auction house. "Good, but I have a few conditions. If you don't accept these conditions, I will have to visit the next auction house." Feng Yuxiang calmly said, as she was not worried about not being able to sell the flood dragon scale. After all, any auction house that manages to sell such a priceless treasure would instantly become the most popular auction house for the next decade, even century, regardless of their status before. Anything. No matter your condition, I will make sure that it will happen. Gu Xilan said. It's quite simple, actually. If you want me to sell the Flood Dragon scale in your auction house, you'll have to sell these treasures alongside it. Feng Yuxiang placed another spatial ring on the table. May I look at it? Gu Xilan asked. Go ahead. Feng Yuxiang opened the spatial ring to let her peek inside. Gu Xilan's jaw dropped when she saw the sheer amount of treasures in the spatial ring. Although they were not as valuable as the Flood Dragon scale even when combined, it was the number that terrified her. This. Although I don't mind selling them, it will take some time to sell all of them. 1 week. I want you to sell all of them in 1 week. I don't care how you do it. You can sell them across different auction houses, or you can open the auction house every day. I will let you decide. Feng Yuxiang said. Rest assured. I will make sure that all of the treasures in this spatial ring are turned to spirit stones within a week or less. I will put my name and reputation on the line. Gu Xilan said with a serious face. And in case you want to steal from my young master, just know that I have calculated approximately how much I can get for selling all of the treasures at its lowest price. I will also be watching the sales. That will never happen. I am willing to put my life on the line. The House of Riches has existed for thousands of years, but we have never once stolen even a single copper coin from our dear customers. You can rest assured that you will receive every coin that it was sold for, not including the commission rates. And speaking of commission rates, the House of Riches has a 10% commission fee, but I will make an exception for you by lowering it to 5%. However, Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, that won't do. Feng Yuxiang pointed at the Flood Dragon scale and said with a gentle smile on her face, make it 1%. Even with 1%, you'll earn more than a month's worth of fee just from the scale alone. If I give it to another auction house, one that is less prestigious, they might even sell it for free. It's honor and reputation that's the most important to an auction house that's already as wealthy as the House of Riches, right? A bittersweet smile appeared on Gu Xilan's face as she spoke. I cannot argue with that. Very well, I shall lower the commission fee to 1%. Even if Feng Yuxiang asked her to remove the commission fee completely, she would have still agreed. That's just how rare and precious the Flood Dragon scale is. However, Feng Yuxiang had no reason to bully the House of Riches, so she spared them 1% of the sales. As for the Flood Dragon scale itself, of course, it wasn't part of what Yuan gave her to sell. It was something from her own collection that she'd acquired from the upper heavens, but in order to help Yuan sell his treasures as quickly and efficiently as possible, she decided to part ways with the treasure. Esteemed guests, one last thing before we sell the treasures. Would you like to remain anonymous for the treasures? Most specifically, the Flood Dragon scale. Gu Xilan asked a moment later. Yes, sell them anonymously, she quickly responded. I understand. I will go ahead and put all of these treasures on the priority sales list if you don't have anything else for me. If you wish to receive updates regarding the sales or have any other questions, you may visit our auction house at any time of the day and we'll assist you. Gu Xilan said. I look forward to the results. Feng Yuxiang stood up and left the place shortly after, leaving behind her treasures for the auction house to sell. That woman. Do you think she's part of the Gu family? Xiaohua asked after they left. Who knows? Gu is a very common surname, but the fact that she's working as the manager for a place like House of Riches suggests that she comes from a prestigious background. Feng Yuxiang said. Anyways, we have a week to spare. Do you have anything you want to do? Xiaohua shook her head. Then I will go shopping. I need to restock medicine so the young master can continue to temper his body. You don't have to follow me if you don't want to. I will be fine by myself. Brother Yuan told me to protect you, so that is what I will do. Feng Yuxiang shrugged nonchalantly, as you wish. After Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua left the auction house, Gu Xiulan immediately began preparing for the Flood Dragon Scales auction, spreading its name far and wide until it reached even the most secluded areas in the spirit heaven, which was achieved in just 3 short days. The news of House of Riches auctioning a Flood Dragon Scale spread like wildfire and caught the interest of almost all powerful families and backgrounds in the spirit heaven. Not only has a Flood Dragon Scale never been sold in the spirit heaven before, but it was even a flawless scale. However, if the Flood Dragon Scale was just rare, then it wouldn't create such hype. A Flood Dragon Scale has many uses, and one of them is to increase the innate talent of cultivators that have water attribute spiritual veins. This effect alone is more than enough to make cultivators with water spirit veins go crazy, but they can also be used to craft high and peak quality divine grade treasures. Any treasure that can increase a cultivator's talent, no matter how minimal its effect, would make any cultivators go crazy for it. After all, even if it increases someone's talent by 1%, some people only need just that much to break through their bottleneck and reach a new realm that wouldn't have been possible. The largest families in the spirit heaven, the 7 spirit academies, and even hidden backgrounds began preparing for the auction that will definitely be unprecedented. Meanwhile, somewhere in the spirit heaven, a group of high-ranking sect elders and the sect master gathered for a meeting. The topic was, obviously, the Flood Dragon Scale. Should we participate in the auction and try to fight for the Flood Dragon Scale? The sect master asked the elders. As much as I want our sect to obtain it. It's going to be a bloody battle. We can expect the other sects and even the legacy families to show up for this auction. An auction of this scale. It's going to be brutal for our finances. Hell, I'm not even sure that we'll be able to win the auction. After listening to the elders' feedback, the sect master nodded, all right, we'll show up to the auction and set a maximum budget for the treasure. I also highly doubt we'll be able to secure the Flood Dragon Scale, but we have to try. Similar scenes happen throughout the spirit heaven within many families and sects. While Gu Xiulan waited for the news to spread, she received a summoning call from her family. I assume the reason you called me back here is because of the Flood Dragon Scale. Gu Xiulan stood before the patriarch of the family. Yes, but that is not the only reason. We've just received a message from the Gu family within the lower heavens. Those incompetent idiots had been robbed by someone that climbed the stairway to heaven shortly after, and they want us to kill the bandit and retrieve their treasures since these bandits are no longer in the lower heavens. Gu Xiulan raised her eyebrows. First of all, why is it any of our business that they had been robbed? Should we also wipe their ass when they finish using the bathroom? She asked. The patriarch rubbed his temples in a stressed manner and sighed, you see. This is not a simple robbery. They had been robbed of their family heirloom amongst other valuable stuff. What? Their heirloom had been robbed? Does that include the Gu family's legacy techniques? Gu Xiulan was stunned to hear this. Unfortunately. What a bunch of useless idiots. Even if they're asking for our help, how can we possibly find the bandits in this vast world? It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. If the stairway to heaven didn't break, we could have found them easily because people rarely ascend nowadays. However, because the stairway is broken, we've had tens of thousands of newcomers in the last couple of days. The patriarch then said, since the bandits stole their treasure, there is a very good chance that they'll be trying to sell the treasures. You work in the houses of riches, so you should have connections to many auction houses around spirit heaven. I will give you a list of the items that were stolen, at least the most notable ones. If they try to sell it at an auction, we will know. Furthermore, we have their names and descriptions of their appearances. Min Li, Yuan, and Feng Yuxiang. As for their description, the patriarch began recalling all of the information given to him by the Gu family in the lower heaven. All right, I will spread this information to my associates. Gu Xiulan nodded. A beautiful woman who wears seductive red robes and a little girl. They sound just like the esteemed guests with the Flood Dragon Scale. Gu Xiulan thought about Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua after hearing their description. However, she didn't think for a second that it could actually be them. After all, how could someone that can sell a flood dragon scale be bandits? A single flood dragon scale is already worth more than what the entire Gu family in the lower heavens own. There was simply no reason why they would rob the Gu family. Furthermore, neither Feng Yuxiang or Xiao Hua looked like bandits. They were simply too high-class and noble to do something so lowly. Now let's move on to the flood dragon scale. Do you know the identity of the seller? If our Gu family can start a connection with them, that would be great. The patriarch said. Gu Shilan shook her head. Unfortunately, they didn't provide me with their identity, and I didn't dare to ask them since they seem to prefer staying anonymous. That's really unfortunate, indeed. Then can you tell me a little more about your encounter with them? Gu Shilan nodded and proceeded to recall her conversation with them at the auction house. If this woman is really as you describe, her master must be an extraordinary individual. The woman who did most of the talking should be a peak spirit grandmaster. The little girl beside her was at least spirit lord, but I am not certain since she hid her aura. It was a really weird encounter. Gu Shilan said. If you cannot see her aura, how are you so sure that she's at least spirit lord? You would understand it if you were there. I couldn't sense her cultivation aura, but she had this cold aura around her that only killers would have. I was barely able to keep my focus with her staring at me the entire time. She could be that woman's bodyguard. That's what I thought too at first, but she just didn't seem like a bodyguard. If you ask me, she felt more like a spectator, a bored one. Forget it. The next time you meet, try to form a connection with them. If unsuccessful, just learn as much as you can about their identity. If they're unwilling to become our allies, they could potentially become our enemies. Sometime later, Gu Shilan said, Is this all you have for me? I would like to return to the auction house since I still have a lot of treasures that I need to sell. You may leave. Thus, Gu Shilan left the place. Although Gu Shilan belongs to the Gu family, she isn't really a direct descendant of the Gu family. In fact, while many people from the Gu family may have their surname, it doesn't mean that they share the same blood. Therefore, she couldn't really care less about the Gu family's problems, especially if they are not in the same realm. However, since she was asked by the patriarch, she has to try looking for the bandits at the very least. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang went on a shopping spree in the spirit heaven, traveling from city to city with Xiao Hua to stock up on her treasures. However, since she planned on using the treasures on Yuan, they can also be considered Yuan's treasures. In fact, Feng Yuxiang had spent so much money that it made even Xiao Hua raise her eyebrows. Why are you buying so many treasures when Brother Yuan mentioned multiple times that he doesn't want to rely on you for everything? Once you sell all the treasures, he won't need to rely on you for a while. She eventually asked out of curiosity. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, While that may be true, with his talents, he will eventually run out of money again. You know the saying, the more talented, the more expenses. With the young master's ridiculous talents, he will need an immense amount of wealth to properly train himself in the future, and that is where I come in. Although he doesn't like to rely on others for now, I believe that he will eventually rely more on us. What if Brother Yuan refuses to rely on us even in the future? Xiao Hua then asked. Then I will help him from the shadows. If he doesn't know that we're helping him, it won't count as helping him. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Xiao Hua was speechless. Brother Yuan will be angry if he finds out. What's the harm? It's not like I intend to spoon-feed him. I am just going to assist him ever so slightly whenever I can. For example, after we finish selling the treasure, I am going to give the young master a little more than what the treasures sold for, and there will be no way for him to know about it unless one of us tells him. Xiao Hua looked at her with a dumbfounded face. Why are you looking at me like that? You also want to help him, don't you? Unfortunately, the young master is still very naive, inexperienced, and very stubborn, so this is the only way we can help him. If we don't do this, we'll never feel useful to him, and he will eventually reach that point where he'll no longer need us. We need to take advantage of our current situation while we still can. Feng Yuxiang suddenly extended her hand that was holding a storage pouch, offering it to Xiaohua. This is no different from that time when you went to the upper heavens to acquire celestial water for him. The only downside is that we won't be praised for our efforts since he won't know we helped him, but I will be satisfied just knowing that I had helped him. What do you say, Xiaohua? Let's help the young master together. Seeing Feng Yuxiang's serious face, Xiaohua returned her gaze while pondering in silence. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua eventually accepted the storage pouch from Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang immediately smiled, and she said, "Then it's official. Let's call this operation Help the Young Master in Secret. Don't be mistaken, Phoenix. I am only doing this for Brother Yuan." Xiaohua quickly said. She added a second later, "And I prefer Operation Help Brother Yuan." That's the spirit. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. What do you want me to do with this? Xiaohua lifted the storage pouch Feng Yuxiang gave her. Oh, there's nothing but spirit stones inside. You can help me, the young master, buy medicine for his body temperament. Feng Yuxiang replied. You want me to go shopping with you? Xiaohua mumbled. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. How about this? Let's have a rematch. I lost the previous one because you technically cheated by going to the upper heavens. This time, whoever purchases the most treasures will win. That's not fair. Xiaohua immediately frowned. You have already spent 3 days buying many treasures. Don't worry, I won't count those. I will also start from scratch, and I will limit my budget to your budget as well. How does that sound? That's fair, right? I guess. But let me be really clear this time. You are not allowed to go to the upper heavens to purchase treasures. And the treasures purchased must be for body tempering. I won't. Good. Then I will meet you at the House of Riches in 4 days, when the Flood Dragon scale is going to be auctioned off. May the best shopper win. After that, Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua went their separate ways, but they both had the same objective, to acquire as many treasures as possible. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Chu Liuxiang came out of her room after a week of studying her techniques. How's your progress? Yuan asked her. I managed to learn one of the techniques, but the other one might take a little bit longer. Despite both being heaven-ranked techniques, the glacial ice dragon is much more complex. However, even if I learn both skills, I won't be able to use either of them at my cultivation. I simply don't have enough qi. I should really start cultivating properly. I am already behind as it is. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Once Feng finishes selling the treasures, I will be able to buy resources to boost your cultivation level. Yuan said. As much as I like the feeling of being spoiled by you, I don't like the feeling of taking advantage of you. Is there anything you want in return? Not really. I don't need any compensation for helping you, or it won't feel like I am helping you. It's not a compensation. If you do me a favor, it's only natural that I return the favor. It's called expressing one's gratitude, and that is being polite. Even if I say that, there's nothing that I want, at least I can't think of anything right now. Yuan shook his head. That's okay. You can let me know once you think of something. Until then, I will be indebted to you. Chu Liuxiang smiled. By the way, how's your situation with your family? It's almost the end of the month, you know. Yuan suddenly asked. A bittersweet smile appeared on her face as she spoke. Their calls are becoming more frequent, and of course, my family is getting angrier. It's all right though. I will visit them at the end of this week to let them know my feelings, she added. Okay. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan placed the level 3 array symbol manual down and asked Chu Liuxiang, do you want to get some food? I have watched thousands of people enter and leave this restaurant that's directly across from us. Sure. I need some fresh air, anyway. What about you, Yingying? Lan Yingying transformed back to her human form and nodded, yes. Let me ask Min as well. Yuan went to her room and knocked on her door. Min, we're going to get some food. Would you like to come with us? Min Li's voice responded a moment later, thank you for the invitation, but I am very close to a breakthrough. Oh, sorry if I bothered you. And good luck with your breakthrough. Yuan left the hotel with Chu Liuxiang and Lan Yingying shortly after. After walking a few steps, they arrived at the restaurant that was across from their hotel. Welcome to our humble restaurant. How many guests today? Just the 3 of us. Very well. Please, follow me to your table. Once they sat down, the waitress gave them a menu. However, without even accepting the menu, Yuan said, just give us one of everything on the menu. Are you sure? The waitress looked at him with a baffled face. Yes. I understand. Please wait a moment. The waitress went away and returned a couple of minutes later. This will be total. Are you okay with it? Yuan glanced at the bill and nodded, here, I will pay up front. You can keep the change as well. Thank you very much. The food will be here shortly. The waitress quickly accepted Yuan's gold coins without hesitation. Once the waitress left, Chu Liuxiang smiled, you sure are spending lavishly now that you're rich. Yuan chuckled, that's not it. The higher my cultivation, the higher my appetite seems. If I don't eat that much, I won't feel satisfied. Really? How come my appetite doesn't increase? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. Perhaps it has something to do with your physique. Lan Yingying said. My physique also increases my appetite as my cultivation increases, she added. That makes more sense. By the way, are you okay with not eating? I haven't seen you consume magical beasts in a while. Yuan asked. She nodded, yes, I am fine. It's not like I feel hunger if I don't eat, and I don't consume magical beasts to satisfy my hunger. It's only to increase my cultivation. Also, I cannot eat for months and remain perfectly fine. My increased appetite simply means that I can eat more if I decide to eat. Furthermore, I have already feasted enough when I traveled with Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua. That's good to hear. If you ever feel like eating, just let me know and I will go hunt some magical beasts with you. Yuan said. Thank you. The food appeared shortly after, and they began eating. While they ate, Yuan overheard the conversation of a few customers regarding an upcoming and unprecedented auction for a priceless treasure, which piqued his interest. I heard the House of Riches in Bright Night City is preparing for their biggest auction since their creation. Really? What are they selling this time? It's a treasure called Flood Dragon Scale. What the heck is that? But since it has the word dragon in its name, it must be very valuable. According to the rumors, the Flood Dragon Scale can increase a cultivator's innate talent if they have water spirit veins. What? Increasing one's innate talent? That's a priceless treasure. Indeed. Pretty much every powerhouse is going to participate in the auction. Good heavens. It's going to be a bloodbath. I can't even imagine how much money it will sell for. It's definitely going to be an amount that we cannot even dream to have. After hearing this conversation, Yuan turned to look at Chu Liuxiang and said, Lulu, this Flood Dragon Scale is perfect for you. Even though you have ice spiritual veins, it should still work on you since your ice element is just a superior version of the water element. You're going to participate in this auction? It sounds very expensive. Chu Liuxiang said. Yuan showed his spatial ring with a smile on his face, I have plenty of money. Neither Yuan nor Chu Liuxiang was aware of the Flood Dragon Scale's true value. If they did, they wouldn't even think about trying to participate in the auction. I have almost 20,000 spirit stones. That's worth 200 million gold coins. Surely, that's more than enough to buy this treasure, right? Even a heaven-grade treasure is only worth at most 50 million. Yuan said. We'll find out when we get there, I guess. Chu Liuxiang shrugged. What about the others? Lan Yingying said. You told them that you wouldn't leave the hotel. Well. We don't know when they'll return, and we might miss the auction if we wait for them. I will leave a note behind if they return while we are away so that they don't panic about our disappearance. Chu Liuxiang then said, there's actually a good chance that we'll run into them since they will also be selling their treasures in an auction house. Now that you mention it, that could also happen. Yuan said. Once they finished eating, they returned to the hotel. Yuan immediately began writing his note for the others. Since Min is busy with her cultivation, I won't bother her. Are you guys ready to leave? Yuan asked them afterward. Do you even know where to go? Chu Liuxiang then asked. Oh, I nearly forgot. It's a city called Bright Night City. Can either of you read maps? Yuan handed them the jade slip containing a map. I can try. Lan Yingying said as she took the jade slip. A few moments later, she spoke, it's a little far from this place, but we should arrive there by the end of the day if we use teleportation devices. Alright, you'll lead the way. Yuan said. Before they left, Yuan placed the note on the table and used a cup to hold it down to ensure that it wouldn't move anywhere. Thus, Yuan began making his way towards Bright Night City with Lan Yingying and Chu Liuxiang. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Spirit Healing Academy, Wang Xiuying went to look for her master after being summoned. Disciple Wang greets master. Wang Xiuying bowed to her master at the sect, who was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a naturally cold face. Xiuying, I will be leaving the sect for a couple of days to participate in the Flood Dragon Scales auction with the sect master. Oh, I heard about that. It's a priceless treasure that can improve one's innate talent, is that correct? Yes, but it has many other purposes as well, such as being used to create the Flood Dragon pill that can directly boost a peak Spirit Lord to a Spirit King with 90% efficiency. However, since it's a flawless scale, it should have more than 95% efficiency. Is that so? Wang Xiuying mumbled in a dazed voice. She has never seen her master so excited before. Want to come with us? It will be a unique experience for you since all of the powerhouses will be present for the auction, and they are some of the most powerful people in this world. I want to go. Wang Xiuying immediately nodded her head. All right. Get ready. We're leaving in an hour. 10 hours later, Yuan arrived at the Bright Night City. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Yuan cannot recall the last time he saw this many people gathered in one place. However, the most impressive part was that they were mostly flying in the air and the profound atmosphere there. Most of them are emitting a powerful aura as well. They must all be cultivation experts. Chu Liuxiang couldn't stop shivering, as the atmosphere caused by these experts was too intense for a spirit apprentice like her. Are you okay? Yuan asked her. Yes. It just feels a little harder to breathe than usual. Hearing her words, Yuan used his spiritual energy to cover her body. Chu Liuxiang immediately felt better. Do you feel any better? Yuan asked. Yes, I feel much better. Thank you. What about you, Yingying? I am fine. The pressure doesn't affect me. That's good to hear. Yuan said, and he continued, now that we're here, let's figure out where and when the auction will take place. Okay. The ladies nodded. After entering the city, they began asking around. Hello, do you know where the Flood Dragon Scales auction will take place? Or where I can find more information on it? Yuan asked a couple of pedestrians the same question. One of them replied, you can learn more about the auction at the House of Riches. Besides that, I don't really know anything, since this auction is not going to be public. What do you mean it's not going to be public? Yuan raised his eyebrows. It means that only those invited and influential enough are allowed to participate in the auction. After all, an auction of this significance will attract too many people, so they are only limiting it to people that are actually wealthy enough to participate. I see. That makes sense. Thank you. Now that he knew where to go, Yuan and the others made their way to the House of Riches. However, there were so many pedestrians out in the street that it made walking extremely difficult and bothersome. Why are there so many people? Since the auction is exclusive, they have no business crowding up the streets. Chu Liuxiang sighed. They probably want to meet some of the powerhouses that came here for the auction. It's really rare for them to appear in public like this, much less this many at once, so they want to use this chance to change their fate. They might never get another chance, after all. Lan Yingying said. That makes a lot of sense. Chu Liuxiang mumbled. Let's fly since we won't be able to go anywhere like this. Yuan suggested. A few moments later, Yuan carried Chu Liuxiang into the air while Lan Yingying followed him. Wow! What young experts! The pedestrians were awed when they saw Yuan and Lan Yingying flying without any flying treasures, meaning they were spirit grandmasters and above. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the House of Riches, which was incredibly easy to spot due to how many experts were gathered there. Who is that? Do you recognize him, Sect Master Jing? No, I don't. The experts there began mumbling to each other when Yuan and Lan Yingying showed up, as they had never seen either of them before. Excuse me, is this where we get our invitation to the auction? Yuan asked one of the experts there. Yeah. Someone from the auction house should be giving us more information in a bit. Thank you. By the way, who are you with? I know most spirit lords, but I don't recognize you. The man then asked him. I'm a rogue cultivator. Yuan said with a smile. A rogue cultivator. The man raised his eyebrows. How can a spirit lord at his age possibly be a rogue cultivator? Even a blind man could tell that he was lying. However, the man didn't continue to question him and accepted it as it is. After all, if a cultivator wants to remain anonymous, their wish should be respected. A few minutes later, someone from the House of Riches appeared before them and said out loud, "Thank you all for showing interest in our upcoming auction for the Flood Dragon scale. However, in order to not overwhelm the auction, we have decided to limit the number of participants. In order to receive an invite, you must show us proof of your identity and that you belong to a prominent background. If you wish to remain anonymous, you must prove to us that you have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Therefore, we will ask that you show us at least 500,000 spirit stones or treasures of that value." 500,000 spirit stones. Yuan cried inwardly when he heard this astronomical number. Yuan. Chu Liuxiang looked at him with a worried face. How much did you say you brought again? 20,000. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face when he realized that he'd severely underestimated the Flood Dragon's scale's worth. Unless he sold all of the Gu family's treasures, he wouldn't even be able to participate in the auction. Of course, he could just show them the Gu family's treasures that should be worth a few billion gold, but it was incredibly risky because of the destiny seals and the treasures. However, since he was already here, he didn't want to go back empty-handed. Yuan decided that he will at the very least witness this auction even if he doesn't manage to win the Flood Dragon scale. Thus, Yuan began pondering about what he had on him that was worth 500,000 spirit stones, excluding the Gu family's treasures. Actually, now that I think about it, I should have a few valuable treasures. Although I don't know their full value, let's hope they are worth more than 500,000 spirit stones. If not, I still have one last trick up my sleeve. Yuan looked at Chu Liuxiang and said, "Don't worry, we should be able to participate." While the House of Riches verified the experts there one by one, Yuan waited anxiously for his turn. Half an hour later, it was finally their turn. "Hello. Would you like to show us your identity or your qualifications?" The pretty woman asked Yuan with a calm smile. "I'd like to show my qualifications," Yuan said as he retrieved a colorful plant from his spatial ring. "This is..." The woman's eyes widened with surprise when she saw the plant in Yuan's hands. Correct me if I am wrong, but is this the seven-colored herb? She asked him for confirmation in a shaky voice. Yes, it is. Can I get an invitation with this, or do I need to show more? Yuan asked, silently hoping that it was enough. Of course. To their surprise, the woman quickly approved. Really? It was so easy that Yuan was in disbelief. Yes. Here's your invitation letter. The auction will begin in 2 days. The location and time of the auction is already written inside the letter. Good luck at the auction, esteemed guest. The woman bowed to him in a respectful manner. Yuan accepted the letter and quickly stored it back into his spatial ring alongside the seven-colored herb. They left the scene shortly after to find a hotel, where they can stay for the next 2 days. Wow, you surprised me back there, Yuan. What did you show her? Chu Liuxiang asked him out of curiosity after they sat down in the hotel. This. Yuan showed her the seven-colored herb. This little plant is worth more than 500 spirit stones. That's 5 billion gold coins. I don't believe it. She expressed her disbelief. I don't know what to tell you since I also didn't expect it to be worth so much money. However, Xiaohua was very excited when we first acquired it, and she doesn't get excited easily. Yuan shrugged. How did you acquire it? Chu Liuxiang asked out of curiosity. Well, it started when we met this man in front of a cave. Yuan proceeded to recall his experience with the demonic spider. That's very tragic. Chu Liuxiang sighed in a dispirited voice after hearing the story. Hearing your story makes me wonder. Does it hurt more for the parents to lose their children, or does it hurt more for the children when they lose their parents? I don't think we can gauge pain. Yuan shook his head. Yuan, have you ever thought about meeting your parents? Your biological parents, I mean. Not really. I never had the time to worry about such things, either. They abandoned me for a reason, and there's no point thinking about it since it's already happened. You're not even slightest curious why they abandoned you. I sometimes wonder why they really abandoned me. Chu Liuxiang sighed again, and she continued, unfortunately, we might never be able to find the answer even if we wanted to ask them. For all we know, they could be dead right now. Even if they're not, it's almost impossible to look for them. Yuan smiled bitterly and said, let's stop thinking about such depressing things. Your hair will turn white from stress. Alright, I am going to study my techniques. Call me when it's time to go. Chu Liuxiang said as she retrieved her techniques and began reading them. I also need to finish absorbing the magical beasts I consumed before. Lan Yingying said as she turned into a bracelet around his wrist. Yuan didn't say anything else and returned to studying his arrays. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lulu, it's almost time for the auction. Yuan called out to her. Let's go. Thus, they began making their way towards the auction, which will be held in another location that will have a higher capacity for the guests. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua met up with each other in front of the House of Riches around the same time. How did your shopping go? Feng Yuxiang asked her with a confident face. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and handed the spatial ring with the treasures she bought inside to Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang quickly checked the contents, and it was lacking in terms of quantity. However, in terms of quality, the treasures Xiao Hua bought were much better in general. I see. So you picked quality over quantity, huh? Unfortunately, I have won this rematch. Feng Yuxiang said in a proud voice as she handed her spatial ring to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and looked at the spatial ring, and to her surprise, Feng Yuxiang had a lot more treasures than her while keeping its quality about the same. You must be thinking that I had cheated, right? After all, how can I possibly acquire so much more treasures with the same quality while having the same budget? Although Xiao Hua didn't say anything, she indeed doubted if Feng Yuxiang had cheated for a moment. Xiao Hua, it's simply a difference in experience. You most likely bought those treasures at their full price, right? Well, I convinced the merchants to sell the treasures at a lower price, allowing me to buy more with the same budget. Furthermore, I didn't buy them in regular stores, since you can usually get treasures of the same quality with a merchant that works alone, and they're easier to haggle with. Feng Yuxiang explained, displaying her years of experience as a merchant in full, even bragging about it a little. After hearing Feng Yuxiang's explanation, Xiaohua had no choice but to accept her defeat this time. She wasn't the type to haggle with others, nor has she done so before, so she was at a severe disadvantage for this match. Now that we both have a win and loss, we're tied. I look forward to our next match, Feng Yuxiang then said. I won't lose next time. Xiaohua said in a calm voice, yet her fierce expression was dead serious. Neither will I. Feng Yuxiang said with a smile. Thus, the rivalry between Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua to become Yuan's #1 servant officially began. Esteemed guests. You came just at the right time. I was just about to head to the auction. Do you want to join me? Gu Xiulan was pleasantly surprised to see them standing in front of the auction house. Sure. Feng Yuxiang nodded. While they journeyed, Gu Xiulan said to them, regarding the sales of the treasures, we have managed to sell all of them besides the flood dragon scale, which will be sold by today. In total, the treasures managed to sell for a little over 60,000 spirit stones. Good. Feng Yuxiang replied in a nonchalant manner. Although Gu Xiulan didn't mention it, nor would she, most of the treasures were actually bought by the auction house itself. After all, with the flood dragon scale's upcoming auction, most of the wealthy families have decided to save as much money as they can for the auction, making it pretty hard to sell the lesser value treasures even for a renowned auction house like the House of Riches. In fact, the House of Riches even bought most of the treasures at a higher price than usual just to satisfy Feng Yuxiang. And although the House of Riches will be losing some money even if they manage to sell all of the treasures in the future when everything has calmed down, they do not regret their actions as long as it satisfies Feng Yuxiang. About an hour later, they arrive at the location of the auction. It was in a nearby city, where there was a massive building that could hold thousands of guests with ease. This building was built for important meetings for the 7 legacy families, the 7 spirit academies, among other powerful backgrounds, but it will be used as an auction house just for the flood dragon scale. Welcome to the Royal Hall, esteemed guests. Gu Xiulan said to them when they arrived. Here are the VIP seats, esteemed guests. I have to prepare for the auction, so I will excuse myself now. Gu Xiulan said to Feng Yuxiang after showing her the best seats in the house. Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua took a seat shortly after, and their presence immediately attracted the gazes of the people that were already there, all of whom were considered VIP, such as the 7 legacy families and the 7 spirit academies. Excuse me, beautiful fairy. I know this is audacious of me, but I do not recognize you. Please spare me of this guilt by telling me your name. A handsome man sitting 2 seats away from them suddenly asked Feng Yuxiang with this charming smile. But before Feng Yuxiang could respond, he continued to speak. Oh, how disrespectful of me. I am the sect master of the Universal Music Academy, Sun Hao. Unfortunately, Feng Yuxiang didn't even bother to spare him a single word, much less her name. Some of the people there began laughing in a suppressed manner when they saw Sun Hao's flushed face and embarrassed expression. To dare disrespect one of 7 Spirit Academy's sect masters in such a manner, the people there became even more interested in Feng Yuxiang's identity. Huh? Aren't those 2? Wang Xiuying recognized Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua. She remembered seeing them with Yuan at the Mystic Realm. And while it was only for a brief moment, their attractive appearances made it easy for her to remember. What are they doing here? Wait. Does this mean Yuan is also here? He ascended to spirit heaven recently, too. Wang Xiuying immediately became excited at the possibility that Yuan was nearby, as it has been a long time since they have seen each other. She began looking around for Yuan, but sadly, the VIP section was separated from the others, making it very difficult to look for him. As for Yuan, He sat down with Lan Yingying and Chu Liuxiang the moment they found 3 available seats so they could sit together, and their seats were all the way at the end of the conference room, where the auction is being held. Wow, this feels like we're at an important meeting. Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a low voice. The atmosphere and the building's interior does give off that feeling. Yuan agreed with her. Half an hour later, Gu Xiulan appeared before everyone in the center of the building, where a large circular platform existed. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for coming to our auction today on such short notice. My name is Gu Xiulan, and I have been a manager at the House of Riches for over 5 decades. It is with great honor that I bring to you today a priceless treasure that can only be found in the 4th heaven and above, the scale of a flood dragon. The audience immediately became dead silent when Gu Xiulan started talking. Gu Xiulan. Is she part of the Gu family or am I just being paranoid? Gu is a common surname, after all. Yuan thought to himself when he heard her name. Before I continue, allow me to show you all the flood dragon scale. Everyone there focused their gazes on Gu Xiulan and watched as she retrieved a beautiful box before placing it on the display stand beside her. Make sure you engrave this moment into your soul because there's a good chance that you will never see something like this ever again after today. Gu Xiulan opened up the box, revealing the glistening blue scale inside the box that was also emitting an overwhelming aura. Many gasps of awe could be heard from the audience as they witnessed the flood dragon scale for the first time in their lives. As you can all see, this is the flood dragon scale, one of flawless quality, as well. There are many benefits this scale can bring to you. Here's just a few of many benefits. It can increase the innate talent of a cultivator with water spiritual veins. It can be used to concoct the flood dragon pill that can help a peak spirit lord achieve spirit king with great success. It can also be used to craft high-quality divine-grade treasures. The cultivators there salivated with desire as Gu Xiulan introduced the flood dragon scale. I will now give everyone 3 minutes to prepare before I officially begin the auction. Gu Xiulan said. Immediately, the entire place erupted with murmurs, but with so many people speaking at once, it sounded quite loud even if they were all whispering to each other. This flood dragon scale is exactly what I need to break through to Spirit King. We must get it at all costs. Said a certain cultivator that had been stuck as a spirit lord for over 3 decades. I have water spiritual veins. This flood dragon scale will boost my talents to a new level. We cannot miss this chance. Said a certain sect master of a prominent sect. With this flood dragon scale, I will finally be able to concoct the pill of my dream, a tier 6 pill. This is going to be one brutal auction. Chu Liuxiang sighed at the atmosphere that suddenly became tense. I don't blame them for wanting such a priceless treasure. If I had the funds, I would also want to bid for it. Yuan said. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Xiulan cleared her throat before speaking. I hope you're all prepared, because the auction for the flood dragon scale starts now. To start off the bid, 100,000 spirit stones with increments of at least 10,000 spirit stones. She started the auction at 1 billion gold. I definitely underestimate this auction. Severely, at that. Yuan cried inwardly, and he realized that he never had a place in this auction since the very beginning. As for the others, they did not hesitate to bid. 110,000 spirit stones. 150,000 spirit stones. 200,000 spirit stones. In just a few minutes, the highest bid reached 400,000 spirit stones, which was a record in the history of all auction houses in the spirit heaven, shattering the previous record by over 100,000 spirit stones. 400,000 spirit stones. 410,000 spirit stones. 420,000 spirit stones. Even though the auction is already at 400,000 spirit stones, which is worth 4 billion gold, the atmosphere there did not quiet down and remained as tense as ever. In fact, it was only getting more tense. 450,000 spirit stones. 470,000 spirit stones. 500,000 spirit stones. When the spirit stones reached 500,000 spirit stones, someone there suddenly increased the bid significantly. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Many bidders there turned to look at the person who just spoke with raised eyebrows. While nobody there doubted for a second that the bid wouldn't reach that price point, they didn't want such an exciting auction to end so early. After all, they could simply bid their maximum budget at one go and call it a day. However, that would be boring, and such actions are frowned upon in auctions, sort of like an unspoken rule. Slow down, Bai Ning. I know you want the flood dragon scale very badly, but let's enjoy ourselves in this unprecedented event that might never happen again. Furthermore, you wouldn't want the auction to end in an instant, do you? This might be your last chance looking at the flood dragon scale so closely, after all. Someone there called out the individual, publicly shaming him. If you don't shut up, I will increase it by another 1,000,000, said the man in a sneering manner. 1,010,000 spirit stones. The people there continued to bid shortly after. Inside the VIP room, Xiaohua suddenly raised her eyebrows. She turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said, "Phoenix, I can sense Brother Yuan's presence in this place." Feng Yuxiang immediately snapped her head at her and exclaimed in a low voice, "What? Impossible. What's he doing here?" She quickly tried to sense Yuan's presence through their servant and master connection, and sure enough, she was able to sense his presence as well, albeit a little faint. What is the young master doing here? If he finds out that we're selling the flood dragon scale to help him, he might be a little upset. I don't think Brother Yuan will be upset. Xiaohua said. But just to be safe, we should keep this a secret from him until we know how he feels about the auction. Feng Yuxiang sighed. The auction continued for another 30 minutes, reaching 2,000,000 spirit stones. Heavens, it's already 20 billion gold. Just how much wealth do these cultivators have? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. He thought having a couple billion of gold was already wealthy, but compared to these powerhouses, it was like a drop of water in the ocean. If you think about it, they had thousands of years to save up this much money. Chu Liuxiang said. Gold coins are still considered mortal currency, so it's not abnormal that they have so many. Spirit stones are the true currency for cultivators. 1,000,000 spirit stones may be an astronomical amount for mortals since they automatically convert it to gold, but for cultivators, 1,000,000 spirit stones is just 1,000,000 spirit stones. And with cultivators monopolizing spirit stone caves, it should be easier for them to acquire spirit stones. Lan Yingying said. Oh, right. Spirit stone caves. I nearly forgot about their existence, but that makes a lot more sense. Yuan said. 3,000,000 spirit stones. The flood dragon scale reached a new milestone very quickly. After another hour, the highest bid reached 5,000,000 spirit stones. 5,000,000 spirit stones. The Healing Spirit Academy has bid 5,000,000 spirit stones. Do we have any more bids? Gu Xiulan announced. 5,500,000 spirit stones. The sect master of the Lonely River Academy raised the bid from the VIP section. 6,000,000. The patriarch of the Gu family shouted. 7,000,000. A man that most did not recognize increased the bid by another 1,000,000. By now the bids were increasing by large increments of over 500,000 spirit stones. In other words, it was time for the real auction to begin. And in just a couple of minutes, the highest bid went from 7,000,000 all the way to 12,000,000 spirit stones. Whoever this flood dragon scale belongs to, they are going to be rich after this auction. Yuan mumbled as he watched the bid increase by another 3,000,000, reaching 15,000,000 spirit stones within a matter of moments. 15,000,000. Does anyone have better than 15,000,000? Gu Xiulan exclaimed with excitement. 20,000,000. A familiar voice suddenly resounded in the building. This voice. Senior Nye. Yuan recognized this voice as Senior Nye, the spirit king who descended to the lower heavens to oversee the mystic realm. Oh! Senior Nye of the Heavenly Academy has bid 20 million spirit stones. The auction came to a halt for the first time after reaching 20 million. 20 million spirit stones could support an entire sect the size of the 7 spirit academies for many years, and to use it to buy a single treasure, it made even the richest people there hesitant. Furthermore, the Heavenly Academy is the strongest and most influential out of the 7 spirit academies. It would be unwise to fight them even though it was an auction. 20 million spirit stones going once. Going twice. And sold. Congratulations to Senior Nye of the Heavenly Academy for acquiring the Flood Dragon scale for 20 million spirit stones. Gu Xiulan announced the winner of the auction. So it's finally done, huh? It's unfortunate that we couldn't get the Flood Dragon scale now, but once we reach the 4th heaven, I will hunt some Flood Dragon for you. Surely, they must drop more than one scale, right? Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang. It's fine, Yuan. It's your thoughts that really count. Chu Liuxiang showed a heartwarming smile. Now that the auction is over, let's return to the hotel, she continued. Yes. Wait a second. I can sense Feng Feng and Xiao Hua's presence nearby. I think they're close by. Yuan suddenly said. Really? Then do you know where they are? Chu Liuxiang asked. Not exactly. I know they're nearby, but I don't know where they are. Hold on, let me ask them. Feng Feng. Xiao Hua. Are you two also at the Flood Dragon scale auction? Yuan asked them through their connection. Young master. Are you also at the auction? Feng Yuxiang's surprised voice resounded, almost as though she wasn't aware until he spoke to her. Yes, I decided to participate in the auction when I heard about it, but alas, I had no chance against these powerful families and sections. And before you tell me that I wasn't supposed to leave the hotel, I left a note behind before we left. Yuan said. Don't worry, I am not mad at you for leaving. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Anyways, now that the auction has ended, let's meet up. Wait a minute, young master. I still have a few treasures to sell, so we cannot meet up just yet. If you want, you can return to the hotel first. Feng Yuxiang quickly made up an excuse so that she wouldn't expose herself for selling the Flood Dragon scale. Is that so? Do you know how long it will take? If it's not too long, we can wait for you in our hotel at Bright Night City. Yuan then said. It shouldn't take too long. We should be finished by the end of today or tomorrow. I understand. Then we'll wait for you at Bright Night City. Yuan proceeded to give her the name of their hotel. They're almost finished selling the treasures, so we're going to wait for them in our hotel at Bright Night City. Yuan explained the situation to Chu Liuxiang and Lan Yingying. Thank you all for coming to our action today. If you have any questions, you may visit the House of Riches located in Bright Night City at any time. Gu Xiulan said to everyone there before leaving the stage. Many people at the auction wanted to ask about the owner of the Flood Dragon scale, but they figured that if this person wanted their identity to be known, Gu Xiulan would have already mentioned it. The fact that they were not mentioned must either mean Gu Xiulan doesn't know, or the seller doesn't want their identity to be known. It was that simple. After leaving the royal hall, Yuan's group returned to Bright Night City while Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua waited to collect their money. As for Senior Nye, he went to a private room with Gu Xiulan, where he paid her the 20 million spirit stones for the Flood Dragon scale. I know you probably don't want to tell me their identity, but I still wish to ask. Senior Nye asked Gu Xiulan as he handed her the spirit stones. Gu Xiulan shook her head with a bittersweet smile. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I simply don't know their identity. That's unfortunate. Senior Nye said. However, just as Gu Xiulan prepared to hand Senior Nye the Flood Dragon scale, the door to the VIP room opened, and Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua casually walked inside the room. You are. Senior Nie's eyes widened with surprise when he saw Xiao Hua and recognized her. Hey, do you have the money yet? I don't like the feeling of making the young master wait. And the more I think about it, the more anxious I get. Feng Yuxiang ignored Senior Nie and directly asked for the money. Gu Xiulan was speechless. She thought they wanted to remain anonymous, so what are they doing here? You were in the lower heavens at the mystic realm. What are you doing here? Senior Nie eventually snapped out of his shock and asked Xiao Hua. That's none of your business. Xiao Hua nonchalantly responded. Ah. Here's the spirit stones for the other treasures you asked us to sell. The commission fee has already been deducted. As for the 20 million spirit stones, give me a moment to separate them. Gu Xiulan quickly subtracted 200,000 spirit stones from the 20 million as part of their 1% commission fee. After that, she handed the rest to Feng Yuxiang. 19,861,000 spirit stones, huh? Not bad. Feng Yuxiang said after a quick count using her divine sense. She then retrieved another spatial ring that was empty before putting in 120,000 spirit stones from the 19 million. Yuan's treasure had sold for a little over 60,000 spirit stones, but Feng Yuxiang decided to add a tiny percentage of her own earnings into it to help him. Of course, this tiny amount was already enough to double his earnings, but Yuan won't know that unless she tells him. Thanks for the work. Feng Yuxiang said to Gu Xiulan as she turned around and began walking for the exit. Please wait a moment. Gu Xiulan suddenly stopped them. However, she didn't know exactly why she stopped them, and she did it mostly subconsciously. Is there something else? Feng Yuxiang asked her. No. Sorry. Gu Xiulan gave up trying to learn more about them. In fact, Senior Nie appears to recognize one of them, so she could simply ask him later. Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua left the scene shortly after. They're the owners of the Flood Dragon Scale. Unbelievable. Senior Nie mumbled in a dazed voice after they left. You know them? Gu Xiulan asked him. Well. I wouldn't say that I know them, but I have met them before. In the lower heavens. He said. What? The lower heavens? Senior Nie nodded, and he proceeded to recall their brief encounter at the mystic realm to Gu Xiulan. That little girl was a spirit king. Gu Xiulan's jaw dropped after learning this information. After a moment of silence, she asked, Wait. Did you also see their young master, by any chance? Young master? Oh, you must mean that genius who conquered the mystic realm. If I recall correctly, his name was Yuan. Gu Xiulan's eyes widened with shock when she heard this familiar name. Wait a second. Did you just say Yuan? She asked for confirmation. Yes. Do you know him? Senior Nie nodded. No, I don't know him. I only heard about his name from someone else, that's all. Gu Xiulan denied knowing about Yuan after snapping out of her daze. Anyways, here's your Flood Dragon Scale. Please enjoy. I have another business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me. If you have any questions, you can always come back here to find me. After taking one last look at the Flood Dragon Scale, Gu Xiulan handed it to Senior Nie. Thank you. Senior Nie accepted the treasure with trembling hands, feeling like a child on his birthday. Once Senior Nie left the place, Gu Xiulan took a seat on the couch and began pondering profusely. A beautiful woman who likes to wear revealing red clothes. A little girl with a profound aura. The mastermind, Yuan. And last but not least, they were in the lower heavens not long ago. There is too much evidence for it to be just a coincidence. But I don't get it. Why would she rob the Gu family? Clearly, they have a lot of money, so they didn't steal because they needed the money. Perhaps they have a grudge with the Gu family. Did those idiots offend them somehow? Gu Xilan had no doubt that the Gu family in the lower heavens were capable of offending someone like Feng Yuxiang and her group. What should I do now that I have this information? Should I just tell the patriarch? He might forgive them if I tell him about the flood dragon scale, but I also don't have any evidence. However, if I tell him and he still wants to hunt them, that would also be problematic. The fact that they were just in the lower heaven alongside the flood dragon scale, there's a good chance that they are actually from the upper heavens. As for why they decided to come down, heaven knows. Gu Xilan proceeded to spend the rest of the day pondering. Eventually, she had enough. Ah! Why the hell am I stressing myself over those idiots' situation? She scratched her head furiously. Whether they are at fault or not, I don't care. They clearly dug themselves this hole, so why should I help them refill the hole? Screw it. I don't care anymore. I will just act like I never heard anything today. I just held an unprecedented auction. I should be celebrating right now. Thus, Gu Xilan decided to take herself out of their problem and act like she wasn't involved. Meanwhile, at Bright Night City, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua arrived at the location of Yuan's hotel. Alright, Xiao Hua. Just as we planned. Feng Yuxiang took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Young master. We're back. Yuan opened the door a few moments later with a surprised look on his face. You're back already? Yes, we managed to sell the treasures quicker than expected. Here's all of the money from the sale. Feng Yuxiang handed him the spatial ring with 120,000 spirit stones. Yuan accepted the spatial ring and immediately looked inside. 120,000 spirit stones. That's pretty good. He said in a calm voice. Are you not satisfied with the result, young master? Feng Yuxiang was greatly surprised by his nonchalant reaction. They even doubled the actual earnings to please him. Would he have reacted angrily if they didn't and the earning was much less? Huh. It's not that I'm not satisfied. But after participating. No, witnessing the auction for the Flood Dragon scale, my perspective has changed a little. I have realized just how little this amount of money really is, and I am having a hard time getting excited about it. He sighed, explaining to them his lackluster reaction. I see. So that's the reason. Feng Yuxiang sighed in relief inwardly after learning the truth. Oh, but don't misunderstand. Even though my perspective has changed a little, I am still very grateful to you for helping me sell it. Thank you, Feng Feng. And thank you, Xiao Hua, for keeping her safe. Yuan said with a bright smile on his face. When Feng Yuxiang saw his smile, she felt something flare up within her phoenix heart. Young master. You went to the auction because you were interested in the Flood Dragon scale, right? She suddenly asked him. Yes. I wanted to get it for Lulu, who has ice element spiritual veins. It should work on her since it's technically still water element, right? Yes, it would work on her since ice element is just an upgraded version of water element. Feng Yuxiang nodded. She then reached into her spatial ring and retrieved a wooden box. Here, young master. It's for you. What's this? Yuan raised his eyebrows at this mysterious box. Just a little gift from me. She chuckled. Go ahead. Open it. Yuan nodded, but he didn't immediately open the box. Instead, he picked it up and inspected the exterior of the box while trying to guess what was inside. He eventually gave up, as his anticipation was too high, so he opened it. This is. To Yuan's absolute surprise and shock, there was a beautiful blue scale sitting inside this box. Unless my eyes are fooling me, this is the Flood Dragon scale. But how? I thought Senior Nya was the one who won the auction. He exclaimed the following moment. Feng Yuxiang smiled, there exists more than one Flood Dragon in this universe, you know. Also, a Flood Dragon has thousands of scales on its body. That means you can acquire thousands of scales for each Flood Dragon. Although they are rare, They aren't that rare in the upper heavens, at least not in the way you are probably thinking. Are you sure you want to give this to me, to Lulu? It's worth at least 15 million spirit stones. Yuan hesitated to accept the treasure due to its immense value. Of course. I have no use for it, anyway. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Seeing the flood dragon scale, Yuan suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Since a flood dragon has multiple scales, does this mean you were the one who sold that scale at the auction today? Feng. Feng Yuxiang's face immediately turned stiff after hearing his words. No. I wasn't involved in the auction today. She subconsciously responded. It was just a coincidence that they were selling a flood dragon scale. Yuan nodded, if you say so. Anyways, I am going to give this to Lulu. Yuan went to knock on Chu Liuxiang's door and Feng Yuxiang sighed in relief when he didn't continue questioning her. What's up? Chu Liuxiang stopped her cultivation to open the door. I have a surprise for you. Yuan said with a mysterious smile. A surprise for me? What is it? Her eyes flickered with anticipation. Here. Yuan showed her the small box. Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows when she saw this box, and she became speechless for a good moment. Did you get me an engagement ring? She suddenly asked. And not exactly. Yuan said, dumbfounded by her response. She chuckled, I'm just joking with you. What's inside? Let me see. Chu Liuxiang opened the box a moment later, and her eyes widened with surprise when she saw what was in it. This is. Is this what I think it is? She mumbled in a low voice. Yes, it's a flood dragon scale. How on earth did you? Chu Liuxiang looked at him with her eyes wide as saucers. Actually, I wasn't the one who acquired it. You'll have to thank Feng for that. Yuan said, and explained everything to her. Unbelievable. To think she also had one on her. It's not really that surprising now that I think about it. She used to own a very prestigious treasure store, and she came from the upper heavens. Yuan said. Where is she right now? I'd like to thank her. She's in the living room. Chu Liuxiang approached Feng Yuxiang and bowed to her. Thank you very much for this gift, Feng. You're welcome. By the way, how do I use this scale? Chu Liuxiang then asked. Well, it depends on what you want to use it for since there are multiple ways to prepare it. I'd like to use it to increase my innate talent, said Chu Liuxiang. I understand. Then allow me to help you. Please. Chu Liuxiang handed the flood dragon scale back to her. Before we begin, I must warn you about something. The flood dragon is almost a divine beast with a powerful bloodline. Although you can still use the scale at your cultivation, it's going to be very painful. Do you wish to continue? Yes, I don't care even if I have to endure a little pain. Chu Liuxiang nodded with a resolute face. Okay. Feng Yuxiang left to prepare shortly after. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang returned to them and said, All right, the water is ready. Water? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. Follow me. Chu Liuxiang nodded and followed her. Yuan also followed because he was curious. Feng Yuxiang led them to the bathroom a moment later. Isn't this just body tempering? Yuan asked when he saw the tub filled with boiling hot water. Not really. Feng Yuxiang shook her head, and she continued, although that's what it may seem like right now, it will be completely different once the real thing begins. Also, since the effect of the scale will only work once, do you want to improve the effects at the cost of it becoming more painful? Huh? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. Did you think you can continue using the flood dragon scale to increase your talent without limit? It's already heaven-defying enough that you can improve your talent. With that being said, it'll only affect the flood dragon scale. If you find another treasure that increases your talent, it will still work, but only one time. Chu Liuxiang pondered for a moment before asking, how much more painful? A lot. Chu Liuxiang swallowed loudly. If she wasn't nervous before, she is now. I will do it, she said after a moment of silence. Good. You can enter the bathtub whenever you're ready. Feng Yuxiang then said. Chu Liuxiang quickly removed her clothes and approached the hot bath. After taking a deep breath, she entered the bathtub. It's not that bad, Chu Liuxiang suddenly said in a surprised tone. Feng Yuxiang smiled, I didn't even put the flood dragon scale into the water yet. Chu Liuxiang's face flushed a little after hearing her words. Here, eat this pill. It'll increase the effects of the scale. Feng Yuxiang handed her a black pill the size of a tiny pebble. Chu Liuxiang silently ate the pill after taking it. The pill was a little bitter at first, but the aftertaste was quite minty. Are you ready? Feng Yuxiang asked. I am. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else and dropped the flood dragon scale into the bathtub. Immediately, the boiling water began cooling down at a rapid rate, and in just seconds, the water was filled with large chunks of ice. Ah! Chu Liuxiang suddenly screamed out loud, her voice filled with intense pain. Yuan swallowed nervously when her scream caused his eardrums to tremble, and it made him recall his first time doing body temperament. And after just a few seconds of being in the water, Chu Liuxiang jumped out before collapsing on the ground. Lulu. Yuan immediately went to check on her, and when he touched her body, it felt like he was touching a block of ice. It's too painful. I can't bear it. Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a low voice as tears flowed from her face. Chu Liuxiang isn't someone who has weak endurance. One can even say she has above-average endurance. However, the pain she felt when trying to absorb the treasure nearly made her insane. Of course it's painful. You're trying to improve your innate talents. In fact, it's much worse than body tempering. Feng Yuxiang said. Is there anything we can do to relieve her pain even slightly? Yuan then asked. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before nodding her head, there is a way, but you will be the one helping her, and it's going to be as painful for you, young master. Me. Yuan swallowed nervously. What do I need to do? Yuan resolved himself after hearing that he could help Chu Liuxiang. Feng Yuxiang retrieved another box from her spatial ring and handed it to him. Open it. Yuan nodded and opened the box, and to his surprise, there was a scale inside. However, it was not the flood dragon scale. This scale was bright red and emitting a fiery aura that made Yuan feel like his face was before an open oven that had its temperature maxed. What is this? Yuan looked at Feng Yuxiang as the hot air continued blowing into his face. That's an inferno dragon scale. They're just like the flood dragon, but with a fire element. The flood dragon and the inferno dragon are like yin and yang, with the flood dragon being yin and the inferno dragon being yang. Despite their different element that normally opposes each other, you can actually cultivate them together. If you cultivate the inferno dragon scale while she cultivates the flood dragon scale, you can ease each other's pain. However, since she has already absorbed a pill that enhances her effects, you will also have to do the same in order for this to work. It's going to be incredibly painful, young master. Do you still want to do it? I will do it. He immediately nodded. Not only will this benefit Chu Liuxiang, but it will also benefit him. Also, you should know that the Inferno Dragon scale will only affect those with fire spiritual veins. If you do not have such veins, you won't benefit from it. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, leaving Yuan speechless. He doesn't know his spiritual veins element, and if this doesn't affect him, it would definitely suck for him. However, if it works on him, he will know that he has fire element spiritual veins. Regardless, I am doing this for Lulu. Even if I don't benefit from it, I am fine with it. Yuan eventually said. Okay. What about you? Do you want to continue? If you don't, there's no point in all of this. Feng Yuxiang asked Chu Liuxiang next. I want to continue, she said as she slowly stood back up. Good. Whenever you're ready, young master. Yuan removed his clothes and entered the bathtub with Chu Liuxiang. Feng Yuxiang then dropped the Inferno Dragon scale inside the bathtub, and the icy water immediately began to melt, quickly becoming lukewarm. You can go ahead and start cultivating now, she said to them a moment later. Yuan took a deep breath and started absorbing the treasure. Ah! It really freaking hurts. Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. He had underestimated the pain Chu Liuxiang felt before, but after experiencing it himself, he did not blame her for wanting to quit. And this is how it feels with the pain lowered? I cannot imagine it being any more painful than this. Yuan cried inwardly. Seeing Yuan's painful face, Chu Liuxiang took a moment to brace herself before she started absorbing the treasure again. Intense pain immediately permeated throughout her body. Even though it wasn't as unbearably painful as before, it was still painful enough to knock most people unconscious if they experienced it. However, she wasn't the only one suffering this time, and Yuan was enduring the same pain just for her, so she couldn't give up no matter how painful it was. Young master, slow down on your side. If you absorb the treasure too quickly, the yin and yang will become unbalanced, and it will only get more painful from there. Feng Yuxiang warned him. Yuan silently nodded and controlled his pace until it matched Chu Liuxiang's pace. I know it's very painful, but at least it'll be done within an hour if you continue at your pace. Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. An hour would usually disappear very quickly, especially when they're focused, but this time it was different. The sensation of pain made them count every second even if they didn't want to, making it feel longer than reality. However, despite feeling similar levels of pain, both Yuan and Chu Liuxiang were having polar opposite experiences. Chu Liuxiang was assaulted by an extremely cold sensation while feeling like her spiritual veins were being stabbed all over by sharp icicles. Meanwhile, Yuan felt like he was being baked inside an oven, and his internal organs and blood felt like it was engulfed in flames. It felt like they were living in separate versions of hell. It's almost been an hour. I wonder if the Inferno Dragon scale will affect the young master, and if it does, how much will it increase his talents? Feng Yuxiang mumbled to herself. A tiny percentage of Brother Yuan's talent is enough to make even a once-in-a-century genius look like an ordinary cultivator. Xiao Hua said. Yes, that's why I am excited. What will happen if he happens to have fire element spiritual veins? A couple more minutes later, Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took a long and deep breath. Ding! Your resistance to pain has increased significantly. Lulu, are you okay? Yuan asked her. Yes, I am fine. Just a little exhausted, that's all. They left the bathtub shortly after. After they got dressed, Feng Yuxiang asked them, how do you feel? I can't really tell. Are we supposed to feel any different? Yuan asked. Not really. As long as you don't feel any post-pain or sickness, it means you'd successfully managed to absorb the treasure. I thought body tempering was the most painful thing in the world, but my experience today proved me wrong. Yuan sighed. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, if you think this is painful, just wait until you experience treasures that are far more potent than the scales. Although they are considered as heavenly treasures in this world, they are only low-grade treasures in the upper heavens. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing her words. Anyways, let's rest here for today. We'll return to Min tomorrow. He then said. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang logged off the game shortly after they finished absorbing the dragon scales. What the? The bed is wet. Chu Liuxiang sat up in a surprised manner after feeling a wet sensation on her back, wondering if they'd pissed themselves by accident. However, she quickly realized that it wasn't the bed that was wet, it was her pajamas, and her body was also soaked in sweat as well. Did absorbing the treasure in Cultivation Online make us sweat? Yuan wondered out loud. It's possible, since the sensation of pain we felt was so incredibly real that it had affected our real body. Chu Liuxiang said. I'm going to wash up. Chu Liuxiang said, and she continued, you can join me whenever. I am going to change the bed sheets before I go. Yuan said. Chu Liuxiang entered the bathroom a moment later while Yuan replaced the bed sheets with new ones before joining Chu Liuxiang in the bathroom. Let me wash your back. Chu Liuxiang said to him. Thank you. No, I should be thanking you. If you didn't help me with the flood dragon scale today, I would have not been able to absorb it, and I would have wasted a very precious treasure. She sighed. I'd gladly do it again if it's for you. Yuan smiled. Chu Liuxiang suddenly turned silent. You know, if you say stuff like that, it makes me want to embrace you, she suddenly said. Yuan began blushing when he heard words, which reminded his experience with Meishio. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang said, by the way, I have decided to visit my parents tomorrow. I want to tell them my feelings as soon as possible and get it out of my chest. Do you want me to come with you? Yuan then asked. No, I will go alone. However, if I don't return. You think they'll force you to stay? I don't need to think about it. There's a very good chance that they won't let me return after I tell them my feelings, but who knows, a miracle could happen. Don't worry, if they don't let you leave, I will take you back myself as long as you want me to. I want to return to your side. Chu Liuxiang said. That's all I need to know. Yuan smiled. After they finished washing, they went downstairs to see if Meishio needed help with preparing dinner. Looks like you had a breakthrough. Congratulations. Yuan said to her when he noticed a change in her aura. Thank you. We participated in an auction today. I wanted to invite you, but I didn't want to disturb your cultivation. What did you buy? She then asked. Nothing. The treasure being sold was too expensive for us. It sold for 20 million spirit stones, which is about 200 billion gold coins. Meishio's eyes widened with surprise. 200 billion. That's a lot of money. What was sold? A treasure called Flood Dragon Scale. It belongs to a powerful magical beast from the upper heavens. Yuan recalled the auction for Meishio. By the way, Feng Feng also happened to have a Flood Dragon Scale, and she gave it to Lulu, who has water spiritual veins, allowing her to improve her innate talent. Sometime later, Meishio said, since I won't break through for a while, I can start playing with you again. That sounds good. Yuan nodded. Once dinner was ready, everybody sat around the dinner table. Yuan, I am going to ascend to spirit heaven tomorrow. Where should I meet you? Wang Ming asked him as they ate. Once you ascend the stairway to heaven, you will be transported to this square. You can just wait for me there and I will come pick you up. We can visit the myriad of techniques afterward to get you some new techniques. Yuan said. Okay. Anyone else also ascending tomorrow? Yuan then asked the others. 4 other people raised their hands, and they were Wang Bingbing, Shi Lang, Hong Xiuquan, and Li Jinsi. What about the 2 of you? Yuan asked Shi Murong and Wu Zhao. I will go next week, said Shi Murong. Me too. All right. Yuan nodded. Since we're all going, we might as well ascend together. Wang suggested a moment later, and they all agreed. Then we'll all meet up after morning practice. I will meet you guys sometime at noon since we're a couple of hours away from that place. Yuan said. Take your time. Wang Ming nodded. After cleaning up, everyone returned to their room. The following morning, Yuan and Chu Liuxiang made their journey back to Minli with everyone else. Aren't you going to visit your parents today? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang before they left. I will do that after we meet up with Meishio in the other city, she said. Many hours later, they arrived at the hotel, and Minli was casually sipping tea in the living room. Welcome back. How was the auction? Min Li said to them. It was crazy. We didn't manage to buy the treasure, by the way. Yuan said with a smile. That's unfortunate. Congratulations on the breakthrough, though. Thank you. It happened only an hour ago, so you returned at the perfect time. What are our plans now? Min Li then asked. I am going to meet with a few friends back at the city before this one. We still have to pick up Meishio there before we can go anywhere. When do we leave? We'll leave now if you're ready. I am. Min Li nodded. Great. Then let's go. After checking out of the hotel, they left the city. Half an hour later, they returned to their original location and met up with Meishio, who was still living inside their old hotel. I am going to meet up with a few of my friends now. You guys can wait here since I won't be gone for long. Yuan said to them. I am going to visit my parents now. Chu Liuxiang said. Okay. If you don't return by tomorrow, I will be giving the Chu family a visit. Yuan nodded. Chu Liuxiang logged off the game and began making her way to the upper levels of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, where her Chu family was located. After Chu Liuxiang logged off, Yuan prepared to meet with Wang Ming and the others. Young master, what about us? Feng Yuxiang asked him. It's going to be crowded, so it would be better if you stayed here as well. Yuan said. I can just enter your body if it's crowded. She said. Oh, right, you can do that. Well, it's up to you. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else and entered his body. Xiaohua also did the same since she'd rather not stay behind while Feng Yuxiang went with him. Do you want to come as well? Yuan asked Meishio. Yes. All right. We should be back by tonight. Yuan said to Min Li. You don't need to worry about me. Even though I just had a breakthrough, cultivation never ends, she said with a smile. Yuan nodded, and he left the hotel with Meishio shortly after to meet up with Wang Ming and the others. Sometime later, they arrived at the square where people that leave the stairway to heaven gather, and sure enough, there were still new players that had decided to ascend from the lower heavens appearing in the square every few minutes. Do you see them? Yuan asked Meishio as they walked around the massive square that was also crowded with people. No. Oh. I think that's them over there. Meishio pointed at a certain group of individuals, and these people appeared to be in a fight. Are they fighting? Yuan was shocked to see this. He immediately rushed to them, but he quickly realized that it was a misunderstanding and that they were just sparring with each other. What are you guys doing, sparring with each other in the middle of a city? Yuan asked them with a helpless look on his face. Just how much do they love training? They were like a bunch of addicts that cannot stop training or they'll die. Oh, you're finally here. We got bored of waiting, so we started sparring with each other. Wang Ming said with a smile on his face. I told you that I would come at noon, right? Why didn't you just do something else till then? Hell, you could have trained in the field at home. That won't do. We won't last a minute sparring with Li Jinxi outside. However, we can defeat her with ease in Cultivation Online. Wang Ming laughed out loud. Yuan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Li Jinxi, who was sitting on the ground not far away, seemingly exhausted. You don't get to see such a sight often, right? Wang Ming chuckled. I guess so. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. Anyways, now that I am here, let's head to the myriad of techniques. Yuan said to them a moment later. Once they were prepared, the group began following Yuan. So you're all spirit warriors, huh? Yuan noticed their aura. We were only spirit apprentices not long ago. Most of us were below 4th level since we didn't play much then. Shi Lang said. Huh? How did you all level up this fast? Yuan was curious. We purchased a lot of treasures with real money. Wang Ming said without a shred of shame on his face. It was quite expensive, you know. It took us almost 100 million each to reach Spirit Warrior. Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, Spirit Warrior is just the beginning. Although there is nothing wrong with paying for your levels since everybody does it in this world as well, in the form of buying treasures to assist their cultivation, don't expect that it will be as effective in the future. It will become super expensive really quickly. We know. We just needed to boost ourselves so that we're not completely behind. Wang Bingbing said. Sometime later, they arrived at the myriad of techniques. Once they entered the store, someone checked their destiny, and the divine crystal of heavenly fortune deemed them all to have a minor destiny. Do you guys have any techniques that you want in mind? If not, we can head to the 4th floor, where all of the heaven rank techniques are located. Heaven rank techniques? Aren't they going to be really expensive? Wang Bingbing asked. Normally, but I can get them for free since I am part of the faction that runs this place. Yuan said. What? If that's the case, let us join too. Where do we go to sign up? Wang Ming said in an excited voice. You don't exactly sign up for it. And I was offered to join by someone in the upper heavens. I don't think they exist in this world. Yuan shook his head. So you've been to the upper heavens already? Shi Lang looked at him with a surprised face. Not exactly. The place we met was in a different dimension that didn't exist within the 9 heavens, so it wasn't like I went up there to speak with them. Though I will speak with them the next chance I get and see if you guys can join as well. Yuan said. That's good enough for me. Wang Ming nodded. After arriving at the 4th floor, Wang Ming and the others scattered to look for a technique of their suiting. What about you, Mei Xiu? Yuan asked her, who stayed behind with him. You only have a movement technique, right? Why don't you find a new technique, one that you can use to protect yourself? I will go look around. Mei Xiu nodded and went to look for a technique as well. While Yuan waited, he suddenly heard a voice resound in his head. Yuan, come meet me as soon as possible. Senior Bai. Yuan immediately recognized his calming voice, but it sounded urgent. After looking for Mei Xiu and letting her know that he will be gone for a bit, Yuan went to seek Senior Bai in his dimension. A few minutes later, he entered Senior Bai's dimension and flew towards the platform they usually met at, and sure enough, Senior Bai was standing there with a pondering expression on his face as he stared at the horizon. Senior Bai, it's been a while. Yuan greeted him with a bow once they landed on the platform. Senior Bai turned around to face him with a smile that looked slightly forced. The passage of time is different for someone like me, and time feels slower than in reality. One day might feel like one day to you, but for someone like me, one day feels like a few minutes. Did something happen? You seem worried. Yuan decided to ask him. Take a seat. Senior Bai pointed at the chair. Yuan nodded, and they sat down a moment later. Meanwhile, Chu Liuxiang had just arrived at the Chu family's household. This place looks gloomier than it does in my memories. Chu Liuxiang sighed inwardly as she approached the massive steel gate that surrounded the Chu family's territory. After pressing the call button on the device at the gates, she waited for someone from the inside to answer it. Hello, this is the Chu family. Who am I speaking with? A feminine voice resounded a moment later. It's me. Hurry up and open the doors so I can speak with my parents. Chu Liuxiang said out loud. Why, young lady? Please wait a minute while I call a ride for you. The person on the other side immediately recognized her just by her voice alone. The gates immediately opened, and Chu Liuxiang entered into their territory without saying anything else, but she didn't go any further, as the actual building was a couple of miles away from the gates. After 2 minutes of waiting, a limousine pulled up beside her, and an old woman came out of the car to open the door for her. Welcome back, young lady. The old woman bowed to her. I'm not back. Chu Liuxiang casually responded. The old woman didn't have any response for such words, so she decided to remain silent. Sometime later, they arrived in front of this massive mansion that looked more like a castle than a house a couple of miles away from the gates. "Welcome home, young lady." 2 rows of servants were already prepared to welcome her back at the front door. Once they entered the building, Chu Liuxiang could see Sebastian standing not far away. "Young lady, the masters are waiting for you in the family hall," he said to her. Chu Liuxiang nodded silently and made her way to this family hall with Sebastian and the old woman following her from behind. "We will be waiting outside," Sebastian said to her once they arrived outside the room. Chu Liuxiang opened the door and entered the room with a resolute expression on her face. The moment she entered the room, she could see 2 individuals, a handsome middle-aged man and a beautiful woman who didn't look any older than her 20s. These 2 individuals were clearly her parents. Her father, Chu Shijian, and her mother, Chu Shufan. "Looks like you have finally decided to listen to your parents and return to the family. I'm relieved," Chu Shijian said to her, assuming that she had agreed to return to the family. "Unfortunately, they are only moments away from immense disappointment. I'm sorry to tell you this, father, but I did not come back here because I want to return to the family," Chu Liuxiang said with a stern expression on her face. "Then why are you here?" As expected, Chu Shijian immediately became displeased after hearing her words. "I am here to tell you my feelings and plan." Chu Liuxiang proceeded to take a long and deep breath before continuing, "I want to start a family with Yuan, so I cannot return to this family." "You what?" both of her parents exclaimed in a shocked voice at the same time. "That's outrageous," Chu Shijian said. And he continued, "You only knew that man for a few years in an orphanage when you were still a child. There's no way that you actually like him. You're confused right now, my dear. Your father is right, Liuxiang. You might think that you're feeling love, but that is not the case. I know because I was once in your shoes. However, once I grew up and understood the world more, I realized that love I felt was merely an illusion that will quickly go away once you understand your own feelings more." Her mother also gave her options on the matter. "You're wrong, father, mother. I know my feelings very well. I love him, and I want to be with him for the rest of my life. Nobody in this world makes me feel the way he does. I feel safe when I am with him, and I am never bored when I am with him no matter what mundane things we do." Chu Liuxiang refuted their claims. "Why are you not happy for me? Yuan is not only very talented, he's also destined for great things. I know you want me to marry into an influential family, but Yuan will surpass every single one of these families that you're planning to match with me. Hell, he even has the 6 spiritual families' approval and backing. That alone should qualify him as my husband." Chu Shijian shook his head and said, "This world is not just about one's backing, dear. Even if it is, he only has the 6 spiritual families' backing. While the 6 spiritual families are, without a doubt, a force to be reckoned with, they are nothing more than cowards that lived the last few thousands of years in hiding, in fear. Furthermore, there is nothing to gain from befriending them." Chu Liuxiang closed her eyes and sighed in a dispirited voice, "In the end, it's all about profits, huh? Yuan. He had to endure a decade of abuse in the Yu family because they wanted to profit off him. I thought my family was better than that, but alas, it appears that you're not that different from the Yu family after all." Bang! Chu Shijian suddenly slammed his fist into his chair rest after hearing Chu Liuxiang's words that compared them to the Yu family, his face fuming with anger. "How dare you compare us to that disgraceful place? We're nothing like the Yu family. Not only did we treat you like a princess, but we also exhausted countless resources into you just so that you can be at where you are today. If we didn't save you from that orphanage, God knows where you would be right now. And I am supposed to be grateful for that? Did you forget why you adopted me in the first place? If it were not for my cultivation talents, you wouldn't even have batted an eye at me. If you did not plan on profiting off me by selling me to some family that I don't want to be with, you wouldn't have treated me so nicely. Tell me that I am wrong, father." Chu Liuxiang argued back. Although Chu Liuxiang and her father often argued with each other, it never became this serious, and they would end up joking with each other at the end. By now, Chu Shijian's entire body was trembling from anger. If his eyes could produce fire, it would be spewing them by now. Calm down. Chu Shufan said in a soothing voice as she placed her hand onto his fist. Although she'd managed to stop his shaking, his face was still twisted in anger. She then looked at Chu Liuxiang and spoke, "Liuxiang, you claim that you love him, but that is just your words and not your actual feelings." "That is my actual feelings," Chu Liuxiang interrupted. And she continued, "I also doubted my feelings for him at first, but that's why I went to find him. The moment I saw his face, even though it has been over 10 years since I last saw him, I knew at that very moment that I really loved him. However, I continued to follow him to verify my feelings for him, and every single day I spent with him, my conviction grew stronger and stronger." Chu Shufan shook her head and sighed, "You don't have to say anything else, Liuxiang. You're going to forget about him once you join a real family, one that we are sure will perfectly suit you." "I refuse." Chu Liuxiang stood her ground. "Unfortunately, this isn't a matter where you have a choice. Until we find you a family, we forbid you from leaving the garden, your home." Hearing her mother's words, Chu Liuxiang released her spirit master cultivation base. "What do you think you're doing? Are you threatening us? Did you already forget that you're not the only spirit master in this household?" Chu Shufan said as she released her aura, which was even more powerful than Chu Liuxiang's aura. Chu Liuxiang gritted her teeth, as she was aware that she wouldn't be able to defeat her parents in her current state. However, Chu Shufan suddenly withdrew her aura and said in a loud voice, "Senior Qi, please take her back to the garden for us." What did you just say?" Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened with shock when she heard the name, Senior Qi. A figure appeared before Chu Liuxiang the next moment, and she was an extremely beautiful woman that looked only slightly older than Chu Liuxiang. She had long black hair that flowed down her back until it reached her round buttocks. Her cleavage was also quite impressive in the way that it looked completely flawless no matter which angle one looked from. She was also wearing traditional robes that made her look like a cultivator at glance, and if she were to stand beside the cultivators inside Cultivation Online, one would not be able to tell any difference between them whether it was their demeanor or aura. "Master. What are you doing here? I thought you had some important matters and could not return for many years." Chu Liuxiang muttered in a low voice. This woman Chu Liuxiang called Master was actually her teacher, who taught her everything about cultivation. "I heard that you were causing trouble again, so I decided to come back. Come with me. Let's talk about it," Senior Qi said to her, and she began walking towards the door without looking back to see if Chu Liuxiang would follow her. Chu Liuxiang glared at her parents for a moment before following Senior Qi, leaving the scene shortly after. Sometime later, Chu Liuxiang followed Senior Qi to this large garden behind the Chu family's household, and there was even an immortal cave beside a clear pond. "Sit down." Senior Qi suddenly stopped walking in front of the pond and said without turning back. Chu Liuxiang didn't say anything and obediently took a seat Siza style on the soft ground. "Tell me everything that has happened. Start from when you left the family," Senior Qi then said as she continued to stare into the pond. Chu Liuxiang nodded and began recalling her experience to Senior Qi. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Yuan and Senior Bai just sat down. "Do you know of a place called the Nine Heavens Eternal Grotto?" Senior Bai suddenly asked him after a moment of awkward silence. "No, I do not." Yuan quickly shook his head. "It's one of the most dangerous places in the Nine Heavens that has existed even before the primordial era. However, it's not dangerous in the way you're probably thinking. The reason it's so dangerous is because of the criminals that are imprisoned there." "Criminals?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Yes, incredibly dangerous criminals that are also immortals that cannot be destroyed through normal means, hence why they were tossed inside the Nine Heavens Eternal Grotto for all eternity. The Nine Heavens Eternal Grotto is a place where once someone enters, they will not be able to escape no matter if they are immortal or God. However, that is only from the inside, meaning it can still be opened from the outside. I don't like where this is going, Yuan said with a frown on his face. If you're thinking that someone had opened the 9 heavens eternal grotto, then you're right, unfortunately. Senior Bai sighed. Shouldn't there be someone to guard that place? It would be disastrous if the criminals inside escaped, or am I wrong? Yuan asked. No, you're right. However, there are people guarding the grotto. In fact, there are at least a dozen immortals guarding that place around the clock, and there hasn't been a single moment when the grotto isn't guarded since the primordial era. Then how did someone open the grotto? Simple. Someone managed to kill the guards and open the grotto. So all of the criminals inside are free now? Yuan then asked. No, not all, which is the most fortunate part in all of this. Although the perpetrator managed to open the grotto, it was only for a brief moment, as the guards were able to call for backup before they died. However, that brief moment had allowed 4 incredibly dangerous criminals to escape. The entire upper heavens are on the lookout for these criminals right now, but none of the criminals have been caught yet. Hearing his words, Yuan sighed, since you called me here. Do you want me to capture these criminals or something? Senior Bai looked at him with wide eyes. After a moment of silence, he burst out laughing. Of course not. You're only a spirit lord while these criminals are all immortals that have existed since the primordial era. You will die before you can even touch them. Then why did you call me here? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I just wanted to warn you about the current situation in the upper heavens, and although very unlikely, these criminals could escape to the lower heavens. Senior Bai said. Even if they escape to the lower heavens, how will I be able to identify them when I don't even know them? Yuan then asked. Senior Bai retrieved a red crystal and handed it to him. All criminals in the grotto have a seal in their soul that cannot be removed, and as long as they're within 1 mile of this crystal, it will begin reacting to its seal. That's how you know there's a criminal nearby. Senior Bai said. If that happens, I want you to report it to me so that we can come to you. Don't even think about confronting these people by yourself. You'll, without a doubt, die. Yuan nodded, I won't. I am not that reckless. Here's a jade slip that you can use to contact me. The moment you activate it using your spiritual energy, it will notify me, and I will come to you. However, since I am in the upper heavens, it will take some time for me to get there. Senior Bai handed him a jade slip. Ding! You have been given a faction quest by an overlord. Faction quest, escaped immortals. Difficulty, impossible. Description, report, catch, or kill all 4 criminals that escaped from the 9 heavens eternal grotto. Reward, unknown. Also, here's a life-saving treasure for you just in case. As long as you have it in your body, it will be able to protect you from any grievous injuries once, even if it was given to you by an immortal. Thank you. Yuan accepted the life-saving treasure, which was a small crystal ball that contained some sort of red liquid within. Eat it. Senior Bai said to him afterward. Yuan raised his eyebrows. This is his first time seeing a life-saving treasure that required consumption. This life-saving treasure is a little different compared to your ordinary life-saving treasure in the way it functions. Normal life-saving treasures will protect you from harm. However, this life-saving treasure will basically give you a second life, but it will not protect you from harm. I understand. Yuan nodded his head before tossing the treasure inside his mouth like it was a monster core. Ding! You have consumed a Phoenix Rebirth Pill. Phoenix Rebirth Pill. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Indeed. It was crafted with phoenix blood and many other priceless treasures. There are not many of them out there. Thank you for giving me such a priceless treasure. Yuan immediately bowed to him. Senior Bai smiled and said, consider it a gift for ranking up in the faction. How did you know? Yuan was surprised that he knew about it. Did you forget my identity? I can tell your faction rank the moment I look at you. By the way, speaking about the faction, my friends would like to join the faction as well. Is that possible? Your friends, huh? In order to join the faction, they must pass our test, but this test can only be done in the fifth heaven and above. Therefore, they must climb to the fifth heaven in order to join. This is a rule that even I cannot do anything about. The reason you were able to join is because of Su Jiechi, who is a celestial overlord, allowing her to bend the rules to some extent. I see. I will let them know. Yuan said. Good. Now, before I let you go, may I speak with a certain someone in your body? More specifically, the last from the primordial realm. Senior Bai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise, and he asked in a nervous voice, Senior Bai. Why do you want to speak with Xiao Hua? Calm down, I am not going to harm her. Senior Bai smiled. It's okay, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua's voice resounded as she materialized beside him. What do you want from Xiao Hua? She asked him with a calm face, yet her heart was beating nervously. After all, Senior Bai could easily kill her if he wished, and she would have no way to defend herself. So you're the exile that has been following my little friend here, huh? Since your surname is Xiao, are you perhaps from the Azura clan? Senior Bai asked her. Xiao Hua's body trembled when she heard the name Azura clan come out of Senior Bai's mouth. You know Xiao Hua's family? She asked him. Senior Bai chuckled for a moment before shaking his head. No, I don't personally know them, but who in the 9 heavens hasn't heard of the infamous Azura clan? Everyone born within that family is exceptionally talented, not to mention their heaven-defying physiques that give them an indestructible body. The 9 heavens respected, feared the Azura clan. Young lady, your family was banished to the primordial realm for a reason. Why do you want to set them free? What does your family plan on doing once they return? Senior Bai was well aware of her legacy and its purpose. However, he does not know of Xiao Hua or her family's purpose. Xiao Hua does not know, she responded to him in a clear voice, indicating that she truly doesn't know her family's plan, nor why she's helping them. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes at Xiao Hua before shifting his gaze to Yuan. The primordial realm isn't any better than the 9 heavens grotto, as they both serve the same purpose. However, there is a slight difference between the two. The primordial realm was created to punish those that have wronged, but they are not hopeless. As long as they fulfill the supreme heaven's legacy, they may roam the land freely. As for the 9 heavens eternal grotto, once you're inside, it is impossible to come back out unless someone is daring enough to break you out. If the heavens are willing to give your family a second chance, I have no right to interfere with your legacy. However, not everyone shares the same sentiment as me. Some people out there have made it their lifelong mission to prevent those from the primordial realm from regaining their freedom, so it won't be easy. Although you won't meet any of these people right now, once you climb higher, where more people recognize her aura. Her aura. Yuan looked at Xiao Hua with raised eyebrows. I don't sense anything unnatural about her aura. Of course you don't. You have never met another exile in your life. Exiles have this unique aura that can be sensed by those with a superior divine sense, which you'll get once you reach Spirit Sovereign. However, knowing you, you'll probably learn it at a much earlier stage, perhaps as a Spirit Emperor. Senior Bai explained. Spirit Sovereigns can only be found in the 4th heaven and above. I hope you'll be ready then, because that is where her legacy truly makes it impossible. Of course, you can still choose to leave her. That's what Su Jiechi would suggest you do. That will never happen. Even if I have to fight the entire world, I won't abandon her. Yuan said with a stern face. Suit yourself. Senior Bai shrugged. Anyways, I have kept you here for long enough. Just remember to keep a lookout for the escaped immortals. If they're not caught soon, they will terrorize the world, and many innocent lives will be lost. I will let you know if I encounter them. Yuan nodded. Good. Then I will see you later. Yuan and Xiaohua left the place shortly after. Senior Bai sighed to himself after they left the Azura clan. They were once respected and admired by the entire nine heavens. But after their sudden rampage and their affiliation with that person was exposed, they became the most feared family in the nine heavens. In the entire nine heavens, there are only a handful of people who wouldn't mind the Azura clan regaining their freedom. Good luck, Yuan. After returning to the myriad of techniques, Yuan sat down with Xiaohua at an empty table. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't need to. Yuan said to her after a moment of silence. Xiaohua bit her lips and said, Xiaohua doesn't know why her family was banished to the primordial realm, and no matter how many times I ask my family, they would not tell me. However, they would always say that they weren't wrong for what they did and that they did not regret their actions even slightly. Yuan smiled and said, if they managed to raise someone like you, I don't doubt that whatever they did, they truly believed in their purpose. They are probably good people that made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes no matter how perfect they may seem. Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua's family are not good people. They have killed a lot of people, and they never smile. I will be the judge of that when we meet them. Yuan said. Xiaohua nodded her head before returning inside his body. Sometime later, Meishio and the others began returning one by one with a technique in their grasp. Both Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing decided to pick a sword technique while Shi Lang picked a spear technique. As for Hong Xiuquan and Li Jinsi, they also picked a technique that benefited their weapon of choice. Of course, they were all heaven rank techniques. What did you get? Yuan asked Meishio, who was the last to return. It's a bow technique that was once used by a famous archer, who managed to pierce a star with this very technique, at least that's what the description said. Alright. Since everyone has their techniques now, let's check out. Thus, they returned back to the first floor to pay for the techniques. All done. You still have 6 free techniques for this year. The young man said after logging in their techniques into the logbook. Thank you. Once everyone had their technique, Yuan and the others left the myriad of techniques. Thanks for the technique, Yuan. I am going to study the hell out of it to show my gratitude. Wang Ming said to him after they left. Don't train too hard. I'm afraid that you'll break something if you train any more than you already are. Yuan smiled. We're going to practice our techniques at the Cultivator's Haven if they have one here. What are you going to do, Yuan? Want to come with us? Wang Ming asked him sometime later. Sorry, but I have other plans. But if you ever need me, just let me know. Yuan shook his head. Alright. Once again, thank you for these techniques. Wait. Before you go, I have one last thing for you. Yuan retrieved another technique and handed it to Wang Ming. This is a heaven-rank technique called Demon Sealing Strike. It can only be used with a sword, but it will allow you to seal demons if you hit them with this technique. After you learn it, hand it to Wang Bingbing and Li Jinsi so that they can also learn it. Yuan then looked at Hong Xiuquan and continued, I don't have any other demon sealing technique at this moment that works for your type of weapon, but once I find something, I will let you learn it as well. No problem. Hong Xiuquan nodded. Guess I will have to put my own technique on hold for now until I finish learning this demon sealing technique. Wang Ming said. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio returned to the hotel while the others went to study their new techniques. Alas, the situation with the escaped immortals sound like a pain in the ass. I hope they catch them soon. Yuan sighed once they returned. Escaped immortals? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Well. Yuan proceeded to explain the situation to her. That does sound troublesome. Meishio sighed. Fortunately, it is very unlikely that we will meet them since they're mostly in the upper heavens. Yuan said. Sometime later, Meishio asked, what are we going to do now, Yuan? More specifically, what are your plans? I will figure something out tomorrow once Lulu returns. Speaking of Chu Liuxiang. She mentioned something about returning home. Mei Xiu said. Yes, she went back home to speak with her parents. She should return by tonight. Okay. Since there isn't anything else to do, I'll log off for today. Wait, young master. Feng Yuxiang suddenly appeared before him right as he prepared to log off. Feng. Young master, I'd like to request for some of your blood, she said with a solemn expression on her face. Oh. You finally cannot resist your urges? I thought you'd forgotten about it. Yuan smiled at her request. It's not that, young master. After hearing about the escaped immortals, I figured that it would be for the best if I release my curse even if it's just a little. I don't want to be powerless when you need me. Regardless of your reason, if you want my blood, you just need to ask me. I promise to help you remove that curse, after all. Yuan extended his hand to her and said, Go ahead. Drink as much as you want. Thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang grabbed his hand before opening her mouth and putting his finger inside. She then bit a hole in his finger to release blood, but Yuan didn't feel any pain, and it felt more like a nibble. Yuan swallowed nervously after watching Feng Yuxiang suck on his finger. This wasn't Feng Yuxiang's first time sucking his blood, and he never had such a reaction before, so why is his body suddenly heating up now? He eventually realized that it was because of Feng Yuxiang's mouth, as the sensation from it reminded him of something else. In order to calm his mind, Yuan began reciting all the array symbols inside his head. About a minute later, Feng Yuxiang opened her mouth and released a satisfied sigh, sounding like someone who just finished chugging down an amazing drink. Her hair began changing colors, becoming fiery red. Her eyes also turned golden, and she stared at Yuan's finger with an allured expression, seemingly not satisfied despite drinking a mouthful of his blood already. She quickly shook her head and clapped her own cheeks to snap herself out of her temptation. You can drink more if you want. Yuan noticed that she wasn't satisfied. No, if I continue, I will surpass Spirit King and be forced to ascend. Feng Yuxiang said. Spirit King. It was at this moment Yuan realized that Feng Yuxiang's aura had skyrocketed from peak Spirit Grandmaster to Spirit King. In fact, her aura is even stronger than Xiao Hua's at this moment. Although I am still nowhere near strong enough to fight immortals, we should be fine for a while. Feng Yuxiang said with a smile. If you need more blood, just let me know. Yuan nodded. I will. Thank you, young master. My shoulders feel a lot lighter now that my curse has been weakened even more. I'm glad to hear that. Yuan and Mei Xiu logged off the game shortly after. Mei Xiu went to cook dinner immediately afterward, as it was already evening by the time they logged off. She's not back yet. Yuan mumbled in a low voice when he woke up in an empty room. He had gotten so used to waking up with Chu Liuxiang right beside him that it now feels awkward waking up alone. Sometime later, he went downstairs for dinner. Where is Miss Chu? Wang Ming asked Yuan since they would always show up together. She returned to her family temporarily to speak with her parents. Yuan said. She should return later tonight. I see. After dinner, Yuan returned to his room, but he didn't sleep and patiently waited all night for Chu Liuxiang to return. However, Chu Liuxiang never returned from her family. When the sun began rising, Yuan released a low sigh. I really wanted things to be different this time. Why can't parents just let their children decide on their own future? Why must they make things difficult for us? Yuan stood up and left the house without letting anyone know, as he didn't want to worry them, and he began making his way to the upper levels in the Dragon Spiral Mountain with a slight frown on his face. Although Yuan wasn't sure where he was going, nor where the Chu family was located, he knew that they were in the upper levels of the mountain. After walking for about half an hour, Yuan came across his first building to the Chu family, and he decided to ask the people living there if they knew where the Chu family lived. A maid answered the door a few moments after Yuan knocked on their doors. Hello. How can we help you, young man? Yuan greeted the old woman with a charming smile. "Good morning, madam. I'm sorry for disturbing your family so early in the morning. I am supposed to meet a friend in the Chu family's household, but she never told me their location, and I am afraid that I might be late. You want to know where the Chu family is located, is that correct?" "Yes, if you don't mind telling me. It would be my pleasure to help such a polite and handsome young man. Good news is you're going in the right direction. If you continue following this path, you will reach the Chu family's household 4 buildings down. So if you see the next building, that would be the first building, and the Chu family will be on the 4th. "I understand. Thank you very much, and have a nice day." Yuan bowed to the old woman before continuing his journey. Despite his innocent appearance, he sure has a formidable aura. He must be a powerful cultivator, and he is still so young. The Chu family is very lucky to have a friend like him. The old woman mumbled to herself as she returned to cleaning her house. Sometime later, Yuan arrived before a massive gate. "This should be the Chu family's household, but I don't see any buildings," Yuan mumbled to himself. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to jump the gate and follow the only path available. He normally wouldn't do something like trespassing, but he didn't think the Chu family deserves any respect for what they are doing to Chu Liuxiang. After walking for about an hour, Yuan can finally see a building with his divine sense. Although his divine sense is still limited, he was able to see around 500 meters away, and he could keep it active for almost 2 hours without any rest. Once he noticed the building, Yuan approached it without any hesitation. "I am here now. But what should I do now?" Yuan began pondering, as he came to this place without much of a plan. Should I just bust the door down and let myself in? He wondered. However, he didn't need to spend much time pondering, because after standing in front of the Chu family's house for less than a minute, someone opened the door and greeted him outside. A handsome young man walked out of the building and stood a couple of meters away from Yuan. "Wow, you really came. You're Yuan, right?" the handsome young man asked him. "You were expecting me?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "No, not exactly. We had a feeling that you might come, but we weren't certain. As for my identity, I am Chu Wuyang, Chu Lixuyang's elder brother," said the handsome young man. And before Yuan could say anything, Chu Wuyang continued, "You're here for my little sister, right? Since you already know, let's not make things difficult." Chu Wuyang shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, that's not how things work around here. You may be the famous player Yuan, but your identity has no influence here. My parents have already decided that Chu Liuxiang will be marrying into the Qin family, a rival of ours that we have been fighting for hundreds of years. They figured that it was about time for them to end their hostile relationship with each other with marriage. Luckily, the eldest son of the Qin family has feelings for my little sister, or none of this would have been possible. And if you think my parents are going to give up the chance to befriend the Qin family that has been a pain in our butt for the last few centuries, then you know nothing about our Chu family." Yuan coldly snorted after hearing Chu Wuyang's words, "So what if I don't know the Chu family? That doesn't matter to me. I didn't come here for the Chu family. I came here for my friend, Chu Liuxiang. I also don't give a damn about what the Chu family wants. They have no right to decide who Chu Liuxiang spends her life with. Only Chu Liuxiang can make that decision alone." However, instead of being angry, Chu Wuyang started laughing at Yuan's words. "You sure bark loud for a nobody. Chu Liuxiang is not even truly part of the Chu family. She should be grateful for being allowed to live with us. The Chu family gave her everything when she had nothing. We gave her a home, a family, servants, treasures, many things that will make most people on earth jealous. However, when the Chu family asks her for one thing in return, she has the audacity to refuse. Talk about being ungrateful." Yuan frowned at his words and said, "I have met a lot of unreasonable people, but none of them were like you. You're special, a special type of unreasonable. If you help someone with the intention of asking for something in return, are you really helping that person? Sounds like to me you're merely taking advantage of someone who needs help. This is exactly why he doesn't ask for compensation when he gives away free stuff, and he most certainly does not expect anyone to return the favor, as it was his decision to help them in the first place. You know what? I have heard enough of your nonsense. If you're not going to give Chu Liuxiang back, I will take her back myself. Yuan said a moment before releasing some of his aura. Chu Wuyang did not have much of a reaction and even smiled. Do you think you're the only spirit master in this world? Ha! Chu Wuyang released his aura, revealing that he was also a spirit master. Yuan's expression remained nonchalant even after Chu Wuyang released his cultivation aura. Although they were both spirit masters, Yuan was almost an entire realm above Chu Wuyang, who was only a second-level spirit master. Furthermore, with Yuan's godlike talents that allow him to fight those above his own realm, Chu Wuyang was no different than a spirit warrior, even a spirit apprentice in Yuan's eyes. I will give you one last chance to leave this place and forget about Chu Liuxiang. Regardless of your reason, if you cause trouble in our territory, we have the right to kill you. And if you didn't know, allow me to tell you that what you're doing right now has already violated the mountain's rules. You'll be evicted from the mountain the moment we report your intrusion today. Kill me? Unfortunately, I don't think you are capable of doing that, and it's not because you're a reasonable human with morals. As for being evicted from the mountain, who cares, really? Although this place is nice and all, it's only a piece of land. There are countless other places that we can live at. Of course, Chu Liuxiang will also be there with us. Yuan's words wiped the smile off Chu Wuyang's face really quickly. Whether I can kill you or not. Let's put that to the test. Chu Wuyang retrieved a dagger that he had hidden underneath his clothes and got into an offensive stance. Where's your weapon? He asked Yuan, who stood there casually. I don't need one. Humph. I better not hear any excuses when you lose, that is if you're still alive by then. Chu Wuyang pounced at Yuan after saying his sentence. Yuan immediately used his movement technique to dodge Chu Wuyang's strikes, and he was doing so effortlessly. What the? I was told that he's blind. There's no way a blind man could move like this, much less dodge my attacks. Chu Wuyang was someone who took great pride in his fast movement speed, and he hasn't met anyone around his age that could move faster than him. However, when he looked at Yuan's face, his eyes were definitely closed. Is this all you've got? I've fought spirit warriors that were stronger than you in Cultivation Online. Are you really a spirit master? Yuan said in a bored voice as he continued dodging Chu Wuyang's strikes. Shut the fuck up and fight me properly. Chu Wuyang shouted at him out of frustration. I will. After I decide how I should deal with you. Yuan said. You arrogant little fuck. Yuan suddenly swung his fist, hitting Chu Wuyang, who was caught off guard, square in the face. Bang! Chu Wuyang flew backward until he hit the door to the house, destroying it. However, he didn't stop at the door and continued flying until he was inside the house, which shocked a few of the servants that were working at the entrance. This motherfucker. Chu Wuyang struggled to get up after being hit, feeling as though he'd been struck in the face by a battering ram, something used to forcefully open doors. And just as he regained his balance, Yuan appeared before him to give him another punch, knocking him back down to the floor. Once Chu Wuyang fell onto the floor for the second time, Yuan mounted on top of him and began sending a seemingly endless stream of powerful punches to his face. How dare you call yourself her brother? A brother should protect his sister, not harm her. You're a disgrace. Yuan shouted at Chu Wuyang in an angry voice as he continued to pummel Chu Wuyang, who could physically feel his own face being flattened, yet his face was so swollen that he was numb to the pain. The young master. Somebody. Help. The servants there began screaming in a terrified voice as they watched some unknown figure attacking their young master. Stop. A clear voice suddenly resounded right before a leg appeared in front of Yuan, and supporting the leg was a powerful force. However, Yuan did not even flinch at the incoming leg, and he used one of his hands to catch the leg with seemingly no effort. What? Yuan stopped hitting Chu Wuyang and looked at the person who just intervened to see a handsome man standing there with a surprised look on his face. Who are you? And why are you attacking my little brother? This handsome man asked Yuan with his leg still raised, as he was unable to free himself from Yuan's grasp. So you're his elder brother, huh? Yuan didn't say anything else and swung his arm like a whip, throwing the handsome man across the room. After that, he stood up and looked at Chu Wuyang's bloodied face. You're lucky. If we were in Cultivation Online, I wouldn't need to worry about killing you by accident. Yuan no longer bothered with Chu Wuyang, who lost his consciousness shortly after. Instead, he turned his attention to the newcomer. Take me to Chu Liuxiang or you will end up like your little brother. Yuan said to him in a cold voice. I see. So you're Yuan. The handsome man said as he stood back up and patted his clothes. You're much more terrifying than they give you credit for, Yuan. The handsome man said with a smile. However, if you expect me to bow down to you after what you did to my little bro, then you're. Before Chu Wuyang's brother could even finish his sentence, Yuan used his movement technique to close their distance. Yuan then extended his arm out and clutched the elder brother's neck with a claw-like hand. I'm not very good at controlling my own strength in this body, especially when I am upset, so you should tell me what I want to know before I accidentally snap your neck. Yuan said to him in a cold voice, and he slowly tightened his grasp on the brother's neck. Where do you think you are? If you dare harm even a single hair. Ack. Yuan sighed as he continued to tighten his grasp. Is everybody in the Chu family like this? I must say, you guys are very much like Chu Liuxiang in this aspect, your stubbornness, that is. The brother could feel his windpipe slowly being crushed by Yuan, and he quickly began panicking. What if Yuan really kills him by accident? Please. Wait. The brother opened his mouth, but just as he was about to speak, another voice resounded. Please release him, young Master Yuan. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Yuan looked at the tall figure standing not far away from them with his divine sense, and he immediately recognized this person to be Sebastian, Chu Liuxiang's butler. That will depend on which side you're on, Sebastian. Yuan said after a moment of silence. Sebastian released a low sigh before speaking. I have always been on the young lady's side since I was assigned as her butler. I also believe that the young lady should be able to decide her own future. However, neither my feelings or beliefs mean a thing, as I am merely a servant for the Chu family, and my job is to obey their orders. That has been my sole purpose since I was born, not to mention my ancestors that have worked for the Chu family since ancient times. Sebastian suddenly changed from a standing position to an aggressive stance, and he continued, Do you recall our conversation at the Jaded Garden? I know it hasn't been long since then, but I hope you're ready to face the Chu family. Yuan silently stood there even after Sebastian showed his will to fight. Do you really intend on fighting me? You're a spirit warrior, even weaker than these two. You won't win, and I don't want to hurt you since you're Chu Liuxiang's butler, but that might not be possible if we fight. Yuan said to him. I also don't want to fight you, but I have been ordered to keep you away from the young lady. If you leave now, we won't need to fight. Sebastian said. And he continued, I am also well aware that I cannot beat you, but at least I can say that I tried to fulfill my mission. Yuan shook his head before tossing the individual in his grasp to the end of the room before facing Sebastian. Chu Liuxiang. No, Lulu won't be happy if she learns that we'd fought each other. Are you sure you want to continue? Yuan slowly approached Sebastian. In response to Yuan's question, Sebastian suddenly rushed forward before launching a fist attack at Yuan. Ha! Yuan watched as Sebastian's fist slowly approached his face. Of course, Sebastian's movement was by no means slow, but in Yuan's view, it was barely moving. Right as Sebastian's fist reached his face, Yuan used one of his hands to block it. After blocking the attack with ease, Yuan tightened his grasp so that Sebastian couldn't run away. I'm sorry. Yuan suddenly opened his eyelids, revealing his beautiful eyes and its silver iris. Sebastian couldn't help but stare at Yuan's colorless eyes with a dazed face. However, Yuan's eyes suddenly changed colors, turning bright golden. The next moment, Sebastian suddenly realized that his vision had gone dark, yet his consciousness was clearly still awake. Sebastian started hearing a subtle yet domineering roar echoing within his head, and this noise gradually grew louder and louder. Once the noise reached its peak, a massive slit suddenly appeared before Sebastian, almost as though someone had cut the void with a sword. When this slit in the void opened, it revealed the sharp eye of a beast that reminded Sebastian of reptile eyes, but this eye was countless times bigger than himself, making him feel incredibly insignificant, almost like a mortal before a god. After seeing this beastly eye, Sebastian began to tremble uncontrollably while an intense sense of fear filled his mind. Sebastian's real body suddenly went limp after being exposed to Yuan's dragon's gaze for only a few seconds. Yuan closed his eyes when this happened, and he gently laid Sebastian's body onto the floor afterward. So I can use dragon's gaze even though I am still blind. Yuan thought to himself as he left the scene after making sure Sebastian was still alive and wasn't harmed too badly by the dragon's gaze. After what happened at the Jaded Garden, Yuan realized that he needed to learn more powerful techniques, so he tried to learn all of the techniques he knew from Cultivation Online. However, he's already learned most of the weaker techniques from Cultivation Online, leaving him with mostly extremely strong attacks. The heavenly splitting sword strike was simply too powerful for him to use in this world, and a single mistake could easily change the landscape. This left him with either heavenly domain or dragon's gaze, and he ended up trying to learn dragon's gaze because he was curious if he could use it despite being blind. As for the technique Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the Nine Heavens, he couldn't learn it at that time because he still hasn't learned the technique in Cultivation Online, but he already planned on learning it next. After trying for about 2 weeks, he'd managed to activate Dragon's Gaze, at least that's what he believed because his eyes had the same burning sensation that he felt whenever he used Dragon's Gaze in Cultivation Online. However, he couldn't test whether it truly works or not because he didn't want to use Dragon's Gaze on Meishio or the others, so he waited for the perfect moment to test out the Dragon's Gaze, and he found that moment with Sebastian, who he didn't want to physically harm, so he could only try using Dragon's Gaze on him to take him out of the fight mentally. Yuan wandered the Chu family's residence for the next couple of minutes until he ran into someone, as he had no idea where to go in such a massive place. He eventually encountered a young maid, who was quietly dusting furniture in the hallway while humming to herself in a cheerful manner, seemingly in her own world and unaware of the chaos. "Excuse me, do you know where I can find Chu Liuxiang?" Yuan asked her. Are you perhaps young Master Qin? I thought your visit was scheduled for next week." The young maid mistook Yuan as someone from the Qin family. The schedule changed. Yuan decided to play along with her. "Is that so? Anyways, you should be able to find the young lady in her garden," she then said. "The garden?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I'm sorry. This is your first time here, right? Please, follow me. I will take you there." "Thank you." Yuan nodded and began following this young maid. Meanwhile, inside the garden, Chu Liuxiang sat before the pond that was beside her immortal cave with a dispirited expression on her face. "Yuan. He should be coming soon to take me away from this place just like he promised, right? I only hope that nobody gets hurt over this." She sighed. She turned to look at the beautiful woman that was silently cultivating on top of her immortal cave. "Master, did my parents ask you to babysit me?" Senior Qi responded without opening her eyes, "No, I am here to deal with your little lover because your parents are expecting his presence soon." "What? You're going to fight Yuan?" "You can't do that, master." Chu Liuxiang exclaimed. "Why not?" Senior Qi asked in a calm voice. "It's for your own good." Chu Liuxiang responded in a low voice. Senior Qi finally opened her eyes, and she turned to look at Chu Liuxiang with a narrowed gaze. "You think I won't be able to defeat him?" She asked in a cold voice. It hasn't even been a year since I stopped beating you and you have already forgotten what I am capable of. Want me to remind you? Senior Qi said as she stared daggers at Chu Liuxiang. That's not it, master. I am well aware of your capabilities, but compared to Yuan. I don't want to call him a monster, but if you have seen what he's capable of, you'll understand my feelings. Humph. As if I'd lose to some 18-year-old who only recently regained his ability to move. Senior Qi coldly snorted. But master, you're not that much older than him yourself. And Yuan, he defeated a demon by himself. Chu Liuxiang said with a bittersweet smile. Wait. What did you just say? Senior Qi's face suddenly became serious. You're only 25 years old, which isn't that much older than Yuan. Or am I wrong? Chu Liuxiang swallowed nervously when she saw how Senior Qi's expression changed, and she wondered if it was because she had mentioned her age. Not that. You said that he defeated a demon by himself? I thought he merely assisted the 6 spiritual families. That's what they said. Senior Qi said. In order to keep Yuan away from the spotlight, the 6 spiritual families told the world that Yuan had only assisted them in defeating the demon. In truth, Yuan had defeated the demon by himself, but only very few individuals are aware of this fact. Oh, right. The 6 spiritual families changed the story a bit to help Yuan since they knew he didn't like to be in the spotlight. But it's true. Yuan fought the demon from beginning to end by himself without any help. Chu Liuxiang revealed the truth. Are you okay, master? Chu Liuxiang asked her when she noticed that Senior Qi looked a little nervous afterward. I am. Just as Senior Qi opened her mouth, a loud voice suddenly resounded. Lulu. Are you here? I am here to take you back as promised. Yuan's voice echoed in the garden. Yuan. Chu Liuxiang immediately stood up and looked around with an excited expression on her face. Yuan. I am here. She shouted back. And hearing Chu Liuxiang's voice respond, Yuan immediately rushed in the direction her voice came from. Huh? Yuan. He's not young Master Qin. The young maid stood there with a dazed look on her face when she realized that she'd screwed up. After standing there for a few moments, she turned around and ran away from the scene while silently praying to herself, hoping that nobody saw her together with Yuan. A few minutes later, Yuan arrived at the pond and the immortal cave to see Chu Liuxiang standing behind a beautiful young woman. Lulu. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Yuan immediately asked her. Chu Liuxiang vigorously shook her head out of excitement. No, I am okay. What about you? Are you hurt? What happened to my family? Well. I encountered your brother Chu Wuyang as well as his elder brother. And Sebastian. My brothers and Sebastian. Did something happen to them? Chu Liuxiang could sense Yuan's nervousness even though they were standing so far away from each other. They stood in my way, so I took them down. Yuan sighed. Took them down. You killed them? Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened with shock. No. I merely knocked them unconscious. Yuan said, skipping some details, such as turning Chu Wuyang's face into a bloody mess and nearly breaking the elder brother's neck. I see. As long as Sebastian is alive, I won't complain. He might have tried to stop you, but it's not because he wanted to. I hope you'll forgive him. I don't care about the other 2. They have always been a pain to deal with. I couldn't care less even if they died. Chu Liuxiang said. I know. Sebastian is only doing his job. Yuan nodded. Ahem. Are you ignoring me on purpose? Senior Qi suddenly cleared her throat, interrupting their reunion. Who are you? Yuan quickly asked. My surname is Qi. Do you recognize it? Senior Qi suddenly asked him, almost as though she was expecting him to recognize her surname for some reason. No, I don't. Should I? Yuan said. Senior Qi turned silent for a moment. I heard from my disciple that you had defeated the demon from the jaded garden all by yourself. Is that true? She asked him a moment later. Disciple? So you're Lulu's master? Yuan was surprised to hear this. Answer my question. Did you defeat the demon by yourself? Senior Qi asked again, clearly anxious for an answer. So what if I did? How did you do it? Huh? Why do you care? Yuan found this Senior Qi's behavior to be very suspicious. Because I don't believe you. There's no way a nobody like you can defeat a demon. After all, they're indestructible. They are supreme beings that can only be sealed. Senior Qi exclaimed. You. Yuan was surprised by Senior Qi's knowledge regarding demons. It was almost as though she knew of their existence even before the incident at the Jaded Garden. You. Who are you? Why do you know so much about demons? It was now Yuan's turn to ask such questions. Senior Qi did not respond to his question. Instead, she lifted her hand and pointed her palm towards the immortal cave. The next moment, a sword flew out of the immortal cave and into her hands. Qi manipulation. She's a spirit grandmaster. Yuan was inwardly shocked when Senior Qi used Qi manipulation. If you defeat me, I will tell you what you want to know. But if I defeat you, you'll tell me everything you know, she said to him while pointing the sword at him in a provocative manner. Very well. Yuan nodded in agreement. Where's your weapon? I don't want to hear any excuses when you lose. Senior Qi then asked. Yuan didn't say anything and raised his arm until it was parallel to the ground. Senior Qi and Chu Liuxiang watched his movements with interest. A large sword that was as tall as Yuan himself suddenly appeared out of thin air the next moment and entered his grasp. The second Yuan tightened his grasp on the sword, his aura skyrocketed, and the sword began vibrating with excitement. That's his sword in Cultivation Online. How did he? Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice when she recognized Yuan's sword, the Empyrean overlord. Get back, Liuxiang. You'll get in the way. Senior Qi said to Chu Liuxiang, who quickly retreated to the immortal cave. Are you ready? She asked Yuan. Whenever you are. He nodded. And without saying another word, Senior Qi rushed towards him, closing their distance almost immediately. Ha! Senior Qi swung her sword without using any techniques, only relying on her strength and powerful spiritual energy. Clang! However, Yuan blocked her attack with ease, and he only had one arm on the sword. Senior Qi raised one of her eyebrows in surprise before swinging her sword again with even more strength. Yuan was pushed back a little this time, but he still only needed one arm to defend against the attack. At least you're much stronger than the Chu brothers. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Don't get cocky. The fight is just beginning. The two of them began exchanging blows back and forth for the next few minutes. Let's see how you'll deal with this. Sometime later, Senior Qi distanced herself from Yuan, and once she was at a safe distance, she began making symbols with her hand. The way Senior Qi moved her hands resembled how array masters create arrays, and Yuan wondered if she was going to use arrays. Seal! Senior Qi suddenly shouted. What the? Yuan blurted out when his body suddenly stopped moving. I cannot move. No. It feels more like I am being restricted by invisible chains. What kind of technique is this? Yuan wondered to himself, even admiring the technique a little. How do you like my family's secret technique? It's not really effective on humans since it was never meant to be used on them, but this much strength is more than enough to restrict anyone, even a talented spirit master like you. Yuan. Your legs. They're turning into stone. Chu Liuxiang's voice suddenly resounded, and it was filled with distress. What? Yuan looked at his legs after hearing Chu Liuxiang's words, and sure enough, his legs had turned into stone. This technique. Yuan was baffled when he saw the petrifying effects, as it was almost the same as his demon sealing techniques. You know demon sealing techniques? Wanting to confirm his suspicions, he decided to ask her. You want me to answer your questions? You'll have to defeat me. However, it doesn't appear that you have defeated me, so I won't tell you anything. Senior Chi said with a smirk on her face. Clearly, she wanted to get back at him for refusing to answer her questions before. Don't think you have already won just because I cannot move. Despite my situation, I can still defeat you whenever I want. Yuan said to her. Is that so? Senior Chi casually walked up to his face and said, and how are you going to do that when half of your body has turned into stone? By now, the petrifying effect had spread all the way to his chest. If you don't hurry up and surrender, your entire body will turn into stone, and when that happens, even I cannot revert the damages. That means you'll turn into a stone statue forever. What? That's dangerous, master. Hurry up and release him. Chu Liuxiang exclaimed after hearing Senior Chi's words. However, Yuan remained calm and said, I will win this fight. I don't know where you're getting your confidence, but do you even understand your situation right now? You cannot even lift a finger, much less defeat me. In response to her words, Yuan merely stood there with a calm smile on his face, allowing the petrifying effect to slowly consume his body, not that he could move his body. When the effect reached his neck, Senior Chi frowned and said to him, do you really intend on dying in such a manner? Is your pride really so valuable that you'd give your life away for it? Being sealed is a fate that's worse than death, you know. Even after your body has completely turned into stone, your body won't immediately die, which means that you'll still be alive until you die of natural causes. When you're sealed, you won't feel hunger or thirst, and your internal organs will be supported by the spiritual energy your body naturally gathers, allowing you to live for many months, even years without any problems. Do you really want to spend the rest of your life in such a miserable state? Hurry up and surrender. Senior Chi tried to convince him to give up. However, Yuan remained silent. If you think I am going to free you at the last second so that I won't kill you, then you're overestimating me. I will really let your entire body turn into stone. Don't test me. Senior Chi added. Don't worry, I don't have such thoughts. Yuan said, still with a calm smile on his face. Yuan. What are you doing? What am I going to do if you're sealed forever? Life isn't worth living if you're not here with me. Chu Liuxiang shouted at him with tears flowing down her face. Believe me, Lulu. I won't lose. I promise you that I will defeat her and take you back to the family with me. Yuan said. You better. A few more moments later, Yuan's entire body became stone, turning into a stone statue and looking exactly like the sealed demon in the jaded garden. However, even after being sealed, Yuan still had a smile on his face. This crazy bastard. He really allowed himself to become sealed. I have never met a madman like him before. Senior Chi stared at Yuan's stone face with a dazed expression on her face. Master, if anything happens to him, I will never forgive you. Chu Liuxiang said to her with a deep frown. Senior Chi looked at her and sighed, calm down. I can make him normal again even though he's fully sealed. I only said that I couldn't just to scare him. In fact, since this technique isn't meant for humans, he will automatically break out of that state in a few days. However, since he dared to defy me, I am going to let him suffer for a few days. Ah, really? Chu Liuxiang mumbled with a dumbfounded look on her face. You really think I am that cruel of a person? Not that, master. I meant the few days part. It's only been a few moments and there are already cracks on him. Chu Liuxiang pointed at Yuan. What? That's impossible. Senior Chi frowned before turning to look at Yuan. Impossible. Senior Chi muttered in a shocked voice when she saw that Yuan's seal was really weakening with cracks already. However, she couldn't comprehend how that was possible. Even if he's a spirit master, he shouldn't be able to break out of my seal this quickly. The only way this is possible is if he knows how the technique works. Did he really defeat the demon by himself? But that's even more absurd. The stone on Yuan's face suddenly began falling off, revealing his soft skin once again. When I first encountered the demon at the Jaded Garden, I wondered if there would be any families in this world that could deal with them like the demon sealing clan inside Cultivation Online. Since you can also use demon sealing techniques, I can only assume that you guys actually exist. Or am I wrong? Yuan turned to look at Senior Qi, who stood there with a baffled face. Who are you, really? If you belong to one of us, I should recognize you. However, I don't know you. Senior Qi narrowed her eyes on him. I'm afraid that I cannot answer your question since you haven't defeated me yet. Yuan suddenly pointed his sword at Senior Qi before mumbling in a low voice. Seal. What? Senior Qi's eyes widened with shock when she suddenly lost control over her body's movements. Impossible. He also knows our technique. Not only did Yuan know her technique, it also appeared to be much stronger than her own, judging by how much quicker the petrifying effect was affecting her body. In just a few seconds, half of Senior Qi's body had turned into stone. However, Senior Qi wasn't panicking. She even showed a confident smile and said, I'm surprised. To think you knew so much about demon sealing clans and even our techniques. However, you should know that demon sealing techniques do not have any effect on humans. Even if I don't do anything, I will be able to break free from the seal after a few days. If I try, I can break out of it within seconds just like you did. Then let's make a bet. I will give you 10 minutes to break out of the seal. If you cannot do it, then it's my victory, and you will have to admit defeat. Yuan suddenly suggested. 10 minutes. Ha ha ha. I only need 1 minute to break your seal. Senior Qi laughed out loud. I will see you in a minute. Senior Qi glared at Yuan until her entire body turned into stone. Chu Liuxiang approached Yuan and asked, do you think she will break out of the seal in a minute? You managed to break out of her seal in just a few seconds, after all. Who knows? Yuan shrugged. You don't know. Then why did you make a bet with her, even giving her 10 whole minutes? That's not something you do if you're not confident in your own abilities. Chu Liuxiang stared at him with a slightly dumbfounded face. I am confident, but that doesn't really mean anything. Let's just wait and see then. Chu Liuxiang said, and they proceeded to wait for Senior Qi to break the seal. 1 minute later. She's late. It's been longer than a minute. Does this mean you win? Chu Liuxiang said. I guess so, but let's give her the full 10 minutes. Chu Liuxiang nodded, and they continued to wait. 10 minutes later. I really hope she's still alive. Chu Liuxiang said in a low voice. She's definitely still alive. I can sense her spiritual energy, and she is still trying to break through the seal even as we speak. Yuan said. What now? Are you going to release the seal? To Chu Liuxiang's surprise, Yuan shook his head, no, I will let her suffer a little more. This is what she gets for being so arrogant, and she also wanted to stop me from taking you home. Master does have the tendency to act arrogantly from time to time, but she's not a bad person. She taught me many things ever since I came to the Chu family. I even think of her as an elder sister. Alright, I will reduce a few hours from her punishment. Yuan said with a smile. Chu Liuxiang also chuckled. Chu Liuxiang. A cold voice suddenly resounded behind them. When Chu Liuxiang turned around, she could see her parents standing in the distance with many of their guards following behind them. Stay behind me. Yuan said as he stood in between her and the Chu family. Where is Senior Qi? I asked her to deal with that bastard. Chu Shijian shouted in an angry voice. Dear! Look behind them. Chu Shufan pointed at the stone statue behind Yuan and Chu Liuxiang. You bastard! What have you done to her? Do you have any idea who she is? If you harmed even a single hair on her body, you're a dead man. Chu Shijian roared in a deafening tone. I don't know her, but as you can see for yourself, it's a little too late for that kind of talk. However, you can't blame me. You can only blame yourself, your Chu family, for making me come here. Yuan said with a cold expression on his face. It's over. You have no idea what you've just done. The Qi family will kill all of us once they learn that she had died while within our territory. Chu Shijian mumbled in a fearful voice. The Chu family is one of the biggest families in the world, but that doesn't mean they are fearless. The Qi family is a secret powerhouse that has lived in seclusion for even longer than the 6 spiritual families, and they are one of very few powers that can make the Chu family tremble in fear. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is the Qi family really that powerful? I guess it makes sense for them to be so powerful since they have to fight demons and all. Yuan thought to himself. The relationship between our families was reaching its peak. They even sent over the most talented genius in their family to our family as a sign of their trust, but you had to ruin everything. Chu Shijian's eyes were bloodshot as of this moment. I didn't plan on killing you even after learning about what you have done to my 2 sons, but I must avenge Senior Qi by taking your life. Hopefully, the Qi family won't kill all of us with your sacrifice. Chu Shijian pointed at Yuan and shouted, Bring me his head. The guards behind him immediately rushed forward and surrounded Yuan and Chu Liuxiang. Father! Please wait. There is something. Shut up. If you don't want to die with him, get away from him. Chu Shijian shouted. Senior Qi came here and took you in as her disciple, yet you allowed her to be killed just like that? Even if I don't punish you later, the Qi family will definitely do so. It's all right, Lulu. Stand back. I will handle this. Yuan said to her with a smile. But this is all just a misunderstanding. If we let my father know that Senior Qi is actually... No, don't tell him. I have been wondering how I should deal with your parents. This shall be their punishment. Yuan said. Chu Liuxiang looked at him with wide eyes, but she couldn't refute him for some reason. Okay. Try not to get hurt. Chu Liuxiang said to him before leaving his side. The guards there allowed Chu Liuxiang to leave their encirclement without any trouble. Yuan scanned the guards there with his divine sense. Mostly spirit warriors with only 2 spirit masters, huh? I don't need my weapon for this. Not wanting to accidentally kill these people, Yuan stowed the Empyrean overlord. This bastard is underestimating us. The guards there were provoked by Yuan's action even though that wasn't his intention. Get him. There's no need to hold back since the patriarch has asked for his head. The guards began rushing at Yuan the next moment. Seeing this, Yuan used his movement technique to maneuver around them, and because there were so many of them, it actually gave Yuan an advantage, allowing him to confuse them easier. Where did he go? He's right behind you. No, he's over here. Hey. What the? How is he moving this fast? He's not human. The guards were shocked when they realized that they couldn't even follow his movements, much less touch him. Ah. Gak. Fuck. Yuan began knocking out these guards one by one, rendering over half of the guards unconscious in mere minutes. Sometime later, after defeating all of the guards, Yuan turned to face Chu Shijian, who was trembling with anger. Are you going to try and kill me next? Yuan asked him in a calm voice. Chu Shijian gritted his teeth. If someone like Senior Qi lost to Yuan, there was no way for him to defeat Yuan. Chu Shufan suddenly tapped his shoulders and said, Let's get him together. All right. Watch my back. Chu Shijian nodded. Once they were prepared, Chu Shijian and his wife began their attack on Yuan. Taste my force of hell. Chu Shijian's fists suddenly became engulfed in red flames as they flew toward Yuan's face. What a powerful technique! Yuan thought to himself as he used his movement technique to dodge the attack. Boom! Chu Shijian's fist exploded with fire right after Yuan dodged it. However, right as Yuan dodged the attack, he noticed that Chu Shufan was already behind him, almost as though she had predicted his movements. Chu Shufan was also in a kicking motion, and before Yuan could react, he was sent flying by Chu Shufan's powerful kick. Yuan! Chu Liuxiang immediately grew nervous. I'm fine. I didn't expect her to read my movement technique. Yuan said as he stood back up without any injuries. How the hell is he still standing after eating my kick like that? That kick had enough force to shatter boulders and bend thick steel. Even if it couldn't kill him, it should have rendered him immobilized, yet he stood up so casually. Chu Shufan appeared to be even more surprised than Yuan from that exchange. If one isn't enough to take him down, give him a few more. Let's do it. Chu Shijian said, and they went for another attack. While Chu Shijian rushed forward, Chu Shufan stayed behind to watch Yuan so that she could read his movement again. However, Yuan directly ignored Chu Shijian this time and went straight for Chu Shufan after avoiding him. If you think I am vulnerable, then you've just made a poor judgment. Chu Shufan didn't even try to run away and decided to face Yuan head-on. Chu Shufan's aura suddenly skyrocketed right before she threw a punch at Yuan. However, Yuan wasn't even close enough to be hit by her fist. Despite that, Yuan suddenly stopped running at her and dodged to the side. Whoosh! An invisible force flew right past Yuan after he dodged. Qi manipulation. Yuan frowned when he saw how similar it felt to qi manipulation. No, Lulu also did the same thing before. If I recall correctly, it's called spiritual control. How dare you ignore me? Chu Shijian suddenly appeared behind Yuan while he stopped for a moment to ponder. Your head is mine. Chu Shijian had a hidden dagger in his grasp as he went for Yuan's neck. As if I'd fall for the same trick twice. Yuan saw Chu Shijian coming from a mile away because of his divine sense, and he used his movement technique to dodge the strike. Che! What a fucking annoying movement technique. Chu Shijian cursed out loud after failing for the second time to kill Yuan. So you're seriously trying to kill me, huh? Yuan sighed out loud. If he didn't dodge the attack just now, Chu Shijian would have definitely taken his head. As for Chu Shufan, her attack would have also killed him if his body wasn't so strong. Since you're trying to kill me, don't blame me for doing the same. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and activated Dragon's Gaze, stunning both Chu Shijian and Chu Shufan at the same time. And while they were stunned, he slowly approached them. Since they were no longer capable of fighting, Yuan could do as he pleased with them. Are you really going to kill them? Chu Liuxiang asked him with a nervous look on her face. Do you want me to? Yuan asked her in return. Of course not. Although they may have wronged me this time, it is also true that they have cared for me for the last decade. And I don't want to see you killing people. At least not in the real world. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Yuan smiled, don't worry, I never planned on killing them. I gain nothing by becoming a murderer. Then what are you going to do to them? Although I won't kill them, I won't forgive them so easily either. Yuan said as he continued to approach Chu Shijian, who was kneeling on the ground with a soulless look on his face. Once Yuan was standing in front of Chu Shijian, he took a deep breath before speaking in a slow but clear voice, despite all the things you have done, despite my urges, I won't kill you. However, it is a fact that you tried to kill me today, and to make sure that you won't attack me again in the future, I will end your life, as a cultivator. Chu Shijian snapped out of his daze when he heard Yuan's words, but before he could open his mouth and utter a single word, Yuan swung his arm and punched Chu Shijian square in the stomach, shattering his dantian. Cough. Chu Shijian coughed up a mouthful of blood afterward. Ah. No. Not my cultivation. A horrified look appeared on Chu Shijian's face when he could feel his spiritual energy leaving his dantian before leaving from the pores on his body. What? What have you done? Chu Shijian snapped at Yuan with a furious face. How dare you cripple my cultivation? Do you have any idea how much time, effort, and money I have sacrificed to reach that point? Without my cultivation, the Chu family will be doomed. And this is all your fault. You were prepared to take my life, so I took away your cultivation in return. It's a fair trade if you ask me. At least you get to keep your life. Yuan said. Don't fuck with me. I'd rather you kill me now than live the life of a mortal. Yuan shook his head and said, if you want to die, that's your decision. I already made my decision. Tears began flowing from Chu Shijian's face. Chu Liuxiang swallowed nervously when she saw this scene, as this is her first time seeing Chu Shijian shed such sorrowful tears. Yuan ignored Chu Shijian and turned his focus to Chu Shufan next. When Chu Shijian realized what Yuan was about to do, he stood up and shouted, "Why, you bastard? You're not satisfied with ruining my life, so you're going to ruin my wife's life as well." Hearing his words, Yuan calmly responded, "It wouldn't be fair if I only took your cultivation and not hers. Furthermore, she also tried to kill me. It only makes sense for me to take her cultivation as well. I swear to God, if you dare hurt even a single hair on her body, I will do whatever it takes to make your life miserable before taking your life. You might think that you have defeated the Chu family because you took away my cultivation, but we still have many resources at our disposal, and it will all be used to dispose of you." The place turned dead silent for a good moment until Chu Liuxiang spoke. "Yuan, I think you have already punished them enough. Although I wouldn't mind fighting the entire world with you, I cannot say the same about the others. Think about Meishio and the others that will be dragged into this mess if you continue. Father, I will leave the Chu family after today. I wish that I could have left the family in a better manner, but what's done is already done. And despite what happened between us, I don't hate you or the Chu family. In fact, I am feeling grateful to you and the family. After all, you gave me a chance to experience what it feels like to have a family, even if it is not an ordinary family. Now that I am old enough to have my own family, I am going to start one with the person I love, Yuan." After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang looked at Senior Qi, who was still sealed, and said, "As for Master, Senior Qi is still alive. You can ask her to explain everything to you once she breaks out of that seal in a few days." Chu Liuxiang suddenly went to Yuan and grabbed his hand before mumbling to him, "Let's go home now, shall we? I don't want us to miss Meishio's breakfast." Hearing her words, Yuan could only nod his head. "Okay." Chu Liuxiang and Yuan left the scene shortly after, leaving the Chu family in havoc. "Are you okay?" Chu Liuxiang asked Yuan as they walked home together. "Yes, I am not hurt. I am not talking about your body, you silly. You did some incredible things today, things that I didn't know you were capable of. If you want to talk about it, I will always be here to listen. I guess I was acting a little different today. I don't know why, but I felt incredibly angry today, yet it wasn't the type of anger that I am used to. Maybe I had released some of my built-up anger for my own family on the Chu family." And he continued, "But it's okay. I will be fine since everything has ended now." However, Chu Liuxiang shook her head with a bitter smile, and she sighed, "Unfortunately, things are not over yet, as much as I want it to be." "Huh? What do you mean? Do you think the Chu family will take revenge in the future?" Yuan asked her. "Yes, but I am not talking about my parents, about Chu Shijian and Chu Shufan. I don't know if I told you this before or not, but my father has multiple wives, and they all control a small portion of the Chu family in other places. The Chu family is simply too big for my father to manage alone, so he made his other wives assist him in managing the family. Although we didn't see any of them today beside my father's main wife, things would have played out very differently if they were there. With that being said, there's a good chance that they'll retaliate because of what you did today. Also, there's more. Yuan was speechless. Of course. Have you forgotten about the Dragon Spiral Mountain? We should start looking for a new place to stay when we get back because we will most likely be evicted for our actions today. Aya. Yuan sighed out loud. Even though I don't mind moving, it kind of hurts that we have to move so soon after moving to this place, not to mention the amount of money we had spent to live here. I will have to apologize to the others once we get back. They also paid for the house, after all. I'm sure they'll understand. Chu Liuxiang smiled. By the time Yuan and Chu Liuxiang returned home, everyone except Meishio was already seated at the dining table. Huh? Yuan. Where have you been? Meishio went to look for you in your room just now. Wang Ming said to him when they returned. Sorry, I had some business at the Chu family. Yuan said to them. I'll go find Meishio. You guys can eat first. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang went back to his room to find Meishio knocking on their door. There's no need to knock. We're here. Yuan said to her. Huh? Meishio turned around to see them standing behind her, and Yuan looked a little messy, almost as though he'd been in a fight recently. What happened to you? She asked. I went to the Chu family to bring her back. Yuan pointed at Chu Liuxiang, who had a bashful smile on her face. It's a little embarrassing, but I had some trouble at home, and Yuan came to save me, she said. Well. Breakfast is prepared. Meishio didn't know what else to say. Yuan nodded, I will tell you guys about it at the dining table. Let me change my clothes first. Me too. Okay. While Meishio returned to the others, Yuan and Chu Liuxiang changed their clothes before making their way back to the dining room. Everybody there could tell that something was on Yuan's mind when they saw his expression, but nobody said a word until after breakfast was finished. If you have something to say it already. Li Jinsi was the first to speak out. Yuan sighed before nodding his head, all right. This might be a lot, but it's important. Today, I went to the Chu family and kind of fought them. You what? Wang Ming exclaimed. They were going to take Lulu away from us and force her to marry some family she doesn't want to be with, so I went there to take her back by force. I fought her parents and crippled her father's cultivation before bringing her back, and because of my actions, there's a good chance that we're going to get evicted from the mountain soon. The entire place turned dead silent as everyone in the room stared at him with gawking faces. Wait. Why don't you start from the beginning and slow down? Shi Lang said. Yuan nodded and recalled the whole incident from the beginning. Of course, everyone there was shocked by what they heard. None of them could have expected Yuan to invade the Chu family by himself while they were all sleeping. Yuan. Although I am confident in your abilities, nor am I upset that we might be evicted, you should have at least told us that you were going to raid one of the biggest cultivation families in this world. Wang Ming rubbed his temples. The Chu family and the 6 spiritual families have always been on bad terms since forever. They like to live in the spotlight while we prefer living in the shadows. I was really surprised when I found out that Miss Chu was actually from the Chu family. However, now that we belong to the same faction, we have a responsibility to protect each other, so I would have helped you fight the Chu family if you asked. I have to agree with Wang Ming on this one, Yuan. You should have at least told us before doing something so dangerous by yourself. Meishio sighed. I know, but I didn't want to worry you guys. That's not good enough, Yuan. As fellow members of the same faction, we need to share the burden together. That's what separates the good factions from the ordinary ones. Wang Ming said. Although it's already in the past, you need to tell us in advance if you do something crazy again in the future. Wang Bingbing said. Alright, I will let you all know next time. Good. Now what? Should we begin packing since we're going to be moving soon? Wang Ming asked a moment later. I mean, we don't know if we're really going to be evicted or not. Shi Lang said. Are you kidding me? Yuan invaded the Chu family that lives in the upper levels of the mountain. He violated many rules today. It would be a miracle if we don't get kicked out of the mountain. Hell, I am expecting a very expensive compensation fee as well. Wang Ming's right. I violated multiple rules today. The manager will probably visit us by the end of the day to kick us out. Let's pack our stuff and prepare to move out. Yuan said. As for our next home, we'll figure that out afterward. Once again, I am sorry for the trouble. I know we have spent a lot of money to buy this place, so I am going to pay you all back. Nah, you don't have to worry about it. The money was our parents' anyway. Also, it's not like we disapprove of your actions today. We would have even supported you if we knew about it earlier. Wang Ming said. Let's not forget about the heaven-ranked techniques we received from you. Those are already worth more than this place. Shi Lang smiled. What heaven-ranked techniques? Wu Zhao asked, as he wasn't at the myriad of techniques with them. We all got a heaven-ranked technique from Yuan when we ascended. Wang Ming said. What? You should have told me. I would have ascended sooner if that was the case. Wu Zhao exclaimed. Yuan. I am going to ascend right after we find a new home. Me too. Shi Murong said. Okay. Yuan nodded. Everybody returned to their own rooms shortly after and began packing their luggage. Yuan. She's here. The manager. Wang Ming went to alert him of the manager's presence. Let's go. Yuan quickly followed Wang Ming to the front of the house. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw the cold expression on the manager's beautiful face. Good evening, manager. Yuan greeted her with a stiff smile. Let's sit down before we have our conversation. The manager ignored his greetings and spoke in a cold voice. Yuan sighed inwardly. He expected this would happen, and he didn't blame the manager for being mad at him for the mess he'd caused. Yuan led the manager to another room shortly after. However, when the others tried to enter the room with them, the manager stopped them and said, I only need to speak with him. Can you guys wait for me outside? Yuan said to them with a bittersweet smile. Good luck. Wang Ming said to him before leaving them alone. Wang Ming then went to notify the other members of the manager's arrival. She's really here, huh? Do you think she's going to evict us? Who knows? Maybe Yuan will be able to persuade her somehow. Let's play a game and guess the result. While the others played their guessing game, Yuan sat in front of the manager with a nervous look on his face. He didn't feel this nervous even when facing the Chu family, but before this manager, he was completely different. I will be asking you a few questions now. You will answer them with either did or did not. I don't want to hear anything else, not even your explanation. Do you understand? I understand. The manager retrieved a long piece of paper and proceeded to ask, did you or did you not enter the Chu family's territory without permission today? I did. Did you or did you not force your way into their residence today? I did. Did you or did you not beat up Chu Wuyang today? I did. Did you or did you not? The manager continued to confirm everything that he's done today. Did you or did you not cripple Chu Shijian's cultivation today? I did. Yuan could only repeat these two words for the past few minutes, as there was not a single thing that he did not do. Once the questioning ended, the manager neatly folded her paper and proceeded to stare at him with a cold gaze. How long has it been since you moved into the mountain? She asked him. A few weeks now, I guess. So in just a few weeks, you have managed to break almost every rule in the mountain, and it was all done in the same day. This is an unprecedented case. I have never seen someone cause so much trouble in a single day, nor have I seen anyone cause as much trouble as you in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Sorry. But are you not going to ask me why I did what I did? Yuan asked her. I don't care about that. Regardless of who's right or wrong, if you have any problems with another resident in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, you contact me. Now, what do you think I should do with you? Since I broke the rules. I won't complain even if you decide to evict us. Yuan said with a resolved face, almost as though he'd accepted his fate. Indeed, you would be evicted under normal circumstances. The manager quickly said. Under normal circumstances? Yuan raised his eyebrows at her odd choice of words. Is this not a normal circumstance? The manager narrowed her eyes and said, first of all, I would evict you without hesitation if I could. Second, I am only a manager. Lastly, the one who makes the final decisions is the Lord of the Mountain. So the Lord has decided not to evict us. Yuan couldn't help but feel a little hopeful for his situation. That is not entirely correct. The Lord has decided to not evict you guys, but it is only temporary. He has a request for you, and your faction. If you help him with this request, he will not only allow you to continue living on his mountain, he will even forgive you for today. Really? That's great. What does he need from us? I don't know. You'll have to speak with him yourself and find out, she said. Speak with him. So I get to meet with the Lord. Yuan did not expect this development at all. Yes, I will meet you in the front tomorrow morning after sunrise. Don't be late, or I will evict you guys even if I get punished by the Lord. I won't be late. I promise. Yuan exclaimed. Then I will see you tomorrow. The manager stood up and left the place shortly after without saying anything else. What happened? Are we evicted? Wang Ming and the others asked him after she left. No, we're not evicted yet. Yes. I won this bet. Shi Lang exclaimed before Yuan could even finish his sentence. Really? We're not evicted? Even though you broke all those rules? Wang Ming was in disbelief. He was sure that they would get evicted. Let me finish. Although we're not evicted for now, we can still be evicted. However, the Lord has a request for us, and if we help him fulfill it, he will allow us to continue living here. The Lord of the Mountain. He's a very powerful man since he owns this place, right? If there's something even he cannot do, this request might be very troublesome. Wang Bingbing said. What does he need us to do? Wang Ming then asked. I don't know yet. I will be meeting with the Lord tomorrow for more information. You're going to meet with the Lord? Chu Liuxiang was shocked to hear this. The Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain is so mysterious that nobody besides the manager knows his appearance. Although there have been people that met with him before, they were still unable to see his appearance and have only heard his voice. I can't believe you're already getting to meet the Lord when most people that have lived here for decades don't. Chu Liuxiang said in a dumbfounded voice. Well, whatever the Lord wants from us, keep us updated. Wang Ming said. I will. Yuan nodded. Good night, darling. Chu Liuxiang snuggled beside Yuan when it was time to sleep. Night. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang spoke again. Can I embrace you while I sleep tonight? Of course. Thank you. Chu Liuxiang wrapped her arms around him and closed her eyes. Despite her urges to strip naked and procreate with Yuan, she did not want to ruin the peaceful moment right now. Furthermore, now that she is no longer with the Chu family, she does not have to rush to make a family with him. Of course, that is not to say her desire to make a family has lowered. In fact, her desire to make a family with Yuan is now more intense than ever after what he'd done for her today. However, now that she has the time to build a relationship with him properly, she wants to take things slowly and more naturally, which wasn't possible before when she was restricted by the Chu family. Chu Liuxiang quickly fell asleep while hugging Yuan, but Yuan himself was having trouble sleeping. Why is my body reacting like this now? Yuan sighed inwardly as he could feel the area between his legs getting hotter and hotter. Is it because of Lulu? But this hasn't happened before. In this dead silent room, Yuan's sense of smell and touch increased, and with Chu Liuxiang so close to him, he could only focus on her soft body and sweet body aroma. Due to circumstances in the Yu family that forced him to live like a slave, he never had the proper chance to grow up, nor did they teach him anything about puberty. However, now that he's away from the Yu family and is living life normally, his halted growth is finally showing signs of progression. One can say that Yuan is currently going through puberty, and it is progressing faster than normal due to his incarnation's memories, not to mention the fact that he is always surrounded by beautiful women that could easily trigger men's beastly nature. Of course, the biggest factor to his growth has to be his experience with Meishio. After doing that thing with Meishio, my mind cannot help but have weird thoughts that I never had before. Am I going crazy? Even now, Yuan has this strong desire to touch Chu Liuxiang's body for some reason, as well as wanting to do it with her, but he cannot comprehend why he was having such inappropriate thoughts. The sensation of Chu Liuxiang's soft skin, the sweet smell her body was emitting, Yuan's urge to touch Chu Liuxiang grew with every second. Fortunately, he has mastered self-control after enduring so much bullshit from the Yu family, allowing him to resist his urges. If it was anybody else in his shoes right now, they would have long submitted to their urges and acted upon his desires. He also tried to cultivate to calm down, but he was unable to clear his mind, so he had to stop. Eventually, Yuan gave up and had to spend the entire night controlling his urges. And just when he was beginning to fall asleep, the digital clock's alarm began beeping, signaling that it was almost sunrise. Is it already morning? I had such a good sleep that it felt so short. How was your sleep? Chu Liuxiang woke up shortly after the alarm, but it was not the noise that woke her up, it was because Yuan had to get out of her embrace to leave the bed. I couldn't sleep. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Don't think too much about it. You did nothing wrong, she said. Although I had a lot of things on my mind that prevented me from sleeping, it wasn't because of what happened yesterday. He shook his head. Oh. Then what was on your mind? Chu Liuxiang looked at him with her interest piqued. Don't worry about it. It was mostly random stuff about Cultivation Online. Yuan did not hesitate to lie. After all, he couldn't tell her that he'd spent all night trying to resist his urges to touch her. That would definitely weird her out and make him sound like a weirdo. Even if it's insignificant, I want to hear about it. Chu Liuxiang insisted. Yuan silently faced Chu Liuxiang for a moment before suddenly speaking in a surprised voice, Oh. Look at the time. I need to hurry up or I will be late to meet the Lord. See you later, Lulu. Yuan quickly changed out of his pajamas before rushing out of the room, leaving Chu Liuxiang speechless. Why is he acting so weird? She mumbled to herself before going back to sleep. After leaving his room, Yuan proceeded to wait outside the house for the manager. Many minutes later, Yuan noticed the manager's presence and immediately used divine sense for confirmation. Good morning, manager. Yuan greeted her with a respectful bow. Let's go. The Lord is waiting for you. She said to him before turning around and walking back without stopping. Yuan immediately followed behind her. As they walked to the upper levels, they walked past the Chu family's gates, which gave off a different feeling than yesterday. About an hour later, they arrived at the peak of the mountain, and to Yuan's surprise, there was a thick fog before him that could not be seen even at the upper levels, almost as though this fog had mysteriously appeared the moment they reached the peak. We're almost there. Follow closely behind me or you'll get lost in the clouds. The manager said before walking into the fog that turned out to be clouds. Clouds? Is the mountain even tall enough to reach the clouds? Yuan wondered to himself since he didn't recall the mountain being this tall, and he followed right behind the manager. Upon entering the fog, Yuan sensed a sudden change in the atmosphere, and this sensation gave him a nostalgic feeling for some reason. What is this feeling? It's like I have been here before. Yuan thought to himself as he continued to follow the manager. Why are you just standing there and looking around? There's nothing to see here. How dare you make the Lord wait for you? The manager said to him with a frown on her face. Coming. Yuan stopped looking around and picked up his pace. After walking on this cloudy path for about 10 more minutes, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was surprisingly flat, almost as though someone had cut it with a sword. However, there was a small hill with a cave located in the middle of the mountain, which looked very awkward and out of place, almost like it didn't originally belong there and that someone had moved it there. "Where's the Lord? I don't see him here," Yuan said after realizing that the peak of the mountain was empty. "He's resting inside the cave over there. Stand in front of it, but do not go inside, unless you don't care about your insignificant life," she said. Yuan swallowed nervously before approaching the mountain and standing right before it. Since he cannot go inside, he decided to use his divine sense to look inside the cave. However, he was unable to see anything, almost as though there was something interfering with his divine sense. "Save your energy. You won't be able to penetrate this cave with your divine sense." A deep voice suddenly resounded from within the cave. Yuan's body shook when he heard this voice that was filled with spiritual energy. This Lord is definitely an expert. His voice alone carries an abundant amount of spiritual energy. Even Xiaohua does not have such powerful spiritual energy. But how is that possible? Spirit Master is already considered the peak for this world, but there could be a couple of hidden spirit grandmasters in this world such as Lulu's master. However, Xiaohua is a spirit king. There's no way someone in our world could surpass that realm. Yuan was greatly shocked and interested at the same time, and his curiosity for this lord has reached its peak. "Anyways, I heard you attacked the Chu family. You're very daring for a mere spirit master." The Lord's voice continued. "I had good reasons," said Yuan. "I don't care about your reasons, nor do I care that you'd attacked the Chu family. I only care about one thing, obeying the rules of the mountain. However, you have ignored my rules and acted on your own accord. What do you have to say for yourself?" "I have no excuses," Yuan said with a straight face. "Humph. Not even going to put up a fight? How boring. I know what I did was wrong, but I have no regrets. If I had to do it all over again to help my friend, I would not hesitate, even if it means getting evicted from the mountain. There are plenty of other places we can live in this world, after all." The Lord remained silent for a good minute before speaking again. "Do you know why I called you here today? You have a request for us, right? If we do it, you'll forgive me for invading the Chu family." Yuan said. "Yes, that's right. However, that's an easy question. Let's make the next one a little harder. Now try answering this. Do you know why I allowed you to live on my mountain in the first place?" "Huh?" Yuan raised his eyebrows at such a question. "You're aware that only those that have received my approval can enter this mountain, right? In other words, I picked you. Do you know why I picked you?" After pondering for a moment, Yuan responded, "Because I am Player Yuan." He could only think of his identity as Player Yuan, which has the most influence and significance. "Ha ha ha." The Lord suddenly began laughing. "Player Yuan. I don't give a fuck about such a pointless alias. There's only one reason why I allowed you on my mountain. You, who has seemingly zero connections to the demon Sealing clan, have managed to kill a demon. Do you understand the significance behind that achievement? This is about the demon." Yuan was dumbfounded by the situation. He truly didn't expect the demon that he'd killed would be involved in this conversation. The Qi family is one of 3 ancient families that have served the demon Sealing clan since ancient times with both experience and profound knowledge about demons, yet the best they can do is seal demons. You, on the other hand, can kill them. You, alone, are worth more than the entire Qi family. Yuan was left speechless by the Lord's words, and he wasn't sure where to begin with so much information. "Manager! Get us the crystal!" The Lord suddenly shouted, causing the air to tremble. "Yes." The manager left the place for a few minutes before returning while carrying something in her grasp. "That thing is?" Yuan's jaw dropped from shock when he saw what the manager was carrying. It was a chunk of crystal that was yellow in color, and there was a hint of red in the center of the crystal. Is that what I think it is? Yuan asked the Lord while silently praying that he would be wrong. Yes, this is a red calamity crystal. It can predict calamities, but it only works when the calamity is influenced by demons. As you can see, this crystal is already yellow with a hint of red. There's going to be another calamity soon, meaning that another demon will be unleashed into this world. There are demons sealed within the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and I want you, and your demon sealing faction to deal with the demons. You can either seal them or dispose of them. I personally prefer extermination. Yuan was speechless once again. Who could have expected that the Lord's request for him would be to kill demons? If you accept my request and take care of the demons, I will not only forgive you for breaking the rules, but I will even tell you a little secret regarding this world and my identity. If that's not enough, I can tell you the true purpose of Cultivation Online and why it was created. Cultivation Online's true purpose. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. So your request for us is to deal with these demons, is that correct? Yuan asked for confirmation. Indeed. Okay, I will take care of them. Yuan nodded his head and agreed to the Lord's request. Eh? A dumbfounded noise echoed from the cave, almost as though the Lord was surprised by his response. Is there a problem? Yuan asked. No. I just didn't expect you to agree so easily. This is a demon, demons that we're talking about. Even the Qi family is reluctant to fight with demons unless they absolutely have to. The Lord said. Well, what else am I supposed to say? No, I won't help you deal with these demons that could potentially destroy this world. You know, I created the demon sealing faction for a reason. I plan on eradicating every last demon in this world, even if I don't get anything out of it. After a moment of silence, the Lord spoke again. Before you make your decision, I would like you to see something. Manager. Take him inside the mountain. Inside the mountain. Are you sure? The manager appeared to be shaken by his request. He will have to see it eventually since he will be fighting the demons for us, so we might as well let him see the scene and fully understand our situation now. There's no point in delaying this issue. The demons are going to come out of their seal, and I don't trust the Qi family will be able to handle this calamity by themselves. The Lord sighed. I understand. The manager turned to look at Yuan and said, Follow me. Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow the manager, but they did not go the way he had expected. Instead of going back to where they came from, they went to the other side of the mountain, where a hidden path was located. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived before this cave entrance that was emitting an ominous atmosphere. Before we go inside, I must warn you not to touch anything. The manager said to him. I won't. He promised. Let's go. They entered the cave a moment later, and after walking for some more, they encountered another entrance, but this one was emitting a menacing aura that would make people reluctant to move forward. When Yuan felt this forbidding aura, his body got the chills, almost as though it was reacting to it. After taking a deep breath and swallowing down his nervousness, he followed the manager into the enclosed area on the other side of the entrance. This is. Yuan's body shook violently when he realized what he was seeing in this place, and it left him completely speechless. He could feel multiple emotions flaring up. Shock, worry, fear, distress, dismay, and above all, powerless. Meanwhile, in the Chu family, Senior Qi, who had been sealed for almost an entire day, finally manages to break out of Yuan's seal. She gasped for air after breaking out of her seal, and her body was soaked in cold sweat. That little bastard. How could he humiliate me in such a manner? He actually kept me sealed for so long. Does he not have even a shred of mercy in him? She cried in a low voice. Even though she was sealed, she was fully conscious and awake. It felt like she was in a prolonged sleep paralysis, and no matter what she did, she could not break free from the seal. She became more and more worried as time went on that she would remain sealed forever. Senior Qi. Are you okay? Someone from the Chu family had been stationed there to monitor her condition, and he immediately approached her when he noticed the situation. What is the situation now? Where's Yuan and Liu Xiang? She shouted in an angry voice. They left yesterday after causing havoc in the family. Yuan even crippled the master's cultivation. The man explained the situation to her. What? He crippled Chu Shijian? How ruthless! Senior Qi trembled in fear after learning of this information, and her thoughts of revenge came to a quick halt. This man is ruthless and dangerous. If I mess with him anymore, he might kill me. Senior Qi believed that if Yuan was capable of leaving her sealed, capable of crippling Chu Shijian, then he was also capable of killing her. Where is Chu Shijian right now? Take me to him. Senior Qi said to the man. Right away. Sometime later, they arrived at Chu Shijian's room, where the owner of the room could be seen lying in bed with a sick and frail appearance, and his wife and children were around him, almost like they were at his deathbed. Senior Qi. Thank the heavens that you're fine. Chu Shijian said in a relieved voice after seeing her face. I was worried that you had died, and I have spent all night thinking about how I should relay this news to your family. What about you? You look like you're on your deathbed. Senior Qi said to him. I am fine. Because I suddenly lost all of my cultivation, my body has become frail and pathetic. However, I am not going to die. I should fully recover in a few months. Chu Shijian said. That's good to hear. But what are you going to do now? Are you going to take revenge? Senior Qi asked him. Ha! Revenge? Chu Shijian laughed in a low and dispirited voice. After losing my cultivation, I stopped caring about many things, and I realized that I could no longer feel some emotions, almost like I'd lost them as well. What will I achieve with revenge? Am I going to get my cultivation back if I avenge myself? I don't care anymore. Senior Qi was speechless. Is Chu Shijian really going to take this massive slap in the face and do nothing about it? However, she understood his feeling a little. After all, she is also feeling hesitant about taking revenge. I understand. Anyways, I will be returning to my family now. My family has been unable to calm down since the Jaded Gardens incident, and they believe that more demons will soon break out of their seal. If you need me, send me a message, but I may not be available anytime soon. Senior Qi said. I understand. I apologize for getting you mixed up in my family's mess, Senior Qi. Chu Shijian said to her. Also, before you leave, please keep the fact that I had lost my cultivation a secret. There are many people out there who wish to see my Chu family fall, and if they learn that I am no longer a cultivator, they will definitely try to destroy my family. You don't have to worry. My lips are sealed. Senior Qi said. Thank you very much. Senior Qi left the place shortly after. Meanwhile, back at Yuan's side, he had been staring at the scene before him for the past few minutes without moving a single muscle. Why? Why are there so many demons here? Yuan eventually snapped out of his daze to ask the manager, who was standing beside him with a calm face, as she was clearly used to seeing this scene. After a quick count, Yuan counted 11 sealed demons in this place. When the Lord mentioned demons, Yuan had expected to see 2 or 3 demons, but to think there are almost a dozen demons sealed within the mountain. It was too much for him to take in at once. Why are there so many demons here? Yuan asked. Try guessing. Your guess will be as good as mine. Yuan began to walk around the area, silently inspecting the sealed demons. They don't have any cracks, which is good, and compared to the demon at the Jaded Garden, their pulses are much calmer. Are you done yet? I don't like this place, so I prefer it if we can leave quickly. The manager said to him. Yes, we can leave. Yuan nodded. They left the cave and returned to the peak of the mountain. What do you think? How'd you like the scenery? The Lord asked Yuan about his experience inside the cave. Why are there so many demons sealed there? Yuan asked. Who knows? They were already there when I arrived at this mountain. Anyways, after seeing the demons inside the mountain, do you still wish to help us defeat the demons? The Lord asked him again. And without hesitation, Yuan nodded, I do. That's good to hear. Is there anything else you have for me? One last thing. I want you to meet the Qi family and cooperate with them to resolve the situation. The Qi family. Yuan raised his eyebrows. As I mentioned before, they have been dealing with demons since ancient times. I think they will be of help to you. Yuan pondered for a moment. He has been interested in the Qi family ever since he met Senior Qi, and he wondered if they were related to the demon sealing clan in Cultivation Online. Where can I meet the Qi family? They live on a remote island somewhere in the middle of the vast sea, away from society. What? Yuan was surprised to hear this information. If you wish to visit them, I can have the manager take you there. However, the Qi family is very strict when it comes to guests, so you should go there alone. I understand. When can we go there? Yuan then asked. I will have to contact the Qi family first, but it should take a week. The Lord said. Okay. I will contact you later. The manager led Yuan back down the mountain shortly after. Why do you wish to kill the demons so badly? The manager suddenly asked him as they descended the mountain. Because if demons exist, innocent people will suffer. I lost a friend to the demon in the jaded garden. I will not let that happen again, and in order for me to achieve that, I must exterminate all demons from this world, he said. You know what you saw today inside the mountain. They might only be a small fraction of the real numbers in this world. There could be hundreds, even thousands of demons sealed around the world. I don't care if there's 100 or even 1,000 of them. I will not stop hunting them until all of them are removed. I see. Once they returned to Yuan's residence, the manager returned back to the mountain. Can we trust him? The manager asked the Lord. I believe so. He has a pure aura. Him. A pure aura? I don't believe it. How can someone who had done what he did to the Chu family have a pure aura? I'm sure he has his reasons. Meanwhile, after returning home, Yuan gathered everyone in the living room. Welcome back, Yuan. How did things go with the Lord? Did you figure out what he wants from us? Wang Ming asked him. I will tell you all about it once everyone is here. Once everyone was present, Yuan began recalling his conversation with the Lord. This might sound shocking, but there are demons sealed within this mountain, and the Lord wants us to take care of them. That is the request. What? There are demons on this mountain? Everyone there stared at him with wide eyes. Yes, I saw them with my own eyes, divine sense. There was not one, not two, not three, but 11 demons currently sealed somewhere within the mountain. 11 demons? They exclaimed in a terrified voice. A single demon was already enough to wreak havoc in the jaded garden. They cannot imagine 11 of them running havoc at the same time. If that happens, the damages will be catastrophic. Humanity might even be in danger. Shi Lang said. Indeed, there's a good chance the world will end if we let these demons roam freely. However, that is not going to happen because we are going to take care of them. This is why I created the demon sealing faction. This is our purpose, to eradicate demons, as I am simply not satisfied with just sealing them. But none of us besides you know any demon sealing techniques, and I am still trying to learn the one you gave me. How long do we have until they break out of their seal? Wang Ming asked. I don't know. Yuan shook his head. And I know not everyone here has a demon sealing technique, but I am working on that. I will be heading to the Qi family next week to speak with them, said Yuan. What? The Qi family? Why are you going there? Chu Liuxiang was shocked to hear this. The Qi family is an ancient family that has vast knowledge on demons, and they could help us deal with them. They are like the demon sealing clan in Cultivation Online. I don't think they will be willing to help us, especially not after what you did to the Chu family and Senior Qi. They probably hold a grudge against you now. If they're willing to let the demons run wild because of some petty grudge, then we don't need help from them. However, we won't know that until I meet them. Yuan said. He turned to look at Shimurong and Wuzeo and continued, can you two ascend as soon as possible so that we can head to the myriad of techniques? I want to see if they have any demon sealing techniques since that's where I got my demon sealing strike. I will ascend today. Shimurong nodded. I will as well. Wuzeo said. Good. Then I will see you two at the square later today. I am going to study the demon sealing strike some more. Wang Ming said. Hurry up and learn it already so that I can also study it. Wang Bingbing said to him, as she also uses swords. Yeah. Anyways, that's all I have for you guys. We're going to be busy until these demons are dealt with. Yuan said to them. Sometime later, everyone returned to their own rooms to cultivate. By the way, if you want us to learn demon sealing techniques, what about that one technique you used on Senior Qi? You didn't need a weapon to use it, so maybe we can learn it as well. Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked him. I have thought about that as well, but I don't think that's possible. Although I know the technique, I didn't learn it from a technique manual, so I don't know how I can teach it to you guys. Then how did you learn the technique? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. Well. It's complicated. Yuan sighed. After all, it wasn't as though he could say that he'd learned the technique from memories of his past life. Maybe there is a technique that will allow you to write down techniques you already know. How else do you explain why there are so many duplicate techniques out there? You're right. I will ask the experts later. Yuan said. Then I am going to cultivate inside Cultivation Online. I still have a lot of catching up to do. Chu Liuxiang said. I will come with you. Yuan nodded. They logged into Cultivation Online a little later. As for Meishio, she decided to continue cultivating in the real world. Feng, Xiaohua, I have a question. Yuan called the experts out when he logged on. What do you need help with? Feng Yuxiang asked. Are there any methods to teach techniques you know to someone else? He asked them. You want to teach someone your techniques? They looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yes, but I don't know how. Well, there are two ways you can teach someone your technique. One, you can write down your technique and give it to them, or you can directly send the technique into their head. Of course, they are both techniques that you need to learn yourself. I figured. Hopefully, the myriad of techniques have these tech. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Xiaohua extended her arm at him, and she was holding onto a manual. Here you go, brother Yuan. This technique will allow you to give techniques to others directly. Yuan immediately smiled, thank you, Xiaohua. Feng Yuxiang silently stared at Yuan for a few moments before opening her mouth to speak. Young master, can I say a few things? Huh. Go ahead. I don't know why you want to give your techniques to someone, or who you plan on giving them to, but I highly discourage such actions. Your techniques are all incredibly valuable, and they should not be taught to others. Yuan smiled and said, I know, Feng. I am not giving away my techniques to just anyone. They are my friends, and I am only teaching them demon sealing techniques. Oh. If that's the case, then you don't have to mind me. Yuan began studying the technique Xiaohua gave him. Technique transmission. This is actually a divine rank technique. Yuan was surprised to see this sort of technique having such a high rank. After spending a couple of hours studying the technique, Yuan managed to learn it. You have learned technique transmission. Technique transmission. Rank, divine. Mastery level, 1. Description: allows you to transmit any learned techniques below divine rank to others. After learning the technique, Yuan went to seek for Chu Liuxiang. Lulu, I want to try transferring this technique to you. Okay. Yuan proceeded to activate the technique and tapped on Chu Liuxiang's forehead with his finger that was glowing a subtle light. The next moment, Chu Liuxiang could feel information entering her head. Wow, there's a lot of information flowing inside my head. Is this the technique you used on Senior Qi? Chu Liuxiang asked after receiving the technique. Yes, how is it? I'm surprised it's only an earth-rank technique. It looked so powerful. Not really. They can be used to seal demons, but it's not as effective as the demon sealing strike. I guess it's like a basic demon sealing technique for beginners. I see. That makes more sense. And she continued, I guess I will have to put my other techniques on hold for now so that I can learn this one first. Okay. Good luck. I will go meet up with the other two and head to the myriad of techniques. I should be back by tonight. Yuan nodded. After transferring the demon sealing technique to Chu Liuxiang, Yuan went to the square to meet up with Shimurong and Wu Zhao so they could also receive a heaven-rank technique. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked them. Yes. While they walked, Yuan said to Shimurong, you have the same name as someone I know in Cultivation Online. Eh? Who? A dragon. Yuan said with a smile. I mean, it isn't that weird for people to share the same name. Wu Zhao said. I guess so. Sometime later, they arrived at the myriad of techniques. Yuan brought them to the 4th floor after they had their destiny examination. You guys can go ahead and look for your desired technique. I will meet you all here in a few hours. Yuan said to them before going off on his own. There aren't any demon sealing techniques on this floor, but maybe I can seek Senior Bai's help. Hopefully, he's not busy. However, there was one problem. He didn't know how to contact Senior Bai. Although Senior Bai gave him a jade slip, it was only meant for alerting him about the escaped immortals. Guess I should ask the workers here. Yuan approached the woman working at the desk on the 4th floor and asked her, Hello, do you know how I can contact Senior Bai? The woman looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Senior Bai. He's not someone you can just contact. I know, that's why I'm asking you if you know any way to contact him. Yuan said, misunderstanding the woman's words. Look here. Senior Bai is someone with a very distinguished background. I don't know who you are, but you do not qualify to speak with him. Yuan sighed and showed this woman his faction symbol. We're from the same faction, and he's like a mentor to me. You're in the Celestial Overlords. How is that possible? You should be in spirit heaven. The woman exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan shrugged, it just happened. Can I speak with Senior Bai now? Just a moment. The woman looked for a jade slip underneath her desk before asking him, your name? Yuan. Why do you want to speak with him? I would like to ask him about demon sealing techniques. The woman had many questions, but she didn't dare to ask them. Give me a moment. The woman then relayed all of Yuan's information to the jade slip. Senior Bai, there is a person named Yuan who would like to ask you about demon sealing techniques. Now we wait. She said to Yuan afterward. A few minutes later, the jade slip began trembling, and the woman immediately picked it up. Let me speak with him. Senior Bai's voice resounded a moment later. I understand. The woman handed the jade slip to Yuan. Did something happen? Senior Bai asked him. Yes, unfortunately. Yuan sighed. I am currently looking for demon sealing techniques, but I don't know where to acquire them. So your problem is related to demons. Senior Bai mumbled to himself. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai said, All right, I will let you go to that place. You have already learned the demon sealing strike, so there should be no problem if I send you there. Yuan raised his eyebrows at the way Senior Bai mentioned this place, making it sound quite ominous. Where is this place? Yuan asked him. It's a special place within the myriad of techniques that can only be accessed by certain people. The Demon Sealing Clan, you should be familiar with them since you learned their technique, right? Yes, I know the Demon Sealing Clan. Yuan confirmed. In fact, he is technically their founder. This place is located within the myriad of techniques, but it's actually owned by the Demon Sealing Clan, so there are a lot of demon sealing techniques there. That sounds like the place I need to go. How do I get there? I will need to create a portal for you, but that will take some time, and I am a little busy right now. Come back tomorrow. I will have it ready by then. I understand. Thank you, Senior Bai. Yuan returned the jade slip to the woman afterward. Thank you for the help. Yuan said to her before turning around and walking away, leaving her speechless. Sometime later, Shimurong and Wu Zhao returned with a technique of their choice. They went to pay for the techniques shortly after. Thank you for the technique, Yuan. They bowed to him afterward. No need to thank me. Yuan returned to the hotel after Shimurong and Wu Zhao left to study their techniques. I'm going to return to the myriad of techniques tomorrow to acquire some demon sealing techniques. Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang. Do you need me to come with you? It's okay, you can focus on your cultivation. I understand. The following morning, Yuan returned to the myriad of techniques. Welcome back, esteemed guest. The woman on the fourth floor immediately recognized Yuan and greeted him. Good morning. Senior Bai's preparations are ready. Can you leave now? She then asked him. Yes, I am ready to leave. Yuan nodded. Please follow me. The woman stood up and brought Yuan to another room. There's nothing here. Yuan said when he saw the empty room. Please wait a moment while I contact Senior Bai. A few minutes later, a golden portal suddenly appeared in the center of the room. Try not to cause any trouble there, my little friend. Senior Bai's voice resounded in the room afterward. I won't. Yuan said with a smile. When you're ready to leave, just go back into the portal you appeared from. I understand. Good luck. After taking a deep breath, Yuan entered this portal and disappeared from the myriad of techniques. Ding! You have discovered Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. This place is amazing. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing the scenery before him. After being transported to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, Yuan looked around with a look of awe on his face. Despite the place being titled a library, the atmosphere and scenery looked nothing like a library. The floor was made out of clouds, and the sky was pure golden, giving the place a heavenly and divine atmosphere, almost as though the place was created for celestial beings. There was a massive building a few hundred meters away from him, and it gave off an exquisite feeling, just like an emperor's royal residence. It was also quite populated in this place with numerous people of all ages walking in and out of the building, and most of them were wearing similar outfits. However, when Yuan tried to look at their cultivation, he was shocked to realize that he was unable to see the majority of their cultivation. These people were clearly cultivators, but if he couldn't see their cultivation, it simply meant that they were all at a level that far exceeded Yuan's own cultivation, hence why he could not see them. Although these cultivators are probably not at Miss Su or Senior Bai's level, they are definitely some of the most powerful cultivators that I have encountered yet. Yuan thought to himself. Once he had enough of the scenery, Yuan began approaching the building in the distance. However, he was stopped at the entrance by a middle-aged man. Hey, you, stop right there. Yuan halted his movements and turned to look at the man. I don't sense a badge on you. How'd you get in here? The man asked him. Senior Bai sent me here. Yuan quickly responded. Senior Bai. The man appeared to be surprised by his response. Well, even if Senior Bai sent you here, I cannot allow you to enter the building without a badge. the man said after a moment of silence. And he continued, however, you can receive a badge by proving that you are associated with the demon sealing clan. How do I prove myself? Yuan asked. You must prove to me that you know at least one demon sealing technique, he said. Okay. Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord and proceeded to execute the demon sealing strike on the spot. The man's jaw dropped wide open afterward, and he cried inwardly, he not only has a soul weapon, but I have never seen someone execute the demon sealing strike and emit such a powerful demon sealing aura before. While Yuan isn't aware, all demon sealing strikes emit this unique aura, and it is exactly this aura that demons are weak against. If a demon is struck by this demon sealing aura, they will become sealed. With that being said, the demon sealing aura must be strong enough to actually seal the demon. If the aura isn't strong enough, it would only annoy the demon at most without sealing them. As for Yuan's demon sealing aura, it was so powerful that it attracted the people in the surrounding area, and they became even more interested in him after seeing his low cultivation base. How was that? Do I get a badge now? Yuan asked the man. Sure. The man nodded his head with a dumbfounded look on his face. Only an idiot would refuse to give a badge to someone that's brimming with talent as a demon sealer. The man then handed Yuan a black and gold badge that had the words, Demon Sealing, flawlessly engraved on it. Make sure you bring this the next time you come here. The man said to him. I understand. Thank you. Once he had the badge, Yuan proceeded to make his way into the building. However, shortly after entering the building, he was stopped again, and it was by a handsome tall young man this time. Hey, junior brother, what's your name? The man asked him. Me? Yuan. My name's Yu, and I just had to approach you after seeing your display just now. I almost couldn't believe my eyes when I saw your cultivation. You really impressed me. If you're new here, why don't I show you around? Yuan looked at this handsome man with a suspicious gaze. Yu laughed and said, Don't worry, I am nobody suspicious. Here, look at this. He showed Yuan a badge and continued, I am an official lecturer in this place, and it is my job to guide promising demon sealers such as yourself, hence why I approached you. Seeing the badge, Yuan decided to trust him for now. Okay. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Before we start, I must ask you. How long have you been with the demon sealing clan? Well. Yuan began pondering for an appropriate answer. Despite knowing the demon sealing strike, he isn't officially part of the demon sealing clan. I'm quite new, I guess. He eventually said. I see, so you're newer than I thought. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Yu said. And he continued, how about your knowledge regarding the demon sealing clan? Not much, to be honest. Yuan didn't want to lie about this since he saw this as a chance to learn more about the demon sealing clan. I understand, then I will guide you as though you just entered the clan. Let's start with. Why did you come to the Grand Library today? Did you come to learn demon sealing techniques, or are you here to practice with demons? Yu asked him. Excuse me. Practice with demons? Yuan thought he misheard and asked. You didn't know. You can practice fighting against demons here. Of course, they are not real demons but artificial demons, but they have the same abilities and weaknesses as demons, so you will have to seal them in order to defeat them. Do you want to try fighting an artificial demon? Yu said to him. I do. Yuan immediately replied. This was a great chance for him to practice fighting against demons before the demons in his world break out of their seals. Alright. Follow me. Yu said to Yuan before taking him to this open area somewhere within the building. In this open area, there were many groups of people standing in different spots watching cultivators attempt to fight the artificial demons. These are artificial demons. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw one of these artificial demons for the first time. They resembled the demons greatly with red skin, horns, a bloodthirsty face, and even a red crystal embedded in their chest. However, there was one big difference between these artificial demons and real demons: they lacked the bloodthirsty aura that real demons possessed. Instead, they had this overwhelming aura created from spiritual energy to pressure the cultivator fighting it. It appears that all of the artificial demons are occupied. Let's watch them for now. You can also learn something from them. Yuan said. Okay. Yuan nodded, and he watched these cultivators fight the demons. After watching these cultivators for about half an hour, Yuan realized something about these cultivators, that they really sucked at sealing these demons. Despite these cultivators hitting the artificial demons many times with their demon sealing strike, the demons were still able to move and fight back. Why aren't the demons being sealed despite getting struck by demon sealing techniques? Yuan asked Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu looked at him with raised eyebrows and said, if a demon can be sealed with a single strike, the cultivator fighting that demon would be many levels above the demon. Even the most talented demon sealers of our generation require a couple of strikes before they can seal a demon entirely. Once you strike a demon with a demon sealing strike, the demon sealing aura will slowly build up inside their body, and once there is enough built up, it seals the demon. Yuan didn't know what to make of Yuan Yu's words, as he'd sealed multiple demons stronger than him with a single strike, and even the demon lord that was far stronger than him had succumbed to his demon sealing technique in a single strike, albeit it took a bit for it to take effect. However, there was someone who could seal demons with a single strike. In fact, he could seal 1,000 demons with a single move. Can you guess who it is? Yuan Yu suddenly said. Divine Paragon. Yuan answered. That's right. The founder of the demon sealing clan, Divine Paragon. He was not only the most powerful demon sealer during his era, nobody has been able to get close to his power since then, even though millions of years have passed. People say he was created by the heavens to deal with the demons, and that's exactly what he did. The cultivation world used to be terrorized and ruled by demons, but when the Divine Paragon showed up, the demons ran in all directions. Of course, no matter where they ran, the Divine Paragon would chase them until they pretty much became extinct. It's truly unfortunate that the Divine Paragon disappeared without saying a word. Some people still believe that he's still alive somewhere in this boundless universe. Yuan remained silent. If they knew that the Divine Paragon had died and reincarnated, not even the heavens would know how they would react. Sometime later, one of the cultivators there has finally managed to seal the artificial demon. Once that happened, a figure approached the demon to inspect it. Not bad. Your demon sealing aura is quite powerful. This demon will remain sealed for about 500 years. The person said to the cultivator, who appeared to be very happy about his results. Who is that? Yuan asked. He's a fellow lecturer like me. We occasionally come here to watch these junior demon sealers and give them pointers. Yuan Yu said. I see. Who wants to go next? The lecturer asked. Here's your chance. Yuan Yu said to Yuan, who nodded and stepped forward. I would like to go. The lecturer turned to look at Yuan, and to his surprise, there was a spirit lord in this place. Give me a minute to adjust the difficulty. Do you want to fight a demon at the spirit lord level, or should I make it spirit grandmaster? The lecturer asked him. Can you make it spirit king? Yuan asked him. Spirit king. Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. Who's this kid? He wants to fight a spirit king demon as a spirit lord. How reckless. He's probably just seeking attention. He won't last a minute. As expected. He's an interesting one. Yuan Yu was the only person there that had a smile on his face that didn't give off the feeling of ridicule. Once the lecturer adjusted the artificial demon's cultivation to that of a first-level spirit king, Yuan stepped into the arena to face the demon. Good luck, kiddo. Yuan Yu cheered him on. It was at this moment the people there noticed Yuan Yu's presence. Greetings, Senior Yuan. Everybody there greeted him in a respectful manner. Don't mind me, I am just here to watch my new friend. Yuan Yu said. Friend? That spirit lord? The people there were in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yuan started his fight with the artificial demon. After summoning his Empyrean overlord, Yuan attacked the demon without hesitation. The demon tried to defend itself against Yuan's fierce assault, but it was having trouble doing so, leaving the spectators dazed. They couldn't believe their eyes, that a spirit lord was putting so much pressure on a demon that was an entire realm above him. Even though it was only an artificial demon, it still has the same prowess as a real demon, so realistically speaking, a spirit lord shouldn't be able to push this demon back so far. Even if he can overpower a demon with pure strength, all of his efforts will be pointless if he cannot seal the demon, as they will simply regenerate all of its injuries. One of the spectators there said, which is 100% true. However, Yuan has only been hitting the demon with normal attacks without using any demon sealing techniques, which puzzled the spectators, one you included. While they didn't expect Yuan to use demon sealing techniques with every strike, it also didn't make any sense for him to not use them at all, and this made the spectators ponder Yuan's thoughts. Many minutes have passed since Yuan began fighting the artificial demon, yet he continued to use nothing more than basic sword techniques on the demon. This puzzled the spectators, as it seemed like Yuan had no intention of sealing the demon for whatever reason. What in heaven's name is he doing? It's been almost 15 minutes, yet he hasn't used a single demon sealing technique. If you're here to play around, then get out. There are others here waiting to practice. Yeah. Get out. This isn't the place for you to play around. The cultivators there began getting frustrated at Yuan for purposefully not sealing the demon. They have never seen a demon sealer as obnoxious as him until today. Calm down, everyone. Yuan suddenly said to them in a soothing voice, and he continued, as far as I can tell, he's doing exactly what this place is meant to do, to allow you to practice fighting against demons without needing to worry about getting killed. Just because he's not using his demon sealing techniques does not mean he's not practicing. The cultivators there no longer complained about Yuan not using his demon sealing technique, and they decided to watch him for a few minutes before losing interest and going to watch someone else. Half an hour later, pretty much everyone had lost interest in Yuan's practice session besides two people, and they were both lecturers. Fellow Taoist Yuan, can you tell me why you're so interested in this young man? Besides his impressive raw strength, I don't see anything else from him that's worthy of your attention. Yuan smiled and said, if you'd seen his demon sealing aura, you would understand. Just be patient. It'll be worth the wait. If you say so. The other lecturer nodded. While Yuan was focused on getting combat experience with a demon, a cold voice suddenly resounded, snapping him out of his focus. Are you really even a demon sealer? You're so pathetic. Ha ha ha. To Yuan's surprise, the artificial demon had suddenly started speaking when it had been silent since the beginning. Unbeknownst to Yuan, these artificial demons have a function where it will mock the fighter when they cannot seal the demon after a specific amount of time has passed. They do so in order to put more pressure on the fighter by publicly humiliating them in front of others. If you don't hurry up and seal me, I will eat all of your loved ones. Ha ha ha. Too bad someone as weak as you won't be able to stop me. You're doomed to watch your loved ones die before me. When Yuan heard the artificial demon's mockery, something had snapped inside him. Shut the hell up. Yuan suddenly jumped forward while his aura exploded with fierceness. This sudden change surprised Yuan and the other lecturer. Demon sealing strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean overlord directly at the artificial demon. The artificial demon could feel a powerful demon sealing aura coming from the sword, so it reacted by dodging the strike. However, Yuan's sword suddenly changed direction mid-motion, cleaving the demon's body cleanly in half. Haha. Not bad. But you won't be able to defeat me like. The artificial demon suddenly stopped speaking when it realized that its body was already beginning to feel stiff, and this feeling expanded through its body within seconds. When it looked down at its own body, it realized that its regenerative abilities had stopped, and the lower half of its body had already turned into stone completely. The demon slowly lifted its head to look at Yuan, who held a cold expression on his face, and for the next few seconds, they would quietly stare at each other until the rest of the artificial demon was sealed. Heavens! Both Yuan Yu and the other lecturer uttered in a dazed voice after witnessing this scene. The other cultivators there had also turned to look at Yuan's area, but nobody there saw the entire thing. When they looked, the demon was already lying on the ground with its body separated in half and the lower half already petrified. However, they were able to watch the rest of the demon being sealed within seconds. What the fuck just happened? What did he do to the artificial demon? Did anyone see it? No, I didn't see it. When I looked, the demon was already sealed. Even though the cultivators there didn't know what happened, they knew that something incredible had happened, as the instructors' faces were filled with awe, not to mention the powerful demon sealing aura that suddenly erupted moments ago, and these cultivators all wished that they'd continued watching Yuan's practice. Such a powerful demon sealing aura. Just who is this young man? And where did you find him? The lecturer beside Yuan Yu asked him. I found him at the front of the Grand Library when he displayed the demon sealing strike to get a badge to enter this place, and when I asked him, he said that he was new. The lecturer swallowed nervously, and he approached the sealed demon a moment later. After inspecting the artificial demon for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "This artificial demon can no longer be used. It's been completely destroyed. The seal was too powerful." What? The cultivators there were shocked to hear this information. They have never heard of an artificial demon being sealed to the point where they could no longer function. I'm so sorry. Yuan quickly apologized after realizing the situation. I broke another piece of training equipment. He cried inwardly. It feels like every time he practices on training equipment, it would inevitably break. I will pay for the damages. Yuan said a moment later while inwardly bracing himself to sacrifice an arm and leg. However, the lecturer merely laughed at his words and said while waving his hand, "Don't worry about it, young lad. These things are quite old, so I was already thinking about replacing them. Of course, these artificial demons are maintained every day to make sure they are like new, but the lecturer didn't tell Yuan so that he doesn't feel bad about it." After Yuan destroyed the artificial demon, the lecturer had someone take away the demon, and since they didn't expect someone to destroy an artificial demon in such a manner, a replacement would not be ready for a few days. Do you mind if I continue practicing with the artificial demons? Yuan suddenly asked the lecturer, leaving him speechless. When Yuan saw the lecturer's perplexed face, he quickly continued, I won't break any more artificial demons, I promise. I won't even use my demon sealing techniques. I just want to become more comfortable when fighting demons. If you say it like that, I cannot refuse. The lecturer nodded. Thank you, senior. Yuan bowed to him before waiting for the next available artificial demon. While he waited, Yuan Yu approached him and started a conversation with him. How old are you this year? You look very young. I'm 18 years old. What? You're that young? I truly wasn't expecting that. Yuan Yu thought Yuan was older than he appeared, as that is usually the case in the cultivation world, especially in their realm. If you don't mind me asking, which family are you from? Yuan Yu then asked. I don't belong to a family. Yuan shook his head. Oh. What about a sect? I used to be in a sect, but I am now wandering the 9 heavens with my friends. So you're a rogue cultivator, huh? That's very surprising as well. I thought you would be from some big family or prominent sect. With that being said, if you wish to join the Demon Sealing Grotto, you're more than welcomed. Demon Sealing Grotto? Yuan looked at Yuan Yu and asked, what's their relationship with the Demon Sealing Clan? The Demon Sealing Clan came first and was created by the Divine Paragon himself. The Demon Sealing Grotto, however, was created after the founder's disappearance. The two of them basically exist for the same purpose, to deal with the remaining demons in the 9 heavens. However, despite their similar purposes and existence, the two of them are not really that close to each other. In fact, they can even be considered rivals. After the founder's disappearance and the fact that demons are no longer a threat to the nine heavens and humanity, the demon sealing clan began to decline and grow weaker, yet the clan refused to change and continued their tradition despite the change happening across the world. A few higher-ups were fed up with the demon sealing clan's stubbornness, so they left the demon sealing clan to create their own powerhouse, which is the demon sealing grotto that functions more like a sect than a family, and they brought with them many prominent figures from the demon sealing clan, hurting them even further. However, despite our rivalry, both the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto share the grand library. You can tell us apart from our uniforms. Those wearing black and gold are from the demon sealing clan while those wearing black and red are from the demon sealing grotto. As you can see, I am wearing black and red, so I am from the demon sealing grotto. I'm not sure. Can you give me some time to think about it since all of this is very new to me? Yuan said after a moment of silence. Of course. Take all the time you need. And I am not saying this to blow our own bubbles, but the demon sealing grotto is currently far stronger than the demon sealing clan. If you join us, we will forge you into a top-tier demon sealer. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the stage when there was an opening to fight with an artificial demon. When the spectators saw this, they quickly went to watch Yuan fight the demon, but they became frustrated when Yuan did not use any demon sealing techniques for an entire hour even while being constantly mocked by the artificial demon. However, they did not want to leave, fearing that they might miss the action again. Unfortunately for them, Yuan fought until the end without using a single demon sealing technique. Fuck. He's definitely doing this on purpose. The spectators were fuming by the end. If it weren't for Wan Yu and the other lecturers' presence, these people would have fought Yuan with nothing but their fists. Meanwhile, after he was satisfied with his practice, Yuan returned to Wan Yu and said to him, I would like to learn some demon sealing techniques now. I came to this place for this very reason, as well. I understand. Follow me. Wan Yu nodded. As they walked, Wan Yu spoke, since you're new here, you are only allowed access to very limited techniques. If you want to learn more techniques, you will need to raise your demon sealer rank. You can raise your rank by taking an examination that tests your demon sealing aura and your knowledge of demons. Since you have managed to successfully seal an artificial demon, you're considered an apprentice demon sealer. However, if I take into account your demon sealing aura and your performance today, I would rank you as high as an elite demon sealer, which is 2 ranks above apprentice. Unfortunately, you must take the exam before you can officially be considered as one. Yuan nodded and said, I will think about the exam later. For now, I will just look at the available techniques. Sometime later, Wan Yu led Yuan inside a large room that had multiple jade tablets placed around the room in an orderly fashion. What is this place? Yuan asked. You will understand once you take a look at the jade tablets, said Wan Yu. Yuan nodded and approached one of the jade tablets. This technique. Demon Sealing Strike. To Yuan's surprise, the jade tablet had the Demon Sealing Strike engraved onto it. That's right. These jade tablets are the techniques, and anyone can learn them as long as they have access to the rooms. Wan Yu said. Yuan didn't say anything else and began looking at all of the jade tablets. This is also the Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the second jade tablet. However, when he read the contents, he realized that it was a completely different technique. Although it functioned similarly to his Demon Sealing Strike, this technique was meant for daggers instead of the sword. When he realized this, Yuan immediately began studying the technique, as this technique would allow him to seal demons with the Starry Abyss so that he no longer needed to rely just on swords. A few minutes later, Yuan closed his eyes and digested all of the information from the jade tablet. Ding! You have learned Demon Sealing Strike, Dagger. Rank, Heaven. Mastery Level, 1. Description, consumes 1 million Qi. Must wield a dagger to activate. An ancient dagger technique used to seal demons. Ah! Did you just learn that technique? When Wan Yu saw a profound aura suddenly emit from Yuan's body, he realized that Yuan had just comprehended a new technique, but he still asked for confirmation. Eh? I thought you said anyone could learn these techniques. Yuan looked at him with a surprised face, misunderstanding Wan Yu's words. Yes, you can. I was just surprised at how quickly you learned the technique. You're full of surprises. Wan Yu chuckled. Oh, I see. Then can I ask you a few more questions? Of course. Let me hear them. Wan Yu nodded. Are there any limitations to how many techniques I can learn from this place? Nope. You can learn as many techniques you want. There are no limitations. Great, then my second question is. Are there any rules about this place that I should know about? Yes, there's a few of them, actually. Wan Yu nodded, and he continued, first, you are not allowed to share these techniques with outsiders. 2. You are forbidden from selling or trading these techniques even to fellow demon sealers. You must receive permission to teach other demon sealers. As an official lecturer, I am allowed to teach other demon sealers, but I am limited to what I can teach. One last rule you should keep in mind is that these techniques, while they were created to seal demons, they can also seal humans to a certain extent, and if you're caught sealing humans, you will be killed or crippled by the demon sealing clan or the demon sealing grotto. I understand. Yuan nodded. Thankfully, he sealed senior Qi in his own world, not this world. As for the rule that forbids him from sharing these techniques, Yuan will obviously have to ignore this rule in order to teach the others demon sealing techniques. Furthermore, he has already broken the rule more than once. Yuan returned to studying the techniques shortly after, and he wouldn't stop until he learned enough techniques for everyone. Wan Yu was shocked when he saw this. Why in heaven's name does he need to learn this many demon sealing techniques? It's almost like he's learning a technique for every weapon out there. Wan Yu cried inwardly. An hour later, Yuan returned to Wan Yu and said to him, I will be leaving now. Thank you for helping me today. I learned a lot. You're leaving already? I will be back tomorrow to practice some more with the artificial demons. Yuan said. All right. If you ever need any more help and I am here, you can always come to me. Wan Yu nodded. I will. Yuan left the Grand Library shortly after and returned to the hotel. Lulu, I am going to try and cultivate technique transmission in the real world so that I can transfer the techniques to everyone later. Yuan said to her. Okay, I will stay here until dinner then. Thus, Yuan logged off by himself and began trying to learn technique transmission in that world as well. Once it was time for dinner and everyone gathered in the dining room, Yuan told them the news. I have acquired a demon sealing technique for everyone here, but I will need a few days to learn a technique that will allow me to transfer the techniques directly into your mind. Although we can do this in Cultivation Online, I am not really supposed to share these techniques, so I'd rather do it in this world. It might also be a little quicker if we do it this way. That's fine. Take all the time you need. They said to him. The following day, Yuan returned to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, and he went straight to the area with the artificial demons. There's already people here. Despite arriving shortly after sunrise, all of the artificial demons were already occupied, so Yuan could only wait. While he waited there and watched the others practice, the lecturer from yesterday noticed Yuan and approached him. Young man, I never got your name yesterday. Yuan turned to look at the middle-aged man standing beside him and said, My name's Yuan. Yuan, huh? I am Tang Zheng, an official lecturer here for the past 10 years. I haven't seen you here before until yesterday. How long have you been a demon sealer? Not long. That's perfectly fine. Despite being new, you have a very impressive demon sealing aura, especially for someone at your cultivation base. Do you belong to the Demon Sealing Clan or the Demon Sealing Grotto? Tang Zheng asked. I'm not actually officially affiliated with either. Yuan said. I see, so you're from one of the branch families. If you want, I can recruit you into the Demon Sealing clan right now, unless you've already been recruited by Yuan. It would be a pity if that was the case. Pity? Why would it be a pity? Yuan asked with a questioning gaze. As everyone is aware by now, the Demon Sealing clan is declining. We're currently in our weakest state ever since the clan's creation. At this rate, the Demon Sealing clan will continue to decline until its inevitable end, hence why we're recruiting any talent we can find. If you join the Demon Sealing grotto, that's one less talent we have and one more step towards our doom, which is an immense pity since the Demon Sealing clan is the reason the cultivation world is so peaceful today. Well. Although Senior Yuan has indeed offered me to join the Demon Sealing grotto, I have not decided to join them yet. As for the Demon Sealing clan, I would also like to think about it some more. Yuan responded to Tang Zheng's offer. Of course. Take all the time you need. Tang Zheng nodded with a relieved smile on his face. As long as Yuan doesn't accept Wan Yu's offer, he still has a chance to recruit Yuan into the Demon Sealing clan. And while some might think Tang Zheng was exaggerating the Demon Sealing clan situation to trick Yuan into joining them, it is a fact that the clan has been in a straight decline ever since their founder disappeared. As for their reason for decline, it is actually much simpler than one would expect. The Demon Sealing clan was created for the sole purpose of fighting demons, and after killing or sealing most demons and chasing the rest into hiding, the Demon Sealing clan became less relevant as they were no longer needed due to the lack of demons. In the end, the downfall of demons was also the downfall of the Demon Sealing clan. I am the reincarnation of the founder of the Demon Sealing clan, so I should join them and save them from their ruin. However, I am no longer the divine paragon, and I shouldn't let my past affect my current life. Yuan was in a predicament. On one hand, he wants to help the Demon Sealing clan that he'd created in his past life. However, on the other hand, he didn't want to let his past lives to continue affecting his current life, as he fears that he might lose his personality and become someone unrecognizable. After pondering for some time, Yuan temporarily stopped thinking about it to step onto the stage to fight the artificial demon. What's that kid doing? He's not using any demon sealing techniques. Since it was a new day, there would naturally be new people in the area that didn't know about Yuan. Who? Oh, him. He was also here yesterday doing the exact same thing as he is doing right now. I guess he just wants to experience fighting demons without actually sealing them. A waste of our time if you ask me. After all, what's the point of fighting demons if you don't seal them? Someone there recognized Yuan and explained to those asking. Eventually, the artificial demon began mocking Yuan for not being able to seal it. Ha! What's wrong, demon sealer? You can't even seal a fake demon. How will you survive if you encounter a real demon that is far more powerful than a fake? You should give up and just return to being a normal cultivator. Of course, Yuan ignored the artificial demon's taunting and continued to slice its body with the Empyrean Overlord. Once Yuan was satisfied with his workout a few hours later, he stopped fighting the artificial demon. Finally. I thought he was going to stay up there for the entire day. The people there sighed in relief when they noticed that Yuan was finally leaving, allowing them to fight the artificial demon. Tang Zheng, who'd just come back to the area from eating lunch, noticed Yuan and quickly approached him. Yuan, are you free right now? Sort of. Why? Yuan asked. I'd like to show you something. Okay. Yuan didn't question Tang Zheng and followed him to another area within the Grand Library, arriving at another empty square shortly after. However, the place was empty in the sense that there was a lot of space in this area, since there were actually a lot of cultivators scattered around this place with most of them seated around this domineering statue. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this statue that was located at the center of this empty square, as he'd seen the face of this statue before, mostly in his dreams. That's the divine paragon. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. When Tang Zheng heard it, he smiled and said, "That's right. He is the founder of the Demon Sealing clan and the idol of every demon sealer in existence, divine paragon, also known as the Bane of Demons. When I was a young cultivator, I happened to overhear a legend about him, and because of this legend, I decided to become a demon sealer. I never looked back, nor have I ever regretted my decision. Do you want to hear it? Sure. Yuan nodded. When demons were still rampaging in the 9 heavens, millions of demons dwelled within this impenetrable stronghold in the demonic realm that was deemed impossible to conquer by all cultivators. However, the divine paragon, all by himself, entered the demonic realm for a total of 66 days. The world thought the divine paragon had died inside the demonic realm, but to everyone's shock, the divine paragon returned from the demonic realm, and that's when everyone learned the truth, that the divine paragon had been killing demons non-stop since he entered the hellhole. In just 2 short months, he'd conquered the demonic realm and killed every single demon inside, something everybody had deemed impossible. Nobody has entered the demonic realm since then, as the divine paragon had sealed the demonic realm just in case he missed a few demons. Demon sealers nowadays would have trouble fighting a single demon even in a group, yet the divine paragon had killed millions of demons all by himself in 2 short months. If you ask me what a real demon is, I would, without hesitation, say it's the divine paragon, in a good sense. Yuan was speechless after hearing this legend. No wonder why demons are terrified of him. He's actually more devious than demons. He sighed inwardly. Tang Jing suddenly raised his eyebrows at Yuan, almost as though he'd realized something. Yuan. Now that I look at you closely, you look awfully similar to the divine paragon statue over there, almost like you're a younger version of the founder himself. When Yuan heard Tang Zheng's outrageous yet accurate claims, Yuan's body froze, almost as though he'd been sealed. Good heavens, the longer I look at you, the more I get the feeling that you look like the founder. Tang Zheng subconsciously moved his face closer to Yuan's face to get a closer look. Yuan took a few steps back and said in a stiff voice, "You're probably just seeing things." "No. I am certain. You have such an eerie resemblance to the divine paragon. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you're a reincarnation of him." Tang Zheng said, unaware that he was 100% correct. "You know what? This could be a sign the heavens have sent us, that you could potentially become the next leader of the demon sealing clan. With your talents, it's definitely doable. Yuan. You must join the demon sealing clan. You, who bears the founder's face, cannot allow the demon sealing clan to disappear." Tang Jing stared at Yuan with eyes full of emotions. He was someone easily influenced when it comes to the divine paragon, and with Yuan having so much resemblance to the divine paragon, Tang Jing truly believed that Yuan was sent by the heavens to save the declining demon sealing clan. "Even if you tell me that." Yuan had intentions to join either the demon sealing clan or the demon sealing grotto, but he wasn't sure which one he should join. On one hand, the demon sealing grotto is much more powerful than the other option, but on the other hand, he had technically created the demon sealing clan, so it wouldn't be right to let them disappear. While Yuan pondered, a familiar voice suddenly resounded inside his head, "Join the demon sealing clan." Yuan recognized this voice to be the divine paragon's voice, and he turned to look at the divine paragon statue. In Yuan's eyes, the divine paragon statue had turned into a real person and was no longer a statue. "There are secrets within the demon sealing clan that only I know of. If you let it disappear, these secrets will also disappear, and there's a good chance that the 9 heavens will return to chaos if you do not return to the demonic realm." Demonic realm? What does that have anything to do with joining the demon sealing clan? Yuan frowned. "If you wish to learn the truth, you must enter the demonic realm." "The demonic realm that you sealed?" The divine paragon did not respond and returned to being a statue. Yuan sighed out loud and turned to look at Tang Zheng. "Will it be problematic if I join the demon sealing clan while already being in a faction?" Yuan asked. "Faction? No, there won't. The demon sealing clan is not considered to be a family, a sect, nor a faction, so there shouldn't be any problems." Yuan raised his brows and asked, if the demon sealing clan is not any of these things, what is it? Honestly, I am not too sure either, but the divine paragon never considered the demon sealing clan to be any of these things. It used to be a place where anyone could join as long as they wanted to fight demons. Things have obviously changed since then, so it resembles a faction more than anything. With that being said, we're not considered a faction, and even if we are considered a faction, there shouldn't be any problem since most factions allow their members to join multiple factions as long as that faction is not an enemy. As for the demon sealing grotto, they are a faction, and they have a sect as well. Yuan nodded and said, "Then I will join the demon sealing clan, temporarily, if you don't mind." "May I ask why only temporarily?" "Just in case I change my mind. I can assure you that you will not regret your decision, but if you insist, that is fine. You can join us temporarily. We don't have any rules that forbid our members from leaving once they join, anyway." "Okay. Now that you are part of our demon sealing clan, let's get you your uniforms and badge." Yuan followed Tang Zheng to another place, where he would receive 3 sets of uniform and a badge. There's no rule about wearing the uniforms, so you don't have to wear them if you don't want to. As for the badge, it is proof that you are part of the demon sealing clan. You will need it if you want to enter any of our establishments. How is this badge any different from the one I received in front of the Grand Library? Yuan asked. The Grand Library's badge will only allow you to enter this place, and it just means you're affiliated with the demon sealing clan. I see. Anyways, you're currently an apprentice demon sealer, but I have seen you defeat an artificial demon, so you qualify for the next rank. Would you like to take the examination now and become an advanced demon sealer? Tang Zheng then asked him. If I become an advanced demon sealer, I will get to learn more demon sealing techniques, right? Yuan asked. That's right. You'll get to learn divine rank demon sealing techniques. Then I will take the examination. Yuan nodded. Great. Follow me. Tang Zheng led Yuan back to the area with the artificial demons and said to him, "Wait here while I grab 2 more official lecturers to witness in the examination. We need at least 3 lecturers." After Tang Zheng left, Yuan spectated the other cultivators while he waited. About 15 minutes later, Tang Zheng returned to him with 2 other individuals, an old lady and a beautiful young woman. "Tang Zheng, you dragged me here for an advanced demon sealer examination during my lunchtime. I really hope it's worth it, or you'll regret wasting my time." The beautiful woman said to him as they entered the area. "Don't worry, it will definitely be worth it. I dragged you here because I knew how much you both admire the founder. Once you see this young..." Before Tang Zheng could even finish his sentence, the old woman suddenly exclaimed in a shocked voice, "Divine Paragon." Sure enough, the old lady noticed Yuan standing in the crowd and mistook him for the Divine Paragon. "What the? Did you just say Divine Paragon? Have you finally gone senile from old age?" The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows when she heard the old lady's words. After all, how could the Divine Paragon suddenly appear in the Grand Library? The woman subconsciously turned to look at the direction the old lady was looking at, and to her absolute shock, someone who looked exactly like the Divine Paragon stood in the crowd. As fanatics and admirers of the Divine Paragon, they have engraved every detail of the Divine Paragon into their souls, so they knew right away when they saw Yuan's face that he looked exactly like the Divine Paragon. Wait. Before Tang Zheng could even open his mouth properly, the 2 women rushed through the crowd and directly at the unaware Yuan. Yuan, who was minding his own business, suddenly felt 2 aggressive presence behind him, causing him to turn around. When he did, he could see 2 women with glowing eyes running in his direction. Naturally, this startled Yuan, who could only wonder who these women were and why they were running at him. However, before he could even react, the old lady suddenly disappeared from her spot and appeared right beside him like a ghost. What the? Right as Yuan turned to look at the old lady, he suddenly felt someone touch his cheeks, who also turned his head. Wow! You really look like the Divine Paragon. What's your name? And where did you come from, handsome? The beautiful woman asked Yuan as she held his cheeks with her smooth hands, looking like an owner and her dog. Ah. My name's Yuan. He responded in a dazed manner. What in heaven's name do you two think you are doing to my new recruit? Tang Jing suddenly appeared to drag them away from Yuan. He then said, I apologize for this, Yuan. They've been long-time admirers of the divine paragon, and since you look so similar to him, they went crazy. What do you mean he looks similar? He looks exactly like the divine paragon, albeit a lot younger. The beautiful woman said. I know that, hence why I brought you two here. However, if you're going to bother him, I will find new instructors for his examination. Tang Jing sighed out loud. Why are you being so annoying, Tang Jing? We're not bothering him at all. The old lady cleared her throat before speaking. As for the examination, do we really need to do it? I can tell by his appearance alone that he will easily pass the examination. Senior Fu is right. There's no way that someone with the divine paragon's face could fail such an easy exam. The beautiful woman said. Tang Jing rubbed his temples and said, I also know he can pass the examination since I have already seen him seal an artificial demon, but we still need to do an official examination. It will look bad on us if we don't do this. Whatever. The beautiful said before turning to look at Yuan with a friendly smile, my name is Yan Hara. Let's talk more after your examination, handsome. Sure. After winking at Yuan, Yan Hara turned to look at the cultivators that were currently fighting an artificial demon. Hurry up and seal the demon already. If you make the little founder wait too long, I will go up there and seal the demon for you. When the cultivators and the spectators heard Yan Hara's words, they turned to look at them. Little founder. They all focused on Yuan, and sure enough, they could see a strong resemblance of the divine paragon from him. Heavens! Why didn't I notice this earlier? He really looks like the divine paragon statue. He looks so much like the founder that I wouldn't doubt it if you told me he was a direct descendant of the founder. What if he is a descendant? That's not possible. They said the founder had no Tao companion. That doesn't mean anything. For all we know, the founder could have found a Tao companion after his disappearance. Fuck. If you say it like that. Soon enough, pretty much everybody in the area was talking about Yuan's resemblance to the divine paragon. A few minutes later, one of the cultivators there finally sealed the artificial demon and stepped off the stage. He turned to look at Yuan and smiled, the stage is all yours, little founder. Thank you. Yuan didn't know how he felt about being called little founder. Ignoring their accuracy, it just felt weird. Sometime later, Yuan stepped onto the stage, and all of the spectators in the area gathered around him to watch his examination. Before we begin, allow me to give you the rules. Tang Jing said. And he continued, in order to pass the examination and become an advanced demon sealer, you must seal an artificial demon that is 2 realms below your cultivation base within the time limit, which is 30 minutes. What? Yuan was dumbfounded to hear the passing condition, as it sounded way too easy. 2 realms below my cultivation base within 30 minutes. Why is it so easy? Since he is a spirit lord, his artificial demon, which will be 2 realms lower, will only have the strength of a spirit master. He could seal a demon at this level even in his sleep. Of course, while this examination might be incredibly easy for someone like Yuan, not all demon sealers are as talented as him. While Yuan wouldn't have any trouble fighting demons above his cultivation base, he is an abnormal existence. Meanwhile, normal demon sealers would have trouble with demons even 1 realm below their own cultivation base. Therefore, if they made the examination too hard, nobody would be able to rank up. With that being said, even with an artificial demon 2 realms below the examinee's cultivation base, there are still many cultivators out there that would struggle against it. However, even though the examination was incredibly easy for Yuan, it wasn't as though he was completely free of worries. In fact, he had one major problem regarding this examination. If I hit it with my demon sealing techniques, I will definitely break another artificial demon. What should I do? He sighed inwardly. That's all you need to know for the examination. You may begin now. Tang Zheng said to Yuan a moment later. Yuan nodded, but he didn't immediately attack the artificial demon. As for the demon, it also won't attack Yuan until he makes the first move. What are you waiting for, little founder? The examination has already started. Yan Hara said to him. There's a good chance that I will break the artificial demon. Yuan said. It was at this moment that Tang Jing recalled Yuan's prowess yesterday that completely destroyed an artificial demon. Although losing one artificial demon isn't a huge loss, they are not cheap either, and if they lose 2 artificial demons back to back in 2 days, the maker of these artificial demons will become annoyed at them. However, before Tang Jing could even say anything, Yan Hara spoke out loud, "Don't worry about breaking them. They're very durable and have the same regenerative ability as real demons, so no matter how you slice or dice it, you won't break it." Of course, Yan Hara has no idea that Yuan had already destroyed an artificial demon just yesterday. And she continued, "Even if you somehow manage to break it, we can easily get a replacement, so go ahead and break it." Yuan nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He turned to look at the artificial demon with a calm gaze. I should try out the demon sealing strike for the dagger. With this thought in his mind, Yuan summoned the starry abyss in its invisible mode and used it to attack the demon. An invisible dagger? It is also emitting the aura of a soul weapon. He can actually control 2 soul weapons at once. Tang Zheng was greatly shocked by this new information. He witnessed Yuan's Empyrean overlord yesterday, and the fact that Yuan is using a different soul weapon today could only mean that he has multiple soul weapons, which is incredibly rare even in the upper heavens. Whoosh! The invisible starry abyss flew at the artificial demon and struck it directly between its eyes a split second later. The artificial demon fell to its knees the next second and remained there, which puzzled the spectators, as they wondered why the artificial demon wasn't standing back up. However, they would soon get their answer when the artificial demon began turning into stone at a rapid rate. A few seconds later, the artificial demon was completely sealed. What in heaven's name? Everyone there except Tang Zheng was shocked to witness Yuan sealing a demon with a single demon sealing strike. As expected of our little founder. His demon sealing aura is quite ridiculous for someone at his level. Maybe he's really the reincarnation of the divine paragon. Yan Hara mumbled to herself in a low voice. Once Yuan sealed the demon, Senior Fu went to inspect the demon, and to her shock, the artificial demon was completely sealed, including its core, which renders the entire thing useless. All artificial demons have a core that allows it to function and gives them their regenerative ability, and this core was specifically made to resist demon sealing aura so that it doesn't break every time someone seals the demon. However, Yuan's demon sealing aura had somehow managed to penetrate the core's defenses and sealed it alongside the demon. This artificial demon is no longer usable. Senior Fu announced the results to Yan Hara and Tang Zheng, who wasn't surprised at all. As for Yan Hara, she was dumbfounded and amazed at the same time. She has witnessed thousands of examinations, yet this is her first time encountering someone that has managed to destroy an artificial demon so thoroughly. Congratulations on passing your examination, Yuan. You're now officially an advanced demon sealer. Tang Jing said to him a moment later, breaking the awkward silence. Thank you. Yuan said. Even though the examination was a little too easy, at least he gets to learn more demon sealing techniques. Come with me, little founder. We're going to get you your new badge. Yan Hara suddenly grabbed Yuan and began pulling him away. Wait for me. Senior Fu quickly followed. Tang Jing shook his head with a bittersweet smile on his face, and he also followed them. Meanwhile, a new rumor began spreading around the Grand Library. Have you heard? There's a demon sealer who looks exactly like the founder of the demon sealing clan, and he managed to destroy an artificial demon. Huh? The divine paragon? It must be an exaggeration. It's not. A lot of people have seen him, and they all agreed that he looks just like Divine Paragon, albeit a lot younger. They even gave him the nickname Little Founder. I won't believe it until I see him with my own eyes. As for destroying an artificial demon, it's not really that impressive if you think about it. The artificial demons in the Grand Library are merely low-quality puppets. Most elite demon sealers can destroy them if they try hard enough. It may not seem impressive because I didn't mention his cultivation. The Little Founder is only a spirit lord, and he just became a demon sealer not long ago. Hell, he just passed his examination and became an advanced demon sealer. What? What is a spirit lord doing in the Grand Library? And he destroyed an artificial demon as an apprentice demon sealer? Now I definitely don't believe you. Suit yourself. This information is already spreading throughout the demon sealing clan and even the demon sealing grotto. It will only be a matter of time before the higher-ups set their eyes on him. Even though he's already joined the demon sealing clan, it won't stop the demon sealing grotto from trying to snatch him from them, as it has happened multiple times before already. I cannot wait to see where this goes. While news of the Little Founder spread, Yuan received his advanced demon sealer badge. Little Founder, why are you not wearing your uniform? I want to see you in the demon sealing clan's uniform. Hurry up and change. Yen Hara urged him afterward, sounding a little impatient for some reason. Hurry up, Little Founder. I want to see you standing beside the Founder's statue while in your uniform. Yen Hara continued to urge him despite the weird looks he was giving her. Yuan, I suggest you give up and fulfill her wishes. She's one of the most stubborn people in this place, and she will bother you until you do it. Tang Jing patted him in the back and said. Of course, he also wanted to see Yuan standing beside the Founder's statue so that they can get a side-by-side comparison. I just need to wear the uniform, right? I will do it under one condition. Yuan suddenly said. What condition? You will answer my question. That's easy. You can even ask for my 3 sizes and I won't refuse. Yen Hara said in a prideful voice. You're what? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as this is his first time hearing such a term. Tang Jing loudly cleared his throat and said, ignore her teasing. Anyways, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them even if you don't fulfill her request. Please. I am begging you. Look. I will even get on my knees and beg. Yen Hara began lowering her body. When Yuan saw this, his eyes widened, and he quickly said, fine, I will do it. Don't you have any sense of shame, Yen Hara? How can you beg in such a manner? To a junior, no less. Tang Jing shook his head. I won't do this just for anyone. You have no idea how I feel. She coldly snorted. Sometime later, Yuan left to change his clothes. When he returned, the 3 seniors were so surprised by his appearance that they had become speechless. After wearing the demon sealing clan's uniform, Yuan's aura changed significantly, and he looked even more like the Divine Paragon. I cannot wait. Yen Hara suddenly grabbed Yuan and flew directly to the area with the Divine Paragon statue. Tang Jing and Senior Fu quickly followed. Once they arrived, Yen Hara placed Yuan right beside the statue and said to him, stand right here for a minute. Okay. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner, feeling like he was being treated as some sort of toy. A sharp noise suddenly resounded in the area, causing everyone there to look at Yen Hara, who had just screamed. They all wondered why she was screaming, but when they looked at Yuan, who she was staring at, they all understood why she just screamed. Yen Hara is a renowned Divine Paragon fanatic in the Grand Library, and seeing someone who looks so identical to the Divine Paragon while also standing right next to his statue, it was only natural that she would go crazy. In fact, when other fanatics saw Yuan standing right beside the Divine Paragon statue, they also screamed like fangirls. It's the Divine Paragon. What? No way. He's really here. Are you really the divine paragon? You look a little too young to be the founder. Are you, by any chance, his descendant? A crowd quickly gathered around Yuan and the statue, blocking Yen Hara's view. Yen Hara began fuming when these random people blocked her view, causing her to release a powerful pressure that also carried a hint of killing intent. Get away from him. If you're going to watch, do it where you're not blocking others' view. The people there quickly scattered away from Yuan when they heard Yen Hara's angry voice and felt the threatening aura. However, they didn't completely leave the area and decided to watch from a distance. Is he a gift from the heavens, or are they simply mocking us? Senior Fu mumbled in a dazed voice as she looked at Yuan's face and the divine paragon statue back and forth, and the longer she stared, the more she believed that they were the same person. I have heard of many rumors about doppelgangers, but I have never witnessed anything like that in my life until today. Tang Jing sighed. Although he's a little young right now, in a few years, he will look even more like the founder. When that happens, it will be as though the founder has returned to us. Yen Hara spoke as tears flowed down her cheeks. The place quickly filled with murmurs. Meanwhile, Yuan felt incredibly awkward. This situation made him recall his days in the Yu family, when he was admired by countless people. The way these people looked at him like he was their savior, it brought back bad memories. However, he didn't blame them, nor does he find any fault in their reaction, mostly because he was actually their founder. I have decided. Yen Hara suddenly said. And she continued in a loud voice, I, Yen Hara, will make it my life's mission to make you the next leader of the Demon Sealing clan. What? Tang Zheng and the others looked at her with wide eyes after her bold declaration. Yen Hara, I know you're excited and all because he looks like the founder, but you're going a little too far here. You should calm down and rethink this. Tang Jing said to her. I am perfectly calm. In fact, I have never been any clearer. He has not only the looks but also the talents to become the next divine paragon. I am sure of that after witnessing everything today. Yen Hara said. Tang Jing could only shake his head at her words, as he knew that it was impossible to change her mind once she's in this kind of mood. Yen Hara, I know your feelings, but it's not going to be an easy task. Senior Fu said to her. I know, but it's not like I have anything else better to do. I have been getting bored as a lecturer, anyway. She shrugged. Bored? You've only been a lecturer for 4 years. Senior Fu said. Who cares about such minor details? Yen Hara laughed as she approached Yuan. Little founder. I have some good news for you. I, Yen Hara, the most talented demon sealer in my generation, have decided to train you to become the next divine paragon. She stood before him while surrounded by a prideful aura. After hearing her words, Yuan only had one question for her. Why? He asked. Why? What do you mean, why? Don't you want to become the best demon sealer in the 9 heavens? Yen Hara looked at Yuan with wide eyes, almost as though she couldn't believe he'd even ask such a thing. And she continued, although I may not be the best demon sealer or the best teacher out there, I am definitely a renowned demon sealer with vast experience. I even killed 3 real demons before. If you study under me, I can guarantee you that you will become a great demon sealer. Only 3 demons? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Are you looking down on me? 3 demons may sound very little, but you must consider how demons are almost extinct. Most demon sealers nowadays have not even encountered 1 real demon, much less kill 3. Yen Hara could see a hint of disappointment in Yuan's gaze and quickly defended herself. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Yuan quickly apologized when he realized that he'd just been disrespectful to her. Yuan was someone who had killed multiple demons, and his kill count was even higher than Yen Hara, which he didn't expect as a newbie. However, just because he killed more demons than Yen Hara did not mean he had more experience than her, and upon realizing this, he gave it some serious thoughts. I will have to face 11 demons in the near future, so I should acquire as much experience as I can before then, After thinking about it for a moment, Yuan eventually nodded his head and said, "Okay, I will better myself as a demon sealer. However, I am not doing this because I want to become the next founder. I just want to be able to defeat demons if I ever come across them." Yen Hara, who had been a little dejected, suddenly became elevated after hearing Yuan's words. Even though he doesn't have the aspiration to become the next divine paragon, it was more than enough for her that he wanted to study under her since he might change his mind in the future. "Great! Starting today, you are my disciple. Of course, it won't be anything formal," Yen Hara said with a bright smile on her face. "I understand, Senior Yen. Anyways, you had some questions, right? I can answer them now if you want." Yen Hara said to him, not forgetting about his matters. "Yes, I wanted to learn more about the demonic realm," Yuan said. "The demonic realm?" Yen Hara looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Although that place hasn't been relevant ever since the divine paragon sealed it, I guess it's good to learn about its history. Follow me, I will teach you everything you want to know about the demonic realm." Yuan nodded and followed Yen Hara to this room that gave off the atmosphere of a library. "Go wait over there for me. I will grab some ancient scrolls about the demonic realm." Yen Hara pointed at an empty table in the room. Yuan walked to the table and proceeded to wait for her. A couple of minutes later, Yen Hara returned and placed a couple of scrolls on the desk. "Alright, let's begin, shall we?" "Yes." Yuan nodded. "Let's start with the beginning." Yen Hara placed a scroll before him and opened it. The demonic realm was created by a demon known as the Red Tyrant, who was one of the most powerful demons back in the primordial era. After creating this demonic realm, the Red Tyrant made it his base, and it would quickly grow into a home for millions of demons. Eventually, this Red Tyrant would be known as the Demon God, who ruled over all demons and even humans to a certain extent for thousands of years. After learning about the demonic realm and the Red Tyrant, Yuan asked, "I heard multiple times that demons used to rule the 9 heavens. What happened back then? How did demons even come into existence?" Nobody really knows how demons came into existence, but there is a legend about the first demon appearing from a massive void that suddenly opened up in the starry sky. A void in the starry sky? Yuan raised his eyebrows. There are also rumors that this demon was the Red Tyrant, hence why he was so powerful, as he is the first demon. Once this demon showed up, almost like ghosts, demons began appearing around the 9 heavens, terrorizing the people there. Since nobody knew about demons and how to defeat them, these demons quickly conquered the 9 heavens with ease. Once that happened, humans were enslaved and became nothing more than playthings and food for these demons. The demons drank their blood, consumed their meat, chewed their bones, all sorts of horrifying things. Fortunately, almost as though the heavens sent him during the 9 heavens' darkest times, a certain individual created techniques that allow cultivators to finally fight back the demons, and that person was the divine paragon, founder of the demon sealing clan. Although times have changed and it may not seem like it anymore, the divine paragon was more than just a hero to many people, he was a savior and god that saved the 9 heavens. "I see." Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. "I have underestimated the divine paragon. He's much more important and exalted than I'd expected." He sighed inwardly. He knew the divine paragon was someone important, but he didn't think the divine paragon was such a big shot in the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 5th heaven, the sky turned black, and a gaping hole appeared in the sky above the fairy paradise, shocking everybody there. Eventually, the people in the fairy paradise noticed a figure had appeared from the hole, and they watched as this figure slowly descended. Once this person had descended enough, the people in the fairy paradise could finally see this figure's appearance, and he was an old man with this unfathomable aura surrounding him. The master's presence lingers in this place. The old man mumbled in a profound voice as he stared at the fairy paradise beneath him. "Fairy Empress. We have an emergency." A woman came running into the fairy empress room shortly after the gaping hole appeared above the fairy paradise. "Calm down, I am aware." Fairy Empress said. However, despite her calm voice, her face had a huge frown on it, and she was anything but calm. What is this feeling? I feel an overwhelming presence coming from the hole. I have never experienced anything like this before. The Fairy Empress could feel her entire body shivering from fear when she felt this divine presence. All of you stay alert. I am going to see what's happening. That's too dangerous. You must stay here, Fairy Empress. Then do you want to go out there and investigate the hole for me? The Fairy Empress narrowed her eyes at the woman, who immediately closed her mouth and lowered her head, her answer clear. I thought so. Fairy Empress coldly sneered before flying out the window to approach the hole. However, just as she got close to the sky, she noticed a figure descending from this hole, and she immediately recognized that the divine presence she had been feeling this entire time was caused by this figure. An immortal. He's a true immortal. Fairy Empress cried inwardly as she realized his identity. Even though it was a guess, she had no doubt that this old man was an immortal that had reached an unfathomable level in the cultivation path. The Fairy Empress wanted to go up to the immortal and greet him, but she was also afraid to disturb him at the same time. Therefore, she could only hover in the sky and silently ponder whether she should approach him or not. While the Fairy Empress pondered, she suddenly felt a presence behind her, causing her to turn around. Fuck! The Fairy Empress cursed out loud when she was startled by the old man hovering behind her. When did he appear behind me? I didn't see him move at all, nor did I feel his presence until he allowed me to sense it. The Fairy Empress cried inwardly, as she has never been snuck up on like this before. Despite her shock, the Fairy Empress straightened her back before bowing to the old man. This junior greets senior. The old man looked at her with a nonchalant gaze as he spoke. I am looking for a certain individual. Do you have any descriptions of this person? Fairy Empress asked. I do not. Although she was a little baffled, the Fairy Empress didn't change her expression and continued to ask, then do you know how we can find this person? I do not. The old man repeated. This left the Fairy Empress speechless. How are they supposed to find someone without any information? Is he messing with me? The Fairy Empress wondered inwardly. No, I am not messing with you. The old man suddenly said. Eh? The Fairy Empress was dumbfounded when she heard the old man's response, and she thought for a second that she had accidentally spoken out loud just now. Please forgive this junior. She quickly apologized to him while thinking to herself, did he just read my mind? And to her absolute surprise, the old man responded once again, no, I did not read your mind. He's definitely reading my mind. Once she realized this, Fairy Empress immediately cleared her mind and tried her best to not think about anything. Anyways, while I do not have any description about this person, he should be very easy to find. The old man said. Fairy Empress nodded and paid close attention to his next words. This person. He's very talented. He's definitely messing with me. The Fairy Empress cried inwardly. However, the old man said, I know you think I am messing with you, but I am not. This person, he's not your average genius. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Also, he was only in this place for a brief moment not long ago. His surname should also be Tian. Not long ago. Fairy Empress raised her eyebrows, and a certain individual appeared in her head. Don't tell me he's looking for the missing Dragon Emperor. Fairy Empress swallowed nervously when she recalled that the old man could read her mind. But to her surprise, he didn't say anything this time. Do you have someone in mind? The old man noticed her expression and asked her. Are you talking about the Dragon Emperor, by any chance? He appeared out of the blue a while ago and vanished just as suddenly. We're also looking for him. Dragon Emperor? Tell me more about him. The old man quickly said. The Fairy Empress nodded and began telling the old man about the Dragon Emperor without giving him all of the details, such as detaining him like a prisoner, as she was afraid that might offend this old man. He called himself Yuan, and he told us that he'd come to the fifth heaven by accident through a teleport formation. The royal dragon family took him to their household, but he disappeared shortly after. The royal dragon family. The old man suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. The next moment, the fairy empress watched as the old man disappeared in front of her like a ghost. She looked around, and once she was certain that he was gone, she released a relieved sigh before flying back to her palace. As for the old man, he went to give the royal dragon family a visit. I can sense his presence here as well. Did he really reincarnate into a dragon emperor? No. That shouldn't be possible. The old man mumbled to himself in a puzzled manner. The old man stopped pondering to himself and went inside the dragon royal family's household without knocking on the door. A moment later, he appeared inside the dragon king's room. Once inside the room, the old man walked to the bed, where the dragon king was resting. The old man stared at the dragon king's sleeping face for a moment before releasing a hint of killing intent. Motherfucker. The dragon king jumped out of his bed the instant he sensed the killing intent that nearly gave him a heart attack. Of course, a hint of killing intent coming from an immortal would be more than enough to startle even a spirit emperor to death. After springing up from his bed, the dragon king looked around in a confused look. What in the heaven's name was that killing intent just now? The dragon king was left puzzled when there was nobody in his room. Did I have a nightmare because of my stress? I haven't been able to sleep properly since the dragon emperor disappeared, after all. The dragon king released a deep sigh. However, just as the dragon king laid back down on the bed, he heard a voice resound inside his room, and the voice sounded like it was responding to him. No, you're not dreaming. The dragon king's eyes snapped wide open, and that's when he saw the old man standing beside his bed. Fuck. It's a ghost. The dragon king screamed for his life. Ghost? Can a ghost do this? The old man suddenly released this divine aura that even though the dragon king has never experienced before, he instinctively as a cultivator knew that this aura belonged to an immortal. Immortal? The dragon king was even more shocked to learn that he had been woken up by an immortal than a ghost. I am looking for someone. Can you tell me more about this dragon emperor that you took to your household not long ago? The dragon emperor. It took a while for the dragon king to process the situation, but when he eventually did, he immediately kowtowed on the bed and apologized, I'm sorry. The dragon emperor had disappeared in my home. We have been searching for him non-stop since his disappearance, but we haven't had any luck. The dragon king mistook the old man as someone the royal dragon family had sent because the dragon emperor hasn't returned to his original home. Tell me, why do you call him the dragon emperor? And what does he look like? The old man asked the dragon king even though he already asked the fairy empress, as he wanted to confirm the information. Why? He was wearing an authentic pair of golden dragon robes, he had a dragon spatial ring, and he can even use dragon's gaze. The dragon king responded. And he continued, as for his appearance, he was a young man with long black hair and brown eyes. His face also looked pure and kind. The old man silently pondered, they say he's a dragon emperor, but that's only because of his treasures. It doesn't really prove that he's a dragon emperor. Anybody can acquire the golden dragon robe and the dragon spatial ring in the upper heavens if they really try. As for his dragon's gaze. The master and the dragon ancestor were like brothers, it wouldn't be weird at all if the dragon ancestor taught him dragon's gaze. You said this dragon emperor suddenly disappeared, is that correct? Yes, that is correct. I left him in one of our guest rooms to rest, and when I went to check on him later, he was already gone. And you have no idea where he could have gone? Unfortunately. We have searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him, almost as though he never existed in the first place. The dragon king stopped talking when he suddenly realized the old man had disappeared. The dragon king looked around the room, and to make sure the old man wasn't hiding somewhere to startle him again, he walked around the room, even checking his closets. He's really gone. Or maybe he was never here in the first place. Was I hallucinating this entire time? Fuck. I really need some rest. The Dragon King shook his head and went back to bed, quickly falling asleep. Meanwhile, the old man hovered above the dragon royal family without alerting a single soul there. As expected of the master, you're a hard one to find. I thought it would be easier this time, but alas. I would like to investigate a little more, but I am out of time. It won't be long before they arrive. The old man shook his head and disappeared from the fifth heavens the next moment, almost as though he'd never existed. An hour after the old man disappeared from the fifth heaven, the sky suddenly turned golden, and the world became illuminated by this holy light. A massive hole appeared in the sky once again, but it was much larger than the previous. The people of the fifth heaven were shocked by this scene, but what they witnessed next was completely out of their expectations. Fairy Empress. Look! There's so many people descending from the hole in the sky. My eyes are working just fine. The Fairy Empress frowned at the scene. In the sky, 1,000 figures wearing silver armor and standing in a formation appeared from the gaping hole, and they all emitted a heavenly aura that made people subconsciously revere them. There was also a person in front of these soldiers, who was clearly leading this 1,000-strong army. This person was holding onto a large flag that had the words, Heaven's Mandate, on it, and when people saw this flag, they all got onto their knees and lowered their heads, almost as though they were afraid to confront this flag. Heaven's Mandate. What in heaven's name is the Celestial Emperor's army doing in the fifth heaven? The Fairy Empress muttered to herself in a low voice after she recognized the flag. Even though this is her first time seeing these people, she knew who they were and what they represented at glance. In fact, this was the case for everyone in the fifth heaven. And as the Lord of the fifth heaven, the Fairy Empress was obligated to greet them, and that's exactly what she did after preparing herself. Greetings, Heaven's Mandate. I am the Lord of the fifth heaven, Fairy Empress. She bowed to them in a respectful manner. The man leading the army approached her and spoke in a cold voice, I am General Li, and I am in charge of the third squad of the Heaven's Mandate. We have been tasked with capturing a dangerous criminal by the Celestial Emperor himself, and we have sensed his presence in this world not long ago. Dangerous criminal? The Fairy Empress raised her eyebrows, and for whatever reason, the old man appeared in her mind. You seem to know something. General Li said when he noticed the Fairy Empress expression. You see, a gaping hole appeared in the sky above the fairy paradise that's right beneath us about an hour before your arrival, and an old man with an unfathomable aura descended from it. Before the Fairy Empress could even finish her sentence, General Li exclaimed, That's him. What did you two speak about? Nothing much. He was looking for a certain individual, but he couldn't give any description or information about this individual. However, he did give me a surname, Tian. The Fairy Empress noticed General Li's face twisting with fear after hearing her words, and she wondered what this was all about. This Tian individual. Have you seen him? General Li asked her after a moment of silence. I don't know. I did tell the old man about a certain individual I came across not long ago, and the old man appeared to be interested in him. Fairy Empress said. Who? Tell me everything you know about this person. There is only one person in the 9 heavens that would make that old man come out of his hiding so blatantly. He must have sensed this person's presence here. The Fairy Empress quickly opened her mouth to respond, but she didn't utter a single word even many moments later. General Li raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. What's the matter, Fairy Empress? However, the Fairy Empress was just as puzzled as General Li. I don't know. I can't remember for some reason. Fairy Empress responded in a dumbfounded voice. I know I have met this person before, but I cannot remember his face or our conversations. It's almost as though it had been wiped from my memories. Fairy Empress continued to explain her phenomenon. Despite Fairy Empress' crazy talk, General Li did not seem to be angry at her. In fact, he had a look of understanding on his face. You just had your memories stolen by the old man. General Li said, shocking the Fairy Empress. What do you mean I had my memories stolen? She asked. The old man has a forbidden technique that can steal one's memories. He usually surprises his victims before taking away their memories, as that makes it easier for him to steal your memories. General Li explained to him. Fairy Empress' eyes widened with surprise upon learning about this information. Is this why the old man scared her by appearing behind her like a ghost? He did that to steal my memories. But I didn't even realize my memories had been stolen, and I probably would have never realized it if General Li never told me. Why did he not steal my memories of him? Wouldn't that be more logical? Fairy Empress asked a moment later. Because he's arrogant like that. He is aware that we've been chasing him, and he purposefully allowed us to chase him. The reason he left your memories of him is so that we could confirm his presence had been here. After pondering for a bit, Fairy Empress spoke. Even though he'd stolen my memories, there are other people that have seen this person he's looking for. However, General Li shook his head and said, that won't work. The moment the old man stole your memories, he would know everyone that's involved and steal their memories as well. Although I am confident that's the case, we will still investigate just in case he'd slip up. After all, it's been thousands of years since he last showed up. Fairy Empress swallowed nervously. She then led General Li and his people to see those who had met with Yuan before. Even though her memories had been stolen, it was only her memories of meeting and speaking with Yuan. Sometime later, General Li met with Elder Shui and the disciples that had met with Yuan before. Of course, the ladies were surprised to see so many men inside the fairy paradise. However, it was not as though the Fairy Empress could do anything about the situation, as these people were working directly for the Celestial Emperor, the most powerful individual in the 9 heavens. Have you seen an old man recently? Fairy Empress asked them. And to her surprise, all of them nodded their heads. I thought I was only seeing things. The old man appeared behind me like a ghost while I was working inside my room, but when I blinked, he was gone. Elder Shui said. That happened to me as well. I was taking a bath in the lake when I noticed an old man staring at me from behind the trees. I was terrified at that time, but when I looked again, he had vanished like a ghost. Everybody there recalled their experience with the creepy old man who was appearing and vanishing like a real ghost. General Li wasn't surprised, but just in case, he asked them about their encounter with Yuan. In the end, none of them could remember Yuan's face or their conversations with him, but they could remember their encounter with him. Sometime later, General Li said to the Fairy Empress, if he ever shows up again or you remember something about this, Tian, use this jade slip to contact me. General Li and his 1,000-strong army departed the fairy paradise and went to the royal dragon family. Inside the royal guest room, the Dragon King sat before General Li with a profound frown on his face. I cannot remember this person's face or name, but I do recall his identity as a Dragon Emperor. The Dragon King said. Dragon Emperor? General Li raised his eyebrows. Yes, the old man asked me about the Dragon Emperor. I remember taking the Dragon Emperor to our home, but he disappeared shortly after. That's the extent of my memories. The Dragon King sighed. And he asked General Li, if you don't mind me asking, why are you looking for this old man? I thought he was only a hallucination of mine because of my lack of sleep. After a moment of silence, General Li spoke in a solemn voice, the day the old man reunites with Tian, the 9 heavens will erupt with chaos. That's all I can say since that's all I know. The 9 heavens will erupt with chaos. That sounds like a calamity I don't want to experience. The Dragon King muttered in a dazed voice. He could have never imagined how serious the situation was, and he couldn't fathom how an old man meeting with someone could possibly start a calamity in the 9 heavens. Anyways, I will speak with everyone that has encountered this person the old man wiped from their memories just in case they remember. General Li said to the Dragon King. The Dragon King nodded his head and proceeded to send everyone that had encountered Yuan to speak with General Li. In the end, all of them had their memories stolen from them. That old man stole our memories. How is that even possible? He never even got close to me. The victims were in disbelief after learning about it. The old man possesses an ancient technique that allows him to steal your memories. Although it loses its effects in the upper heavens, this technique works flawlessly against cultivators with inferior cultivation. Anyways, I have spent enough time here. I must return and report my findings to the Celestial Emperor. Generally left the royal dragon family's household shortly after and returned to the upper heavens with the rest of the heavens mandate. Meanwhile, somewhere in the upper heavens, the old man returned to the jade tablet and sighed, after looking at their memories of you, I am reminded of your brilliance during your prime days. Oh, how I wish I could watch you grow this time as well. But alas, it seems like fate is trying its hardest to keep me away from you. This must be those bastards doing. Unfortunately for them, not even fate can hold you down now. It will only be a matter of time before you return to us and seize the heaven that you rightfully own. The old man lowered his body until he was on his knees, and he kowtowed to the jade tablet in a revering manner, almost as though he was praying to his god. While all of this was happening, Yuan was listening to Yen Hara talk about the demonic realm. And soon after the divine paragon sealed off the demonic realm, pretty much everyone had forgotten about it, as it was no longer of their concern. Any questions? Yen Hara asked him. Just one. Yuan nodded, and he continued to ask, where is the demonic realm right now? Where? Yen Hara raised her eyebrows, wondering to herself why he wanted to know such information, as it sounded like he wanted to go there. It's located in the seventh heaven, and it's heavily guarded by the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto to make sure nobody messes with the seal. Why do you want to know? Do you want to visit the place? Yen Hara had to ask him. Yuan didn't lie and confirmed her suspicions. Yes, I am a little interested in the demonic realm, and I was wondering if I could take a look at it. Unfortunately, only those at the top of the Demon Sealing Clan are allowed to get close to the demonic realm. Anybody that tries to get close without permission, regardless of their identity, will be slain. The Demon Sealing Clan takes the safety of the seal extremely seriously, after all. If you really want to visit the place, you will need to increase your influence within the Demon Sealing Clan. If you become the leader, you can go anywhere you want. Yen Hara said with a suggestive smile on her face. You really want me to become the leader, huh? Yuan couldn't help but smile at her stubbornness. If you become the leader, it will almost be like the divine paragon has returned, like living a historical event. I will think about it. Yuan sighed. Please do. Yen Hara chuckled. Sometime later, Yuan asked Yen Hara, now that I am an advanced demon sealer, can I take a look at the demon sealing techniques? Sure thing. Follow me. Yen Hara stood up and brought Yuan to another room, where 12 jade tablets existed. Yuan immediately began looking through the tablets, and he realized that he recognized a couple of these techniques from his memories. As the creator of these techniques, he should recognize all of these techniques, but he only recovered a small portion of his memories, hence his situation. I'm going to spend a few days here if you don't mind. Yuan turned to look at Yen Hara. You can stay here for as long as you'd like. If you have any questions, I will always be here. Yen Hara said. She then retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring before handing it to him. This is my communication jade slip. Use this to contact me whenever you're in the Grand Library and have any questions. Thank you. Yuan accepted the jade slip. Then I will leave you alone for now. Yen Hara said to him before leaving the place. Once he was left alone, Yuan sat before one of the jade tablets and began trying to comprehend the technique. While Yuan focused on the jade tablets, the other cultivators there would watch him from a distance. Isn't he the rumored little founder? I think so. He looks so much like the divine paragon statue. I thought it was a hoax, but now that I am seeing him with my own eyes, I feel a little foolish. The people in the room wanted to approach Yuan out of curiosity, but seeing how he was focused on the jade tablet, nobody bothered him. I heard he accepted Senior Yen as his lecturer. What a lucky one. Many people want to be taught by her, but she always refuses them. I think he is her first student. I would be surprised if she didn't accept him. Didn't you know that she's a huge divine paragon fanatic? Rumor has it that she's even part of some cult that treats the divine paragon as their god. A couple of days have passed since Yuan started studying the divine rank demon sealing techniques, and he has managed to learn all 12 techniques in this short time. It's almost time for me to visit the Qi family. Thankfully, I managed to learn all of these techniques before then. Yuan thought to himself as he prepared to leave. However, right as he prepared to log off, Yanhara showed up in the room and said to him, "Little founder, I want you to meet a few of my friends." Huh? Yuan turned to look at the entrance, and to his surprise, there was a small group of beautiful women being led by Yanhara. The moment these beautiful women laid their eyes on Yuan, they began screaming, the excitement type of scream. Wow! It's really him. I am having a hard time believing it even though he's standing right there. Heavens! He really looks like the divine paragon. I thought you were exaggerating, but alas. I'm sorry for doubting you, senior sister. The group of women quickly surrounded Yuan and even started touching him as though he was a doll. Hey! I told you girls that you cannot touch him. Yanhara quickly intervened. Sorry, little founder. These girls are all big fans of the divine paragon, and they begged me to take them to you after they heard the rumors. It's all right. Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. He wasn't unfamiliar with being idolized. In fact, he has been in even more crowded situations. Excuse me, little founder. Can I take a picture of you? One of the ladies there suddenly asked him. Huh? A picture? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He wondered how taking pictures work in this world. I will give you this treasure as a compensation. The woman then showed him a beautiful necklace that radiated with a profound aura. Whoa! Are you seriously going to trade that treasure for a picture, junior sister? Yuan silently stared at the necklace for a moment before shaking his head. It's fine, I don't need the treasure. It's just a picture, right? I will do it for free. Yuan said to her. Really? Thank you. Really? Thank you, little founder. The woman was ecstatic by the results. Please, follow me. The woman said to him. Yuan nodded and followed her to the area with the divine paragon statue. Can you stand beside the statue and look in my direction? Sure. Once Yuan was standing beside the statue, the woman said, Now can you do this pose? Seeing her pose, Yuan placed his arms behind his back like a scholar. Great. Now give me the best smile you've got. Yuan pondered for a moment before putting a gentle smile on his face. That's perfect. Now stay like that for a few minutes. The woman suddenly retrieved a large piece of blank paper and a brush, and she quickly began drawing on the piece of paper while staring at Yuan the entire time. This is what she meant by taking a picture. Yuan was dumbfounded by the results. He could have never predicted that she would start drawing him on the spot with a brush. About 15 minutes later, the woman finally stopped looking at Yuan to look at the result of her art. Perfect. The woman exclaimed in a trembling voice. She then turned the paper around to show Yuan her work, and to his absolute surprise, the art looked incredibly surreal, almost as though he was actually living inside the painting. What do you think? She asked him. I'm speechless. I have never seen such a beautiful painting before, and it only took you a few minutes to draw such a masterpiece. Yuan couldn't fathom it. The woman didn't change her brush during the entire process, so he expected the painting to be black and white, but when he saw the painting, it was vivid with colors. You may not believe it, but she's actually a really famous painter within the 9 heavens. Yanhara said to him. There are many people out there that wish to be painted by her, and it would usually cost them an arm and leg. Yanhara chuckled. This is actually her first time seeing this woman willing to draw someone for free. In fact, she even wanted to pay to paint him. Anyways, I demand a copy of that painting, Sister Sunday. I am the reason you got that painting today, after all. Sister Sun nodded and said, don't worry, I will make a copy for everyone in the family. Family? Your siblings? Yuan asked. Not that kind of family. Yen Hara showed him a mysterious smile. Seeing her weird smile, Yuan figured that it would be for the best if he didn't ask about it. Little founder, here. Sister Sun suddenly extended her hand to him. Yuan looked at the necklace in her hand and shook his head. I already said I don't need any payment. I know. This is not a payment. This is a gift to celebrate our encounter. That's all. Although Yuan was still reluctant to accept such a precious-looking treasure, he had to accept it when Sister Sun basically forced it into his hands. Thank you. Yuan said to her afterward. Sometime later, Yuan said to Yen Hara, Senior, I will be away for a while. I don't know when I will return to this place. That's completely fine, but try to show up a month from now. There will be a competition amongst demon sealers. I will tell you more about it when the time comes. Okay. A month, right? I will be here. After speaking with the ladies for a couple more minutes, Yuan logged off Cultivation Online and began his preparations for his trip to the Qi family. Near the end of the day, the manager showed up to his house to notify him that they will be leaving tomorrow. Meet me in the front at sunrise. She said to him. I understand. Yuan acknowledged. By the way, how long will I be staying with the Qi family? Yuan asked the manager before she left. You can leave whenever you want, she said to him as she walked away. That night, Chu Liuxiang asked him, You'll be visiting my master's family tomorrow, right? Can I come with you? The mountain lord said that I should go alone since the Qi family doesn't like guests. Yuan said. I see. How long will you be gone for? I'm not sure, but I will try to come back as soon as possible. Stay safe out there. The only one I need to be wary of is your master. I hope she doesn't hold a grudge after because I left her sealed. Yuan sighed. Master may be arrogant and a little hot-headed, she's not an unreasonable person. If you speak with her, I'm sure she'll forgive you. I hope so. Good night, darling. Good night. The following morning, Yuan met up with the manager, who was waiting at the front of his building in a luxurious red car. Get in the back, she said to him. Once Yuan was in the car, the manager took off and began driving down the mountain. However, the speed she was descending the mountain at was a little unnaturally fast. Yuan quickly realized that the manager was a reckless driver who would drift at even the slightest curve in the road, and she was basically speeding down the mountain at a ridiculous speed. Yuan has never really feared for his life outside of Cultivation Online, but riding in the same car as the manager made him feel insecure about his safety, and he worried that they might die at any moment. Once they left the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Yuan expected the manager to slow down, but alas, she only sped up. Shouldn't you slow down a little? Yuan could no longer stay silent and said to her. Why? The manager said, dumbfounding him. Why? It's dangerous to be going this fast, not to mention illegal. We'll be fine. The manager said in a nonchalant manner before increasing the speed by 10 more miles. By now, they were going at least 140 miles per hour, and Yuan was prepared to jump out of the car at any moment. After a few minutes of this madness, Yuan could hear the sound of police sirens blaring from behind them. However, instead of stopping for the police, the manager actually increased the speed. She's crazy. Yuan cried inwardly. He never expected the manager to be such a lunatic, and he swore to himself that he would never sit in a car with her ever again as long as she was behind the wheels. The police sirens only got louder as more and more police cars appeared behind them, yet the car continued to zoom forward. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious lot that had a dozen airplanes and even private jets stationed. Once they arrived before a specific red jet, the manager finally stopped the car. The moment their car stopped, the police cars that had been chasing them immediately surrounded the car. Get out of the vehicle with your hands up. One of the policemen shouted with a megaphone right in front of his mouth. What now? Yuan asked. The manager didn't respond to him and took out her own megaphone before speaking into it with a tranquil voice. Why don't you idiots run the license already and get out of my way? When the police heard her words, they immediately ran her car's license plate through their system. Once the results came in, the entire place turned dead silent. Yuan could see the police mumbling to each other, but he couldn't hear their words. A few minutes later, the policeman with the megaphone spoke again, but he sounded more respectful this time. There has been a misunderstanding. Please forgive us. We'll leave you alone right now. What? Yuan was baffled by the police's confusing response. He thought they were only playing along for the heck of it, but sure enough, the police returned to their cars before driving away as though nothing had happened. This is the influence of the Dragon Spiral Mountain, and as long as you live within the mountain, you represent us. Never forget this. The manager suddenly said to him. You caused all of this chaos just to prove this point. Yuan was utterly speechless. No, this is how I normally drive. The manager then got out of the car and said to him, let's go. Yuan immediately frowned when he saw the manager walking towards the jet before them. Don't tell me you're going to drive this plane as well? He asked her while silently hoping that was not the case. No, I am not. Yuan sighed a breath of relief after hearing her words, but he almost choked on air after hearing her next sentence. You're going to be the one driving it. You want a blind man with no experience to drive a plane? Is this some kind of punishment you're giving me because of what I did to the Chu family? Yuan had a feeling that she was making things difficult for him on purpose as a way to punish him. I have no idea what you're talking about. As for driving the plane, even a 10-year-old can do it. Hurry up and get on the plane already. We're going to be late at this rate. The manager said as she entered the plane. What about your car? Just leave it there. Somebody will take care of it later, she said. Once they were both inside the plane, the manager shut the door and led him to the cockpit. She pointed at the obvious red button and said, just press that button and the plane will enter autopilot. I am going to sleep, so you're going to watch the plane. Don't press anything else unless you want to crash the plane. And without explaining anything else, the manager went to one of the rooms in the back to sleep, leaving Yuan alone and dumbfounded in the cockpit. After staring at the red button for a few minutes, Yuan eventually gave up and pressed it, his fingers trembling while doing so. Immediately after pressing the button, the plane began to move, and Yuan watched as the plane turned towards the flight path and started moving without needing him to do anything. A few moments later, they were in the air. Seeing that they were flying without any problems, Yuan released a sigh of relief, but even then, he could not leave the cockpit unattended, so he sat in one of the two chairs and proceeded to just enjoy the scenery with his divine sense. Of course, since he was using divine sense, he was able to see the manager sleeping peacefully inside her room. She really went to sleep. He thought she was only saying that to mess with him, but turns out she was telling the truth. And while he sat in the cockpit, Yuan would use this time to continue trying to learn technique transmission. 8 hours later, Yuan noticed the plane tilting downwards. It's descending. This should mean we're close to the Qi family. Half an hour later, the plane landed itself on a medium-sized island surrounded by water. The Qi family really lives on an island. Sometime later, Yuan left the cockpit and went to knock on the manager's door. Manager, we have arrived. However, the manager remained sleeping inside. Yuan knocked on the door a couple more times before going into her room and shaking her awake. Manager. Wake up. We have landed. Huh. The manager sat up on the bed with a drowsy expression and saliva drooling from her mouth. She stared at Yuan for a moment before snapping out of her daze and shouting with a flushed face, "Gee, get out. I will be with you later." All right. Yuan said with a smile on his face, which only made the manager's face flush even more. After leaving the plane, Yuan waited for the manager, who showed up 5 minutes later with a cold expression on her face, and she looked more angry than normal. "Follow me," she said as she walked ahead. Meanwhile, a few miles ahead, the Qi family was preparing for the meeting. "Qi Fong, come with us. There's going to be a meeting with the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain soon. Apparently, the Lord wants us to work with someone to deal with the demons in the mountain," an old man said to a beautiful woman when he encountered her in the hallways. "Okay." Qi Fong nodded, and she followed him into the meeting room. Once they were seated, Qi Fong said, "I know the 11 demons within the Dragon Spiral Mountain is a calamity waiting to happen, but we should deal with our own problem before we help others. I know what you're thinking, but we're also receiving help from him. This person they're sending here, he will assist us with our problem." "Who is this person, anyway?" "The Lord didn't give any specifics, but he did guarantee us that he's very experienced with demons." "Experienced with demons?" Qi Fong frowned upon hearing this. "I swear to God, if it's that bastard." Meanwhile, after walking for about half an hour, Yuan and the manager arrived before the Qi family's household. Once they were at the front gate, the manager rang the bell and waited for a response. A few moments later, a middle-aged woman wearing traditional clothing showed up to open the gate. "Welcome to the Qi family, manager. The elders are expecting your presence in the meeting room." The manager and Yuan entered the estate and followed the middle-aged woman to a medium-sized building shaped like a pavilion beside the main household. The middle-aged woman knocked on the door and said out loud, "Elders, the manager and her friend have arrived. Let them in." A voice quickly responded. The middle-aged woman opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Once they entered the building, Yuan immediately felt an unpleasant gaze directed at him, and when he looked at this person giving him the glares, it was a familiar face. Sure enough, it was Senior Qi, who was also known as Qi Fong. "Welcome, manager and little friend." An old man stood up and greeted them with clasped hands. Yuan returned his greetings and said, "Good morning, my name is Yuan." "Yuan? The one who assisted the 6 spiritual families in subjugating the demon? I heard about you. I didn't think you would be the one coming here today." The old woman sitting beside the old man said. "By the way, I am Qi Huan," she added. "I'm Qi Man, retired patriarch of the Qi family." The old man said. "Qi Fong." Senior Qi said in a low voice. "HM. What's the matter, Qi? Why do you have a frown on your face?" Qi Man asked her. "It's nothing." Qi Fong stopped frowning the next moment. Nobody in the Qi family was aware of her fight with Yuan, as it was too embarrassing for her to admit that she'd lost to a junior like him. "Anyways, have a seat." Qi Huan pointed at the chairs. Once they sat down, the manager said, "As the Lord has promised, Yuan will help you with your problem. In return, you will help us with our problem." "Of course. If he can really assist us, we will spare no effort dealing with your demons." "Huh? You never told me anything about helping them," Yuan suddenly said. "You didn't?" The Qi family turned to look at the manager with raised eyebrows. "I forgot," said the manager in a calm voice. She then turned to look at Yuan and continued, "You will be helping them kill a demon." "What?" Yuan exclaimed. He thought he came here to make friends with the Qi family, not kill demons for them. Furthermore, why would they need his help when they are all demon sealers themselves? It made no sense. "Wait a second. Why do you need my help killing a demon? Aren't you guys a demon sealing clan? If you need my help killing your demon, how will you help us with our 11 demons?" Yuan asked them what was on his mind. "I understand your confusion, so allow me to explain it to you," Qi Man said. And he continued, "Although we are indeed a family that has dedicated itself to dealing with demons since ancient times, we do not actually have the capability to kill demons, only prolong their seal. There is a powerful demon that is currently sealed on this island, but its seal is getting weaker. We have been resealing this demon since ancient times, and it has gotten to the point where our techniques are no longer effective on it, so it will eventually break out of its seal and kill us all, and it is only a matter of time before it happens. We heard rumors that the 6 spiritual families had managed to kill a demon, but we do not entirely believe such a rumor. After all, the 6 spiritual families do not have the capability to seal demons, much less kill them. Since you were there, can you enlighten us on how such a thing happened? We tried asking them about it, but they refused to tell us the truth. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "Because I was the one who killed the demon, and they hid the fact to protect me." The room immediately fell silent. Qi Fang already knew this fact, but her grandparents were hearing this information for the first time, so they wore shocked expressions on their faces afterward. "Why you killed the demon? How?" Qi Man eventually snapped out of his daze to ask. "Sorry, it's not that I don't want to tell you, I just don't know how to explain it." Yuan shook his head. The old couples exchanged looks with each other. After a moment of silence, Qi Man stood up and said, "Follow me. I will show you the demon." Yuan nodded and followed them outside. After following this narrow path to an open area, Yuan could see over a dozen people guarding this large tree on a small hill. When they got close, the guards greeted the old couple. "Let us through. My friend here would like to see the demon," Qi Man said. The guards turned to look at Yuan and nodded silently, not that they had any choice. Once they were on the hill, Qi Man pointed at the tree and said, "There is a demon sealed within this tree. Go around it and you should see it." Yuan nodded and walked around this tree, and sure enough, he could see a hideous-looking demon with a bulky body coexisting with this tree. Dong! The moment Yuan approached this demon, the entire island began shaking. It won't be long before this demon breaks out of its seal. This is already the 4th earthquake this month. Qi Huan sighed. "Do you think you can kill it without breaking it out of its seal?" Qi Man asked him. "In order to kill a demon, you must separate its core with the body or destroy the demon faster than it can regenerate," Yuan said. "Since it's sealed, I won't be able to extract its core without breaking it out of the seal. As for the second method, I'm not sure I am capable of killing a demon, but I can try." "Really? Does this mean you'll help us?" Qi Huan asked him. "I will help you if you accept one of my conditions." "What condition?" "I get to keep its demon core after killing it." "Demon core?" Qi Man raised his eyebrows. This is his first time hearing about such a thing. If you kill the demon, it's only natural that you get whatever it leaves behind. "Okay. I will need to prepare first," Yuan said. "Whatever you need, my Qi family will supply it. I don't need anything, only time and a place where I cannot be disturbed." After all, he only needed to learn the heaven-splitting sword strike to kill the demon. "I know the perfect place. Follow me." Yuan then followed Qi Man back down the hill and onto another path, which led him to a large cave. "Immortal caves?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "That's right. This is our Qi family's immortal caves. The spiritual energy here is the best, and you won't be disturbed by anybody." "How long do you think you will need to prepare?" Qi Man then asked. "A week to be safe." "I understand." Qi Man nodded. Yuan then turned to the manager and asked her, "Can you let my friends back at home know about the situation? I don't want them to worry when I don't return even after a week." The manager silently nodded. "Thank you." Yuan entered one of the available immortal caves shortly after and went into seclusion to learn the heaven-splitting sword strike. Once Yuan went into seclusion, the Qi family and the manager returned to the household. "Do you really think he is capable of killing the demon? He looks too young." Qi Huan expressed her worries to the manager. After a moment of silence, the manager said, "I don't know, but the Lord seems to believe in his abilities. Well, I think he's a lot more capable than he appears," Qi Fang suddenly said. The old couple turned to look at her and said, "You have been acting weird all day long. Do you, by any chance, know that boy? Qi Fang's eyebrows twitched after hearing their words, and after releasing a deep sigh, she decided to tell them the truth, at least some of it. Yes, I know him. We met very briefly at the Chu family, and we had an exchange with each other. It was during that time that I experienced for myself a little of what he's capable of, and he's a lot stronger than he looks. After speaking with the Qi family, the manager called Mei Xiu's phone to let her know about the situation. Hello. This is the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Is this Mei Xiu's phone number? Yes, this is Mei Xiu speaking. Did something happen to Yuan? Mei Xiu quickly asked about Yuan. No, I am just calling to let you know that he will be staying at the Qi family for a little longer than anticipated. I understand. Can I speak to him? Mei Xiu asked after a moment of silence. Unfortunately, he's currently in seclusion, so he will not be able to speak with you. Wait. What do you mean by that? Why is he in seclusion? The manager proceeded to explain the whole situation to Mei Xiu. He's going to fight a demon. Mei Xiu's anxious voice resounded after hearing everything. Not exactly. He's going to exterminate a sealed demon. How is that any different? Mei Xiu frowned. Does it really matter? In the end, he agreed to it. How long will this take? About a week, said the manager. I understand. I will tell the others. Just make sure he's safe. As much as I hate that idea, it is my job as the manager of the Dragon Spiral Mountain to keep its residents safe. No matter how much I dislike that resident. Once the connection stopped, Mei Xiu went to notify the others about the situation while the manager and the Qi family waited for Yuan to emerge from his seclusion. A week passed by in a flash, and during this time, the island shook 3 more times. Is he coming out of his seclusion anytime soon? It's already been a week, and the demon is showing signs of unsealing. Qi Fang complained as she stood in front of Yuan's immortal cave with the others. You know what? I think we should go inside and see what the hell is taking him so long. We don't have any more time. Just as Qi Fang began approaching the immortal cave, a figure emerged from the cave entrance. Took you long enough. I sincerely hope that you're fully prepared. It's been a week. Qi Fang said to Yuan, who just finished his seclusion. Sorry, it took longer than expected. Yuan said. Since the heaven-splitting sword strike is actually part of another divine rank technique, he had to improve his heaven's secret art first, which is harder than learning even an ancient rank technique. I am ready to kill the demon. Let's go. Yuan then said. Sometime later, they arrived at the tree on the hill. So, how are you going to exterminate it? Qi Man asked once they were standing in front of the sealed demon that had cracks appearing all over its body. I am going to destroy it using my technique. Technique? A demon sealing technique? No, it's a powerful technique that can obliterate everything in its path. I have killed a demon before using this technique. Yuan said. Stay back. I don't want anybody to be caught up in the blast. Once everybody was at a safe distance, Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord and started gathering all of the spiritual energy in the air. What the heck is he doing? Qi Fang mumbled in a low voice. I don't know, but whatever he's doing, it's going to be big and powerful. The manager said in a dazed voice. She has never seen such a massive amount of spiritual energy gathered in one spot before. Yuan took his time gathering as much spiritual energy as he could since he didn't want to take any chances with this bulky demon. While Yuan gathered his strength, the island began shaking again. The demon. It's pulsating with light. Qi Huan pointed at the demon in the tree that was glowing red in a heartbeat rhythm. This is the closest they have seen a demon being unsealed, and they were getting goosebumps all over their bodies. A few minutes later, Yuan was finally finished with charging his strike. After taking a deep breath, Yuan swung his sword and released all of the spiritual energies that he had gathered, shooting a bright beam of light at the sealed demon. Boom! The beam consumed the entire tree and most of the hill, instantly evaporating it. This shocked the Qi family and the manager, as they have never seen anything this destructive before. It's just like a nuclear weapon. Qi Man mumbled in a dazed voice. Yuan fell to his knees and began gasping for air after releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike, feeling as though half of his energy had been drained from that one attack. However, before he could even catch his breath, he suddenly heard Qi Fang's screaming voice, "Yuan! In front of you!" Yuan immediately used his divine sense to look at the scene before him, and to his absolute shock and horror, there was a glob of red slimy substance on the ground that was moving around as though it was alive. I didn't manage to kill it. Did I not use enough spiritual energy? No. I used even more than the last time. This demon must be far stronger than the one in the mystic realm. Yuan turned to look at the Qi family and shouted at them, "Leave this place immediately. I will handle the demon. Are you sure? We can assist you." Qi Fang said out loud. "I am sure. Just leave. I will handle it. Trust me." Qi Fang looked at the others and they all nodded at each other before leaving the place to alert the others. Shortly after the others left, the red substance started forming into a large, bulky figure, and in just a few moments, it had managed to completely recover, becoming a full demon again. It silently stared at Yuan with a calm expression for a moment before showing an ugly smile on its face, that hurt like hell. "Human. You're going to pay for waking this Supreme One up in such a rude fashion. I thought you demons couldn't feel pain." Yuan said to the demon in a calm voice after hearing its words. "And calling yourself the Supreme One when you're just a lowly demon that had been sealed for heaven knows how long. You're full of it. Oh. You not only dare to speak back to me but also mock me? Since when have humans become so brave?" The grin on the demon's face grew wider, and its bloodlust and aura continued to rise. "It only has the strength of a spirit grandmaster. How did it survive my heaven-splitting sword strike? And it looks slightly different compared to the other demons I have encountered so far." Yuan wondered to himself. Furthermore, demons would normally get angry at the slightest provocation, yet this demon managed to remain calm despite Yuan's mockery. There was just something different about this demon. The demon looked at its surroundings and asked, "How long have I been sealed? And where am I?" "You're asking the wrong person. And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." "Is that so? Then I have no reason to keep you alive any longer. I will kill you and find someone else to entertain me, and then I will replenish my strength by eating everyone in this place." The demon stretched its thick neck left and right as it slowly approached Yuan in a menacing manner. Once it was halfway to Yuan, it suddenly disappeared from its spot. Yuan quickly raised the Empyrean Overlord in front of him in a defensive manner, and the next second, he was sent flying backward by a powerful strike from the demon. "You managed to block my strike. Even though my strength has diminished greatly after being sealed for so long, it's still very impressive. This is going to be fun." The bulky demon laughed out loud. "This demon is strong." Yuan quickly stabilized himself after being sent flying. However, he wasn't feeling worried even in the slightest. In fact, he was even a little excited. Even though the artificial demons are very useful, they cannot compare to real demons. "I'm going to take this chance to practice with a real demon." Yuan could have sealed the demon while it was still recovering. However, he purposefully allowed the demon to fully recover just so he could use it as a training puppet. It was an incredibly selfish and risky thing to do, as it could backfire on him and the Qi family, but Yuan went ahead and risked it anyway for some reason. Yuan began approaching the demon and said, "If you don't hurry up and kill me, I will seal you again, and this time, you won't be able to escape ever again." The bulky demon's muscles began moving around like there were live worms in its body after hearing Yuan's words that had clearly affected it. "You just gave me another reason to kill you." The demon suddenly disappeared from its spot again, but it did not escape from Yuan's divine sense. "Ha!" Yuan turned around and swung the Empyrean Overlord with incredible force. The demon that had just appeared behind him subconsciously blocked the strike with its bare arms. The Empyrean overlord tore right through the demon's arms and severed them before sending the demon's body flying into the distance. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad at all. The demon laughed as its body clashed into dozens of trees. Once it regained its footing, the demon leaped into the air and began throwing spears made out of its blood at Yuan. Seal! Yuan roared, and a powerful ripple of demon-sealing aura swept the scene, instantly halting the blood spears midair and turning them into stone. Feeling slight stiffness in its body, the demon frowned, and it stopped taking the situation lightly and saw Yuan as a real threat. Meanwhile, Qifeng stopped running after a few minutes. Why are you stopping? Qi Huan asked her. Qifeng frowned and said, this doesn't feel right at all. Why do we have to run like some coward? We are the Qi family. I am not going to let him fight the demon alone. I have been training for this day even before I could start walking. You guys can go ahead and go back to the Qi family, I am going to go help him. And without waiting for a response, Qifeng began running back the way she came from. I will go after her. The manager said to the old couple before chasing after Qifeng. Shit. Qi Man cursed out loud before turning to look at the guards that guarded the sealed demons before and continued, go back and warn the family. We cannot let a guest do our jobs for us. Yes. I will come with you. Qi Huan said to him, and they also started running back to the hill. However, when they returned to the hill, they were shocked to see the destruction that had ravaged the place. Most of the trees there were either destroyed or burned, and there were many holes and even ground fissures as far as their eyes could see. How the hell did they manage to cause such destruction in just a few minutes? Qifeng cried out loud when she saw the scenery. Boom! The earth shook with loud noises that sounded like thunder every few seconds, but it was not an earthquake, and the sky was as clear as it could be. They're over there. Qi Man suddenly pointed to two figures fighting in the distance. However, when they looked closely, they realized that it was not even a fight at all, but a one-sided beatdown. Heavens! He really didn't need our help. Qi Huan mumbled in a dazed voice as she watched Yuan toss the demon around with his giant sword. Yuan's attacks were so relentless and fierce that the demon could barely react to them, and when the demon would try to retaliate, he would seal the demon's body just enough so that it could not move without completely sealing it. This bastard. He's toying with the demon. Qifeng was in disbelief. What in God's name is going on? How is he doing that? Qi Man mumbled in a voice of disbelief as he watched Yuan throw the demon left and right like some kind of stress toy. Do you think he still needs our help? Qi Huan asked in a sarcastic tone. Suddenly. The demon released a deafening roar that shook the world. How dare a puny human play with me? I will make you pay. I will make you pay. The demon's body began growing larger and larger until it was nearly twice its original size, becoming a mini-giant. Yuan had seen this kind of transformation before from the demon at the Jaded Garden, so he knew that he should stop playing around and actually take care of the demon once and for all before he makes a mistake and gets himself and everyone killed. The demon released another loud roar before summoning two large greatswords with its own blood and wielding it. It then leaped at Yuan with intense bloodlust radiating from its body. However, before it could even begin falling back down, the demon felt something pierce its face. It wasn't painful, but its vision blacked out for a second, and when its vision recovered after the gaping hole in its face was healed, the demon could see that Yuan had suddenly appeared in front of it. In the end, you weren't anything too special besides being a decent punching bag. Yuan said to the demon right before extending his empty hand towards the demon's chest and grabbing the red crystal embedded within, tearing it right out of its body. The demon fell directly to the ground afterward, but it wasn't dead yet. It slowly got back to its feet and looked at Yuan with a puzzled face. What the fuck are you doing? Did you really think that by removing my crystal that it'd kill me? The demon asked Yuan. You can beat me up as much as you want, but you won't kill me, and you will eventually run out of spiritual energy. You can try to seal me, but that also will only prolong your life by a little longer. You don't have the capabilities to kill me. The demon suddenly halted its speech when it realized that its crystal was not returning to its body. Normally, when their crystal is removed, it would return to their body just like the rest of their body, hence the demon's confusion at this moment. You said that you wouldn't die even if I destroyed this crystal, right? Let's test that theory. Yuan showed the demon his hand, where its crystal was resting. The demon immediately began sweating profusely. The reason the demon said that it wouldn't die even if Yuan destroyed the crystal was simply because it didn't think that Yuan had the capabilities to truly destroy the crystal, since it would simply recover just like the rest of its body. That's not possible. Why you? Who are you? The demon roared at Yuan. You don't recognize me? I thought all demons would recognize my face. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why the fuck would I recognize a nobody like? The demon suddenly halted mid-sentence again, and it narrowed its eyes to focus on Yuan's face. Perhaps its memories haven't fully resurfaced after being sealed for so long, but as it stared at Yuan's face, the more it got the feeling that it had seen him somewhere before. After digging through its memories, the demon finally realized why Yuan looked so familiar. You. It can't be. The demon began shaking from top to bottom, and its prideful face became filled with fear. What did I use to say? Yuan suddenly began pondering for some reason. Oh, right. When he remembered, he slowly approached the demon with a mysterious smile on his face. This was the perfect chance for the demon to strike, but it was so stricken by fear that it couldn't even move properly. Once Yuan was standing right in front of the demon, he mumbled in a low but clear voice, I wonder how your demon core will taste. Almost as though something had triggered inside the demon, it suddenly turned around and began running away like its life depended on it. The scene of the demon running away in fear shocked Qi Fang and the others. They couldn't comprehend the situation, nor could they imagine what Yuan said to the demon that would make it react in such a manner. However, before the demon could run very far, Yuan crushed the red crystal in his grasp, and the moment the crystal shattered, the demon also froze its movements. The next moment, almost like it had suddenly turned water, the demon melted into a pool of red blood, leaving behind its demon core. Yuan quickly went to pick up the demon core before putting it inside his pocket, saving it for later. It was also at this moment that backup from the Qi family arrived at the scene. Father. Mother. Qi. Are you guys hurt? Where is the demon? The middle-aged man leading the reinforcements asked them. Qi Man didn't say anything and merely lifted his hand to point at Yuan. The middle-aged man turned to look in the direction, but he couldn't see any demons, only a young man. I am going to him. Qi Fang suddenly said as she began running towards Yuan. W8. Where do you think you're going? The middle-aged man shouted at her. The demon is already gone. That young man defeated it. Qi Huan said, which immediately sent shockwaves through their minds. What? Who even is that kid? I have never seen him before. The middle-aged man exclaimed. A friend sent by the Lord of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Qi Man said before following Qi Fang. Let's go. Qi Huan said to the middle-aged man, who was still puzzled about the situation and had no choice but to follow them. A few moments later, everyone there gathered around Yuan and the puddle of blood. Yuan, is the demon really dead? It won't regenerate from this puddle of blood? Qi Fang asked him once they got to him. I'm pretty sure that it's dead. Yuan replied in a slightly dazed voice. He didn't think he would be able to defeat such a powerful demon with seemingly no effort at all. Not only did his practice at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library help him, but his memories as the Divine Paragon also greatly assisted him today. I still only have fragments of the Divine Paragon's memories. If I recover all of it, demons will no longer be a threat and will be no different than any other magical beasts. Yuan smiled inwardly. Let's go back to the household now. You can tell us everything once you get yourself cleaned up. Qi Man said to Yuan. He nodded and followed them back to the household. Sometime later, after washing himself, Yuan met up with the Qi family in the meeting room, and there were two more people there this time, the middle-aged man that came with the backup and a beautiful woman who looked almost like Qi Fang. They were the current leaders of the Qi family and Qi Fang's parents. Once Yuan sat down, Qi Man immediately opened his mouth to speak. After witnessing your fight today, I doubt you'll need our help with the demons at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but since this is what we agreed on, we will help you. Yuan then said, you guys can prolong the seals on demons, right? I would like you to prolong the seals on the 11 demons to give us more time to prepare. The demon I fought today was much stronger than the one in the Jaded Garden, but the demons within the Dragon Spiral Mountain are even stronger than this one. I understand. Qi Man nodded. The Qi family has already been prolonging the seals on the 11 demons since ancient times, so even if Yuan didn't ask them, they would have done it anyway. Since they cannot kill the demons, their only option was to prolong their seals. If there's nothing else, I would like to return back home now. Yuan said a moment later. Actually, there is one thing. Qi Man turned to look at the manager, who nodded her head silently. He then continued, Yuan, the Qi family has one last request for you. We'd like you to stay here a little longer as a lecturer. A what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. A lecturer. Qi Man repeated. We'd like you to teach our demon sealers how to kill demons. As you probably already know by now, there are still more demons out there. Our Qi family has tracked dozens of sealed demons across the world, but the only thing we can do is prolong their seal until their inevitable release. We want to be able to kill them just like you did today. Wait. Did you just say dozens of sealed demons? Yuan had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Yes, and there could be even more that we don't know about, such as the one sealed in the Jaded Garden. Qi Man sighed. And you want me to teach the demon sealers in your family? I don't think I qualify. Yuan shook his head. If you, who killed a demon, don't qualify to teach, then nobody in our family qualifies. Please. You're our only hope. Yuan took a moment to ponder. After a few minutes of silence, Yuan asked him, how long? I have to return home in 3 weeks. Then 3, no. 2 weeks is more than enough. Qi Man raised 3 fingers before making it 2. Yuan nodded, okay, I will stay here for 2 more weeks to teach your Qi family, but after that, I really have to return home. Thank you, Yuan. Qi Man said with an ecstatic expression on his face. Then we will start tomorrow morning. I want to rest for the rest of today. Of course. Cheer, bring him to his room. Qi Man said to her. What? Why do I have to do that? We have servants for that. Qi Fang frowned. However, when she saw her grandparents' and even parents' cold glares, she swallowed nervously and stood up. Let's go. She said to Yuan without even looking at him. Did something happen between them? Her mother asked the grandparents after they left. Not that I am aware of, but there's clearly something between them. Qi Man shook his head. Meanwhile, Qi Fang brought Yuan to a small shed behind their main building, but it looked more like a place for tools than guests. This is my room. Yuan raised his eyebrows. If you've got a problem with it, you can sleep outside. She coldly responded. Are you still mad at me for sealing you? I just wanted you to have a taste of your own medicine, that's all. Not to mention that you sealed me first. For a minute. You left me there for an entire day. Do you have any idea how terrifying it feels to be sealed for so long? I really thought I was sealed for good. In my defense, if the Chu family didn't interrupt, I would have let you out sooner. Anyways, I helped your family defeat the demon, so let's call it even. Qi Fang gritted her teeth in anger, but she did not release it. After a moment of silence, she pointed at the large building not far away from the shed and said, this doesn't mean I forgive you for what you did to me. If I let you live in this shed, my family would kill me, that's all. She left Yuan alone immediately afterward. Once Yuan entered the room and locked it, he sat down on the floor and retrieved the demon core. After staring at it for a moment, he tossed it inside his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, he could feel a sudden surge of chaotic spiritual energy rushing into his body. However, this demon core tasted and felt different than usual, and it was painful. Yuan suddenly released a loud roar that shook the building. Shortly after consuming the demon core, Yuan began feeling pain all over his body, and his skin even began turning red, almost as though he was turning into a demon himself. When Qi Fang, who was still in range, heard Yuan screaming, she immediately turned around and ran to his building. "Hey! What's going on? Why are you screaming like that? Open the door." Qi Fang banged on the door as she shouted, but Yuan was obviously too busy to answer the door, and he was in too much pain to even hear her voice. "Answer me when I speak to you." Qi Fang did not have the patience and decided to kick the door down. "Hey! What's wrong with you? What did you do?" Qi Fang was shocked to see Yuan writhing in pain on the floor, and his body was burning red. Qi Fang went to pick him up, but she didn't know what to do from there, so she decided to put him back down and went to call for a doctor. "Wait right here. I am going to get a doctor. Don't you dare die on me," Qi Fang said to him before running for help. Meanwhile, Yuan was busy trying to suppress whatever was acting up inside his body. "You silly thing, how could you swallow a demon core belonging to an elite demon in your current state? You're like a child that puts anything you find into your mouth. You're courting death." The divine paragon's voice resounded inside Yuan's head. "Elite demon? What's the difference?" Yuan cried inwardly. Just like how dragons have their own ranks that are based on the purity of their dragon blood, demons have their own ranks based on their demonic blood. All of the demons that you have been fighting before this one were just ordinary demons with ordinary demonic blood. This one, however, is an elite demon with purer demonic blood, and the purer the demonic blood, the stronger their chaotic energy. What happens if I consume something like that? If you were strong enough, nothing would happen, but you're not, so the chaotic energy is trying to destroy your body right now. Listen, if you don't quickly control the chaotic energy, your body will explode into a bloody mess. And how the hell am I supposed to do that? Yuan shouted out loud, feeling as though something was growing within his body. The divine paragon sighed. "I will help you control the chaotic energy this time, but if this happens again, you will have to deal with it yourself." After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly stopped moving and returned to sitting in the lotus position. He took a deep breath and began controlling the chaotic energy inside his body. Very quickly, Yuan could feel his body returning to normal, and his spiritual energy was under control again. However, he could still feel something chaotic inside his body. By the time Qi Fang returned with the doctor, Yuan had already controlled most of the chaotic energy, but it took him all of his energy to do so, causing him to pass out shortly after. The doctor checked Yuan's condition afterward. "How is he?" Qi Fang asked in a worried voice. Despite her cold attitude towards Yuan, she actually cared about his safety, as he was their only hope in defeating demons for good. "He seems fine for now, and his body is stable, but I will need to inspect his body further for a more accurate assessment," the doctor said. "I understand." Qi Fang went to notify her family and the manager of the situation once she knew that Yuan was fine for the moment. When her family heard this, they immediately panicked for the same reason Qi Fang had. If Yuan dies, their world and everyone living in it will all die to the demons. What happened? Why did he suddenly collapse? Qi Man asked her. "I have no idea. I sent him to his room, and after leaving him alone for a moment, I suddenly heard him screaming. When I arrived, he was on the ground and his skin was burning red. However, by the time I returned with a doctor, he was already back to normal." Looks like we can only ask him after he wakes up. Yuan sighed. Sometime later, the manager called Meishio to let her know of the situation. What? Yuan collapsed and is unconscious right now. What happened to him? I was hoping you could tell me. Does he have any medical conditions that cause him to do this? The manager asked. No, not that I am aware of. So he's never done this before? No. Can I go see him? I want to see his condition with my own eyes. I will have to ask the Qi family for permission first. Give me a minute. The manager then asked the old couple since they were still together. Yuan's friend? Of course. Any friend of Yuan is also our friend. Qi Man quickly agreed. Alright, I will come pick you up. I should be there by midnight. Be ready by then. The manager said to Meishio before hanging up. What a pain in the ass. The manager sighed inwardly. She didn't think she'd have to travel back and forth more than once, but alas. While the manager made her way back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain to pick up Meishio, the Qi family watched over Yuan, who would remain unconscious for the rest of the day. After returning to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the manager reported the situation to the Lord before she went to pick up Meishio. So that's what happened, huh? If you ask me, I think he tried to cultivate the demon core, since his symptoms sound exactly like what happens when someone tries to absorb a demon core like it's a monster core. The Lord said. If someone tries to cultivate a demon core, what will happen to them? The manager asked out of curiosity. Well, to put things simply, they will die a horrible death. However, from what you told me, it appears that he's alive, so I doubt that's what happened. Anyways, as long as he didn't cultivate a demon core and he isn't dead, do whatever you can to keep him safe. Now that he's proven himself to be valuable, we cannot let him die. Use that treasure even if you have to. The Lord continued to speak. What? You want to waste that precious treasure on him? The manager was shocked. If it can keep him alive, yes. He's too precious for this world to die. But. No buts. You may return to the Qi family now. I understand. The manager sighed before going to Yuan's home to pick up Meishio. However, there was an additional person there. What's this? I only got permission for one person, not two. The manager said as she glared at Chu Liuxiang, who decided to follow along after hearing about the situation. I am not going to stay here while Yuan is suffering. I am going to follow you even if it's the last thing I do. Chu Liuxiang said stubbornly. And she continued, and my master is from the Qi family. They wouldn't refuse me. Whatever. Just get in the car. The manager said to them. Once they were all in the car, the manager began speeding down the mountain like she did with Yuan, but it wasn't as fast. However, unlike Yuan, neither Chu Liuxiang or Meishio said a word regarding her speed, and they would only ask her about Yuan's condition. Like I already said on the phone, I don't know what happened to him. If you want to know, you'll have to ask him after he wakes up. Once they arrived at the airport, the manager told the two of them to press the red button and watch the plane before going off to sleep, leaving them speechless. Meanwhile, Qi Fang was ordered by her family to stay with Yuan until he wakes up. What? Why do I have to babysit him all night? I am not his nanny. Why are you guys treating me like this? Did I do something wrong? That's a great question. Did you do something wrong? Qi Huan narrowed her eyes at Qi Fang. Qi Man then said, although we don't know what happened between the two of you, whether you are in the right or wrong, you need to put all of that behind you. Yuan is a valuable friend that we cannot afford to offend. If you offended him in any way, apologize to him when he wakes up. Qi Fang gritted her teeth, but she couldn't blame her grandparents for their decision, as she was mostly responsible for what happened on that day. I understand. Qi Fang sighed. Good, then we'll leave Yuan in your hands. They left her alone with Yuan afterward. Once her family left, Qi Fong went to one of the drawers and pulled out a tall bottle of alcohol and sat down at the table. How could they treat their most talented demon sealer like a babysitter? Damn it! Qi Fong began chugging down the alcohol and complained after every swallow. Why am I being punished when they don't even know what happened? It's almost like they wanted someone to blame for his current situation. I can't believe this. Damn it all. While Qi Fong was chugging down her alcohol, Yuan was somewhere deep within his consciousness. Although I have managed to control and convert most of the chaotic energy inside your body, there is still some left, and while it won't kill you, you should still remove them as soon as possible, as it could not only affect your cultivation but also your mind. The divine paragon appeared inside Yuan's head to warn him. How do I do that? Fortunately for you, who has the heaven-refining physique, you can just cultivate normally and push out the remaining chaotic energy with fresh spiritual energy. If it was anybody else, they would need a new technique and a lot of treasures. The divine paragon smiled. How long do I have before it starts affecting me? Yuan then asked. This is your first time experiencing such a thing, so the backlash will be quick and fierce. You can expect a reaction as soon as you wake up. It's that bad? Yuan swallowed nervously. What will happen to me? Who knows? You'll probably lose your mind every once in a while, become quick to lose your tempers, and other nasty nature that demons have, almost like you turned into a demon yourself. Yuan was terrified when he heard such words. I am going to turn into a demon. Does this mean I will crave human meat or kill humans? I hope to God that doesn't happen. Although that's possible, it won't happen with the amount of chaotic energy inside your body. However, it would be a good idea to limit your contact with others for the time being. Okay. I will have to delay the lectures until I fix this situation. Yuan sighed. While Yuan slept peacefully, Qi Fong approached him with a drunk look on her face, still with a bottle of alcohol in her hands. You stupid little brat, hic. This is all your fault. Hic. Once she was standing right beside the bed, Qi Fong would stare at Yuan's sleeping face in silence. Now that I look at you closely. Hic. You're quite handsome. What you did today was also very handsome and admirable. Hic. When I watched you fight the demon, my heart was beating like crazy, almost like I was having a heart attack. I have never felt anything like that before. After a moment of silence, Qi Fong suddenly lowered her face towards Yuan's sleeping face, kissing him on the lips. She removed her lips a moment later and muttered in a low voice, How can you sleep so soundly with a beauty like me in the same room? Hic. Hey. Wake up and fight me. I'm going to avenge myself. Hic. Qi Fong began to slap Yuan's face lightly for a response. When Yuan didn't respond, Qi Fong turned around and began walking away. How boring. Hic. After walking 2 steps, Qi Fong suddenly stopped walking when she felt someone grab her hand. She turned around to see Yuan sitting up on his bed, and his eyes were open, but he didn't seem conscious. However, Qi Fong was too drunk to notice that and continued to probe him. Hee, so you want to fight? Yuan suddenly yanked Qi Fong onto the bed. Hey! What are you doing? That hurts. Qi Fong complained as she laid on the bed with Yuan. She also felt a little wet for some reason, so she looked down, and to her surprise, the bottle of alcohol in her hands had spilled all over her body. Look at what you've done. Hic. Now I have to clean myself. Qi Fong began loosening the wet areas on her clothes, and when Yuan saw that, almost as though something had ignited inside him, he suddenly pounced on top of her and ripped her loosened clothes right off her body. Qi Fong stared at Yuan's face with a dazed expression. You have very beautiful eyes. She muttered in a low voice, not sounding a bit concerned about being naked nor the situation they were in, even placing her hands on his cheeks and caressing them. When she noticed Yuan staring at her bare chest, Qi Fong smiled and said, Go ahead, you can touch them. It's your reward for dealing with the demon. Despite his weird state, it was almost as though Yuan had been waiting for Qi Fang's approval, so when he got her approval, he immediately buried his face into her chest like a child embracing their mother. Yes. That's right. You can touch them all you want. Hick. It's your reward for killing the demon. Hick. Qi Fang spoke in a dazed voice as Yuan's face buried deeper and deeper into her bosoms. This went on for a few moments until all of Yuan's movements suddenly halted. Hey! What's wrong? Hick! Yuan suddenly stood up and looked at Qi Fang with a tranquil expression on his face. You should probably leave before we both make a grave mistake, he said in a calm voice. What? Qi Fang's eyes widened with shock. This shock snapped her out of her drunken state for a brief moment, but this brief moment of clarity was all that was needed for Qi Fang to realize what was happening and made a decision. She quickly got out of the bed and put on her clothes before running out of his room with a flushed face. Once she was gone, Yuan sat on the bed and smiled, what a troublesome child. I hope this will teach you to not put everything in your mouth and that all actions will have consequences. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, inside his consciousness, Yuan sighed in relief. Thank you. He bowed to the divine paragon, who'd just taken over his body. Why are you thanking me? For taking over my body and stopping me, who cannot control myself right now. The divine paragon started laughing. He then said, I told you, I cannot take over your body. I am merely a fragment of your memories. You acted on your own just now, just like when you fought and killed the demon. Perhaps your instincts kicked in or something. How is that even possible when I am not conscious? Yuan frowned. Reincarnation is a wonderful thing, but it is also something that we do not fully comprehend, and you're no ordinary human. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, since you're here, can you tell me about the demonic realm? You kind of left me hanging last time. I don't have the answers to your questions. If you want them, go to the demonic realm. That's clearly bullshit. Why else would you say that something bad will happen if I don't return? Like I'd already said, it's probably your instincts that's telling you. Anyways, it's about time I go. I won't be able to save you a second time, so if you end up in that state again, you're going to have to take full responsibility. I know. Yuan sighed. Do you really? A mysterious smile appeared on the divine paragon's face as he disappeared. The following morning, Qi Fang woke up in her bed to a head-splitting headache. Shit. I drank too much yesterday. She sat up with a painful expression on her face. Once her head cleared a little bit, memories of what happened last night began flowing inside her head. Shit. Fuck. Did I really do such a thing? No way. Qi Fang quickly got dressed and rushed to Yuan's place. Hey! Wake up! Yuan! We need to talk. Qi Fang banged on the door as she shouted in an urgent manner. Senior Qi, I am sorry, but can you leave me alone for a while? We can talk later. Once I fix myself. Last night. Nothing happened last night, do you hear me? I was not in the right state of mind. It was a mistake. What mistake? Qi Man's voice suddenly resounded behind Qi Fang, giving her the scare of her life. Grandfather. Nothing. Qi Fang turned around with a nervous look on her face, but when she saw Chu Liuxiang behind him, she became even more nervous. Liuxiang. What are you doing here? She stuttered nervously. I am here to see Yuan, of course, she said in a calm voice. Speaking of Yuan, why are you standing out here? I thought we told you to watch over him. How can you do that when you're out here and he's in there? Qi Huan said to her. I left for just a minute, okay? I made sure to watch him properly. I swear. Whatever. The grandparents were suspicious of her weird behavior, but they didn't think too much of it. Meishio went to the door and knocked on it. Yuan. Are you awake? Meishio. Is that you, Meishio? What are you doing here? Yuan's panicked voice resounded inside the building. I am also here as well. Chu Liuxiang said loudly. Lulu as well. Can you open the door and let us in? We want to see if you're okay. Meishio continued. After a moment of silence, Yuan sighed, sorry, but I am a little sick right now. Can you all leave me alone for a few days? You're sick. How so? Meishio turned to look at Chi-Man and the others and said to them, can you leave us alone for a moment? All right. If you need anything, let us know. Thank you. Meishio nodded. Once they left, Meishio continued, Yuan, it's just me and Chu Liuxiang now. You can tell us what happened. Yuan sighed again before speaking, I consumed a demon core, but this demon core was a little special, so I am now experiencing a little backlash. My mind is not in the right state right now, and I am afraid of hurting you and the others, so until I take care of this condition, I should not get close to anyone. I see. So that's what happened. Are you in pain right now? Meishio then asked. No, I am fine. I should be healthy again in a few days. I understand. If you need anything, we will be right out here. Thank you, Meishio, and Lulu, for coming all the way out here. Anything for you, Yuan. Chu Liuxiang smiled. Anyways, what should we tell the others? I don't think we should let them know that he consumed a demon core. Yes, you're right. Let's think of something. Meishio agreed with Chu Liuxiang, and the two of them began thinking of an excuse for Yuan's condition. Why don't we just tell them that it's a medical condition he has? Chu Liuxiang asked. No, that won't work. I already told the manager that there was no such thing. Oh. I know. We can tell them that it was caused by one of the techniques he's currently cultivating. Meishio stared at her in silence for a few moments before nodding, that will work. Okay, let's tell them that then. Sometime later, the Qi family returned. How is he doing? Chi-Man asked. He's doing fine. It's just the backlash of one of his techniques that he's currently trying to master, that's all. His episode should be cleared in a few days. It was caused by a technique? I have never heard of a technique that has made people sick before. Chi Huan said in a worried tone. But as long as he's fine, I am relieved. If you need anything, just let us know. We've also prepared a room for you too. Chi-Man said to them. It's all right, we will stay here with him. Chu Liuxiang said. Out here? In the cold? You know we cannot have our guests live in such conditions. They raised their eyebrows. Why don't the two of you take turns watching over him? The two of them exchanged looks with each other before nodding their heads. I can watch over him first. Chu Liuxiang said. We switch out every 8 hours. Meishio asked. Okay. Meishio then turned to look at Chi-Man and asked him, while she stays here, I would like to join your Chi family's training sessions. You guys are taught to fight demons, right? I would like to learn. A bittersweet smile appeared on Chi-Man's face as he spoke, if you want to learn, you already have the very best. I don't think we will be very helpful to you. In fact, I am now doubting if our training is even useful at all. Even then, I would still like to learn, at least until he recovers. Meishio said. All right. Training should be starting soon. Follow me. Meishio left the Chi-Man and the others while Chu Liuxiang stayed behind. I will be right outside if you need me, Yuan. She sat down in front of the door and began cultivating. Meanwhile, Meishio followed Chi-Man to this area with a large building and a massive field in the front. There's a lot of people here. She mumbled when she saw hundreds of people gathered outside the training field. My Chi family has almost 2,000 people. Of course, they are not all family by blood. We take disciples from around the world and teach them how to seal demons. As for our fighting experience, We really have none. Have you ever fought a demon before? Chi Man turned to ask Meishio. No, I have not. She shook her head. I have seen dozens of demons throughout my life, but they were all already sealed, so I have never seen their prowess, at least until yesterday. When I first saw the demon unsealed for the first time, my entire body froze from shock, and my instinct was to run away as quickly as possible. Even though I didn't personally face the demon. Even though Yuan completely dominated the demon and made it look weak. I can tell that I am no match for the demon. And if someone like me is scared of demons, I cannot imagine how these young demon sealers will react before an unsealed demon, at least not with their current training. That's why I asked Yuan to be our lecturer. I'm certain that we can all learn something from him. Sometime later, Chi Man brought Meishio to the field. When the instructors and the disciples saw Chi Man, they all stopped whatever they were doing and bowed to him. Greetings, ancestor. Listen up. Chi Man spoke out loud. Due to some complications, our new instructor will not be here for a few more days. Therefore, you will train normally for now. My friend here will be joining your training today. Treat her well. Everybody there turned to look at Meishio. Many nervous gulps resounded from people that were taken aback by her beauty, and there were so many that it sounded really weird. Meanwhile, inside his room, Yuan was trying to suppress his urges to destroy everything in the room. If he so much as looks at anything, his destructive urges would flare up, so he locked his divine sense. Is this what causes demons' destructive nature? I only have some chaotic energy left in my body, yet the urges are still this strong. I cannot imagine what it must be like to be a demon that has to endure this for their entire life. If he had to endure this urge for the rest of his life, there was no doubt that he would eventually stop suppressing his urges and go wild. When he realized this, Yuan stopped blaming demons as much, and he even pitied their tragic life. However, there was another feeling in Yuan that was very worrisome for him, and that was the feeling from last night that hasn't been satisfied. Damn it, I am already trying my best to deal with my destructive urges. If I also have to control my sexual urges, I won't be able to cultivate at all. He cried inwardly. After pondering for a moment, Yuan cleared his throat and spoke out loud, Lulu. Is Meishio out there? No, she went to train with the Qi family. Do you need help? Kind of. When will she come back? Well, it's been 2 hours since she left, so she won't return for another 6 hours. 6 hours. Yuan's sighing voice could be heard from inside the building. If you need help, I can help you. It's a little complicated. It's okay, I can just wait. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang's voice resounded, Yuan. No matter how complicated it is, I want to help you. You have helped me so many times now, yet I have not been able to return the favor. Please, let me help you. The place turned dead silent after that. Chu Liuxiang sighed in a dispirited manner, but just as she was able to give up, she heard the door behind her being unlocked. Come inside. Yuan said to her. Coming. Chu Liuxiang eagerly entered the building. Yuan. What are you doing, standing so far away? Chu Liuxiang asked him after entering the building and noticing that he was standing all the way on the other side of the room. I wanted to make sure that I don't accidentally hurt you. Yuan sighed. Ever since I consumed the demon core, I have been getting these unhealthy thoughts and the urge to destroy everything around me, and I am having a hard time controlling these emotions. I am worried that I might hurt you if you get too close. Hearing Yuan's words, Chu Liuxiang smiled. She closed the door behind her and started approaching him in a calm manner. As long as I can help you, I don't care even if you hurt me. Once she was close enough, she opened her arms and embraced Yuan. See? Everything is fine. Now, tell me what you need help with. However, before Yuan could even respond, Chu Liuxiang felt something hard poking her legs. She looked down, and to her absolute shock, there was a massive bulge in his pants. Chu Liuxiang's mind blanked out for a moment while she processed the situation. In order for me to release the chaotic energy in my body, I must cultivate, but I cannot cultivate properly when I have to control so many emotions and urges. Yuan sighed. Chu Liuxiang snapped out of her daze and looked at his handsome face. When you say you need help, do you mean, down there? She asked him in a nervous voice. I tried doing it myself before, but that didn't work. If you don't want to help, I fully understand and won't blame you for not wanting to do something so weird. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang asked in a low voice, does Meishou usually help you? You did ask for her just now. That's. Yuan promised Meishou that he would not tell anybody, but even an idiot could tell the truth after seeing his reaction. A bittersweet smile appeared on Chu Liuxiang's face, and she said, believe it or not, I am not that surprised. It's a common thing amongst wealthy households such as the Yu family. Meishou, she was probably trained to do such things. She took a deep breath and continued, since Meishou is not here, I will help you out. Take off your pants and sit on the bed. Yuan nodded, and while he took off his pants, Chu Liuxiang went to lock the doors. When she turned around and saw Yuan sitting on the bed with his lower half completely naked, her entire body froze. Even though this wasn't her first time seeing his lower half, and they have even taken baths together, the atmosphere was completely different, and Yuan's body didn't have this sort of reaction. Why are you getting nervous now, you idiot? You have been wanting to do this kind of stuff to him for a long time. Chu Liuxiang cried inwardly to calm herself. Sure enough, it worked perfectly, allowing her to move her body again. She walked in front of Yuan and kneeled before him. Once she prepared herself, she extended her fair hands and grabbed the stiff rod between Yuan's legs and began stroking it. Ah! It hurts! Yuan suddenly exclaimed, sucking in a breath of cold air. Sorry. Chu Liuxiang was surprised by his painful sound and immediately removed her hands. Am I doing something wrong? But I am doing exactly what the magazines instruct. She wondered inwardly. She looked at him and asked, how does Meishou usually do this? I don't know how to explain it. The room turned dead silent as Chu Liuxiang began pondering. Okay, I know what to do. She started moving closer to Yuan, and once she was close enough, she opened her mouth and sucked on his thing. Yuan suddenly felt an incredible feeling around his thing, but since he didn't dare to use his divine sense, he could only imagine what Chu Liuxiang was doing to him. How is this? Does this hurt? Chu Liuxiang asked him a moment later. No. It feels good. Chu Liuxiang didn't say anything longer and continued to relieve him of his stress. A few minutes later, Yuan said, I cannot hold it any longer. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt something warm gush inside her mouth. She subconsciously removed her mouth, and Yuan's white stuff shot all over her clothes and face. Wow! Chu Liuxiang mumbled in an amazed voice afterward. Let me go wash myself first. Is there a bathroom in here? Chu Liuxiang stood up and looked around for a bathroom. However, Yuan didn't respond. Yuan. She turned to look at him, who was sitting on the bed with a dazed face. Yuan. Are you okay? She approached him. Ah! Yuan suddenly grabbed her, tossed her onto the bed, and pinned her down. Although his action surprised her, she wasn't too worried since she knew that he wouldn't harm her. Yuan. What's happening? She asked him. Yuan opened his mouth slightly and uttered in a low voice while gnashing his teeth, almost as though he was trying to resist something. I cannot resist anymore. Chu Liuxiang stared at Yuan's painful face with a blank expression. Yuan suddenly shouted, Leave! Leave this place immediately before I hurt you. However, Chu Liuxiang didn't move, and she even caressed his cheeks with her hand. Yuan. How can I leave you alone when you're suffering? When I absorbed the flood dragon's scale, you stayed with me, even suffering with me. Therefore, I am going to do the same. Let me help you. Let me suffer with you. Yuan's body trembled when he heard her words. It's okay. I will be fine. I promise. Let it out, let it all out. I'm sorry. Yuan muttered in a low voice right before he stripped Chu Liuxiang naked. And for the next few minutes, like a starved beast that hasn't eaten in days, he tasted every inch of Chu Liuxiang's luscious body, leaving his saliva all over her body. Chu Liuxiang moaned softly as Yuan licked and kissed her body from the top to bottom. When Yuan reached the area between her legs, he grabbed her legs and opened it wide before pushing his face towards her bottom lips. Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened with shock and her body twitched. She wanted to moan louder, but she didn't dare to do so, fearing that someone might overhear them. She suddenly felt something small invading her cave and wriggling around like a worm. So fierce. She cried inwardly. Once Yuan was satisfied, he removed his wet mouth from Chu Liuxiang's body and aimed his sword at the slit between her legs. Wait a second, Yuan. Give me a moment to pee. However, before Chu Liuxiang could even finish her sentence, Yuan suddenly moved, shoving his rod into her body completely. Chu Liuxiang nearly screamed from the pain, and it felt like her lower body had been ripped apart and torn in half. The pain was so excruciating that it immediately made her eyes tear up and almost knocked her unconscious. However, before she could even recover from her pain or adapt to it, Yuan started moving again, pounding his hips violently at her like a dog during mating season. It hurts. It really hurts. Tears flowed from Chu Liuxiang's eyes like a river, yet she remained still and allowed Yuan to ravage her body as he wished. The pain was on par with the pain she felt when she absorbed the flood dragon scale, but unlike then, this pain felt more realistic and a completely different kind of pain, not to mention how tightly Yuan was holding onto her arms and legs. A large amount of blood flowed from Chu Liuxiang's body and tainted the clean bed sheets, but Yuan ignored all of that and continued to thrust his hips like a machine with only one purpose. Chu Liuxiang could have never expected that her first time with Yuan would be so brutal and so rough. She thought it was going to be a great time, one that could be enjoyed by the two of them, but it was more of a torture than anything. Many minutes into their action, Yuan suddenly extended his arm and wrapped his hands around Chu Liuxiang's neck and tightened it, choking her neck. Despite this, Chu Liuxiang accepted everything Yuan threw at her. She endured the pain, she resisted the thought of running away, and she tried her best to not blame Yuan for his actions. Yuan. Chu Liuxiang muttered in a low voice as Yuan continued to seal away her air. Yuan's body jolted the moment he heard Chu Liuxiang calling his name, and he slowly released his grasp on her neck, which left behind a slight bruise. Lulu. What have I done? Yuan, who'd just regained control over his body, mumbled in disbelief. He looked at her condition with his divine sense, and he could see bruise marks all over her body that had been caused by his rough handling, and the bed sheets were soaked in her blood. However, despite the abuse she just experienced, Chu Liuxiang had a gentle smile on her face. Don't blame yourself, Yuan. You're not in the right state of mind, and I agreed to this. That doesn't make the situation any better, nor does it excuse my actions. I hurt you, even though I promised to protect you. We need to stop here and get you a doctor. When Yuan tried to stand up, Chu Liuxiang suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him back down. No. We cannot stop here. We need to finish this properly. I have always wanted to do this with you, too. But your condition. Don't underestimate me, Yuan. I got worse injuries when I trained with my master, and it was much more painful when I absorbed the flood dragon's scale. I can handle this, she said with a resolute face. And she continued, furthermore, you're back to normal now. Things will only get better from here. What if I lose my mind again? Then I will wake you up again. Chu Liuxiang grabbed his cheeks and pulled his face towards her own, kissing him on the lips. I love you, Yuan, she said to him afterward. Let's finish this so that you can get better. Yuan nodded, and he inserted his rod into her body again. Now that Yuan regained his senses, he no longer moved like a beast, allowing the both of them to enjoy the moment. Eventually, Yuan reached his limits, and when that happened, he remembered Meishio's words and pulled out of Chu Liuxiang before releasing his fluids all over her body. Yuan proceeded to lay on the bed beside Chu Liuxiang, and the both of them rested for many minutes before they went to wash each other. Yuan, that was amazing. I never expected that embracing your loved ones could be so much fun and enjoyable, even if you were a little rough at the beginning. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Some people like it rough, you know. It's like a hobby for them, and after experiencing it for myself, I can understand where they are coming from. Yuan didn't know how to respond to such information, so he remained quiet. I am going to cultivate now and get rid of the chaotic energy within my body. Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang afterward. Good luck. If you ever need to relieve yourself again, I will always be there for you. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Chu Liuxiang left Yuan alone and proceeded to stare at the cloud in the sky with a dazed face until Meishio returned. Is everything okay? Meishio asked Chu Liuxiang when she noticed the odd atmosphere around her, like something about her had changed. Never been better. Chu Liuxiang nodded with a smile. It's my turn to watch Yuan now. Okay. Just as Chu Liuxiang began walking away, Meishio suddenly spoke, Wait. What's the matter? Chu Liuxiang stopped and looked at her. Meishio raised her arm and pointed at her neck, You're bruised. Something did happen, right? Are you okay? Chu Liuxiang subconsciously covered her neck. She had completely forgotten about it. Don't worry, it's really nothing serious. Yuan. Is he okay? Yes, I promise. Chu Liuxiang smiled at Meishio before leaving the scene. After Chu Liuxiang left, Meishio turned to look at Yuan's building with a worried look on her face. Yuan. Are you there? Yes. Are you okay? After a moment of silence, Yuan responded, I lost control for a bit, but Lulu helped me, so I am fine now. Lost control? That explains the bruises on her neck. They probably fought. Meishio sighed inwardly, misunderstanding the situation entirely. Yuan, if you feel like losing control again, let me know and I will immediately get help. Meishio said to him. As much as she wanted to help him, she knew that she was no match for Yuan if they fought, so she could only rely on others for now. I am still too weak compared to them. Meishio bit her lips in frustration before sitting down and cultivating. 8 hours passed in a flash while Meishio focused on cultivation, and before she was aware, Chu Liuxiang was already back for her shift. I can continue. You should rest a little more. Meishio said to her. Thank you for worrying about me, but I am really fine. Look, the bruises are already gone. Chu Liuxiang showed Meishio her neck, and sure enough, all of her bruises were gone. Meishio silently stared at her for a moment before speaking, if anything happens, you need to get help. I will. Chu Liuxiang nodded with a smile on her face. Once Meishio left, Chu Liuxiang sat before the building and said, I am back, Yuan. If you need me, I will be out here. There was no response from Yuan, but Chu Liuxiang didn't panic. He's probably focused on his recovery, she thought to herself. An hour into her shift, Chu Liuxiang noticed a figure in the distance, and they appeared to be watching her from the shadows. It was already dark outside, so Chu Liuxiang couldn't see this figure's face. Who's there? She called out to the figure. A few seconds later, this figure stepped out of the shadows and into the light. It was Qi Fang. Master? Do you need something? How is he doing? Yuan. He's recovering. Is that so? Qi Fang didn't say anything else and turned around and began walking away. Master. Wait a moment. Chu Liuxiang stopped her. What? Are you still angry at Yuan for what happened last time? If you are, please accept my apologies for him. Qi Fang spoke after a moment of silence. I am more angry at myself than I am with him. Eh? Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened. I thought I was strong. Strong enough to defeat him, strong enough to defeat a demon. Turns out that I've been wrong this entire time. You don't have to worry. What happened at the Chu family is already behind me. I may be stupid and arrogant, but I am not foolish. And without explaining any further, Qi Fang disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Chu Liuxiang speechless. 2 days later, Yuan opened his eyes and stood up to stretch. The urges are completely gone now, which means I have fully recovered. What a horrible experience. I swear I will never carelessly swallow demon cores ever again. He opened the door and walked outside to see Chu Liuxiang sitting in front of him. And when Chu Liuxiang heard the door open behind her, she stopped cultivating and turned around. Yuan. Have you finally recovered? She quickly stood up and asked him. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. Yuan suddenly opened his arms and embraced Chu Liuxiang tightly. Lulu. I am truly sorry about what happened last time. I asked you for your help, but that caused you a lot of pain. Even if I wasn't in the right state of mind, I am still responsible for my actions. I hope that you'll forgive me. I will forgive you. If you do it properly next time. Chu Liuxiang hugged him back and said. Let's wait until we go back home. I think I prefer that as well. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Let's go tell the others that you're fine. She then said. Okay. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang went to meet up with Meishou. Meishou, are you awake? Yuan. Meishou stopped cultivating when she heard Yuan's voice outside her room. Are you okay? She asked him after opening the door. Yes, I have fully recovered. Thank you for watching over me. Where is the Qi family? I'd like to speak with them. Senior Qi should be at the training area with the disciples. We can ask her. Meishou said. Where is this place? Follow me. I have been there before. They made their way to the training area next, and sure enough, Qi Fang was training the disciple with an iron fist. Your demon sealing aura is too weak. Are you trying to seal the demon or unseal it? Senior Qi, I think they are looking for you. One of the disciples noticed Yuan's group and notified her. When Qi Fang saw Yuan's face, she immediately recalled the incident they had not long ago and started blushing. Sometime later, she approached them and asked, Need something? Yuan smiled and said, I have fully recovered, and I am prepared to train the Qi family. Qi Fang narrowed her eyes at him, Are you sure? I am. He nodded. Wait right here. I am going to notify my grandparents. Qi Fang then walked away for a few minutes before returning. They will be here shortly. While we wait, I need to speak with you. In private. Qi Fang looked at Yuan. Qi Fang then dragged Yuan to a secluded area where they were alone. Once Qi Fang was certain that nobody was around, she pointed at Yuan and spoke in a low but aggressive voice, What happened that night never happened, okay? I was drunk, and you were sick. Forget about it. If you dare tell anyone about it, I will kill you even if it's the last thing I do, and then I will kill myself. Do you hear me? Yuan smiled and said, What happened that night? I don't remember very clearly since I was sick. That's a good response. Now keep it that way, forever. Qi Fang coldly snorted before walking away like nothing ever happened. By the time Yuan returned to the others after his brief conversation with Qi Fang, Qi Man and the others have already arrived. Yuan. Are you sure you want to start the training already? You can rest a few more days if you want. Qi Man said to him. I am certain. Yuan nodded with a confident smile. Okay. Follow me, I will introduce you to the family. Qi Man said. Chi-Man brought Yuan before the disciples. He cleared his throat and spoke, "Listen up. This person right here is Senior Yuan, and he will be your instructor for the next few days." The disciples immediately began mumbling to each other. "He's our instructor. He looks even younger than me. I don't believe it. This must be a prank." "Shut up!" Chi-Man suddenly shouted, instantly silencing the murmurs. "He may be younger than most of you, but I can guarantee his skills and knowledge. As you already know, the demon on this island had escaped from its seal a few days ago. It was Senior Yuan who subjugated and killed the demon, saving us from a slaughter. If you dare disrespect him, you will answer to me. In fact, all of the elders in the family will also participate in the lectures, as I firmly believe that we all have a lot to learn from him." The disciples were shocked to learn that Yuan was the one who killed the demon, and they all wondered where he came from. However, a few disciples there recognized his name. "Wait. Yuan. He can't be player Yuan, right? The mysterious player who seems to always be 1,000 light years ahead of everyone? Fuck. Now that you mention it, it would make perfect sense if it's player Yuan. He always seems to achieve the impossible. So that's what player Yuan looks like behind his mask, huh? Why does he have his eyes closed? Who knows?" Yuan suddenly stepped forward and said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Yuan, and I will be teaching you all I know about demons. Before I teach you about how to fight demons, you should all know about demon strengths and weaknesses." He looked around before turning to look at Chi-Man and asking him, "Is there a more suitable place for lectures?" "Of course. We have a lecture hall not far from here. We can go there." "Great." Yuan and everyone there proceeded to follow Chi-Man to the lecture hall. Once everyone was seated, Yuan began speaking. "Before I talk about demons' weakness, I want to talk about what makes them so strong and unkillable. First of all, demons have an incredible level of pain endurance. You can tear their limbs and smash their heads into meat paste, but they will not feel a thing. Second, they all have powerful innate strength. If you try to fight them head-on, you will most likely lose. Demons are naturally stronger than humans, meaning if there is a demon and a cultivator with the same cultivation, the demon will always beat the human. Last but not least, demons have super regeneration, which allows them to recover from any damage as long as there is a tiny piece of their body left. You can decapitate them or grind them into 1,000,000 pieces, they will still recover as though nothing had happened. This is demons' strongest ability and what makes them relentless and unkillable." The disciples immediately began mumbling to each other. "Fuck. I thought their regenerating abilities were exaggerated. To think it was true." The disciples despaired upon learning this information. They learned about demons' regenerative abilities through ancient texts from their ancestors, but since they have never fought a demon before, they could never confirm the information. "If we cannot kill them, then how did you kill the demon?" Someone there stood up and asked Yuan. Yuan turned to look at the young man who just spoke and said, "They may be unkillable, but that is only for your average cultivator. We, demon sealers, have what it takes to kill demons as long as you know the right techniques. Now let me tell you about their weaknesses and how you can kill demons. There are 2 ways that I know of. 1, you must destroy the demon faster than it can regenerate, meaning you can kill a demon as long as you can erase a demon completely before they can regenerate, but that will require a massive amount of spiritual energy and a technique that is powerful enough to do such a thing. As for the second method, you must destroy their core. All demons have a core in their body, it's the red crystal that can usually be found on their chest. If you can destroy their core, the demon will lose their regenerative ability and die, which is what I did to the demon. However, in order to do that, you must have the right technique and demon sealing aura strong enough to prevent the crystal from returning to the demon. I will now answer any questions that you may have." Dozens of hands immediately raised into the air. "How many demons have you fought, killed?" A young lady asked him with her eyes flickering with admiration. "A couple." "Are you really player Yuan?" The #1 player in Cultivation Online? Yes, I am. Do you have a girlfriend? Let's try to stay on topic. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Qi Fang suddenly stood up and asked, the two methods to kill a demon, they all require a specific technique, but we don't have such techniques. Are you telling us that we will never be able to kill demons? Yuan smiled upon hearing her question, and he responded in a clear voice, that's not true. You may not have such techniques, but I do. If you want, I can teach you these techniques. What? Are you serious? Qi Fang's eyes widened with shock. Qi Man and the other elders were also pleasantly surprised to hear Yuan's words. You're willing to share with us your demon sealing techniques? What do you want in return? I doubt you'll be willing to give them for free. Qi Fang narrowed her eyes at Yuan. The situation sounded too good to be true. I don't need or want anything from you. I believe that the more capable demon sealers there are in this world, the safer it is from demons. It makes no sense for me to keep demon sealing techniques to myself when the world is in danger, as that would be akin to asking you to dig a hole with your bare hands while I keep all of the tools necessary to dig the hole to myself. However, these techniques require a certain amount of demon sealing aura to use. If your demon sealing aura is too weak, you will not be able to learn it. Qi Man suddenly stood up and spoke in a loud and excited voice, as you all have just heard, Senior Yuan has agreed to teach us his valuable demon sealing techniques. However, if you want to learn them, you must qualify first. If you wish to learn from him, you must speak to an elder first so that you don't waste Senior Yuan's time. Thank you, Senior Yuan. The disciples all expressed their gratitude to him. Yuan nodded, and he continued to lecture the Qi family about demons for an hour before they all returned to the training area. Now that you all know about demons, you should learn to fight them. Starting today, I will be acting as a demon, and your goal is to seal me. Seal you? How do we do that? One of the disciples asked. Just treat me like a demon and try your best to seal me. Are you sure? That sounds a little dangerous. Yuan smiled and said, yes, it's going to be a little risky, but not for me. He pointed at them and said, if anyone here can defeat me, I will teach you a demon sealing technique of your choosing. I happen to know a couple of divine rank demon sealing techniques, after all. When the disciples heard Yuan's words, they immediately felt a rush of excitement and passion in their body. Who wants to try first? Yuan asked them a moment later. And before anybody could even move, a figure landed before him. I will go first. Qi Fang said with a serious look on her face. She had multiple reasons to fight Yuan, but she never had the right excuse until now. Sure. Yuan nodded with a smile. Qi Fang retrieved a sword. Where's your sword? Take it out. It won't be fair if I use it. Yuan said. How arrogant. Qi Fang didn't say anything else and kicked her feet. However, a burst of intense killing intent suddenly exploded from Yuan, halting Qi Fang instantly. Demons will have much more killing intent than I am releasing now. You must overcome your fear, or you will never defeat the demon. Yuan said to her in a loud voice so that everyone else could hear him. Qi Fang's body trembled in fear, but she gritted her teeth and forced her own body to move. Ha! She swung her sword at Yuan with all of her might, but Yuan dodged it effortlessly. I can tell that you're still scared. Get rid of your fear if you want to win. Shut up. That's easier said than done. Qi Fang continued to swing her sword at Yuan, but with her body still trembling, she could barely control her movements. If I was a real demon, you'd been dead a dozen times by now. Yuan suddenly appeared behind Qi Fang, kicking her on the side and sending her flying. He turned to look at the dazed spectators and shouted, if you do not overcome your fear, you will never defeat the demon. There is nothing to fear as long as you have your demon sealing technique. Demons should fear you, not the other way. Who wants to try next? After a moment of silence, over a dozen disciples raised their hands. Seeing this, Yuan pointed at 5 different people and said, "You can all come at me together." The 5 disciples exchanged looks with each other before nodding their heads. Once they were prepared, they surrounded Yuan and attacked him at once. However, Yuan released his killing intent again. The disciples suddenly felt as though the Grim Reaper had appeared to take their lives, and their legs began shivering non-stop. While the disciples were dazed, Yuan used this chance to attack them, quickly defeating all 5 disciples. "Give me 10 disciples next." Yuan turned to look at the spectators. And for the rest of the day, Yuan would fight every disciple in the Qi family without a single loss, even increasing the number of people he fought at once after every victory. Fuck. He's too powerful. So this is what it feels like to fight player Yuan, huh? As expected, he's on a whole other level. Sometime later, Yuan gathered everybody and said to them, "Although nobody has managed to resist my killing intent today, I have confidence in you all. Therefore, we will spend all day tomorrow increasing your endurance to my killing intent." Once the disciples were dismissed, Qi Man and the other elders approached Yuan. "Yuan, do you think we have enough demon sealing aura to learn the techniques?" Qi Huan asked him. "I don't know. Do you guys have anything that measures one's demon sealing aura?" he asked them. Qi Man then said, "We do. It's also what we use to determine if someone has the capabilities to become a demon sealer. Follow us." They brought Yuan to an open area where a stone tablet surrounded by 7 stone totems existed. "If we pour our demon sealing aura in the stone tablet, it will tell us the strength of our aura, but we're not exactly sure how it scales." Qi Man said to him. "We'll find out in a bit, I guess." Yuan said. "I will go first," Qi Man said as he approached the stone tablet. He placed his hands onto the tablet and poured his demon sealing aura into it. One of the 7 stone totems began emitting a dim light, then 2 totems, then 3, stopping at 4 totems. 4 totems. I think it should be good enough. I will transfer the technique to you. See if you can comprehend it. Yuan said to him afterward. How will you? Qi Man raised his eyebrows. Yuan approached Qi Man and lifted his hand before poking Qi Man's forehead with his finger that had a subtle light emitting from the tip. The next moment, Qi Man could feel something being forced into his head, and the demon sealing technique appeared inside his mind like some sort of magic trick. Heavens! You can even do something like this? Qi Man was shocked and speechless. I only learned this technique very recently, but it allows me to transfer any technique I know to others. It's very convenient. Qi Man wasted no time and took a seat not far away before he started trying to comprehend the demon sealing technique. Who's next? I will go next. Qi Huan stepped forward and placed her hands onto the stone tablet. A few moments later, 3 stone totems emitted light. Yuan transferred the demon sealing technique that will allow them to destroy a demon's core to Qi Huan afterward. Up next was Qi Feng's father, followed by her mother. Her father managed to light up 4 totems while her mother only managed to light up 3 totems, just like Qi Man and Qi Huan. The other elders went next, but most of them only managed to light up 2 totems with a few lighting 3. Once all of the elders were finished, Qi Feng went to check her results, but she already knew the results before even putting her hands on the stone tablet since it was mandatory to check their demon sealing aura once a year, and she checked her demon sealing aura 2 months ago. 1 totem, 2 totems, 3 totems. In the end, Qi Feng managed to light up 5 totems, which is the highest out of the entire Qi family. As expected of our family's #1 genius. The other elders were not surprised by the results. After getting her demon sealing aura tested, Qi Feng approached Yuan and waited for him to transfer the techniques to her. Senior Qi, what weapon do you mainly use? The sword? Yes. Qi Feng nodded, silently wondering to herself why he was asking this question. Then I will give you a demon sealing technique for the sword as well as the technique that will allow you to destroy their cores. Really? Qi Fang's eyes began flickering with excitement. Why would I lie to you? Yuan smiled as he transferred the demon sealing strike and the other technique that he gave everyone else to Qi Fang. This is... What a profound technique. Qi Fang mumbled in awe as she closed her eyes to look at the information flowing inside her head. What about you two? Do you want to test your demon sealing aura? Yuan asked Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Sure. They nodded. Chu Liuxiang went first, followed by Meishio. However, to their surprise, they were only able to light up a single totem. Does this mean we're not suitable to become demon sealers? Chu Liuxiang asked him in a worried tone. No, your results are normal for people that have never trained their demon sealing aura before. Qi Man said to them. As long as you continue strengthening your demon sealing aura, you will be able to light up more totems. In fact, most of us started out with only one totem as well. Chu Liuxiang and Meishio felt more reassured after hearing Qi Man's explanation. How does one even train their demon sealing aura? Chu Liuxiang then asked. We're not entirely sure either, but we found that the more we comprehend demon sealing techniques, the stronger our demon sealing aura becomes. Qi Man responded. Does this mean one should study as many demon sealing techniques as they can even if they cannot use some of them? Yes. Qi Man nodded. Anyways, this technique is very profound. It will take us a few weeks if not months before we get any results. However, I think we can teach everyone that has at least level 2 demon sealing aura the technique, but it's all up to you, Yuan. Qi Man looked at him. Level 2 demon sealing aura. So only those who can emit light from 2 totems should learn the technique? Yuan asked for confirmation. Yes. Qi Man nodded. Sure, I don't mind. Thank you. This debt we owe you is so huge that I don't even know where to begin, much less how to repay you. Please give us some time to think of a proper response. Qi Man lowered his head and said. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I don't really need any payments, but I would appreciate it if you can let me look at the Qi family's demon sealing techniques. Of course. We don't have much, and they are worthless compared to your demon sealing techniques, but since you asked, you may look at them as you please. Just let me know when you want to look at them. I will look at them before I return home. Yuan said. Sometime later, Qi Fang stopped trying to learn the technique and said to Yuan, Hey, why don't you take the test as well? I want to see how strong your demon sealing aura is. When the others heard Qi Fang's suggestion, they also stopped cultivating and stared at Yuan. It was clear as day that Qi Fang isn't the only one curious. Sure. Yuan simply couldn't refuse after seeing their anticipating gazes. He approached the stone tablet and placed his hands on it. After taking a slow and deep breath, Yuan released his demon sealing aura. The second the stone tablet sensed his demon sealing aura, it immediately responded by trembling violently. When Yuan felt the stone tablet shake, he subconsciously removed his hand from it, fearing that he might destroy it. However, it was too late, as he'd already injected his demon sealing aura into the stone tablet. The stone tablet began trembling until cracks appeared on it. When Qi Fang and the others saw this, they were terrified out of their minds. If the stone tablet really breaks, they would have no way to fix it. Suddenly, all 7 totems shone brightly, basking the whole area with a golden light. Boom! One of the 7 totems, the very last one, exploded into countless pieces. When that happened, the other 6 totems lost their light, and the stone tablet stopped working. What the hell did you do? Qi Fang approached the totems in a dazed manner, and she inspected the conditions of the remaining 6 totems. Although they were not completely destroyed, they were on the verge of destruction, and they were all covered in cracks. Sorry. I think my demon sealing aura was too strong. Yuan quickly apologized. You think an apology will fix this? If this stone tablet stops working, we will no longer be able to evaluate the strength of our demon sealing aura. Qi Fang said with a frown. I only did as you told me. Yuan shrugged. Calm down. Chi-Man suddenly said. Even if the stone tablet is broken, not all hope is lost. The other two families also have one. Other two families? Yuan raised his eyebrows. There are 3 ancient families in this world that seal demons, and the Qi family is only one of them. The other 2 would be the Yuan family and the Sang family. We don't normally speak with each other, but if we really need to, we can ask to use their stone tablet. Don't worry about this, Yuan. We will deal with the stone tablet. You can focus on your lectures. I understand. Once again, sorry about the whole situation. While Yuan returned to his living quarters, the Qi family examined the damages done to the stone tablet much deeper. I have never seen anything like this before. Just how powerful is his demon sealing aura to wreck the place like this? He's strong enough to kill a demon, so I'm not really that surprised. Sometime later, the people that inspected the stone tablet reported the results to the elders. Despite its rough state and appearance, the stone tablet is still working properly, except the 7th totem, which is no longer functional. Qi Huan released a long sigh after hearing the results. Looks like we won't have to beg the other 2 families for their help. Indeed. Chi-Man sighed. Meanwhile. Okay, I am going to transfer to you the demon sealing techniques now. Yuan said to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. He started with Meishio. After touching her forehead with his finger, Yuan transferred 2 different techniques to her, both demon sealing techniques that required the bow. A heaven rank and divine rank technique. Meishio mumbled in a low voice. Thank you, Yuan. Yuan turned to look at Chu Liuxiang next. I have 3 demon sealing techniques for you, and they don't require the usage of any weapons. Yuan said to her before transferring the techniques to her. Thank you. She said to him afterward. Good luck learning the techniques. The following morning, Yuan went to the training area. Yuan, I also want to participate in the training today. Meishio suddenly said to him. Sure. I also want to join. Chu Liuxiang said. And she continued, make sure that you don't go easy on us. I won't. He smiled. Sometime later, they arrived at the training area. While they waited for everyone to arrive, Chi-Man approached Yuan and told him about the stone tablets. So they still work. Thank God. Yuan sighed in relief. Only 6 of the 7 totems work, but I doubt any of us will reach that level. Nothing is impossible. Yuan smiled. Once everyone from the Qi family gathered at the training area, Yuan had them surrounded him in a circle. The strongest cultivators there like Qi Feng and Chu Liuxiang sat closest to Yuan while the weaker cultivators sat further away. I will now release my killing intent. It will feel uncomfortable. Some of you might even feel pain, but do your best to endure it. This will not only help you fight against demons, it can also help you when you face other cultivators. Yuan said to them before taking a seat on the floor. Any questions before we start? One of the disciples raised her hands and asked, Senior Yuan, how long do we have to endure your killing intent? As long as you can. I will be doing this all day. If you must retire, leave. But if you want to come back afterward, you can do so. Once there were no more questions, Yuan took a deep breath and turned dead silent. After a moment of silence, an overwhelming amount of killing intent suddenly burst from Yuan's body like a volcano, shocking everybody there. Ah! Many disciples screamed in terror the moment they felt his killing intent, and some of them even fell unconscious. Despite the chaos, Yuan continued to release his killing intent, filling the entire training area with it. This guy. Qi Feng couldn't stop her body shaking from fear, and her body quickly became soaked in sweat. Even the elders like Qi Man and Qi Huan couldn't sit still. Eventually, Yuan had to lower the amount of killing intent he was releasing, as too many disciples were falling out too quickly, which would make his training less effective. As for his killing intent, most of them were from his memories as the evil god. Killing intent can only be formed through one's experience as a killer, and with his memories as the evil god, someone who has killed countless people, even a tiny amount of his killing intent was enough to render everyone in the Qi family useless. It did not matter if it was Meixiu, Chu Liuxiang, Qi Fang, or even the elders, none of them were able to endure Yuan's killing intent for more than 10 minutes continuously, or they would risk pissing their pants from fear. The weaker disciples were even worse, giving up every 2 to 3 minutes before returning after a 15-minute break. How does he emit such strong killing intent? Do you think he's killed a lot of people before? After all, you can only acquire killing intent from killing things. The disciples mumbled to each other while they took a break. Honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if that was the case. He's so damn powerful, who can stop him? He can probably kill everyone on this island and get away with it. I don't think he's a killer. He just doesn't give me that feeling. As for his killing intent, it could be acquired from Cultivation Online for all we know. If you have the time to talk, you have time to go back to training. Why yes, Elder. And for pretty much the entire day, Yuan would remain seated at the center of these disciples, keeping his killing intent going. Every hour, he would increase the killing intent slightly, so the disciples would never feel comfortable with his killing intent, allowing them to improve at a steady and quick rate. I know I told you not to go easy on us, but heavens. I've never had such intensive training before. Chu Liuxiang sighed out loud after the training ended, feeling sticky all over her body because of her sweat. Are you okay, Meixiu? Yuan noticed that she was a little pale after the training. Yes, I am fine. She nodded in a dazed manner. Yuan frowned and said, you shouldn't push yourself so hard. You could hurt yourself. Don't worry, I will be fine after some rest. She smiled. Even if Meixiu is a lot stronger than most people due to the treasure she consumed, not to mention her cultivation technique that trains the soul, she is still only a spirit warrior. Yuan could tell that Meixiu was pushing herself to get stronger, most likely because she felt that she was too behind when compared to Chu Liuxiang and the others, but he wasn't sure how to convince her to slow down. Sometime later, everyone returned to their room to rest. They were so exhausted that most of them were knocked out before they could even change out of their clothes. In fact, the entire island appeared to be deserted for the rest of the day, and the only ones walking around were the servants that did not participate in Yuan's training. As for Yuan, even though it was also exhausting for him to keep releasing his killing intent, he would fully recover within an hour. Once he fully recovered his energy, Yuan sat on his bed and began trying to use Qi manifestation. After consuming the demon core, his cultivation had a huge breakthrough, surpassing Spirit Master and soaring all the way to the 5th level of Spirit Grandmaster. Now that he was a Spirit Grandmaster, he wondered if he could learn Qi manifestation and start flying in the sky like he does in Cultivation Online. However, just like everything else, it was much more difficult to learn techniques in the real world than in Cultivation Online. I can release my spiritual energy outside my body, but I am having a hard time controlling it. This doesn't make any sense. How come I can learn everything with ease in Cultivation Online, yet everything feels more difficult in this world? Does Cultivation Online somehow increase our comprehension level? It would make sense why things feel easier over there. After practicing his Qi manifestation for pretty much the entire night, Yuan finally gained the ability to control his Qi manifestation. However, he does not seem to be able to fly just yet. I may not be able to fly without support, but what if I use a flying sword? Yuan summoned his Empyrean Overlord and proceeded to make it hover using Qi manifestation. Once he was comfortable with controlling the sword, he jumped onto the sword. Ha ha ha. It's working. I am hovering in the air. Yuan laughed out loud as he hovered in the middle of the room while standing on his sword. He immediately began working on his balance in the air, and once he was comfortable with that, he started controlling the sword to make it fly around the room. This training made Yuan recall when he first learned how to balance on a flying sword after being taught by Xiao Hua. After recalling Xiao Hua, Yuan suddenly had a realization. Wait a minute. If I can summon my soul weapons in this world, perhaps I can somehow summon Xiao Hua and the others into this world as well. The thought of summoning Xiao Hua and the others to this world was so outrageous that it never even appeared inside Yuan's mind, but now that he thought about it, he really wanted to see it happen. Yuan quickly stopped his training and took a deep breath. Once he cleared his mind, he tried to call for Xiao Hua and the others like he normally would in Cultivation Online. Xiao Hua. Can you hear me? Phone phone. Ing ying. If you can hear me, come out. Yuan tried calling them for 5 minutes straight, but he did not get any response from them. Fortunately, I kept my expectations down. But this begs the question, how come I can summon my soul weapons but not my servants? Is it because they are tools and not living beings? Or maybe Xiao Hua and the others are too far away to hear my summoning? He began pondering for a solution, but in the end, he returned to practicing flying around on his flying sword. Guess I will have to ask them about it when I return home. The following morning, Yuan went to meet up with Chu Liuxiang and Meishio before going to the training area. How do you feel? Yuan asked Meishio as they walked to the training area. Much better. She nodded with a confident smile. However, she still looked as pale as yesterday, which made Yuan worry a little. Are you sure? You should probably stay back and rest today. Chu Liuxiang said to her. Really, I am fine. I have experienced much worse before. Meishio said. If you say so. Once they reached the training area, Yuan would take a seat in the middle of the place and said to those that were already there, I will begin now. Those that are not here right now can join later. He waited until everyone there was sitting around him before he started to release his killing intent. This time, he started out with weak killing intent and gradually increased it. Even though the disciples had spent all day enduring the same killing intent yesterday, they did not feel any better today when being pressured by the killing intent. In fact, it felt even worse for them, who were exhausted yesterday and haven't fully recovered. Regardless, almost everyone that was there yesterday was also there today with a few exceptions, such as those that got sick or were too traumatized by yesterday. However, about an hour into their training, Yuan suddenly stopped his killing intent and stood up in a panicked manner. Meishio. He jumped over the crowd of disciples and landed in front of Meishio, who just collapsed onto the ground. His reaction was instantaneous, as he'd been keeping his divine sense on her the entire time. Ha. Yuan could hear Meishio breathing heavily, almost as though she was having trouble breathing. Is there a doctor here? He shouted out loud. Here. Because of their dangerous training method, the Qi family made sure there were plenty of doctors on standby just in case anything were to happen. Over a dozen doctors quickly surrounded Yuan and checked Meishio's condition. She collapsed from exhaustion, and she has a fever. It's nothing life-threatening. The doctors explained to Yuan after their assessment. I see. Thank you. Yuan picked up Meishio before speaking out loud, sorry, but I am going to have to end today's training earlier than usual. Don't worry about it. If you need anything, let us know. There will be a doctor available for you around the clock until she is recovered. Qi Man said to him. Sometime later, Yuan carried Meishio back to her room and placed her on the bed. I knew something like this was going to happen when I saw her condition. Chu Liuxiang sighed as she stood beside Yuan. I don't understand. Why is she working herself to such an extent? Yuan shook his head. If anything, Meishio's workload has dramatically decreased since they left the Yu family, so it didn't make sense for her to collapse from exhaustion. Just what on earth is she doing that's causing this? I'm sorry. Meishio suddenly mumbled in a low voice. And she continued, I didn't want to fall behind you and everyone else, so I worked extra hard to improve my cultivation. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think Meishio would be worried about such a thing. How silly. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said, and she continued, if you want to catch up to Yuan, you'll be chasing for the rest of your life, and even then, you won't catch up. If you're talking about everyone else, you've already caught up. You're a spirit warrior, right? There aren't many spirit warriors in this world even today. The 6 spiritual families, the Chu family, and the Qi family, they're all abnormal families that have a huge advantage over everyone else because of their prior knowledge on cultivation. If you take them out of the conclusion, you're one of the top cultivators in the world, so you shouldn't worry about catching up. Yuan then said, I don't want to sound arrogant, but Lulu is right, Meishio. I can consume demon cores, and a single one of them increases my cultivation by leaps and bounds. Unless someone has the same physique, I cannot imagine how they'll achieve the same results without consuming a massive amount of treasures, and such treasures are not easily attainable in this world. Meishio had no response, as everything Yuan and Chu Liuxiang said was the truth. It was simply foolish of her to try and catch up to Yuan, who has heaven-defying talents that allowed him to achieve Spirit Grandmaster within a couple of months after he started cultivation. Anyways, get some rest. Seeing you like this, I also feel like resting some more. Yesterday's training was too stressful. Chu Liuxiang said a moment later. Sorry. Yuan felt the need to apologize for some reason. Don't you dare make the training easier just because of this, though. I won't. Yuan smiled. If you need me, I will be right next door. Chu Liuxiang returned to her own room shortly after. Once they were alone, Meishio spoke in a low voice, Yuan. What's the matter? Are you in pain? I will immediately get the doctor. No, that's not it. She quickly stopped him. My body is still soaked in sweat. I cannot go to sleep like this, and it'll dirty the bed. Oh, sorry. Can you turn on the water for me so I can take a quick shower? I will be there in a bit. Of course. Yuan went to the bathroom and turned on the shower for her. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the room to see that Meishio had just stripped naked. Can you help me to the bathroom? I cannot exert any strength for some reason. Meishio suddenly asked him. Yuan nodded, and he asked, Do you want me to wash your back as well? Meishio's face flushed slightly redder after hearing his question, but she didn't refuse. If you don't mind, she nodded. Why would I mind? Yuan said as he walked next to Meishio so that he could support her. Meishio wrapped her arm around his neck while Yuan held her by the waist, walking her to the bathroom. Once they were inside the bathroom, Meishio removed her bath towel and sat down on a small wooden chair. Can you hold the shower head for me? Sure. Yuan took the shower head and started rinsing her body. Okay, that's enough. She said a moment later. Should I wash your back now? Yuan asked. Seeing Meishio nod her head, Yuan squeezed some body wash onto his palms before he started washing Meishio's back with his bare hands. Her skin is so smooth. Yuan thought to himself, and he couldn't help but recall the time when their naked bodies embraced each other. Once Meishio's whole back was covered in soap, Yuan said, Okay, I am done. However, Meishio remained silent. Meishio? Are you okay? Yuan quickly asked her in a worried voice. Yes. Sorry, I dazed out just now. She responded in a low voice. Then she said, Yuan. Can I ask you to wash my front as well? Perhaps it was because of her fever, or maybe it was because of the sensation of Yuan's hands on her back just now, but she felt hotter than usual, and that made her bolder than usual. The front? Of course. Yuan was a little surprised to hear such a request, but he didn't refuse. Thank you. Yuan squeezed more body wash onto his palms before moving to the front, where he could see the best features on Meishio's naked body. After swallowing nervously, Yuan began washing Meishio's front. He started with her neck before going down to her breasts, then stomach. Once he reached her legs, Meishio willingly spread her legs for him. Yuan took another deep breath before washing her legs, slowly moving towards the slit between her legs. Meishio suddenly released a gentle moan when Yuan's fingers began rubbing against her sensitive spot. When he heard this beautiful sound that tickled his ears and heart, Yuan's movement sped up a little, almost as though it was trying to match the pace of his heart that was also speeding up. Meishio's moans also got more constant and louder as the sensation of Yuan rubbing her slit became more intense. A few moments later, when Yuan realized what he was doing, he quickly stopped and pulled his hand back. "Sorry, my body acted on its own just now." He apologized. "It's okay. I didn't dislike it either," she said with a gentle smile on her face. Yuan swallowed hard after hearing her words. "Anyways, let me rinse you off before you catch a cold." Thus, he quickly began rinsing her body until there was no more soap left. After helping her dry her body, Yuan carried Meishio back to her bed, where he also helped her change into her pajamas. "After helping you today, I understand the efforts it requires to take care of someone. I won't say that I understand the efforts you and Yuro put to take care of me, but I understand that it's not an easy thing to do, yet the both of you make it look so easy. Anyways, get some rest, Meishio. I will be here if you need me," Yuan said to her. However, when he tried to leave, Meishio suddenly grabbed his hand. "What's the matter?" he asked her. "My body. It's very hot. Help me. Calm it down," Meishio said as she stared at him with a charming gaze. "Calm you down? How do I?" Meishio suddenly regained some of her strength and pulled Yuan onto her. "Yuan. Let's have sex," she whispered to him. Yuan's jaw dropped open after hearing her flabbergasting words, and he quickly said, "We can't. You have a fever, and you need to rest now." "I can't rest with a restless body. Just for a while, okay?" Meishio looked at him with these pleading eyes that could instantly melt even the coldest men out there. However, Yuan remained unfazed and sighed, "Just endure it for now. Your body is too weak to do anything right now. Once you have fully recovered, if you still want to, have sex, we can do it for as long as you want. You promise?" "I promise." He nodded vigorously. Meishio didn't say anything else and closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep. Yuan released a sigh of relief afterward. He then sat a few meters away from the bed and started to cultivate in silence. Meishio woke up a few hours later and said, "Yuan. I'm hungry. I will tell the Qi family to cook something for you," Yuan said before going outside, where a servant was on standby, and he explained the situation to her. "I understand. We will have something cooked as soon as possible." The servant bowed to him before running off to find a chief. Half an hour later, the servant returned with a bowl of rice porridge and handed it to Yuan. "Can you feed me?" Meishio asked him. "Of course." Yuan agreed, and he started spoon-feeding her the rice porridge. Once Meishio cleared the bowl of rice porridge, she laid back down on the bed and said, "Yuan, can you give me a kiss?" "Sure." He gave her a gentle kiss on the lips. Despite Meishio acting a little weird and more demanding than usual, Yuan didn't mind it at all, and he even found it a little bit refreshing. After all, Meishio was raised to keep everything to herself, and that included her desires, so she rarely asks for anything. Once Meishio fell asleep again, Yuan returned to his cultivation. However, Meishio wouldn't fully recover until 2 days later, and during this time, Yuan was the one who took care of her every need, just like how she took care of him when he couldn't move his body. No matter her request, with a few shameless exceptions that her body wouldn't be able to handle at its condition, Yuan did everything Meishio wanted with no questions asked. With this new experience, Yuan learned that he really enjoyed taking care of others, as it made him feel useful in another sense, and he felt that he was finally returning favors to Meishio, who took care of him when he needed it the most. "How do you feel?" Yuan asked Meishio when she woke up on the 3rd day after she collapsed from exhaustion. "I'm completely fine now. Thank you for taking care of me, and I'm sorry that I kept you from your training sessions. I must have been a burden." Meishio lowered her head in a shameful manner. The last time she was even slightly sick was over a decade ago, after all. "There's no need to apologize. I only took care of you for 3 short days while you took care of me and my sister for years. If you ask me to continue taking care of you, I would agree, and I wouldn't utter a single complaint. What are you going to do now that you've recovered? Continue training? Chu Liuxiang asked her. Mei Xiu looked at Chu Liuxiang and shook her head. No, I am going to stay in today. Even though I have recovered, I would like to rest some more. That's a good idea. However, I am ready to go back to training. What about you, Yuan? Are you going to resume training? Yuan nodded. Even though I promised the Qi family that I'd stay for 2 weeks, things just keep coming up, shortening that time to 1 week. Sometime later, Yuan and Chu Liuxiang went to the training area. If you need anything, there will be a servant on standby outside. Yuan said to Mei Xiu before leaving. Once she was alone, Mei Xiu returned to her bed, but she didn't go to sleep. Instead, she got under the blankets and removed her pants and underwear. Yuan. You idiot. Mei Xiu sighed in a low voice before she started relieving herself. Meanwhile, when they arrived at the training area, Yuan said to the disciples there, I apologize for the delay, but I will be resuming my training sessions today. For the next 2 days, we will continue practicing with my killing intent. And for the final few days, we will be sparring with each other just like the first day, but you will also have to endure my killing intent while trying to seal me. Yuan gave the Qi family some time to prepare themselves before he took a seat and released his killing intent. When Qi Man and the other elders heard that Yuan had returned to the training area, they quickly stopped whatever they were doing to participate in the training, as they also benefited greatly from his training. After 3 days of break, the Qi family fully recovered from their fatigue. However, that did not make it any more comfortable for them, as they were still struggling to endure Yuan's killing intent. At the end of the day, Qi Man approached Yuan and asked him, How is your lady friend doing? She's recovered, but she didn't join us just in case. Well, unlike us, she's in no rush to train. Qi Man said with a smile. What do you mean? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. We only have a limited amount of time to train with you, but your friend, on the other hand, will have her entire life to train with you. Qi Huan suddenly appeared and said, Why don't you take Qi Fong with you? She may have a problematic personality, but I can guarantee you that she's worth it if you can tame her. Tame me? Why are you treating me like I am some sort of animal? I don't need to be tamed. Qi Fong overheard their conversation and quickly refuted. Also, there's no way that I'd ever follow him. Qi Man turned to look at her and said, Really? Because I recall how you always mention how you will only follow someone who is stronger than you. If you ask me, I think he's much stronger than you. Qi Fong opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute his accusations, so she could only close it back up a moment later and feel embarrassed about the whole thing. Anyways, I am going to check up on Mei Xiu. I will see you all tomorrow. After Yuan and Chu Liuxiang left, Qi Man turned to look at Qi Fong and sighed, What are you thinking, you silly girl? We were trying to get you a worthy partner. Qi Fong frowned, You think I don't know that? It's precisely because I don't want to be his partner that I intervened. Why not? He's not only talented but also very young. If you ask me, there's probably nobody out there that's more worthy than him as a partner, especially for families like our Qi family. Qi Huan said. You want me to partner up with my disciple's partner? Just how desperate do you think I am? And even if I was that desperate, I wouldn't do such a thing. The young lady from the Chu family? What makes you think that they're partners? They seem close, but I think he seems closer to Mei Xiu. Qi Man asked out of curiosity. Humph. He wouldn't fight the entire Chu family over her if they didn't share a special relationship. Qi Fong snorted. Wait. He fought the Chu family. They looked baffled by this information. Why are you telling us this just now? What happened between Yuan and the Chu family? It's a long story, and I am tired. We have plenty of time. Qi Fong sighed, Fine, I will tell you about it, but let me shower real quick first. Meanwhile, inside Meishio's room. How are you feeling now? Yuan asked her. Bored, she sighed. And frustrated. What's causing your frustration? Yuan raised his eyebrows. A lot of things. Is there anything I can do to help? After a moment of silence, Meishio responded while staring at him from the bed, do you remember your promise? My promise. Yuan pondered for a moment before coming to a realization and blushing. You mean? I thought that was something you said due to your fever. The two of them proceeded to stare at each other in awkward silence. Eventually, Yuan broke the silence and said, do you want to do it now? Chu Liuxiang. Where is she? Meishio suddenly asked about her whereabouts. She returned to her room to shower after training. Meishio nodded and continued, lock the door first. After locking the door, Yuan returned to bed. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes. Meishio said to him as she removed her own clothes. Yuan swallowed nervously and also removed his clothes. Even though this isn't their first time doing such a thing, he still couldn't help but feel nervous about it. Once they were both naked, Meishio said to him, sit over here. Yuan nodded and got onto the bed. The next moment, Meishio moved beside him and rested her head on his shoulders. Yuan. Do you hate it when I am like this? She suddenly asked him. Why would I hate you? There's no way that would happen. He quickly replied. Even though I am such a pervert. Ever since we did it for the first time, I have been thinking about it non-stop, and every time I look at you, my body gets hotter and would crave for your warmth. I never had such feelings before. Yuan smiled and said, to tell you the truth, I have been thinking about it as well. Yuan. Meishio tilted her head slightly and kissed him on the lips before adjusting her position. Once she was ready, she opened her mouth and began sucking Yuan's sword. A few minutes later, they embraced each other, and their bodies intertwined. Meishio moaned softly as she indulged herself with the sensation of Yuan's rod rubbing inside her. More. More. When Yuan heard Meishio's charming voice, he felt a rush of adrenaline flow through his body, causing his hips to move faster. However, after a few minutes of intense thrusting, Yuan suddenly halted his movements when he heard someone trying to open the door. Yuan immediately used his divine sense to see who it was, and to his surprise, Chu Liuxiang was standing outside of the room with her hand on the doorknob. It's Lulu. He said to Meishio in a whispering voice. I will handle it. Meishio nodded. Who is it? She then spoke out loud. It's me. I'm here to check up on your condition. Chu Liuxiang said. Can you open the door? It's locked. Sorry, but can you come back later? I am about to take a bath. Also, I am fine. Meishio said. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang continued, what about Yuan? Do you know where he's gone? I went to look for him at his building, but he didn't appear to be there. I'm not sure. Maybe he went to speak with the elders. Okay. Since you're okay, I won't bother you any longer. Enjoy your bath. Chu Liuxiang left right afterward. Meishio released a sigh of relief. I don't know why, but it feels like we're doing something we're not supposed to. The feeling of not wanting to get caught. Yuan sighed. That's a normal response, especially since we're doing something like this. It makes me feel like I am betraying Chu Liuxiang for some reason, and I don't really like this feeling. Yuan shook his head. Meishio stared at Yuan's face that showed genuine concern, and she smiled, we don't have to hide like this if you don't want to. I will talk to her later. Really? That also feels wrong for some reason. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Meishio smiled and said, well, our relationship is a little special, but we'll get used to it. Okay. I will leave it to you. Yuan nodded. They continued to embrace each other shortly after, and they would not stop until it was almost midnight. I'm going to speak with Chu Liuxiang now. Meishio said to Yuan, who was drying his body with a towel. Do you want me to come with you? He asked. No, I think it would be better if I speak to her by myself. Meishio showed him a beautiful smile before leaving the room. A few moments later, Meishio knocked on Chu Liuxiang's door. Who is it? It's me. Are you busy right now? No, you can come in. The doors unlocked. Meishio entered Chu Liuxiang's room the next moment. Inside the room, Chu Liuxiang was sitting on her bed in the lotus position. She had been cultivating this entire time. Can we talk? There's something that I need to tell you. Meishio said to her. Chu Liuxiang smiled and pointed at the chair beside the bed. Sit down. Once Meishio was sitting, Chu Liuxiang spoke. So, what do you want to talk to me about? It's about Yuan. Yuan? You mean how you're sleeping with him? Chu Liuxiang said, dropping this massive bomb out of the blue. Meishio's eyes widened with shock, and she had this look of total flabbergasted on her face. How did you? Chu Liuxiang laughed at Meishio's response and calmly said, You know, spirit masters such as myself have much sharper senses than most people. I could hear you moaning the moment I walked near your room, and I could sense Yuan's presence inside the room with you. I pretended that I didn't know anything so that you could enjoy yourselves. I'm sorry. Meishio sighed. Why are you apologizing? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. You're not angry. I know how much you want to start a family with Yuan, yet I still went ahead and... Angry? Why would I be angry? Chu Liuxiang became bewildered. And she continued, Do you remember the talk we had in the immortal caves? I do. Meishio nodded. Even though I am no longer with the Chu family, my feelings haven't changed. As long as Yuan is happy and I have a spot in his heart, I don't care how many partners he accepts. And to make things even, I have also slept with him, so you don't need to feel guilty. Chu Liuxiang revealed, leaving Meishio utterly speechless. You slept with him? Since when? Meishio asked in a dazed voice. Just a few days ago. It was our first time. A few days ago. When he was sick. Meishio raised her eyebrows in a puzzling manner. Chu Liuxiang nodded, That's right. He was actually looking for you at that time, but you were away, so I stepped in to help. One thing led to another, and our bodies ended up intertwined with each other. I had my suspicions already at that time, but I confirmed it today. Anyways, now that we both know the truth, what are you going to do? I don't mind sharing him. Meishio didn't immediately respond, and the hesitation in her eyes were quite clear. Of course, she didn't have any problem with Chu Liuxiang being with Yuan, but she never thought that she would be sharing a man with another woman. It's okay if you say no, but just so you know, I won't back down. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Just think about it. Someone like Yuan, he will never have an ordinary life, and I think that he will only have more partners in the future. Meishio sighed, I know. I was trained to be nothing more than a bed warmer for Yuan. Even if I had feelings for him, I would not have a place beside him as an official partner, that's what I had prepared myself for. However, all of that changed when we left the Yu family. I am no longer just a bed warmer, and I can stand beside him not as a mere servant, but as his partner. She took a deep breath and continued, If you truly do not mind sharing him, then I also have no problem sharing him. That is my decision. Chu Liuxiang smiled and extended her hand to Meishio. Then we'll be something like sisters after today. Sisters? Meishio raised her eyebrow. Yes. Since we're both going to be his wife in the future, we might as well treat each other like sisters. That's how my father's wives treat each other. So, nice to meet you, Sister Meishio. Seeing the wide smile on Chu Liuxiang's face, Meishio couldn't help but smile as well, and she accepted the handshake. Let's go see Yuan together. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Okay. They went to see Yuan in Meishio's room shortly after. Yuan, we have an announcement to make. Chu Liuxiang said to him. Yuan swallowed nervously and nodded, I'm listening. Chu Liuxiang suddenly grabbed Meixiu's hand and lifted their hands into the air. We have come to an agreement that we will both be your partner. Are you okay with that? Both of you as my partners? Yuan raised his eyebrows. And then he said, I thought you were already my partners. Why do you need to come to an agreement? Chu Liuxiang and Meixiu were left speechless by Yuan's reaction. Of course we have to come to an agreement. It's not really normal for one person to have multiple wives. If there's no agreement between the wives, it would be a chaotic and toxic family. Chu Liuxiang explained. Sorry, I didn't know, and I just assumed everything would be fine. Yuan sighed. Due to his inexperience with relationships, he didn't know what was the norm and what was abnormal, not to mention his previous lives' memories, where it's very common for a person to have multiple partners. Furthermore, everything flowed so naturally that he subconsciously thought everything was fine. Well, now you know. Chu Liuxiang said, and she continued, and if you ever decide to accept more partners, you should consult us first. We need to make sure that she's worthy and won't bring disorder to the family, that's our responsibility as your current partner. Yuan nodded, okay. Good. Then to celebrate this moment, let's all sleep together tonight. Chu Liuxiang suddenly suggested. What? Meixiu turned to look at her with wide eyes. Chu Liuxiang realized what she just said and chuckled, you misunderstood me. I mean we should just sleep on the same bed, normally. I may be okay with sharing him, I don't think I am ready to do that kind of stuff just yet. Oh. Meixiu blushed when she realized her mistake. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Then it's decided. We can sleep in this room since we're already here. Chu Liuxiang said. Sometime later, they got onto the same bed and went to sleep. Yuan slept in the middle of the bed while Chu Liuxiang and Meixiu slept right beside him on both sides. Good night. Yuan said to them. Good night. They both said. The three of them quickly fell asleep. The following morning, Qi Man looked around the training area but could not see Yuan or the other two. Have you seen Yuan? It's already time for training, but he's not here, and the ladies are missing too. He asked Qi Fang and the others, but they all shook their heads. Of course, Yuan and the others had overslept due to feeling too comfortable from sleeping together. Qi Fang, can you go check up on them? Qi Huan asked her. Why me? She sighed, but she still went to check on their situation. Qi Fang went to Yuan's living quarter first, but when she saw that his place was empty, she went to Chu Liuxiang's room. It's also empty. Where did they go? Qi Fang frowned, feeling something was off. She went to Meixiu's room last and subconsciously opened the door without knocking since the last two rooms were empty. The door wasn't locked, allowing Qi Fang to walk right into Meixiu's room. And to her absolute shock, Yuan and the other two were sleeping peacefully on the bed. When she witnessed this and realized the situation, her eyes widened and her jaw dropped. This brat. I am speechless. Turns out that we were both right. He's actually in a relationship with both Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang. Qi Fang cried inwardly. He's so young, yet he's already like this. I cannot imagine what he'll be like in the future when he's all grown up and mature. She swallowed nervously. Shortly after Qi Fang entered their room, Yuan subconsciously woke up when he sensed a foreign presence within the room. He immediately used his divine sense, and when he saw Qi Fang standing by the door with a flabbergasted expression, he calmed down. Senior Qi. What are you doing here? Yuan sat up on the bed and asked her in an oddly calm voice. Do you know what time it is? Everyone is already waiting for you at the training area. Qi Fang said with a frown on her face. What? It's already morning. Sorry. I overslept. Yuan quickly woke up Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang. 5 more minutes. Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a low voice. Mei Xiu immediately sat up after being woken up, and when she saw Qi Fang standing at the door with her arms crossed, Mei Xiu's face flushed with redness, and she felt like she had been caught red-handed. Lulu, it's Senior Qi. We're late for training. Yuan tried to wake her up again. What? When she heard his words, Chu Liuxiang quickly sat up and turned to look at the door, and sure enough, she could see Qi Fang standing there. Master. Chu Liuxiang jumped out of the bed like a startled cat. I don't want to hear anything. Just get dressed and head to the training area if you plan on training today. Qi Fang said to them before turning around and walking out of the place. When she returned to the training area, Qi Man asked her, what happened? Where's Yuan? Don't worry, he's perfectly fine. He just overslept. Overslept? I guess it happens to even the best of us. Qi Man chuckled. By the way, do you remember our talk the other day? About who his partner is? Qi Fang suddenly asked. Yes, what about it? Turns out they were both his partners. They were sleeping together when I found them. Qi Man and Qi Huan's jaw dropped slightly after hearing this information. After a moment of silence, Qi Man suddenly started laughing. What an impressive lad. I should be surprised, but I am actually more impressed. He's earned my admiration. Ha ha ha. Qi Huan shook her head with a smile. Young people nowadays are sure active. However, a man of his caliber, I am really not surprised. What are you going to do now, Qi Fang? This proves that Yuan is willing to accept multiple partners. You can be one of them. No way in hell. Qi Fang frowned. Don't come complaining to us when it's too late. We're saying this for your own good. Qi Man sighed. I won't regret anything. This is my decision. A few minutes later, Yuan and the other two showed up at the training area. Sorry for the delay. I overslept. Yuan apologized to the disciples there. All of the disciples there were already seated in a circle, so Yuan only needed to get to the center and release his killing intent to begin the training. A few moments later, Yuan began their training. His killing intent swept the area and instantly terrorized the people there, and those that were not prepared were immediately eliminated, losing consciousness. When that happened, the doctors on standby rushed to the scene and grabbed the unconscious disciples out of the zone. Of course, Yuan purposefully avoided the doctors with his killing intent so that they could assist the disciples. However, even without directly feeling Yuan's killing intent, they could still feel the pressure. After many hours of training, Yuan retrieved his killing intent and called it a day. That night, Yuan slept together with Chu Liuxiang and Mei Xiu again. The following morning, they made sure to wake up properly, and they made their way to the training area after eating breakfast. Today will be the last day of your endurance training. Starting tomorrow, you will be fighting me. Yuan said to the disciples before he started the training. Finally, this hellish training is over. Many of the disciples released a sigh of relief at the end of the day when they realized that they no longer needed to experience Yuan's killing intent ever again. However, then they realized that they will be fighting against the same monster who releases the killing intent, and that made them nervous again. The next day, Yuan showed up at the training area with a new appearance that left the disciples dumbfounded. In order to make the training feel more realistic, Yuan had decided to paint his skin red so that he would look more like a real demon. What the heck is that? You look ridiculous. Qi Fang couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yuan's appearance. Yuan smiled and said, I know, but I still wanted to try it. Sometime later, Yuan picked 10 disciples to fight him. You can use any weapon or technique. You also don't need to worry about hurting me, so give me all you've got. Once they were prepared, the 10 disciples launched their assault on Yuan. However, when Yuan released his killing intent, the disciples halted their movements and froze on the spot. Why are you all just standing there? I had you all endure my killing intent for a reason. Hurry up and attack me. If I was a real demon, you'd all have died the moment you showed even the slightest sign of weakness. Yuan shouted at the disciples, snapping them out of their daze. The disciples proceeded to endure Yuan's killing intent and continued their assault on him, but their movements were quite slow and sluggish. Eventually, Yuan defeated all of the disciples. "Don't worry, you'll all improve. This is why we're training." Yuan said a few words of encouragement to them before picking 10 more disciples to fight. At the end of the day, only the elders, Chu Liuxiang, Mei Xiu, and Qi Fang were left. "All of you can come at me," Yuan said to them. "Are you sure?" Qi Man swallowed nervously. "I am." Yuan nodded with a smile. Once they were ready, all of the elders within the Qi family along with Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang surrounded Yuan. In total, there were 25 people that will be participating in this spar, and most of them were spirit masters with Mei Xiu being the only spirit warrior. "Whenever you're ready," Qi Man said to Yuan. Yuan suddenly lifted his hand, and a large sword appeared out of thin air before falling into his grasp. This scene shocked everybody there, as they have never seen such a scene before. What kind of magic trick did he just do? How did he summon that huge-ass sword out of thin air? Is it really a magic trick? I don't know how he did it, but it doesn't look like magic. The disciples there mumbled to each other Yuan's magic trick. Of course, the elders were also bewildered by it. "I wanted to ask you this last time, but how are you doing that?" Qi Fang asked him with a slight frown. Yuan showed a playful smile and said, "If you defeat me, I will tell you. Watch me." Qi Fang immediately pounced at Yuan with her sword already swinging towards him. Ding! Yuan casually blocked the attack with his Empyrean Overlord, and it felt as though she just struck a block of steel for Qi Fang. "Don't forget about us." Qi Man and the other elders suddenly appeared around Yuan to strike him. Of course, Yuan saw them coming with his divine sense, and he dodged all of their strikes with his movement technique. Once he dodged the attacks, Yuan released his killing intent, which affected their movements, but not by much. And for the next few minutes, Yuan would defend and dodge all incoming attacks, and he made it seem so effortlessly. Corrupting blow. Qi Man suddenly released a devastating strike at Yuan with his sword. Yuan had no doubt that Qi Man's skill could easily cut through metal like a hot knife in butter just by its sharp aura, but he didn't run away and confronted the attack head-on. Clang! A minor shockwave swept the training area when their swords collided, and Qi Man was sent flying back many meters from the backlash. However, Yuan only moved back a single step, shocking the spectators. The disparity in their strength is too huge. Suddenly, without even turning his head, Yuan moved his sword beside his head, almost like he was trying to hide behind it. The next moment, an arrow struck the blade of his sword, and Yuan could feel an immense force behind this seemingly ordinary arrow, one that was even stronger than Qi Man's strike. After being pushed back a couple of steps, Yuan turned his head towards Mei Xiu, who was standing many meters away with a bow in her hands, and he smiled. "No bad. This must be the technique you recently got," Yuan said as he began moving towards Mei Xiu. But before he could get close to Mei Xiu, Yuan felt an overwhelming force flying towards his direction, causing him to halt and turn around. Bang! A massive amount of spiritual energy collided with Yuan's sword, nearly sending him flying. After stabilizing his body, Yuan turned to look at Chu Liuxiang, who just released that powerful attack. "Are you okay?" Chu Liuxiang asked him afterward. "Yes, I am." Yuan nodded with a smile. Out of all of his opponents, Yuan found that Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang were the most annoying with their long-range attacks, and when he tried to defeat them first, the other would interfere. Obviously, he wasn't truly trying to defeat them, or he would have defeated everybody there with a single strike, and that would defeat the purpose of their training. "I am not done yet." Qi Fang suddenly appeared behind Yuan and thrust her sword at his back. However, Yuan had already anticipated her movements and attack, so he shifted his body just enough to dodge Qi Fang's attack before countering with his empty hand. Ah! Qi Fang cried out loud when Yuan's fist met her stomach. An intense pain filled her stomach that quickly spread throughout her body, causing her to kneel on the ground. Shit! That freaking hurts. What are you going to do if I cannot have a baby in the future because you punched so damn hard? Qi Fang complained. Yuan's body froze when he heard Qi Fang's words, and he said in an apologetic voice, Sorry, but I didn't use that much strength." "Know that much strength? Then you clearly don't know your own strength. You nearly blew a hole in my stomach." Qi Fang cried. "Do you need a doctor?" Yuan approached her. However, when he got close enough, Qi Fang suddenly stood up and attacked him. "I got you now." "Wah." Because Yuan had lowered his guard, Qi Fang managed to send him flying with a direct hit. "Damn, that felt great. I have been wanting to hit you for a while now," Qi Fang said with a satisfied look on her face. When the elders saw Qi Fang's shameless action, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Pretending to be hurt and striking when he lowered his guard. "That was very shameless and childish of you." Qi Man sighed, feeling second-hand embarrassment from her act. Qi Fang coldly snorted, "What are you talking about? He said to defeat him using any means possible. And who said I was pretending? That really hurt. My stomach is in pain even now." "She's right, senior. I had lowered my guard, and she got me. In a fight against demons, you must use any means necessary to win," Yuan said with a calm smile on his face after getting back up and seemingly unscathed. "Are you okay? That looked like it hurt." Qi Huan asked him. "Yes, I am perfectly fine." Yuan nodded. "Anyways, let's continue." "Okay." They continued to spar with each other for another hour until most of the elders were too exhausted to continue. "I haven't sweat like this in many years." "You have my gratitude, Yuan," Qi Man said to him after the training ended. "I will see you all back here tomorrow. We'll be doing this until it is time for me to leave," Yuan said. "Of course. We'll all be here until the last minute." Once they returned to their room, Meishio said, "I have rested enough. I need to continue to improve my cultivation." Yuan nodded, "I also need to practice my qi manipulation so that I can fly." "Wait. What? Fly?" Chu Liuxiang looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan smiled and summoned his Empyrean overlord, showing them that he could fly with it. "My God!" The ladies stared at him with shocked expressions on their faces. "Once you reach Spirit Grandmaster, you'll be able to manipulate your spiritual energy outside your body, allowing you to do things like this," Yuan explained to them. "Spirit Grandmaster? Wait. You're a Spirit Grandmaster now? Since when?" Chu Liuxiang asked. "Since I swallowed the demon core." "Oh, right. Too bad that I will probably never reach Spirit Grandmaster in this world. I don't have your talents, nor do I have the resources. Don't lose hope. I'm sure we'll work something out," Yuan said. "There may not be enough resources in this world, but there are plenty in Cultivation Online. We know that treasures in Cultivation Online also affect us in this world as long as they are strong enough. We've tested this before. Once we return home, we'll use the money from Feng Feng to buy treasures to boost our cultivation." "Okay." Chu Liuxiang nodded. The following morning, Yuan returned to the training area for another day of training. This would continue for a few more days until it was time for them to return to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. "Today will be my last day here, and this is our last training session, so I want you all to give it your all today," Yuan said to the disciples there before starting the training. At the end of the day, the Qi family gathered before Yuan. "Thank you for everything, Yuan." Qi Man bowed to him with clasped hands. The disciples behind him followed his actions and bowed to Yuan. "Don't even mention it. The more people that can fight demons out there, the better it is for us." Yuan said with a smile. By the way, before we leave, can I take a look at your techniques? Yuan then asked. Of course. I will take you there. Chi Man nodded. You guys can go back and pack up. I will be with you later. Yuan said to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Okay. They nodded. Sometime later, Chi Man and Chi Huan brought Yuan to the building where they stored all of their demon sealing techniques. It's not much, but... Chi Man pointed to the small stack of scrolls sitting on top of a desk. Yuan approached the desk and began reading through the scrolls. I already know these techniques from the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. Yuan wasn't too surprised by the results since the Demon Sealing Clan created all of these techniques. You're done already? Chi Man asked when he noticed Yuan putting the scrolls back down after glancing at them. Yes, I am. Yuan smiled. I guess they're really worthless in your eyes, huh? Chi Huan couldn't help but sigh. That's not it. I already know these techniques, so there's no point for me to learn them again. What? How is that possible? Where did you learn these techniques? Cultivation Online. Chi Man's eyes widened with shock. You mean to tell me that our family's demon sealing technique exists inside a video game? It's more than just a video game, it's what revealed the existence of cultivation to the world. It really makes one wonder who on earth created this game and why. Chi Man mumbled. I am trying to search for answers myself. Hopefully, I will get them soon. Yuan said. As they left the building, Chi Man said, anyways, if you need anything else from our Chi family, we will do our best to assist you. As for the demons in the Dragon Spiral Mountain, we will continue to prolong their seal until we cannot. Actually, there is one thing I would like. Yuan said, and he continued, can you give me the locations of all of the demons that your family has found? You said there are dozens out there, right? Do you plan on going to these places and dealing with the demons yourself? Chi Huan couldn't help but ask. No, but it's better to have knowledge than not having any. Chi Man nodded, all right, I will give you a map of their locations. It'll be ready before you leave. Thank you. Sometime later, Yuan returned to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. We're fully packed. We can leave whenever. Yuan nodded, and he asked, where's the manager? I haven't seen her since you arrived. Now that you mention it, I also haven't seen her. Chu Liuxiang puts on a pondering face. The Qi family should know. I will go ask them. Yuan left the room shortly after to look for the Qi family, and he ran into Qi Fang. Senior Qi, do you know where the manager went? I haven't seen her for almost 2 weeks now. Yuan asked her. She's not in any of our guest rooms, so she can only be on the plane, she said. The plane? For the last 2 weeks. Yuan was speechless. Qi Fang smiled and said, you really know nothing about the manager, huh? She may not look like it, but she's someone who would rather lay around all day and do nothing. Whenever she gets the chance, she will turn into a sloth. She's probably in her room watching television and drinking alcohol from her bed even as we speak. I understand. Thank you for the information. Yuan said. By the way, when do you guys plan on leaving? Qi Fang suddenly asked him. We plan on leaving before midnight so that we'd make it home by morning tomorrow. Good. The family's preparing a feast for you, so make sure you attend it before you leave. That's all. Qi Fang notified him of a feast before leaving. Yuan returned to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang shortly after. They're throwing a feast for us, so we'll leave after that. He said to them. They nodded. About 2 hours later, Qi Fang returned to tell them that the feast was ready. Yuan and the others followed Qi Fang to this large banquet hall where one side was stacked with tables and chairs and the other side with food. What do you think? This is the least we can do for you before you leave. Qi Man approached him with a smile. The food looks terrific. I can smell them all the way from here. Yuan smiled. You can eat all the food you want. After all, this is your feast. Chi Man laughed. Yuan wasted no time and immediately grabbed a plate, multiple plates. Since he could use Chi manifestation, he used it to carry over a dozen plates of food without lifting a single finger, which shocked everyone that saw it. How the hell are you doing that? Chi Fong asked him in a shocked voice. Huh. It's Chi manifestation. You can use it too. Yuan raised his eyebrows. What? No, I can't. But I saw you use it. When we first fought. You used Chi manifestation to move the sword. Ah. That sword is a treasure, and it has this unique ability that allows it to fly to me when I call for it. I won't be able to do that with other things, such as plates. Chi Fong said, leaving Yuan speechless. You can't use Chi manifestation even though you're a spirit grandmaster. I have never even heard of Chi manifestation until today. And even though I am a spirit grandmaster, I'd only recently reached this level. It wasn't easy, and it required almost all of our family's resources. Chi Fong explained. I see. If you want, I can teach you Chi manifestation. But at another time. Yuan then said. It essentially allows you to manifest and control your spiritual energy outside your body, and you can treat it as though it's another part of your body. It's a really convenient skill. You should learn it. Chi Fong swallowed nervously after hearing Yuan's words. No doubt, she really wanted to learn Chi manifestation, especially after seeing what Yuan could achieve with it. There are unlimited possibilities with this ability. You promise? Yes, it's a promise. All right. I will be waiting. Once they were seated, Yuan proceeded to consume all of the food on his plates in a speed that left everyone around him baffled. Fuck, is there something that he's not good at? He's even talented in eating. He reminds me of a certain pink and round character in a certain game. The disciples mumbled to each other as they ate. A few rowdy hours later, Yuan and the two ladies by his side made their way outside the Qi family's headquarters, and the entire Qi family was there to see them off. Yuan, here's the map that you requested. It has the location of the demons on it, at least the ones that we, the three families, know of. Yuan nodded and said, if any of these demons are close to breaking their seal, I want you to let me know immediately. Don't worry, you'll be the first one I call when that happens. Thank you. No, thank you. Chi Man smiled. I will escort them to the plane. Chi Fong suddenly said, willingly volunteering to help. Oh. Her grandparents looked at her with funny expressions on their faces. You would have told me to do it anyway, right? Who knows? They laughed. Let's go. Chi Fong ignored them and said to Yuan's group. Once they arrived at the plane, Chi Fong said, Liu Xiang, stay behind for a moment. After Yuan and Meishio entered the plane to wait for her, Chi Fong spoke, I have been your master for how long now? Almost 10 years. I was only 16 years old when I started teaching you. At first, I treated you like a little sister, and even as you grew up, my views did not change. I may be strict at times, but they were for your own good. You're sounding like we'll never meet again. Chu Liuxiang looked at her with a questioning gaze. Chi Fong smiled and said, you're no longer the immature little girl that I used to know, and you're already a spirit master. I don't think I have anything else to teach you, not to mention that you have an even better teacher than me already by your side. Yuan. He's not my teacher. I know, he's your partner. Chu Liuxiang nodded with a slightly rosy face. Chi Fong's eyebrows twitched upon seeing her reaction. Then she asked, have the two of you, already? You know. Done it? Chu Liuxiang's face grew even redder as she nodded her head. Looks like you've also surpassed me in some aspects of life. A bittersweet smile appeared on Chi Fong's face. Huh? Chu Liuxiang looked at her with wide eyes. Master, you're still a virgin. How unexpected. I have a very particular taste in men, and I haven't met the right person yet, okay? Do you have a problem with that? And don't call me master anymore. I am letting you go as my disciple. Chu Liuxiang smiled and suddenly lowered her head, bowing to Qi Fang. Thank you for everything, Senior Qi. I also saw you as an elder sister before, I still do even now. Take good care of yourself, okay? And you can just call me Sister Fang. Qi Fang smiled. You too, Sister Fang. Take care of yourself, and I hope to see you again soon. The two of them exchanged a quick hug before Chu Liuxiang boarded the plane. After entering the plane, Yuan used his divine sense to look for the manager, and sure enough, just like Qi Fang had said, she was lying on her bed with alcohol in one hand and food in another, and she was watching the television. Compared to her image at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, she was like a different person. After snapping out of his surprise, Yuan knocked on her door, which startled her, who was distracted by the television. Manager, we're ready to return to the mountain. Yuan said to her. If you're ready, press the button and fly back already. The plane is fueled up and ready to go. She said to him, not even bothering to leave the bed. Okay. Once Chu Liuxiang entered the plane, Yuan pressed the red button in the cockpit and started the plane. Where's the manager? Chu Liuxiang asked once they were in the air. She's in her room. Yuan said. And he continued, anyways, we have a couple of hours before we return home. Let's cultivate while we are still in the air. For some reason, the spiritual energy up here is far superior. Maybe because it's much purer up here than down there. Chu Liuxiang said. They began cultivating shortly after until morning came and the plane landed. Manager, we've returned home. Yuan knocked on her door when they landed. A few moments later, she came out of the room looking like a professional businesswoman, and nothing about her could suggest that she was a lazy person. They all exited the plane, but when Yuan saw the manager getting into her car, he began having flashbacks of his traumatic experience with her. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get into the car. The manager said to him when he was the only one standing outside. Yuan swallowed nervously and entered the front seat. The moment Yuan felt the car wheels turning, his heartbeat quickened. However, to his surprise, the car didn't move at the speed of light, and the manager was actually driving responsibly. Are you okay? Yuan asked the manager in a worried voice. She turned to look at him and frowned. You think there's something wrong with me? Well. You're acting weird, he said. Is that so? Then I should probably act normal again, huh? Huh. I don't mean. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the manager stepped onto the accelerator all the way, and the car immediately sped up. I'm sorry if I offended you, manager. Just slow down. Yuan exclaimed. Too late for that. And for the remainder of their journey back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, they continued at maximum speed, which was over 150 miles per hour. Once they reached the mountain, the manager finally slowed down. We're here. You can get out now, except you. The manager looked at Yuan. You guys can go back first and let the others know that we have returned. Yuan said to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Okay. Once they left, the manager drove Yuan to the peak of the mountain. We're going to see the Lord? Yuan asked. What else are we going to do? Watch the scenery. Sometime later, they entered the fog on foot until they reached the peak of the mountain. Yuan approached the cave at the center while the manager stayed behind and watched from a distance. How was the Qi family? Did you make any new friends? The Lord's voice resounded from within the cave. Yes, I made a lot. Yuan said. And he continued, you know. You could have at least told me that I was going to kill a demon for them before sending me there. Oh. Did I not tell you? I must have forgotten. Yuan frowned, and he said, if I cannot trust you now, why would I trust you in the future, when you tell me about Cultivation Online? The Lord remained silent after hearing Yuan's words. It was just a test, and you passed it flawlessly. Test? What kind of test is that? To see whether you can really kill demons or not, and I wanted to see if you would deal with the demon even though it was not part of our agreement. This shows that you really care about dealing with demons. Anyways, now that you have returned, safely. Can you tell me about what happened at the Qi family? Yuan took a deep breath and recalled his experience there. He spoke about defeating the demon, and he spoke about training the Qi family. Interesting. This may seem sudden, but when do you plan on dealing with the demons on the mountain? When? How am I supposed to know? We don't even know when the demons are breaking out of their seal. It shook. The Lord suddenly interrupted. Excuse me. Yuan raised his eyebrow in a questioning manner. The dragon spiral mountain shook 3 days ago, and the crystal is a lot redder. The demons. They're breaking out of their seals soon. Soon. Yuan swallowed nervously. He was confident in handling one demon, but if he had to fight 11 demons at once. I really hope you're ready by then. The Lord said. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, I will. Anyways, if there isn't anything else, I'd like to return home and prepare. You may go. Sometime later, Yuan returned home to find everyone sitting around the diner table. Welcome back, Yuan. We've heard everything already from Meishio. Wang Ming said. Not everything. Yuan shook his head. What do you mean? The mountain shook 3 days ago, right? The demons are close to breaking out of their seal, and I will be transferring the demon sealing techniques to you now so that we can prepare. Oh. We can finally learn the demon sealing techniques. Nice. Yes. Get in line, I am going to transfer the techniques to you guys now. Wang Ming and the others quickly got in line to receive their demon sealing techniques. After giving everyone their demon sealing technique, Yuan said to them, we don't have much time before the demons break out of their seal, so we'll need to prepare ourselves. I will begin learning this technique immediately. Wang Ming said. Everyone returned to their rooms shortly after and began training their demon sealing techniques. What are we going to do now, Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked him. Prepare. I am going to return to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library and learn as much about demons as I can. You two should also prepare. Okay. They both nodded. Yuan entered Cultivation Online while everyone else practiced their demon sealing techniques. After arriving at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, Yuan immediately began looking through manuals about demons to see if he could learn any more weaknesses on demons. However, there wasn't any information that he didn't already know. Why are you studying so hard? You're going to stare a hole in that manual at this rate. A voice suddenly resounded behind Yuan as he was completely absorbed in the manual before him. He turned around to see Yan Hara standing behind him with a smile on her face. You could have at least let me know that you were back, she said. Sorry, I just got back today, and I am in a bit of a hurry. Hurry? What's the rush? She glanced at the manual in his hands and mumbled, demons. Little founder, are you in trouble, with demons? She asked him with a frown on her face. Well. Where? Yan Hara's voice suddenly became serious. I'm sorry, senior, but even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to get there. This is a problem that only I can solve. After a moment of silence, Yan Hara spoke, follow me. But. Follow me. She suddenly shouted, causing everyone there to turn and look at them with intrigued gazes. Okay. Yuan placed the manual down and followed Yan Hara to a private room. After shutting the door, Yan Hara pointed at a chair and said, sit down. Now, tell me about your demon trouble. I don't understand why you'd want to hide this from me, but I want to help you, she said to him. I am telling you, senior, even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't be able to do anything about it because you won't be able to reach that place with the demons. Yuan sighed. Whether I can help or not, I will decide after I hear your explanation. Yuan sighed, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. There are some demons that will be breaking out of their seal soon, and I am preparing so that I can deal with them. Are you insane? Yanhara suddenly exclaimed, and she looked at him with complete disbelief. Little founder. Real demons are nothing like the low-grade artificial demons that you have been fighting. They are a real threat and incredibly dangerous. You cannot try to deal with them by yourself, especially when you're just a spirit lord. Tell me the location of these demons and I will alert the demon sealing clan. They're in a place called Earth. Yuan calmly responded. Yanhara silently stared at him for a good minute before speaking. This is not a joking matter, little founder. If we don't deal with these demons soon, it could spell disaster for the 9 heavens. I am not joking, and the demons are not located in the 9 heavens. Yuan stared back at her with a serious face. What the hell do you mean they're not in the 9 heavens? Yanhara frowned. Like I'd said, they're on a place called Earth, and this place doesn't belong in the 9 heavens. And I am well aware of how dangerous demons can be. After all, I have already encountered a few of them. Yanhara's eyes widened with shock after hearing Yuan's confession. You. Just who are you, little founder? She asked him in a low voice. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. He sighed. This place. If it's not within the 9 heavens, then it can only be a realm that exists outside of the 9 heavens. I have always heard rumors that such places exist, but there has never been concrete proof. You came from outside the 9 heavens? Yuan smiled upon hearing her somewhat accurate deduction. Something like that, he shrugged. Unbelievable. Yanhara muttered in a flabbergasted voice. Now you understand why neither you, nor the demon sealing clan could help me, right? I know you're worried, but it's okay, it's not my first time fighting, even killing a demon. After another long moment of silence, Yanhara asked, how many demons have you encountered, and killed so far? Yuan pondered for a moment to count. 6 demons. He'd killed 4 in the mystic realm, 1 in the jaded garden, and 1 in the Qi family. 6 demons. Yanhara repeated in a dazed voice. He's killed even more demons than me. How is that possible? He's only a spirit lord. She cried inwardly. She did not want to believe Yuan, but she couldn't see any lies within his clear eyes. I know 6 sounds like a lot, but it's really not, considering how there are dozens of sealed demons that are about to break out of their seals in that world. Yuan sighed. Dozens of sealed demons? Just what kind of world is that? It sounds so ridiculous. Yanhara sighed. And 6 demons is a lot. Do you know how many demons the average demon sealers kill? 0. Freaking 0. I am one of the top demon sealers in my generation, and I have only killed 3 demons, which is already considered a freaking miracle. Of course, this is mostly because demons are pretty much extinct. If not for that fact, I would have killed many more demons. Yanhara sighed, trying to justify her low kill count compared to his. Anyways, since the demon sealing clan cannot help you with your demon problem, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Since you're already an expert at killing demons and the future divine paragon, I'm sure you'll do fine. Yanhara said. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Just a moment ago, she was telling him how dangerous demons are and that he won't be able to handle them by himself, yet after learning that he'd killed twice as many demons as her, she has suddenly become supportive and even confident in his abilities. How confident are you? She suddenly asked him. Not that confident. I won't know the demon's strength until they break out of their seal, and that is my biggest worry. What if I cannot handle the demon? What if the demon is much stronger than me? Yuan sighed. Well. Fortunately, most demons that just break out of their seal are at their weakest state, and it would take them days to weeks to recover their strength. Yen Hara said. Do you have any suggestions on how I should prepare? Yuan then asked. Since you've already killed 6 demons, you can continue doing whatever you were doing, as it clearly works. Also, I know of a way for you to check a demon's strength even if they are sealed. Really? How? Yuan's eyes immediately began flickering with excitement. Come with me. Yen Hara opened the door and walked him to the open area with the artificial demons. Once there was an available spot, Yen Hara took it and sealed the artificial demon before it could even move. Put your hand on this sealed demon and use your spiritual energy to penetrate the seal to analyze the demon's strength. But won't that risk unsealing the demon? It'll be fine. If you could unseal a demon so easily, the demon sealing clan would be a laughing stock. Only demon sealing aura could unseal a demon, she said. Yuan nodded and approached the demon before putting his hands on it, feeling its stone-like texture. He closed his eyes next and used his spiritual energy to penetrate through the seal to check the artificial demon, and sure enough, he could not only sense the demon's cultivation, he could also sense its heartbeat and blood flow. It works. I can sense their strength. This is great. Thank you, Senior. Yuan said to her with a bright smile. She nodded with a slightly rosy face, and she spoke, Do you have any other questions? Yuan pondered for a minute before nodding, How can I tell the difference between a low-rank demon and a superior demon? And I would like to learn more about demon ranking in general. Yen Hara nodded, All right. Let's go to the library then. Sometime later, Yuan sat down in the library while Yen Hara went to fetch a couple of manuals. When Yen Hara returned, she placed the manuals on the table and began lecturing him about demons. There are 6 ranks of demons. From the lowest, lower demon, elite demon, superior demon, demon general, demon emperor, and ancient demon. You can judge a demon's rank by their appearance. Higher-ranking demons will have more unique features and abilities. Their crystals will also be slightly different from each other. Lower demons and elite demons will have a red crystal somewhere on their body while superior demons will have a black crystal. However, demon generals and above do not reveal their crystals so openly, so if you see a demon without their crystal on the outside, there's a very good chance that they are a demon emperor, or even stronger. Something else that differentiates them is their control. A higher-ranking demon can control their emotions and rage much better than those inferior, so they are usually calmer and not as easy to provoke. However, once provoked, they will be multiple times stronger than usual. If you're fighting against a demon general or above, your best chance is to defeat them without provoking them, and you should never openly provoke a demon, as that would only fuel their powers even further. Yuan began sweating cold sweat after hearing Yen Hara's advice to not provoke them, as that's what he has been doing to the demons that he fought. He never thought that he was actually making them harder to fight by provoking them. Instead of provoking demons, you should make them scared of you. That is your number 1 priority. Once a demon fears you, they will no longer be a threat. That's why the divine paragon was undefeated, as all demons feared him to some extent. Make them fear me, huh? Yuan nodded with a serious expression. Here are a few examples of demons at each rank. Yen Hara gave him another manual, but there were mostly pictures on this manual. Lower demons look pretty ordinary. Red skin and horns, and they are usually the size of an adult human. Elite demons to demon generals would have special features, such as being larger than normal, having a third eye, having wings, and much more. However, demon emperors and above, they can actually lack demon characteristics. Huh? What do you mean by that? Yuan asked. It means that they can appear more like humans than actual demons. There have been demons that did not have their signature red skin and horns. Some demons in the past even looked exactly like humans. Rumor has it that these demons still live amongst us humans even today. Yuan was left speechless by this information. Demons that look exactly like humans? Then how are they supposed to tell the difference? Yen Hara smiled and said, I know what you're thinking, but the chance of that actually happening is very slim. Even if there are demons living amongst us, they won't do anything stupid to reveal themselves, and with the demonic realm sealed, they are powerless. Although humans were dominated by demons back then, things have changed. We're no longer as weak and vulnerable as our ancestors. We have the knowledge and techniques to fight back against them if they ever dare to return. Thank you for the lecture, Senior. I learned a lot about demons today. Yuan bowed to her at the end of their lecture. We're not done yet. Yen Hara suddenly said. Huh? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. Come with me. I'm going to make sure that you're fully prepared to fight the demons. Yen Hara then brought Yuan to this tall pagoda. What is this place? He asked her. Demon Sealing Pagoda. You will get to fight real demons inside. Well, sort of. What do you mean by that? They're either real demons or not. They are demons created with spiritual energy, so they're not really real, but they act exactly like real demons, and even their power level is the same, so it'll be like fighting against real demons inside. This treasure was created by the Divine Paragon, and it was used to train the Demon Sealing clan back in the days, but it requires a massive amount of spiritual energy to use, so we eventually stopped using it and started training with artificial demons, which is cheaper. Another reason we stopped using the treasure is because of its difficulty. Most demon sealers nowadays won't be able to pass the first floor, and there are 9 total floors. For the record, I got all the way up to the 4th floor. And you want me to train in this pagoda? Are you sure? It's expensive to use, right? Yuan looked at her. One of many perks of being a lecturer in this place is that we get to use the pagoda for free once every 10 years. Of course, it's not really free, since it'll be at the library's expense. Yen Hara smiled. What do you think? You want to give it a go? Rumor has it that if you manage to defeat the tower, you'll get to acquire a legendary demon sealing technique that only the Divine Paragon knows. A legendary demon sealing technique? Yuan raised his eyebrows. If that is true, he will be able to acquire this technique even without challenging the pagoda. After all, he was the Divine Paragon. However, he still nodded his head. Yes, I would like to challenge the tower. In the end, he still needed practice. Even if he's the reincarnation of the Divine Paragon, it was not as though he has all of his previous memories and experiences. Alright, give me some time to prepare. I also need to let the library know that I will be using the pagoda. Okay. About half an hour later, Yen Hara returned to the pagoda and said, whenever you're ready. I am ready. Yen Hara then retrieved a golden key and used it to unlock the doors to the pagoda. You will get the rules once you are inside. The demons inside will be adjusted to match your power level, so you don't need to worry about being overwhelmed by a demon that you cannot defeat. However, this also means that you won't be able to dominate the demons like you normally do. I understand. Yuan nodded, and he opened the door. The moment Yuan entered the pagoda, the door slammed shut, and the pagoda suddenly started trembling with excitement. What is going on? This has never happened before. Yen Hara muttered in a dazed voice. Suddenly, an outburst of demon sealing aura exploded from the demon sealing pagoda, sweeping the Grand Library with a massive amount of demon sealing aura. When the demon sealers within the Grand Library felt this ancient and unfathomable demon sealing aura, their bodies began trembling non-stop, almost as though it was reacting to the demon sealing aura. Whose demon sealing aura does this belong to? I have never felt such a powerful demon sealing aura in my life. The lecturers within the Grand Library were shocked speechless by this phenomenon. The entire Grand Library became nervous when this unknown demon sealing aura filled the place. Their initial thought was that a peak demon sealer had appeared within the Grand Library, so they immediately began looking around for the source of this demon sealing aura. Meanwhile, back at the demon sealing pagoda, Yen Hara was staring at the top of the pagoda with a dazed look on her face for some reason. Divine Paragon. She muttered in a low voice. After the powerful demon sealing aura exploded from the pagoda, she noticed a figure had suddenly appeared on top of the pagoda, causing her to look. And to her absolute shock, there was a person hovering directly above the pagoda, and he looked awfully like Yuan, but he was much older and had this irresistible charm around him. Impossible. This must be an illusion caused by the demon sealing pagoda, but why? Divine Paragon? Is that really you? Yen Hara spoke to him after snapping out of her daze. The Divine Paragon suddenly looked down at Yen Hara and showed her a gentle smile before looking down at the pagoda that was right beneath him with a profound expression on his face. Yen Hara's heart nearly exploded into countless pieces from excitement when she saw the Divine Paragon's smile that was directed at her, and it felt like a dream. Eventually, more people began appearing at the demon sealing pagoda after tracking the demon sealing aura. Of course, everyone that saw the Divine Paragon was shocked speechless at first. Yen Hara. What's going on here? Why is the Divine Paragon here? Tang Zheng asked her after he arrived. I have no idea. He suddenly showed up after Yuan entered the demon sealing pagoda. Yen Hara explained. Yuan. Tang Zheng turned to look at the pagoda. What in heaven's name is happening? Meanwhile, inside the pagoda, Yuan was currently being told the rules of the pagoda. Of course, the voice belonged to the Divine Paragon. Welcome to the demon sealing pagoda, young demon sealer. I will now tell you the rules of this place. If you break any of them, you'll automatically be removed from this place. First rule, you must defeat the demon before you can challenge the next floor. A demon suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the room. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw that it had a black crystal embedded within chest. A superior demon? Are you kidding me? He muttered in a voice of disbelief. Second rule, you will have an hour to seal or kill the demon. Failure to do so will result in getting kicked out. Third rule, you cannot die while inside the demon sealing pagoda. If you die inside, you will be transported outside safely, but you will not be able to use the demon sealing pagoda for 30 days. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say "ready" out loud. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then summoned the Empyrean Overlord and the Starry Abyss. Ready. Whoosh. The scenery suddenly changes, turning the place into an empty and spacious field. Yuan looked around with a surprised face. Did he get teleported, or was this simply an illusion? However, he didn't have much time to think, as the demon started attacking him the moment the scenery changed. Yuan commanded the Starry Abyss to distract the demon, but to his surprise, the demon could sense the invisible Starry Abyss and dodge it perfectly. It's not only a superior demon, but it's also a spirit king. Is this demon really equal to my strength? Yuan cried inwardly. Bloody daggers. The demon suddenly summoned 2 crimson daggers using its blood, wielding it like some sort of edgy assassin. Whoosh! The demon kicked its legs and propelled forward like a bullet, shooting straight at Yuan at a ridiculous speed. The demon closed their distance almost instantly, but Yuan was able to barely react and block the strike. Boom! Yuan was sent flying from the impact. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yuan looked at his arms that were still shaking, and it felt like he'd been struck by a truck, as an ordinary human. This is freaking ridiculous. I need to focus on the fight, or I will not pass the first floor. Yuan quickly cleared his mind and focused on the demon with the obnoxious black crystal on its body. HAA. The two of them clashed with each other shortly after, and every time their weapons collided, the world there would seemingly shake a little. Boom! Bang! Clang! They went at each other's throat like animals that have been starving for days, and Yuan used all of his techniques against the demon. Heavenly Domain. Holy pressure suddenly bore down on the demon, but it barely affected its movements if any at all. Seeing that his heavenly domain didn't work on the demon, Yuan used Dragon's Gaze when the time was right. Dragon's Gaze. His eyes began emitting a golden glow that instantly stunned the demon. However, he knew that it wouldn't keep the demon stunned for long, so he quickly used this moment to attack the demon with the demon's sealing strike. Normally, he only needed to hit the demon once for it to be sealed, but Yuan didn't want to take any chances, so he continued to swing his sword until he could no longer swing it. Yuan had managed to strike the demon 12 times with the demon's sealing strike before the demon snapped out of its daze, but by that time, half of its body was already petrified. Looks like I made the right decision by not stopping. Yuan sighed inwardly when he saw that the demon was still only half sealed despite getting struck 12 times by his powerful demon sealing technique. Compared to the elite demon, this superior demon was far stronger. It was simply in a league of its own, and it took Yuan all of his efforts just to defeat it. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the first floor in 6 minutes. It's a new record. The divine paragon's voice resounded shortly after he sealed the demon, and Yuan was sent back to the pagoda. Here is your reward for clearing the first floor. A golden orb of light suddenly emerged from the wall of the pagoda and floated towards Yuan. Yuan extended his hands and accepted the golden orb of light. The moment the light touched his palms, it entered his body and disappeared. Yuan suddenly felt an outburst of spiritual energy within his dantian, instantly raising his cultivation by 2 levels, reaching 4th level Spirit Lord. Furthermore, all of his fatigue disappeared, and he felt completely refreshed. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 3rd level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 4th level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. You may proceed on to the next floor whenever you're ready. Yuan proceeded onto the 2nd floor through the staircase at the corner of the room. Welcome to the 2nd floor. You have 1 hour and 30 minutes to defeat the demon. Another demon materialized in the pagoda, but there was something different about this demon. The demon did not emit the power of a spirit king. In fact, its cultivation had been lowered to Spirit Lord. However, that was not the only change. This demon. It doesn't have a crystal on its body. This could only mean Demon General. The pagoda reduced its cultivation but increased its rank. It will most likely be as strong as the superior demon in terms of raw strength, but it will also have more techniques and tricks up its sleeves. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say "ready" out loud. The divine paragon's voice resounded. Ready. Yuan shouted out loud once he prepared himself. The scenery changed again. However, they were no longer in an empty field. Instead, they appeared to be on a platform inside a coliseum, and there were even spectators. Kill that demon. Kill it. The crowd cheered with excitement, their voices filled with passion and anger, causing Yuan's heart to tremble. Kill it. The crowd's cheering was so loud that it shook the platform Yuan was standing on, and he swallowed nervously. What a rowdy bunch. Don't you agree, human? A cold voice suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at the demon that had just spoken. They can speak. The last one remained silent for the whole fight. Yuan thought to himself. Are you a mute or something? The demon raised its eyebrows at Yuan when he didn't respond. If I wanted to have a conversation with a demon, I wouldn't be here. Fair enough. The demon smiled at Yuan's words. Yuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively raised the Empyrean Overlord over his head. The very next second, Yuan could feel something heavy slamming into his sword. It was so sudden that it actually brought Yuan to his knees. What the hell is going on? Yuan was baffled by the situation. He could still see the demon standing on the other side of the platform, and there was nothing in front or around him, so what is the demon using to attack him? If I cannot see it with my bare eyes, then I have to use my divine sense. Yuan quickly activated his divine sense, and sure enough, he could see a translucent claw on top of him. This is Qi manifestation. He immediately recognized what the demon was doing, but he was still surprised by it. The demon was only a spirit lord just like him, but its Qi manifestation was multiple times stronger than his own. Ha! Yuan eventually stood back up and swung his sword, destroying the demon's chi manifestation. However, the moment Yuan destroyed the invisible claw, the demon summoned another one, then another. Boom! Yuan used his movement technique to dodge the claws. Demons basically have unlimited spiritual energy, so it will be able to continue attacking me until I run out of spiritual energy. I need to think of something. Yuan pondered for a strategy as he continued to dodge the demon's invisible attacks. As for the demon general, it was just standing at the edge of the platform with a calm smile on its face, clearly not planning on dirtying its own hand. Suddenly, an outburst of demon sealing aura exploded from Yuan's body, creating a profound ripple that swept the platform. When the ripple touched the demon general's spiritual energy, it immediately dispersed like smoke. Not bad. The demon general said. I am not finished. Yuan quickly gathered as much spiritual energy as he could within a second before releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike at the demon. When the demon general saw the heaven-splitting sword strike, its initial thought was to just block it with its body, since it could just recover. However, it suddenly sensed a dreadful feeling coming from the heaven-splitting sword strike, forcing it to move from its spot to dodge the strike. The heaven-splitting sword strike barely missed the demon general and crashed into the spectators' area, killing thousands of spectators. Of course, since this was just an illusion, the destroyed areas would restore itself, and the dead spectators would come back to life a few moments later. After dodging the heaven-spitting sword strike, the demon general looked at Yuan with a look of surprise on its face. You imbued your demon sealing aura into another technique? Are you really just a spirit lord? Right before he released the heaven-splitting sword strike, Yuan infused some of his demon sealing aura into the technique, which essentially turned the heaven-splitting sword strike into a demon sealing technique. However, this is a technique that only high-ranking demon sealers learn and not something a mere advanced demon sealer could achieve. It actually worked. Yuan was as surprised as the demon general, as he was only testing his theory. He figured that if demon sealing aura is what really harms demons, he could probably enhance his regular techniques with his demon sealing aura, making them demon sealing techniques. This could essentially turn any technique out there into a demon sealing technique. However, Yuan was unaware that in order to achieve such a feat, one would normally have to train for hundreds of years, and the reason he was able to do it was due to his past experience. Ha! Things are finally starting to get interesting. Entertain me some more, human. The demon general laughed in a chilling manner. Heavenly Domain. Yuan activated Heavenly Domain when the demons started running at him. The demon general's movements suddenly became sluggish, as Yuan had enhanced the Heavenly Domain with his demon sealing aura. Not bad. Not bad at all. However, you'll need much more than that if you want to defeat me, a demon general. 10,000 Ghost Blades. Yuan activated his newfound technique, cloning the starry abyss until there were 1,000 of them. The demon general was at a loss for words when it was suddenly surrounded by 1,000 daggers that looked identical to each other. Go! Yuan flicked his sleeves, commanding the 1,000-strong army of starry abyss to rain down upon the demon general. Of course, these starry abyss had all been imbued with his demon sealing aura, so each of these daggers was akin to a demon sealing technique. The demon general wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run, so it could only defend the attack head-on. The demon general used its chi manifestation and body to deflect the starry abyss. Although it managed to destroy a few dozen starry abyss, the demon general eventually became overwhelmed, especially since Yuan could always make more. The demon general released a deafening roar when it realized that it could not defeat Yuan's 1,000 starry abyss, and the very next moment, 1,000 holes opened up in the demon general's body, looking like a porcupine with 1,000 daggers stabbed into its body. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the second floor in 13 minutes. It's a new record. The divine paragon's voice resounded a moment later. Here is your reward for clearing the second stage. The golden orb of light returned, and Yuan quickly absorbed the spiritual energy from it. His cultivation immediately had a breakthrough, reaching the 7th level Spirit Lord from the 4th level Spirit Lord. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 5th level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 6th level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. I'm already at the 7th level of Spirit Lord after passing 2 floors, and there are still 7 more floors to go. This place is extremely good for raising one's cultivation base very quickly. Yuan wondered what his cultivation level would be at the end of all this. Sometime later, Yuan climbed to the 3rd floor. Welcome to the 3rd floor. You have 1 hour to defeat the demons. The divine paragon's voice resounded. Wait. Demons? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before him. Of course, they were demons, and they were both demon generals with a cultivation of Spirit Lord. Heavens! I have to fight 2 of them at once now. Yuan swallowed nervously. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say, ready, out loud. The divine paragon's voice resounded again. Yuan didn't immediately start the challenge and took a moment to mentally prepare himself. This will be his first time fighting 2 demons at once by himself. After taking a deep breath, he spoke, ready. The very next moment, the 2 demon generals rushed at Yuan, attacking him from 2 different directions. 10,000 ghost blades. Yuan summoned 1,000 copies of his starry abyss and used those to deal with one of the demons while he personally fought the other demon with the Empyrean Overlord. One would expect Yuan to dominate these demons because of his increased cultivation, but the pagoda increased the strength of the demon to match his strength, so it was just as difficult. Fortunately, Yuan had learned how to infuse his demon sealing aura with his ordinary techniques, allowing him to fight the demons with more ease. Even though the demons match his strength, that doesn't necessarily mean they're equal, as one's technique and treasures can easily affect the balance. Of course, the demon sealing pagoda also took into account his treasures and techniques, but there is only so much it can gauge, and when it comes to an unfathomable genius like Yuan, not even it could fully measure his full potential. Demon sealing sword strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord at the demon, but it easily blocked it with its weapon made out of blood. After blocking the attack, the demon tossed the weapon away since it would be sealed by the demon sealing aura. As for the other demon, it was slowly getting sealed by the starry abyss. Although each of the starry abyss lacked the demon sealing aura to seal a demon with one strike, they could easily strike the demon multiple times before it could even react, slowly sealing it. After 30 minutes of fighting back and forth, Yuan eventually managed to seal one of the demons. A mere human. How dare you! The demon roared, and its body began burning red, almost as though its blood had turned to lava. Its body also grew larger, but not by much. Boom! The demon suddenly disappeared from its position, appearing in front of Yuan before throwing a powerful punch at him. This time, Yuan was unable to react fast enough, and he was hit square in the chest by the demon. Whoosh! Yuan's body flew backward like a broken ragdoll, landing many meters away. Shit! Even with all of my defenses, it still hurts like hell. He cried inwardly as he quickly stood back up. If it weren't for the invisible dragon cloak that doubled his defense stats, his body would have probably exploded into a bloody mess. Furthermore, even though the demon was only a spirit lord, it had managed to penetrate the invisible dragon cloak's defense that blocks all damage from those below Spirit King. Though, this is most likely because the demon general's true strength far surpasses a Spirit King, allowing it to bypass the armor's effects. I am impressed that you survived, human. What is your body made out of? Treasures. The demon general slowly approached him with a malicious grin on its face. After standing back up, Yuan spat out some blood, but his expression remained unfazed. 10,000 ghost blades. Yuan activated his most powerful technique again, sending 1,000 starry abyss at the demon general. However, the demon general merely stood there and allowed the daggers to hit its body. What? Yuan exclaimed inwardly when the daggers shattered on impact while the demon general appeared to be completely fine. The demon general, without even looking at its body, smiled and said, "You'll need to do better than that if you want to penetrate my defense." Yuan frowned as he could feel a sense of dread from this demon general that was clearly stronger than the other demon general. "Come, entertain me some more, human." The demon general continued to approach Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan commanded the rest of the starry abyss to attack the demon general even if it might seem pointless. "It's useless. Ha ha ha." The demon general roared with laughter. Yuan tried to focus all of the starry abyss on a single location, hoping that he'd slowly break through the demon general's defense, but it was useless. The demon general suddenly leaped forward and swung its blood weapon, clashing with Yuan's Empyrean overlord. "Give up. You're just a mere human. Humans are born to serve demons. There is no way humans can ever defeat demons." The demon general provoked Yuan as they swung their weapons at each other, causing the surrounding space to shake with every swing. "If that was true, you demons wouldn't be facing extinction right now." Yuan clapped back at the demon, leaving it speechless for a moment.